Marshall Peak, Chapter 4393, Twin Spirit Island. Although Chef was lamenting, he never slowed down his pace. Unfortunately, they were unable to get rid of Zhou Ya as she was more powerful than them. Seeing as the enemies were getting closer, Accountant bellowed, "Leave! I'll deal with her." Upon finishing his words, he turned around and readied himself to clash with Zhou Ya. A flabbergasted Chef exclaimed, "No!" However, he was unable to stop him, so he clenched his teeth and whirled around to follow him. Accountant turned his head and bellowed, "What are you doing?" With a solemn expression, Chef replied, "We'll never get rid of her, so I think we should just perish together. Before that, we'll at least bite some flesh off her." Accountant's gaze darkened as he nodded with a heavy heart. Then, Chef quickly fished out a long cloth to tie Yang Kai tightly on his back. With a kitchen knife in one hand and a chopping board in the other, he was prepared to face his enemies. Just then, they saw a ray of light rapidly approaching from behind Zhou Ya. The ray of light directly stormed into the enemy's formation and caused a lot of 4th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to collapse to the ground. Many of them were injured and sent flying away as they sprayed out mouthfuls of blood in midair. An astounded Zhou Ya turned her head with a fierce gaze and surged her world force to trade moves with the ray of light. As a series of explosive sounds were heard as the world seemed to pale. The ray of light whisked past Zhou Ya and landed on a spot beside Chef and Accountant. Proprietress! Chef and Accountant were pleasantly surprised. The ray of light was none other than the proprietress, who had shaken off Geng Qing and Yun Fei Bai. Her face was slightly pale as she brushed away the blood on the corner of her lips. Then, she extended her hands and grabbed both of them before yelling, "Let's go!" Chef and Accountant were uncontrollably hoisted into the air. "You're injured, proprietress." Chef gazed at the trail of blood on the corner of her mouth with a worried expression. "It doesn't matter." The proprietress took a glance at Yang Kai on his back and asked, "Hasn't he woken up yet?" Chef shook his head. "No. Perhaps he's at some kind of critical juncture." Given such a commotion, Yang Kai should have been shaken out of his meditative state even if he was still recuperating. However, his eyes remained tightly closed as though he had cut off all connection with the outside world, which put them in a tight spot. "Should we force this brat up?" Chef asked. "No." The proprietress shook her head. Yang Kai wasn't someone who would put his companions' lives at risk, and he should be aware of what was going on in his surroundings. In other words, he knew what they were going through, but there was a reason that he couldn't wake up. It would be a terrible thing if they forcefully interrupted him. "Where are we going now?" Accountant asked as he turned his head to look at the enemies behind them. Zhou Ya and her subordinates were still relentlessly chasing after them. The proprietress declared, "Twin Spirit Island." Previously, they were unwilling to join any of the 3 great forces because, first of all, they had just arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, so they were unclear about the current situations in this place. Secondly, once they joined one of the great forces, they would be restricted in many ways and completely bound to that great force. Only after learning that no one had ever left the shadowless cave heaven over the years, did the proprietress start considering joining one of them. Profound Yang Mountain was excluded as there were some grudges between them. Therefore, they were left with Unrivaled Guild and Twin Spirit Island. Among the two, Twin Spirit Island was the weakest as there were only 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side, so it was naturally their best option. Some time ago, the proprietress visited Twin Spirit Island and was greeted warmly by the 2 island masters. It was apparent that they were trying to persuade her to join their great force. Initially, the proprietress planned on asking for the opinions of Yang Kai and the others before deciding whether they should join Twin Spirit Island. Nevertheless, before Yang Kai even awakened, 3 mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain had arrived at her door. Left with no choice now, they could only head to Twin Spirit Island. If they were accepted into the Great Force, they could probably resolve this crisis. There was an expansive lake in the shadowless cave heaven, and in the middle of the lake were 2 islands that looked similar in terms of shape and size. Since both of them were closely connected, they were named Twin Spirit Island. As the proprietress and the others headed straight to Twin Spirit Island, it was apparent what their intention was. On the other hand, Zhouye was still relentlessly pursuing them, and 2 days later, Yun Fei Bai and Geng Qing finally joined her. As Geng Qing looked in the direction the proprietress and the others were heading, he gave it a thought and pondered, is Lan Yu Ruo going to Twin Spirit Island? When did she even come into contact with those island masters? Yun Fei Bai snorted, that bitch is a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all, so it's expected that those two want her to join their sect. I guess they came into contact some time ago. We need to catch them quickly. We mustn't let them reach Twin Spirit Island. If she joins forces with Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan, it'll be difficult to deal with them. Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan that he just mentioned were the island masters of Twin Spirit Island. They were also a married couple. It was said that they had been in the shadowless cave heaven for even longer than the head mountain lord. Geng Qing narrowed his eyes before chuckling. It's been a short time since Lan Yu Ruo arrived in this place, so she isn't aware of that couple's temperaments. She must be acting out of desperation since she has no other choice. Don't worry, second brother. It'll be a good thing if she reaches Twin Spirit Island. Yun Fei Bai shot him a glance. Why is it a good thing? Geng Qing explained, aren't you aware of what that couple is like, second brother? Although both of them are in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, the same as us, they're quite cautious and timid. The reason they want to recruit Lan Yu Ruo is that she's a 6th Order Open Heaven realm master. If she becomes a part of them, they'll be able to better resist profound Yang Mountain and unrivaled guild. However, since the three of us are hunting Lan Yu Ruo down, will the couple have the guts to accept her? After giving it a thought, Yun Fei Bai nodded. You're right. Those two have always been cowards. If they find out that woman has some grudges with us, they'll likely refuse to accept her group. Zhouye said, if she is turned down, she won't have a way out anymore. Yun Fei Bai's eyes brightened as he looked at the front and put on an eerie smile. They're basically flying into the death trap. Realizing this, an elated Yun Fei Bai slowed down a little as he calmly followed the proprietress and her group. As they kept moving forward, they arrived at a beautiful lake 2 days later. The proprietress, chef, and accountant stepped on the water and reached Twin Spirit Island soon after. Twin Spirit Island was surrounded by a barrier, and no one was able to see through the fog and find out what was going on inside. The proprietress immediately fished out a jade token and infused her power into it. The jade token instantly turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the grand array. This jade token was given to her by the island masters when she visited Twin Spirit Island previously and could be used as a communications artifact. They hoped that she would join their sect one day, so naturally they provided her with a way to contact them. After the jade token was gone, the proprietress turned her head and saw many rays of light rapidly approaching them. It would probably take them no more than a quarter hour to arrive, so she was naturally worried. A moment later, the fog around the grand array roiled and a figure stepped out of it. He was a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was clad in tight-fitting clothes, which made him look quite well put together. The 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master looked around, and when he saw the proprietress, his expression turned solemn. I'm sorry for being late to welcome you, Madame Lan. Please forgive me. The proprietress had paid a visit previously, so he naturally recognized her. It's fine. Please tell the island masters that I'll agree to the conditions they mentioned and am willing to join Twin Spirit Island, the proprietress declared. The 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was evidently startled. Although he wasn't sure what these conditions were, he wasn't in any place to ask as he was just a messenger. As such, he simply nodded, Please give me a moment, madam. After he finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared into the grand array. Before he left, he looked into the distance with some concern. In a parterre garden on Twin Spirit Island, a middle-aged man with a jade crown was having a stroll with a pregnant woman clad in an imperial dress. Pleasant fragrances permeated the place as flowers of different colors bloomed around them. The woman was stroking her belly while the man held her arm to support her weight. He looked down at the bulging belly from time to time with a joyful expression. They were none other than the island masters of Twin Spirit Island, Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan. While having a walk in the garden with his wife, Hua Yong asked gently, "Do you love this garden, my dear wife?" All of these flowers were brought back from the outside world, and some of the species are extremely rare. Shu Mu Dan put on a reserved smile. "You didn't have to do all this, husband. These flowers cannot be consumed for cultivation. The subordinates might have some complaints against you since you told them to use so many resources for this." Hua Yong asked, "Who would dare to have any complaints?" Then he stood in front of his wife and crouched down before pressing his head against the bulging belly. "Moreover, Liner will only be pleased when you're happy. That way he'll leave your stomach sooner." Shu Mu Dan started blushing as she looked around and poked the man's head with one finger. "How old do you think you are? Get up now. Others will laugh at us if they see this." Hua Yong took her hand and caressed his own face with it before he looked up and flashed a smile at her. "Who would dare to laugh at me?" Island Masters. Just then, someone rushed into the place. When he saw the head island master crouching down in front of the second island master and caressing his own face with her hand while the second island master blushed with a loving expression, he became stunned. Shu Mu Dan's face turned a shade redder in embarrassment. Hua Yong slowly got up and straightened his face before coughing into his fist. "What's wrong?" The person looked down at his feet and reported, "Madame Lan is here again. She said that she'll agree to your conditions to join Twin Spirit Island." Upon hearing that, Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan exchanged glances and became ecstatic. The former laughed and said, "Very good. Although some people will fall into the shadowless cave heaven from time to time, Sixth Order Masters are rare. If Lan Yu Rua could join us, our power will be greatly strengthened." Then he turned to look at the messenger. "Is she outside?" The person replied, "Madame Lan is indeed waiting outside." "Welcome her inside right now," Hua Yong ordered, then changed his mind. No. My wife and I will personally welcome her." Martial Peak, Chapter 4394, Blood Monster Battle Dress. If Lan Yu Rua, a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, joined Twin Spirit Island, she would be the third island master. In other words, she would be the third most important person after Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan, so she definitely deserved to be welcomed by the couple personally. Before the two of them could leave the garden, however, the messenger continued, "Island Masters, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Madame Lan seems to be injured, and just now, I could see that some people were pursuing her." "Who are the ones chasing her?" Hua Yong frowned. Lan Yu Rua was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so rarely anyone in the shadowless cave heaven could hurt her or even have the guts to pursue her. Suddenly, he felt there was more to her trying to join them at this moment than it appeared. The messenger replied, "Island Masters, you've not stepped outside for years, so you're not aware of what's going on. There are some grudges between Madame Lan and Profound Yang Mountain's second mountain lord." As the person spoke, Shu Mu Dan suddenly waved her hand, then the water around them came together and formed into a mirror. The reflection on the mirror showed the view outside of Twin Spirit Island. Through the mirror, they could see Lan Yu Rua and her three subordinates waiting outside the barrier. One of them was unconscious, so he had to be carried on another person's back. As Shu Mu Dan looked into the distance, her expression changed. "Three mountain lords from Profound Yang Mountain are over there." Hua Yong's expression turned solemn as well. He could see the intimidating Yun Fei Bai and the others through the mirror. Of the 4 Sixth Order Mountain Lords of Profound Yang Mountain, 3 of them had come all the way here with many subordinates, which went to show that they were determined to end Lan Yu Rua today. What are the grudges between Madame Lan and Profound Yang Mountain's second mountain lord? Hua Yong asked in puzzlement. Since his wife was pregnant, he had been staying on Twin Spirit Island to keep her company and ignored the affairs in the outside world. Before Lan Yu Rua paid a visit previously, he wasn't even aware that there was a new Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the shadowless cave heaven. Certainly, he had no idea what was going on when he saw this sight. The messenger replied, "I don't know the details, but those from Profound Yang Mountain have always been arrogant, and the second mountain lord Yun Fei Bai is a lascivious man. Madame Lan knew nothing about the affairs here when she arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, so she might have gotten into a conflict with them for some reason. Upon hearing his explanation, Hua Yong nodded and said with a dark explanation, "Now I know why Lan Yu Ruo is eager to join Twin Spirit Island. She's basically left with no other choice now, so she wants to make use of us to resolve this crisis. Clever of her." He snorted. Shu Mudan asked with a frown, "What's your plan, husband?" Hua Yong replied, "If she had agreed to join Twin Spirit Island previously, I would have welcomed her. However, since she intends to make use of us now, we can't grant her wish. If we accept her, we'll be offending profound Yang Mountain." A worried Shu Mudan said, "If we don't let her in, she won't be able to deal with Yun Fei Bai and the others on her own. That's her own problem." Hua Yong shook his head and gazed at his wife. "What do you think?" After giving it a thought, Shu Mudan said, "If Madame Lan could join Twin Spirit Island, our power will increase significantly, and we'll have the might to go up against profound Yang Mountain and unrivaled guild. Although the three great forces in the shadowless cave heaven have coexisted peacefully so far, we're still the weakest in the end. Therefore, we control far less territory than the other two great forces. Do you want to accept her even now?" Hua Yong asked. With a helpless smile, Shu Mudan shook her head. "I have no idea what to do. I'll leave the decision to you, husband." Hua Yong took a glance at her bulging belly, then his gaze became determined. Ignore her. Although they could strengthen Twin Spirit Island's power by accepting Lan Yu Ruo, Yun Fei Bai and the others would never let her off as they appeared determined. There was bound to be a battle if they took a side now, and given the situation his wife was in, there was no way she could fight. No one could afford to take responsibility if their child was affected. They had waited for a long time before they had their own child, so they naturally valued him above all else. Shu Mudan let out a sigh. As a woman herself, she sympathized with Lan Yu Ruo for what the latter was going through, but at the same time, she had to protect her child, which was why she was feeling helpless. Outside of Twin Spirit Island's barrier, the proprietress felt her heart sinking. The two island masters hadn't shown up, nor had they opened the barrier. It was apparent to her that they were not willing to invite trouble to themselves. She wasn't in any place to blame them though. Although she had intended to join Twin Spirit Island previously, her arrival at this time was indeed inappropriate. The reason she made this decision was that she had no other choice, otherwise she would never want to trouble anyone else. Seeing as the enemies were about to reach them, the proprietress immediately decided to flee, run. Then she surged her power to wrap up Chef and the others before attempting to head in a different direction. "Where do you think you're going?" Someone was heard yelling as a figure abruptly appeared in that direction. He was none other than the Third Mountain Lord Gengqing. It wasn't certain when he had snuck to the other side, but he happened to be right in the proprietress' way. Faced with an incoming divine ability, the proprietress hurriedly parried and was forced back to her original spot. In the meantime, the sounds of people breaking through the air were heard as many figures landed in all directions and surrounded them. With a cold gaze, the proprietress swept a glance over the three mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain. There was a gloomy expression on Yun Fei Bai's face as he spat and raised his chin. He appeared smug as he looked at the proprietress. "Keep running. Let's see where you can run now." Without saying a word, the proprietress glared at him. Yun Fei Bai took a glance at the fog-covered Twin Spirit Island and put on a devious smile. "Do you want to seek refuge in Twin Spirit Island? Have you even investigated the temperaments of this useless couple? Do you think these cowards have the guts to accept you?" Inside Twin Spirit Island, Hua Yong sported a dark expression and snorted. Not only could they see the outside view through the mirror, but they could also hear what was happening as well. That was why he could hear Yun Fei Bai's words. A conceited Yun Fei Bai shouted, "Hua Yong, Shu Mudan, this woman wants to side with Twin Spirit Island. Do you want to open up the barrier and let her in?" No one responded from the other end of the barrier. With his palms spread, Yun Fei Bai said, "Look, they don't even dare to respond to me. Do you think that they can protect you?" "Knife," Zhou said with a frown. "We should deal with our business here first, second brother." It was too arrogant to provoke the island masters right in front of their door. Although profound Yang Mountain was stronger than Twin Spirit Island, the latter still had two Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side. If they became infuriated, they might act out in anger, which would be extremely detrimental to them now. Yun Fei Bai snorted and gazed at the proprietress. "Whore, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't want to die, be good and become my woman, otherwise, this place will be your graveyard." Geng Qing was exasperated as he really thought that Yun Fei Bai was so lascivious that he was willing to risk his life for a moment's pleasure. It wouldn't have mattered if they hadn't found out Lan Yurua's true strength. However, after the battle on this day, they realized that this woman was just as powerful as the head mountain lord. Although Yun Fei Bai was also a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he would never be able to control her. Only by killing her could they solve this problem for good. That was the reason Geng Qing was rendered speechless when he saw Yun Fei Bai still lusting after her at this point. A dog's mouth can never smell fresh. The proprietress shot a deathly glare at Yun Fei Bai. "Stop spouting nonsense and fight. There may be many people on your side, and it's true I cannot defeat you, but I can take at least one of you down with me before I die. Let's see which one of you will be so unlucky." Impudence! Yun Fei Bai stomped his foot on the ground in rage. "Third brother, fourth sister, come with me and kill this woman." His murderous intent surged as he raised his hand and summoned a huge axe almost 3 meters tall. The flash of light swirling around it suggested that it was an extraordinary artifact. Upon seeing that Yun Fei Bai had summoned this artifact, Geng Qing knew that he was determined to kill this woman. Geng Qing and Zhouya traded glances and summoned their own artifacts as well, whereupon they shot towards the proprietress. Before they even reached their opponent, their rumbling world forces shook the surrounding world. Inside Twin Spirit Island, Shu Mu Dan appeared sympathetic. All of them were in the same order, so the outcome for Lan Yurua was foreseeable since she was fighting against 3 enemies on her own. After a sigh, Shu Mu Dan looked away. She had always been a gentle person, and since her pregnancy, she had become even more sensitive, hence, she didn't have the heart to see another woman being killed. Faced with the world forces of 3 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Chef and Accountant found it difficult to even breathe, as though a mountain was pressing down on them. Even their legs were beginning to buckle under the pressure. And they were only bearing the fallout from the enemy's pressure. At the center of the 3 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters' pressure, however, the proprietress closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Chef and Accountant widened their eyes as though they were waiting for something to happen. The next moment, the proprietress opened her eyes, which appeared as fierce as lightning. A red glow suddenly swirled around her and engulfed her entire figure as though it had spirituality of its own. Some explosive sounds were heard, and when the red glow faded, the proprietress was already covered in a scarlet artifact armor, which was so tight-fitting that it perfectly outlined her alluring figure. A flash of light was seen swirling around the armor. There were 2 dragons on her shoulders with eyes that seemed completely lifelike. There was also a helmet that covered her entire head except for her soul-piercing eyes. Her arms were protected by very solid pads, and as she made a grabbing gesture, a scarlet sword appeared out of thin air as though she had pulled it out from the void. The gale stirred up waves on the lake behind her as the proprietress seemed to have turned into an armor-clad female knight, valiantly wielding the greatsword in her hands. However, unlike her usual self, the proprietress clad in this armor radiated a rich monster chi. Blood monster battle dress. Chef murmured under his breath with a pale face. Although it was called the Blood Monster Battle Dress, it had nothing to do with Blood Monster Divine Monarch from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Chef and the others had no idea where the proprietress obtained this armor, but they knew that she never used it unless she had no other choice. The fact that she had summoned this artifact armor suggested that they were facing a real life-or-death crisis. Martial Peak, Chapter 4395, Fighting 3 Enemies at Once. Although she could significantly increase her power by using the Blood Monster Battle Dress, the rich monster chi within the armor had an erosive effect. The longer the proprietress wore it, the more her consciousness would be eroded, leaving extremely difficult issues to resolve afterwards. Therefore, the proprietress would never use the blood monster battle dress unless it was absolutely necessary. Although chef and accountant were aware that she had such an artifact, they had never seen her use it before. This was the first time. The three mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain were stunned upon seeing the proprietress' transformation. As their gazes fell upon the armor and sword, they immediately realized that the blood monster battle dress was truly extraordinary. Geng Qing suddenly exclaimed, "Watch out, second brother." Yun Fei Bai's axe was already right above the proprietress' head, as he bellowed and forcefully brought down his weapon. At the same time, he surged his world force to empower the axe, making it seem like he could split apart the shadowless cave heaven with this strike. Faced with this world-shaking attack, the proprietress raised her sword with both hands as a shockwave spread around from her feet. The next moment, she ignored the limits of space and abruptly appeared before Yun Fei Bai as she clashed with the axe with her sword. Following a deafening clang, a visible halo of light spread out 1,000 kilometers in all directions, shaking space wherever it passed. Yun Fei Bai's pupils shrank as he was sent flying away like a cloth sack, his gaze filled with complete shock. He had traded moves with Lan Yu Rua in the caldera not long ago, and although she was truly powerful, he was still able to compete with her. However, at this moment, this one clash made him realize that there was a huge gap between their powers. Where does the artifact on this woman come from? Why does it contain such horrifying power? While he was still lost in his thoughts, the proprietress, whose armor seemed to burn with terrifying flames, reached him as she raised her sword and chopped down. A panicked Yun Fei Bai immediately parried the attack with his axe. A horrifying force descended upon him. Pressured by the oppressive world force, he found it difficult to breathe. Following several loud clangs, Yun Fei Bai sprayed out a mouthful of blood. It was apparent that he had been injured. A relentless proprietress raised her sword again as she appeared determined to ruthlessly kill him. Presently, she was fighting 3 against 1, and although her power had increased significantly thanks to the blood monster battle dress, she would still fall into a perilous state if she couldn't kill at least one of her opponents quickly. Feeling the aura of death descending upon him, Yun Fei Bai widened his eyes in horror. Faced with this series of attacks, he was unable to counterattack at all, and if he couldn't dodge the coming strike, even if he survived, he would be severely wounded. At the critical moment, Geng Qing and Zhou Ye came to his rescue. Since the 3 mountain lords had come here together, the other 2 certainly wouldn't let the proprietress kill Yun Fei Bai without doing anything. In fact, the moment the proprietress and Yun Fei Bai began trading moves, the other 2 mountain lords started rushing towards the battlefield. Nevertheless, due to the proprietress' incredible speed and strength, it wasn't until this moment that they caught up. Still, it was better late than never. Zhou Ye wielded her long sword and infused her world force into it, whereupon a sword screen engulfed the proprietress. At the same time, Geng Qing appeared from the side as he performed hand seals and bombarded the proprietress with different divine abilities. The 2 of them finally managed to force the proprietress back. Using this delay, Yun Fei Bai hurriedly dashed backwards and dodged the attack. As a breeze whisked across his sweat-soaked clothes, he felt cold all over. Prior to this battle, he would never have imagined that there was such a wide gap between Lan Yu Rua and him since both of them were in the 6th order. If Geng Qing and Zhou Ye hadn't come to his rescue just now, he would have been critically injured or even killed. Although he admittedly underestimated his opponent, it also went to show that the proprietress was horrifyingly powerful. This kind of humiliation made him feel completely ashamed and enraged, so he charged forward with his axe and surrounded the proprietress alongside Geng Qing and Zhou Ye, launching all sorts of divine abilities at her in a maddened rage. Meanwhile, in the parterre garden on Twin Spirit Island, Hua Yong gasped as he gazed at the battlefield through the water mirror and said in shock, "I can't believe Lan Yu Rua is so strong." Although there was a barrier around Twin Spirit Island, he could still feel terrifying energy fluctuations coming from outside. Still reeling from the shock, he thought it was fortunate that they hadn't accepted Lan Yu Rua into Twin Spirit Island. Given the power she had showcased, if she really joined them, the couple wouldn't be a match for her even if they joined forces. He believed that they had to be cautious. If Lan Yurua had some ulterior motive, the couple wouldn't be able to deal with her. Moreover, Shu Mudan was pregnant, so her combat capabilities were severely limited right now. On the other hand, the more observant Shu Mudan gave it a thought and said, she must have paid a heavy price to obtain this kind of power. It seems to me that the armor she's wearing is quite malevolent. Hua Yong pondered on it for a moment and nodded. You're right, my wife. The proprietress was able to match the 3 mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain on her own, leading to an intense battle. Yun Fei Bai and the others were horrified as they were unable to take her down even though they had joined forces. The blunt-looking sword in her hands contained a power that could make them all flustered. To their dismay, the 3 of them could only come to a draw in a fight against Lan Yurua at the moment. On the other hand, chef and accountant were in a perilous situation. The 3 mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain had brought with them dozens of mid-rank open heaven realm masters. These people wouldn't dare to interfere in the battle between the 6th Order masters as just the fallout could be deadly to them, so they turned their eyes to chef and accountant. The 2 of them ran away in embarrassment as the lights of secret techniques expanded behind them, causing them groan and grunt in pain. Fortunately, both of them were 5th Order open heaven masters, so although they were unable to deal with the dozens of enemies, they could still flee for a while. However, as time passed, the people from profound Yang Mountain formed an encirclement around chef and accountant and were slowly tightening it. It was apparent that there would come a point when the encirclement became so small that the 2 of them would be unable to flee. The proprietress repeatedly wanted to lend them a hand, but she was blocked by Yun Fei Bai and the other mountain lords. The situation seemed to be in Yun Fei Bai and the others' favor because they realized that as time passed, Lan Yurua's moves became less sharp even though the power she was able to use remained unchanged. The power of the divine abilities she cast also appeared somewhat unsteady. Looking up, they saw that there was a layer of blood mist surrounding her scarlet armor and her eyes under the helmet had become bloodshot. The monster chi made her look like a real monster. The 3 of them were astounded at first, but soon realized that there must be a downside to this artifact armor. It couldn't be used for a long time, or else there would be some hidden concerns. Understanding this, they switched tactics and stopped clashing with the proprietress head-on. Instead, they circled around and stalled for time. Judging from Lan Yurua's actions, they knew that she would become increasingly erratic as time passed, and eventually, they would be able to easily deal with her. For a battle at this level, having more power didn't necessarily mean that one could secure victory. The monster chi around the proprietress thickened as there seemed to be a layer of blood swirling around her scarlet blood monster battle dress. The eyes under the helmet were crimson as they reflected a glint of madness and brutality. Every strike she made with her sword seemed able to break the heavens and earth apart, but at the same time, she became increasingly wild and unfocused. She was unable to react when Zhouya came at her with her sword and penetrated a junction in the armor, piercing through her belly. Before Zhouya could celebrate her victory though, the proprietress turned her head and hacked at her with her greatsword. Zhouya exclaimed and retracted her sword before backing off quickly. However, she was still struck by the violent force as the vitality in her chest convulsed, almost causing her to spit blood. Seeing as the relentless proprietress chased after her, Zhouya grit her teeth and parried the incoming flurry of attacks. On the other hand, Geng Qing attempted to hold the proprietress down while Yun Fei Bai forcefully hacked his axe at her figure. Following a loud boom, the proprietress' lithe figure plunged into the lake and caused a huge splash. The spot where she fell into the water was boiling and dyed red. The fish in the lake that were attracted by the metallic tang went over to absorb the red light, but they all exploded a moment later. Following a loud splash, a red glint flashed through the lake's surface as the proprietress shot out of the water. Due to Yun Fei Bai's strike earlier, she seemed to have regained some clarity in her mind and there was a sense of struggle behind her bloodshot eyes. However, when she saw that chef and accountant were in danger, the sense of struggle disappeared and was replaced by madness again. Holding the sword in one hand, she wielded it and formed a ray of red light before charging towards Yun Fei Bai. Hong hong hong. Loud noises were continuously heard as their world forces clashed. In the garden, Hua Yong narrowed his eyes and remarked, "Lan Yu Ruo is doomed." To his side, Shu Mu Dan let out a sigh. As a fellow woman, she had to admit that Lan Yu Ruo was more powerful than she was. However, Lan Yu Ruo was on her own, so she was unable to defeat the 3 mountain lords from profound Yang Mountain. As a fellow Sixth Order Master, she was fully aware of how powerful the 3 mountain lords from profound Yang Mountain were and understood that she might not be a match for any one of them even if it was a one-on-one fight. However, Lan Yu Ruo was able to face 3 of them for such a long time even though she was on her own. In fact, given the power she had showcased, she could totally flee and those from profound Yang Mountain would be unable to stop her. The reason she stayed and fought this life-and-death battle was that she had to protect her companions. Even if she could flee, the people around her were unable to do so. Therefore, Shu Mu Dan admired the proprietress for her loyalty and righteousness. She turned to look at her husband and parted her lips, but she was unable to say anything in the end. It had been a long time since they got married, so Hua Yong was able to figure out her intentions by looking into her eyes. It was apparent that she wanted to plead with him to let Lan Yu Ruo in, but as their eyes met, he slowly shook his head. By letting Lan Yu Ruo in, they would offend those from profound Yang Mountain and invite trouble to themselves. Even if they could somehow appease those from profound Yang Mountain, the power Lan Yu Ruo had showcased this time made Hua Yong feel wary. Given her strength, she was completely capable of becoming the head island master. There was no way the couple would allow her to usurp their position. Shu Mu Dan let out a long sigh and stroked her bulging belly. There was a loving expression on her face as she hummed a nursery rhyme to distract herself. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4396, You're Finally Awake. I can't believe we'll lose our lives here. Chef and accountant were facing away from one another. Their figures were soaked in blood as they glowered at the dozens of mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who had surrounded them. There was a huge gap in the numbers of people between both sides, so there was no way those from First In had any hope of winning the battle. In fact, they were practically doomed as they were about to get killed. If it weren't for their near-feral retaliation just now, these people would have pounced on them instead of appearing wary. Since we're going to die anyway, we should probably just get it over with right away. Accountant raised his abacus with one hand. His blood streamed down his arms and dropped on the lake before dyeing it red. Upon hearing that, Chef turned to look in the proprietress' direction where he saw 4 figures flying around. Presently, the 3 mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain were locked in a fierce battle with the proprietress as they cast their divine abilities at her. After letting out a breath, Chef lifted his knife and said, "You're right. The sooner we head for the Yellow Springs the better." The reason the proprietress wasn't willing to leave was that the 2 of them were still alive, so she didn't have the heart to abandon them. If both of them lost their lives, perhaps the proprietress would flee and be able to obtain revenge for them at a later time. Given her strength, she would be able to flee even though she couldn't defeat the 3 mountain lords. They exchanged glances and laughed heartily. Since they could go to hell together, they reckoned that they wouldn't feel lonely at the very least. As their gazes parted ways, they sported resolute expressions. They pushed their small universes madly as their world forces surged and spread out. Even if they had to lose their lives in this battle, they would bring some enemies down with them. Kill 1 to break even, kill 2 to profit. Just when they were ready to make a move, a pair of hands were suddenly placed on Chef's shoulders as a voice was heard saying, "Take it easy. I don't want to die yet." A flabbergasted Chef turned his head and almost hacked the person with his knife. When he realized who spoke though, he snapped bitterly, "Little bastard, you're finally awake." The person who spoke just now was Yang Kai, who had been lying on Chef's back this whole time. Yang Kai patted his shoulders and leapt away from him before gently saying, "I've been awake the whole time." However, he was at the most critical moment of refining the world fruit just now, so he couldn't stop halfway, or else all his effort would be wasted. That was the reason he was unable to respond to them. Save the proprietress right now. Chef demanded anxiously. She's in danger. Bring her away. Accountant and I will hold up the enemy for you. She's in danger, but you two aren't in a better state. Yang Kai looked around as his gaze turned cold. Then he stepped forward with a grim expression. I'm in a terrible mood, so I don't mind killing some people to vent out my anger. Scram if you don't want to die. Chef and accountant gazed at him in shock, thinking that he hadn't fully come to his senses after a long stupor. All the mid-rank open heaven realm masters around them sported strange expressions. Seeing Yang Kai stepping closer though, one of them pointed at him with his sword and yelled, "Kill!" As soon as he spoke that word, he thrust out his sword towards Yang Kai. His world force surged as the sword shadows multiplied. However, when he realized that Yang Kai had disappeared from his line of sight, he felt his chest tightening as a sense of uneasiness rose within him. Before he was able to react, he saw a point of a spear rapidly enlarging before his eyes. The spear seemed to have turned into a great dragon as it widened its maw and pounced on him. His vision was shrouded in darkness, leaving him flustered and horrified. He hurriedly surged his world force to parry the attack, but an even more violent force penetrated his defense like it was paper. An explosive sound was heard as the spear penetrated the person's head and exploded it. His blood and flesh scattered about as his headless corpse convulsed, even as he held out his sword in front of him. Without stopping, Yang Kai disappeared from everyone's sight again as a great dragon roar shook the world. The azure dragon spear flashed in and out of everyone's vision for a moment, and when Yang Kai reappeared, he had broken through the encirclement of these open heaven realm masters. Although he appeared slow, he was actually heading towards the battlefield of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at incredible speed. Even though he was gone, his voice still lingered in the air. If the two of them lose even one more strand of hair, all of you will have to die. Chef and accountant were dumbfounded as they couldn't figure out how Yang Kai managed to break through the encirclement, but soon just thought that space principles were indeed useful as no one was able to capture Yang Kai. The next instant, though, the two of them widened their eyes and stared at the enemies around them in disbelief. A blood light expanded as a person exploded, and then the same thing happened to another person. Hong hong hong. In less than a breath, 8 mid-rank open heaven realm masters exploded into blood mist, leaving no trace behind. While the two of them were flabbergasted, the enemies around them were horrified. Just now, they could see that Yang Kai exploded one of their companions' head with his spear. However, that person was only in the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm, so it wasn't surprising that he would lose his life due to his negligence in this life-and-death battle. Nevertheless, most of the 8 mid-rank Open Heaven realm masters who had just died were in the Fifth Order. Only Yang Kai had made a move, so it was apparent who the murderer was. He had to possess a horrifying strength to be able to kill 8 mid-rank Open Heaven realm masters with ease in just a flash. Presently, no one dared to make a move on Chef and Accountant, who were still surrounded. Even though they could easily kill these two, they were wary of the threat Yang Kai had left behind. 9 of their companions had lost their lives already, so it was obvious to them that only the 4 mountain lords were able to deal with him. What's going on with that brat? A dazed Chef watched as Yang Kai rapidly dashed away. Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. Accountant was dumbstruck. As Yang Kai charged forward, his aura exploded. It was apparent to them that his aura was that of a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, as he didn't even attempt to conceal it. When did that happen? Chef fell into a dazed state. If he wasn't mistaken, Yang Kai was only in the Fifth Order when he found them 1 month ago. It had only been 1 month since he started recuperating, so how did he manage to ascend to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm? The speed at which he achieved this breakthrough was simply impossible. Besides them, Hua Yong and Shu Mudan, who had been observing the battle from their garden on Twin Spirit Island, were terrified. Hua Yong widened his eyes and asked, "Just who is he?" When he saw Yang Kai lying unconscious on Chef's back, he thought that the latter was severely wounded, so he didn't mind him. However, the slaughter just now proved that Yang Kai was in peak condition rather than being injured. Shu Mudan asked in a shaking voice, "Husband, could you do that in such a short period of time?" She was talking about whether her husband was able to kill 8 mid-rank open heaven realm masters in an instant. After giving it a thought, Hua Yong shook his head. "Impossible. Even I wouldn't be able to kill so many 5th order cultivators in such a short moment." Shu Mu Dan let out a breath. Now, it seems that he's the strongest person on Lan Yurua's side. Perhaps he's even stronger than her. A puzzled Hua Yong asked, since he had such power, why didn't he participate in the battle earlier? It wasn't until the most critical moment that he made a move. He must have his own reasons. Shu Mu Dan fell into her thoughts. Hua Yong commented, "Profound Yang Mountain will have to retreat without achieving their goal. Lan Yurua is very powerful to begin with, and now she has this person's help, so the 3 mountain lords won't be able to defeat them." Shu Mu Dan said, "If that person is really stronger than Lan Yurua, we'll need to come up with a plan, husband." Hua Yong's face twitched as he understood what she meant. Meanwhile, Yang Kai reached the battlefield of the 4 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters as he pushed out his spear towards Yun Fei Bai as he bellowed, "Old dog, die." Yun Fei Bai turned his head, and when he saw that it was Yang Kai, his eyes turned bloodshot. "Brat. It's you." The fact that Yang Kai had pierced his chest with a spear some time ago was a complete humiliation for him. It took Yun Fei Bai a whole month to recover from that wound. Now that he met his enemy again, it was expected that he was incensed. He immediately ignored Lan Yurua and hacked his axe at Yang Kai. The reason he was injured at that time was that he had underestimated his opponent, for he had never expected that someone would have the guts to harm him in profound Yang Mountain. Otherwise, in his opinion, a newly promoted 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would never be able to hurt him. Now, he finally had the chance to get his revenge. As he brought down his axe, though, his expression changed as he called out in shock, "You're a 6th Order?" Yang Kai's aura was as conspicuous as ever, so anyone who wasn't a fool would be able to detect it, and it was absolutely clear that he was in the 6th Order. "No way. He was still a newly ascended 5th Order when I met him 1 month ago. Why is he a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now?" Despite the doubt in his mind, Yun Fei Bai remained merciless with his actions as he madly infused his world force into his axe. As soon as Yang Kai's spear came into contact with the axe, Yun Fei Bai's expression changed drastically as he felt an immense force sweeping over him. The impact cracked his hands so badly that he almost lost grip of his axe. His expression turned horrified as he realized that Yang Kai was indeed a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, or else the latter couldn't have showcased this kind of strength. Looking down, he saw that his perlicue had ripped apart and blood was now streaming out of the wound. He was unable to stop his hand from trembling violently. At that moment, he was dumbstruck. When he saw Yang Kai 1 month ago, the latter was just a new 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. However, when they met again this time, he realized that the latter also looked like a new 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Even though Yang Kai was really a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he should be weaker than Yun Fei Bai, who had millennia of accumulation in his current order. It should be impossible that a newly promoted 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yang Kai had a stronger heritage. Nevertheless, the truth was that Yun Fei Bai had suffered a setback. Both Yang Kai's strength and world force were simply overwhelming. While Yun Fei Bai was lost in a dazed state, Yang Kai came at him with his spear again and bellowed, "On this day, the golden crow casts the sun, below the heavens, above the earth, only I am supreme." A series of caws were heard as a great sun suddenly rose from Yang Kai's back. Like a real sun, it was scorching hot as it cast its glow on the world below. Furthermore, there seemed to be a 3-legged exotic bird flying around this great Sunday. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4397, unable to recognize him. A horrifying aura spread out, which caused a large part of the fog around Twin Spirit Island to evaporate in an instant. Under the great sun, Yang Kai was seen wielding the spear in a heroic manner as his weapon's power dazzled the world. Gung Qing and Zhou Ye, who were attacking the proprietress, turned to look at him with trembling eyes. Divine manifestation. In the garden, Hua Yong was dumbfounded as he stared at the great sun in disbelief. How is that possible? Shu Mudan parted her lips, which were now covered with her hands. Divine manifestations were exclusive to high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. They had never heard of a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master being able to wield one. If they found out that Yang Kai had already comprehended Golden Crow casts the sun when he was still an Emperor Realm Cultivator, they would probably faint from shock. The dazzling Great Sun cast a radiant glow on Yun Fei Bai's flustered expression. Right after the divine manifestation appeared, Yang Kai's aura grew to horrifying heights. A dazzling red-gold light washed over the azure dragon spear in his hands as the pitch-black Golden Crow's true fire seemed able to burn down the entire world. As Yang Kai thrust out his spear, the world around him trembled. There was no way Yun Fei Bai would be able to dodge this attack, so at this life-and-death moment he roared and madly infused his world force into his axe, which suddenly shone brightly as it clashed with Azure Dragon's spear head-on. Since he was unable to dodge, he had no choice but to meet the enemy head-on. Only by doing so would he stand a chance to survive. Following a loud boom, shockwaves erupted as a halo of light exploded outwards. The glow of the axe dimmed greatly. After the clash, the axe's spirituality seemed to have been damaged, which went to show how terrifying the spear's power was. Azure Dragon's spear pressed forward, knocking away the axe as it continued to pierce out. Yang Kai, who was holding the spear, wore a fierce expression on his face as murderous intent surged from his form. At this moment, an inch from death, Yun Fei Bai retreated hastily in an attempt to flee, but his expression changed the next moment. That was because he realized that the space around him had become extremely viscous. It was as though he had been bound by a mysterious force, which rendered him unable to move as he pleased. Right? This bastard is a master of the Tao of space. That was the first thing that came to Yun Fei Bai's mind. Although he managed to break free from the space principle's restriction in the next moment, he had lost his only chance to escape the attack. Watching as the spear rapidly penetrated his chest, he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The pain in his chest was excruciating and there was a black flame burning through his wound. It was the second time he had been run through by this spear. The first time took place 1 month ago when his chest was pierced by Yang Kai's spear. It took him 1 month before he recovered from that wound. This time around, 3 6th-order mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain had come all the way here with their dozens of subordinates. Initially, Yun Fei Bai thought that he could get his revenge, but he hadn't expected to be wounded in exactly the same way again. This time was far more severe. Although his injury was serious previously, there wasn't a risk of him losing his life. However, there was Golden Crow's true fire burning in his wound now. Yang Kai withdrew his spear, bringing with it a lot of boiling blood. Before the blood even dropped to the lake, it evaporated because of Golden Crow's true fire. Then, Yang Kai aimed his spear at Yun Fei Bai's head as he was determined to end his life. "Don't you dare kill second brother." At the critical moment, Zhouya came at Yang Kai from behind. Her sword turned into countless sword waves. Every sword wave contained the world force of a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai furrowed his brow and leapt away. Seizing the chance, Zhouya hurled out a long piece of red cloth and draped it around the injured Yun Fei Bai before fleeing into the distance. At the same time, she exclaimed, "Third brother, run." She was truly terrified. The guy, who had remained unconscious all this time, suddenly woke up and killed 9 of their subordinates in an instant. Not only had he severely injured Yun Fei Bai, but he had also managed to showcase a divine manifestation. The power he possessed was inconceivable. If he were on his own, the 3 mountain lords could have joined forces and dealt with him. However, he also had the now maddened Lan Yu Rua on his side. There was no way the 3 of them could defeat these 2 people. Moreover, Yun Fei Bai had been critically injured, so Zhouya knew the only option was to run. On the other hand, Geng Qing felt immensely pressured as he had to battle against the proprietress on his own. There was nothing else he could do apart from defending himself. Upon hearing Zhouya's words, he directly used a feint to gain some distance before he fled from the battlefield. However, a relentless proprietress turned into a ray of light and chased after him. Initially, Yang Kai wanted to pursue Yun Fei Bai and Zhou Ye as well, but he suddenly frowned and gazed at the proprietress. The next instant he moved to intercept her. Presently, she was clad in a scarlet artifact armor. With both her hands holding the great sword, she looked quite valiant. However, her eyes were completely red, and she was engulfed in rich monster qi. Facing Yang Kai, she hacked at him with her sword without hesitation. Yang Kai raised his spear to parry the attack, and following a loud clang, he was sent flying several thousand meters away while the proprietress figure shook a little. After stabilizing her footing, she charged at him again. Her sword seemed to have turned into a storm and blasted towards Yang Kai. It was the first time Yang Kai saw her in such a state. Earlier, he could feel that there was something wrong with her, which was why he decided to stop her and let her rest first. However, it never crossed his mind that she couldn't even recognize him now. As his gaze fell upon the scarlet artifact armor, he knitted his brow, knowing that something was wrong with it as it seemed to contain horrifying monster qi that was affecting her mind. If she couldn't come to her senses in time, her mind would be completely corrupted by the monster qi. It would be too late to save her by then. It wasn't the right time for him to ask chef and accountant what had happened, nor was he in the mood to chase after Zhou Ye and the others. Left with no choice, he could only wield his azure dragon spear and ward off her attacks while exclaiming, "Proprietress! Wake up! It's me!" The proprietress ignored him as the monster qi around her thickened. Every strike she made carried immense force, and Yang Kai found it increasingly hard to deal with her. It had to be noted that Yang Kai had a 4,000-meter-long half-dragon form, so he possessed incredible physical strength. It was hard to imagine that the proprietress could use such a monstrous force despite her delicate figure. However, given the way she used her power, it must be pretty taxing for her. When Zhou Ye and the others turned their heads and saw that Yang Kai and Lan Yu Rua had gotten into an intense battle, they breathed a sigh of relief despite not knowing what had happened. They were truly worried that Yang Kai and Lan Yu Rua would pursue them. Then, Zhou Ye looked down and saw Yun Fei by spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blood coming out of his mouth was boiling hot, as though it contained a scorching heat, and she exclaimed, "How are you, second brother?" Yun Fei Bai covered the wound on his chest with his hand as a sense of resentfulness flashed through his eyes. It's Golden Crow's true fire. That brat condensed a high-rank power. As he spoke, he sprayed out another mouthful of boiling blood. Zhou Ye comforted him by saying, "Hang in there, second brother. I'm sure when we return to Profound Yang Mountain, Big Brother will have a way to help you." Yun Fei Bai nodded his head and fell silent as he pushed his power to suppress the Golden Crow's true fire in his body in order to stop the wound from worsening. The people who surrounded chef and accountant on the lake had dispersed by now. Since the three mountain lords were gone, they certainly wouldn't dare to remain. They had hurriedly followed Zhou Ye and the others back to Profound Yang Mountain. Chef and accountant didn't chase their opponents as there were only the two of them. If they pushed the enemy too far, they might fall into a perilous situation instead. Upon seeing that Yang Kai and the proprietress were locked in a fierce battle, Chef anxiously screamed, "Oh no! The proprietress has lost her rationality and is fighting against Yang Boy. What should we do?" Accountant yelled, "Don't hurt her, Yang Kai. Wake her up immediately." "I'm trying," Yang Kai replied while dodging the attacks. However, he wasn't sure how he could make the proprietress regain her senses. If this matter dragged on, she would fall into critical danger. It would be terrible if she was left with some irreversible damage. Inside the garden, Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan gazed silently at the water mirror. Through the reflection, they could see two figures engaging in an intense battle in the sky. The area around the lake was a mess. The barrier around the lake had stood for thousands of years, but it was now almost destroyed due to this one battle. After observing for a time, Hua Yong wore a helpless smile and muttered, "Is this really a battle between Sixth Order Open Heaven Masters? It looks more like a clash between those Seventh Order Masters." Shu Mu Dan added, Lan Yu seems to have been affected by the monster chi in that scarlet armor and lost her mind. It's the best chance to lend her a hand now, husband. It'll be too late if you wait any longer. After giving it a thought, Hua Yong nodded. You're right, my wife. Please come with me. Shu Mu Dan nodded gently and retracted the mirror, and then they leapt into the air together and flew out. A moment later, the fog separated and revealed the figures of Twin Spirit Island's island masters. Upon seeing them, chef and accountant appeared vigilant. Shu Mu Dan hurriedly said, Please don't be nervous. We mean no harm. Hua Yong added, We were cultivating in seclusion to comprehend a secret technique, but it never crossed our minds that such an astonishing battle had taken place outside of Twin Spirit Island. Now that Madame Lan is in danger, we have a secret technique that might be able to help her regain clarity. Please allow us to use it on her. After exchanging glances, chef and accountant immediately figured out the couple's intentions. Earlier, the proprietress brought them to Twin Spirit Island in order to seek shelter with the island masters and ward off those from profound Yang Mountain. Unfortunately, Hua Yong and his wife were not willing to interfere in this matter, so they refused to meet them. Cultivating in seclusion was just an excuse they had come up with. Now that those from profound Yang Mountain were forced to leave, and Yang Kai and the proprietress had showcased incredible strength, this couple must have been worried that those from First In would hold a grudge against them, so they hurriedly came out to offer assistance. Despite the fact that chef and accountant understood all this, they didn't point it out as the most important thing right now was to wake the proprietress up. As such, chef lowered his head without hesitation. If you're able to help my proprietress, we'll owe you a favor. Accountant added, Please lend us a hand. Hua Yong nodded in return. We'll begin right away. Then, he exchanged glances with his wife. After a nod, he fished out a flute while she sat cross-legged. As she waved her hand, a zither appeared on her knees. The pleasant music of the flute and the zither sounded and permeated the air as it whisked across the area like a pair of invisible hands. The music seemed to have a soothing effect wherever it went. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4398. Paying a visit to profound Yang Mountain. The island masters of Twin Spirit Island were experts in the Tao of music. The melody coming from the flute and zither were soft, which soothed the mind and soul of those who listened to it. Both of them were in the sixth order open heaven realm, and the music they were playing was targeted at the proprietress, so it was fairly effective. While they were locked in a pitched battle, Yang Kai could feel that the proprietress had suddenly become less violent, and there was a sense of struggle behind her bloodshot eyes. It was apparent that she was starting to regain her senses. All of a sudden, she turned her head and glowered at Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan with a gaze filled with murderous intent. The next moment, her monster chi surged as she charged towards the couple with her sword in an imposing manner. Hua Yong was stunned while Shu Mu Dan paled. They had witnessed how formidable the proprietress was, so they knew that they wouldn't be a match for her even if they joined forces. Furthermore, it wasn't appropriate for Shu Mu Dan to fight in her current condition. Therefore, after only a short moment of hesitation, Hua Yong dashed towards his wife and draped his arm around her waist before returning to Twin Spirit Island. At the same time, he yelled, Her mind is completely controlled by monster chi. We're unable to help her. After they crashed into the barrier, the fog moved and concealed the entrance. Upon seeing that, chef and accountant stomped their feet on the ground with exasperation. A relentless proprietress turned her sword into a beam of red light and slashed across the fog. In an instant, a huge gap was carved out and revealed the view inside Twin Spirit Island. Seeing that she was about to attack again, Yang Kai charged towards her and widened his arms before confining her to his embrace. Yang Kai was incredibly strong, and as he embraced the proprietress, the scarlet battle armor on her body started cracking. With her hands restricted, she let out a bestial roar and sank her teeth into his shoulder. Feeling that a piece of his flesh on the shoulder had been ripped off, Yang Kai groaned. As he endured the excruciating pain, he yelled, "Proprietress, forgive me." Then, he bent his head backwards before forcefully smashing it into her forehead, delivering a vicious headbutt. Following a loud thud, the proprietress almost fell unconscious. Hong hong hong. After 3 more headbutts, Yang Kai started seeing stars as well, but he could feel that the woman in his embrace had calmed down a little. Without hesitation, he took off her helmet and threw it away. Then, he pressed his forehead against hers and pushed his divine sense, transferring his soul-warming lotus to her. He wasn't certain whether the soul-warming lotus could help the proprietress at this point, however, since she couldn't even recognize him as she beat him up, it was obvious that her mind had been heavily affected by the monster chi. The soul-warming lotus had an incredibly soothing effect, so it might help restore her mental clarity. It was the first time Yang Kai showed the soul-warming lotus in public since he obtained it. This kind of supreme treasure could not be exposed easily, or else it would attract some unnecessary attention. However, since the proprietress was in danger, he had no choice but to do it. Yang Kai could feel the proprietress shuddering as the soul-warming lotus entered her body. Following that, the redness in her eyes receded like a tide as her gaze became clear again. An elated Yang Kai to know that the soul-warming lotus had started taking effect. A moment later, the proprietress darted her gaze around as her vision focused. She seemed a little lost while staring at the man. Yang Kai placated her by saying, "You're fine now." The proprietress batted her eyes, but upon realizing something, she started struggling. "Let go of me." An uncertain Yang Kai asked, "Are you sure you're awake?" The woman glowered at him, then he let her go. Following that, she shook her figure a little, whereupon the scarlet artifact armor on her body turned into a layer of blood mist and disappeared into thin air. The sword she had been holding in her hands was also gone all of a sudden. However, at this moment, the proprietress seemed to be in a terrible state. Her aura was unstable, and her entire figure was crimson as a metallic tang exuded from her body. Apparently, the side effects of activating the blood monster battle dress were quite intense. The redness in her skin was caused by the burning of her own blood essence. Chef and accountant rushed over before looking worriedly at her. "Proprietress." "I'm fine," she shook her head. Still anxious, they stared fixedly at her. The proprietress saw this and burst into laughter. "I'm really fine. I just need some time to recuperate." It was only then that Chef and accountant breathed a sigh of relief. The fog around Twin Spirit Island separated as Hua Yong stepped out of it again. However, this time, Shu Mu Dan wasn't by his side this time. He was still reeling from shock. Earlier, he and his wife were unable to suppress Lan Yurua's monster chi even though they had joined forces. Instead of calming her down, they had only drawn her aggression towards them. Left with no other choice, they could only retreat to Twin Spirit Island. He couldn't figure out what this strange young man had done that could allow Lan Yurua to return to her senses in such a short time. However, it wasn't the right time to inquire about this issue. Since his expression of goodwill didn't yield any results earlier, he naturally wanted to make up for it this time around. Therefore, upon his appearance, he immediately said in embarrassment, "Congratulations, Madame Lan, for overcoming this crisis. My wife and I are truly sorry that we were unable to help you in any way as we were too weak." The proprietress shot him a dispassionate glance. She was vexed at the fact that Hua Yong didn't even bother to meet her despite the fact that she had brought Chef, accountant, and Yang Kai to side with Twin Spirit Island. Nevertheless, if she were in his shoes, she might have done the same. So, she knew that he had done nothing wrong. After all, they were neither friends nor relatives to begin with. They only had one discussion during her previous visit, hence, it was understandable that he wasn't willing to invite trouble to himself. Although her mind was a mess earlier, she could still faintly remember what was going on. Certainly, she was aware that Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan attempted to help her with their music. After a nod, she said faintly, "I appreciate your thoughts, Island Master Hua." Yang Kai gazed at Hua Yong and asked, "Island Master Hua, my proprietress desperately needs a place to recuperate. Will you please open your doors for us?" Hua Yong replied, "If you're okay with it, you can recuperate on my Twin Spirit Island." Faced with this sixth-order open heaven realm young man who was able to use a divine manifestation, he didn't dare to be negligent. Yun Fei Bai was severely wounded by this young man while Geng Qing and Zhou Ye were forced to retreat. In the entire shadowless cave heaven, perhaps only the head mountain lord of profound Yang Mountain was a match for him. Hua Yong already had the intention to express his goodwill, so he naturally wouldn't turn him down at this point. Good. Yang Kai nodded his head and turned to look at the proprietress. With a pale face, she coughed but didn't reject the idea. She indeed needed a quiet place to recover. In the entire shadowless cave heaven, all other places were unsafe except for the headquarters of the three great forces. After all, she wouldn't want to be affected by the astral wind while she was trying to heal herself. The fog moved again and revealed a passageway. Hua Yong warmly led the way while Yang Kai and the others followed the proprietress, stepping into Twin Spirit Island. Shu Mudan, whose belly was bulging, came over and greeted them in an elegant manner. The proprietress' injuries needed immediate treatment. Even though the soul-warming lotus had soothed her mind and dispelled the monster chi for her, her condition would exacerbate if she didn't start healing herself soon. Therefore, after only the briefest of small talk, Hua Yong immediately arranged a secret room for her to recuperate in seclusion. Outside the secret room, Yang Kai said, "Please take good care of proprietress." A stunned chef asked, "Where are you going?" Yang Kai grinned, "To pay a visit to profound Yang Mountain." Chef exclaimed, "You want to head to profound Yang Mountain?" Accountant was shocked as well. To the side, Hua Yong dissuaded him by saying, "Please don't be impetuous, little brother. Profound Yang Mountain is the most powerful great force in the shadowless cave heaven, and they have many strong masters on their side. Although you're formidable, you won't be able to deal with so many people on your own. Besides the fact that Geng Qing and Zhou Ye are in the sixth-order open heaven realm, the head mountain lord Maozhe is just one step away from the seventh order. He is the strongest person in the shadowless cave heaven." Yang Kai arched his brow. "He's the most powerful here? I should meet him, then." Chef worriedly tried to change his mind. "Young boy, why don't you wait for the proprietress to recover? You can't go there on your own. If anything happens to you, how are we supposed to explain ourselves to her?" Yang Kai patted his shoulder. "Don't worry. Although the people from profound Yang Mountain are strong, they can't possibly harm me. I'll be back soon." The young man's arrogance stunned Hua Yong. Even though Yang Kai had indeed showcased incredible might in the battle just now, profound Yang Mountain was deeply rooted in this place and wasn't easy to infringe upon. If he wasn't careful enough, he would lose his life there. However, since they were not friends or relatives, Hua Yong reckoned that he wasn't in any place to keep dissuading him. Yang Kai turned to look at him. "Do you have some wine, Island Master Hua?" Hua Yong became startled for a moment before fishing out a gourd from his space ring. "This wine took me over 300 years to brew." "Is it strong enough?" Yang Kai asked. A proud Hua Yong replied, "It's definitely strong enough." With a smile, Yang Kai carried the wine gourd in one arm and said, "That's great. See you soon." After finishing his words, he shot into the sky. Chef said anxiously, "Be careful." As Hua Yong watched him leave, he slowly shook his head. "Little brother Yang is pretty feisty." He sighed, then turned to gaze at chef and accountant. "If you need anything, just inform my subordinates, and they'll handle it for you. My wife and I will stop bothering you." "Many thanks." Chef and accountant cupped their fists at him. Up in the air, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he moved towards profound Yang Mountain at full speed, space principles swirling around him. In order to deal with those from profound Yang Mountain, the proprietress had paid a hefty price. If it weren't for Yang Kai having the soul-warming lotus with him, she would have lost her mind to madness. Certainly, he wouldn't let those from profound Yang Mountain off so easily. If it weren't because the proprietress needed help, he would have chased after them instead of waiting until now. With that said, it wasn't too late to pursue them. He was a master of the Tao of space, so none were comparable to him when it came to the speed of fleeing or pursuing enemies. On top of that, Yun Fei Bai was severely wounded, so although Geng Qing and Zhou Ye were not injured, having to drag the former with them would slow them down significantly. Yang Kai was confident he could intercept them before they returned to profound Yang Mountain. Martial Peak, Chapter 4399. He's really coming after us. 3 figures were seen rapidly flying through the air. They were the 3 mountain lords who were in a rush to return to profound Yang Mountain. Geng Qing and Zhou Ye supported Yun Fei Bai's weight on either side as they moved at the speed of lightning. Yun Fei Bai still coughed up boiling blood from time to time, and there was also a black flame burning around the wound in his chest. Although he was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he could only suppress the flame to stop his wound from worsening. He was unable to disperse it. Golden Crow's true fire was a high-rank fire element power that could burn all of creation. Unless Yun Fei Bai had an element power in the same order that could restrict the flames, he would be unable to resolve it in a short period of time. Therefore, he had to return to profound Yang Mountain and seek the head mountain lord's help. Or he could spend a painfully long time recuperating in seclusion to resolve the crisis. While he looked very battered, his eyes were filled with resentment. His chest was injured twice. 1 month ago, he had underestimated the young man, who successfully launched a sneak attack on him. However, this time, he was wounded in a frontal clash with him. He could not figure out how the young man could go from the 5th Order to the 6th Order in just 1 month. Did he conceal his cultivation previously? Or did he really achieve an ascension after 1 month? He had a feeling it was the former. The young man must have a method to conceal his cultivation, which made Yun Fei Bai misjudge his true strength, resulting in the series of setbacks he had suffered. Yun Fei Bai was completely vexed, thinking that he had to be more careful when dealing with that strange young man in the future, as he was pretty cunning. As his emotions fluctuated, his wounds became irritated and he sprayed out a mouthful of boiling blood. "How are you, second brother?" Zhou Ye asked with concern. Yun Fei Bai shook his head. "It won't kill me." Geng Qing let out a sigh. Many of the top cultivators from profound Yang Mountain had taken part in this siege. Initially, they thought that they could easily defeat Lan Yurua and her small group, but not only did they become battered, but they had also lost quite a number of subordinates. With that said, their siege this time wasn't totally unfruitful. At the very least, they had found out Lan Yurua's true strength as well as that of the mysterious young man. As a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, that young man was able to use a divine manifestation, which was simply inconceivable. They reckoned that they had to report this discovery to the head mountain lord so that he could be prepared. One of the reasons profound Yang Mountain had become the most powerful great force in the shadowless cave heaven was that they had the highest number of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Secondly, the head mountain lord was truly mighty, as he was just 1 step away from the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. If it weren't because resources in the shadowless cave heaven were scarce, he would have broken through already. However, now, there came a young man who was able to use a divine manifestation in the shadowless cave heaven. He was probably just as powerful as the head mountain lord. Faced with such a foe, they had to put their guard up. While pondering on these issues, Zhou Ye suddenly took a glance behind her with concern. "Will he come after us?" Geng Qing replied, "I don't think so. Lan Yurua must have used an artifact that comes with extreme drawbacks, so she should be in a terrible state. That guy will have to deal with her instead of coming after us. Moreover, we're not pushovers." The reason they had fled was that Yun Fei Bai was injured, so they had to bring him back to heal. Their wariness of Yang Kai and Lan Yurua came second. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard someone bellowing from behind, "Yun Fei Bai, where do you think you're going?" Zhou Ye's expression changed as she turned her head, only to see a ray of light rapidly approaching them from the horizon. The ray of light kept flickering, and with every flicker, the distance between them shortened significantly. It wouldn't take long before the ray of light caught up with them, so she exclaimed, "He's really coming after us." Geng Qing bellowed, "That brat is going too far." Profound Yang Mountain had been around in the shadowless cave heaven for over 10,000 years, and they were undoubtedly the most powerful great force here. All of the mountain lords were famous and formidable. There had never been a time when they were chased down like they were beat dogs. He turned his head and ordered, "Stop him." The dozens of mid-rank open heaven realm masters, who had been following the three mountain lords, sported bitter expressions upon hearing that. Earlier, Yang Kai easily killed 9 of their companions and even injured the second mountain lord, so how were they supposed to oppose him? However, they wouldn't dare to disobey Geng Qing's order, so they forced themselves to stop and took up a formation to await their enemy's arrival. On the other hand, Geng Qing and the others kept flying towards profound Yang Mountain at full speed. Yang Kai's figure kept flickering as he watched Geng Qing and the others flee. Popping off the lid of the wine gourd, he lifted it to his mouth and downed a large swig. After he was done with the wine, he threw the gourd away, shattering it on the ground below. While feeling tipsy, Yang Kai raised his spear as his murderous intent surged. Slowly moving forward, he shook his head and declared, "I'll only say this once. Scram if you don't want to die. I won't spare anyone who dares to get in my way." Yang Kai became increasingly overbearing as he flew forward, his aura erupting as it covered the sky and caused the clouds to welter. The dozens of mid-rank open heaven realm masters were horrified as many of them subconsciously took a few steps back. As they recalled the sight of their 9 companions being killed, they started shuddering. Just then, a thin and tall man yelled, "What's there to be afraid of? He's on his own while we have so many people on our side. As long as we make a move together, there's no way he..." Before he could finish his words, he gasped as Yang Kai, who was supposed to be kilometers away, abruptly appeared in front of him, their faces almost touching. Yang Kai belched and puffed out a breath filled with alcohol at him. The person was a 5th-order open heaven realm master, so he was pretty agile. He immediately leapt backwards in an attempt to widen the gap between Yang Kai and him. However, the next moment, his expression was transformed by fear as he realized that regardless of how much he moved backwards, Yang Kai remained standing right in front of him. The view around him never changed one bit, as though the space around him had been extended infinitely. Near distant horizon. Following Yang Kai's sharp rise in cultivation, the power of the secret techniques he could use had improved proportionally. He was already able to injure the 6th-order Yunfei Bai when he was still in the 5th order. Since he was now a 6th-order open heaven realm master, there was no way a 5th-order master like this man could escape from him. This tall man was apparently a resolute person, so upon realizing that he was unable to flee, he roared and surged his world force before sending out a divine ability at Yang Kai. His companions around him also made a move at the same time. At that instant, the lights of divine abilities erupted as they flew at Yang Kai. "Water reflects the moon," Yang Kai shouted as a full moon rose behind him. The moon cast a glow on all of them and sent chills down their spines. Their divine abilities seemed to have been frozen as they moved forward like snails. The tall man and the others were soon covered in a layer of frost, causing them to shiver like quails in the winter. Additionally, shields with dragon patterns on them started appearing around Yang Kai. A dragon pressure could be felt coming from these thick shields, and every dragon had its head connected with its tail. Dragon shields. Upon activating these 2 secret techniques, Yang Kai thrust out his spear in rapid succession. Wherever the spear shadows passed, time seemed to freeze. When Yang Kai retracted his spear, the tall man and the others were rendered immovable on their spots. It wasn't until this moment that their divine abilities crashed into the dragon shields around Yang Kai and caused them to flicker. In the end, they couldn't harm him one bit. "The louder you shout, the quicker you die." Yang Kai swept his spear across the air, and then the people standing in front of him exploded into a blood mist, leaving no trace behind. Holding the spear with one hand, he swept a cold glance over the survivors in an imposing manner and asked, "Who else would like to make a move?" All of them fell silent as they stared dazedly at Yang Kai. Gulps were clearly audible, and all of their eyes were filled with terror. Although Yang Kai had previously killed 9 of their companions just outside Twin Spirit Island, they were still astounded upon seeing the same thing now. They knew that they might be able to stop this young man from going further if they joined forces. After all, he was only one man regardless of how powerful he was. On the other hand, they had many people on their side who could fight. Nevertheless, given the power Yang Kai had showcased, it wasn't hard for him to kill 10 or 20 of them. No one was willing to be the unlucky one. After what had happened to the tall man, none of them dared to say a word. "If no one is making a move, I'm leaving." Yang Kai snorted and walked off. His chest felt like it was burning due to the alcohol as his murderous intent was rampaging. All of them looked despicable to him, and he had the urge to kill them with his spear. However, since these people were not willing to make a move, Yang Kai didn't have a reason to flare up. Furthermore, his destination wasn't this place. The people separated to the sides as Yang Kai safely passed through the crowd. It wasn't until Yang Kai flew off that they breathed a sigh of relief, as though they had just escaped from death's door. One of them exclaimed, "High-rank powers." All the powers that guy showed were high-rank. They couldn't detect anything before Yang Kai made a move, but once he did, they realized that both Yang Kai's water reflects the moon and dragon shield secret techniques were derived from high-rank powers, to say nothing of the fact that he had previously showcased Golden Crow casts the sun, which was a divine manifestation exclusive to high-rank open heaven realm masters. "It's no wonder that he's so powerful," someone remarked. Since all the element powers he refined were high rank, it explained why he was so formidable. "What should we do now?" a woman asked, looking lost. Gang Qing told them to stop Yang Kai, but other than the tall man and the others from his group, the rest of them had never made a move. They couldn't explain themselves when they returned, so it was expected that they would be punished. However, if they never returned, there was nowhere else they could settle in the shadowless cave heaven. Faced with such a dilemma, they weren't sure what to do. After a brief discussion, they decided to go back to profound Yang Mountain first and accept punishment. It was still better than wandering around the shadowless cave heaven. Gang Qing and Zhou Ye, while supporting Yun Fei Bai's weight, kept looking back. Upon realizing that Yang Kai was nowhere in sight, they set their minds at ease, thinking that he had been intercepted. In the end, it seemed their subordinates were not really useless. Martial Peak, Chapter 4400, Killing a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master. One day later, profound Yang Mountain came into their sight from a distance. Zhou Ye breathed a sigh of relief as she patted Yun Fei Bai's back and gently said, "Hang in there, second brother. We'll reach home soon." Yun Fei Bai nodded his head, his face still as pale as a white sheet. He had been trying to stop his wound from worsening while returning to the sect. However, Golden Crow's true fire was indeed incredible. The dark flame that was burning in his chest made him feel unbearable pain. All of a sudden, Gang Qing looked forward and sported a doubtful expression. "Who is that?" There was a figure standing like a dead tree on a mountain peak in front of them as he gazed silently at them. As their eyes met, the figure curled his lips into a scornful smile and pointed his spear towards them before yelling, "You're too slow. Do you know how long I've been waiting here?" The color drained from Zhou Ye's face. "It's him." Gang Qing was stunned. "Why is he here? How dare he get in front of us?" They had been moving at full speed, and even though Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space, he shouldn't have been ahead of them. Moreover, they had ordered several dozen subordinates to stop him. Had he broken through the defense of several dozen people on his own? Furthermore, this place was very near profound Yang Mountain. Once they got into a fight here, the head mountain lord would be able to lend them a hand within moments. When the four great mountain lords joined forces, no one in the shadowless cave heaven was a match for them. Therefore, how could Yang Kai have the guts to intercept them here? While Gang Qing was still lost in his thoughts, he saw Yang Kai coming at them with his spear as the latter bellowed, "Yun Fei Bai, suffer death." They were unable to describe how amazing the attack was, as it ignored the obstacles of space and seemed to shatter the world around it. Although it was an attack that was aimed at Yun Fei Bai, Zhou Ye and Gang Qing felt as though they had been targeted as well. The three mountain lords were dumbstruck. Zhou Ya immediately wielded her sword while Geng Qing used his most powerful divine abilities. Ignoring his own injury, Yun Fei Bai roared and summoned a scroll, on which the characters started moving and turned into beams of sword qi before they shot out. Hong hong hong. Explosive sounds were heard as halos of light filled the sky. The three mountain lords were forced backwards as their eyes trembled. "How is that possible?" Zhou Ya exclaimed. Although the three of them had joined forces, they were almost unable to parry the young man's strike. All of them were in the sixth order open heaven realm, so how was it possible that this young man was so much stronger than them? When the young man suddenly awakened and lashed out outside of Twin Spirit Island some time ago, she didn't directly confront him as she simply launched a long-range attack before dragging Yun Fei Bai away, so she hadn't been able to properly gauge his strength. It wasn't until they traded moves now that she realized how horrifying Yang Kai was. His world force was clearly far denser and more vigorous than hers. After the attack, Yang Kai didn't stop as he unleashed his supreme limitless spear art to the extreme. Like a waterfall, the spear shadows rained down and engulfed the three mountain lords, each shadow containing a terrifying world force within it. Certainly, Yun Fei Bai and the others wouldn't dare to be negligent as they were extremely on edge already. Although they had tried their best, they still found it difficult to parry the bombardment of attacks. Every strike was as violent as lightning, and the rich dragon pressure that filled the air around them was disrupting their focus. Previously, the Azure Dragon Spear was just a sharp weapon in Yang Kai's hands. However, since his ascension to the open heaven realm, he was able to bring out its true power. During his breakthrough, Yang Kai merged his small sealed world with his small universe. His small sealed world had a rich heritage to begin with, and he had further enhanced it with remnants of the blood monster cave heaven. As such, he managed to greatly enhance the background of his small universe, allowing him to fight against seasoned open heaven realm masters from the outset. However, without the Azure Dragon Spear, he couldn't possibly battle against three powerful masters on his own. After all, their thousands of years of accumulation were not just for show. The reason the proprietress was able to achieve that was that she had made use of the blood monster battle dress. In a battle between open heaven realm masters, the heritages of their small universes mattered the most. The barrage of attacks dazzled Yang Kai's opponents. Zhou Ya and Geng Qing were in a better state as they were still relatively uninjured. On the other hand, Yun Fei Bai was in a horrible state. He had been burned by Golden Crow's true fire to begin with, which caused his strength to plunge significantly, and presently, half of Yang Kai's attacks were targeted at him. If Geng Qing and Zhou Ya hadn't gone all out to protect him, he would have been killed by Yang Kai already. Despite that, he was still in a perilous situation. The young man kept targeting him as though he was determined to end his life, which caused him to groan in pain. After barely more than 10 breaths of intense battle, the mountains around them had been completely destroyed. The air was filled with dust and debris, and the world itself seemed to have turned pale. The black Golden Crow's true fire burning on the tip of Azure Dragon's spear made the three mountain lords extremely wary. After what had happened to Yun Fei Bai, Geng Qing and Zhou Ya wouldn't dare to come into contact with Golden Crow's true fire, so their movements were rather restricted. The space around them seemed to have become viscous as well. It was apparent that the young man had used a space secret technique while attacking them. "Who dares fight outside Profound Yang Mountain?" A stern voice was suddenly heard coming from Profound Yang Mountain, then a gigantic figure that seemed able to cover the entire sky rose from the central peak. With a pair of grim-looking eyes, he stared at the people in battle. Yun Fei Bai, who was warding off Yang Kai's attacks with difficulty, yelled pitifully, "Big brother, save me." The giant eyes narrowed, and when the person realized what was going on, his expression turned furious as he bellowed, "How impudent boy!" After he finished speaking, the figure shrunk before a ray of light shot out of Profound Yang Mountain. It was apparent that the head mountain lord, Mao Zhe, was trying to come to their rescue upon realizing what was happening. Geng Qing and Zhou Ya were elated. The three of them were unable to fend off Yang Kai's attacks. However, things would be different if Mao Zhe joined them. After all, they were fully aware of how powerful their big brother was. With the spear in his hand, Yang Kai took a glance in the direction of profound Yang Mountain and snorted, then he swept his weapon across the air to force back Geng Qing and the others. Following that, his figure flickered and he appeared right in front of Yun Fei Bai, who was still spitting blood. A flustered Yun Fei Bai immediately tried to retreat. Yang Kai stared coldly at him and silently used near-distant horizon. At that instant, the space around them extended infinitely. Even time seemed to have stopped flowing as people's thoughts became jumbled. Yun Fei Bai was horrified to learn that he was unable to widen the gap with Yang Kai regardless of how hard he tried. He could only watch as Yang Kai came at him with his spear. Faced with this spear thrust, he felt the aura of death engulfing him. He roared as the scroll in his grip shone brightly and all the sword chi it could unleash condensed together and clashed with the azure dragon spear. Since Geng Qing and Zhou Ye were assisting their second brother from the side, they were also affected by the disturbance of near-distant horizon and time principles. Although they were able to break through it after just a moment, what came into their sight was the life and death clash between Yang Kai and Yun Fei Bai. "Boy, you dare!" The head mountain lord was heard roaring from a distance. An unfazed Yang Kai infused more power into his azure dragon spear and a deafening dragon roar reverberated across the sky, causing the condensed sword chi to shatter. Following a whoosh, the sound of flesh being pierced rang out. Geng Qing and Zhou Ye became rooted to the spots as they looked dazedly forward. Head mountain lord Mao Zhe landed in front of them with a livid expression. Just 3,000 meters in front of them, Yang Kai was holding a spear with one hand as he remained in an aggressive posture. In front of him, Yun Fei Bai widened his eyes with fury as he froze in place. He was unable to move because the spear had pierced through his forehead and stuck out from the back of his head. The robust defense of a sixth-order open heaven realm master became as thin as paper when confronted with the azure dragon spear. The black golden crow's true fire was still burning on the tip of the spear and like a million snakes, expanded from Yun Fei Bai's forehead to the rest of his body. Time seemed to have stopped flowing at that moment. Yun Fei Bai's eyes darted around erratically. Although he was lethally injured, he didn't immediately lose his life, which went to show how potent the vitality of a sixth-order open heaven realm master was. However, his face kept twitching due to the excruciating pain. In front of him, Yang Kai's clothes were all ragged. There were countless wounds on his body that crisscrossed one another. Every wound was left with very pure sword chi, and the largest wound showed that he was almost cut in two through his chest. His entire figure was dyed gold due to his golden blood. The final desperate attack of a sixth-order open heaven realm master was no joke. If it weren't because Yang Kai had a sturdy defense as a half-dragon, he would have been cut into countless pieces. As Mao Zhe watched the sight silently, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Junior brother, if you have any demands, just name them. This monarch won't turn you down as long as he can fulfill it." He called Yang Kai boy before he arrived at this place, but upon seeing that Yun Fei Bai's life was in his hands, he politely called him junior brother. Yang Kai turned his head and flashed a smile at him. "Can I really make any demand?" Mao Zhe replied dispassionately, "As long as it doesn't cross the line, anything is acceptable." "What if I want you to trade his life for yours? Can you do that?" A hint of fury flashed across Mao Zhe's eyes. "You're funny, junior brother. Please think it through. The person you're trying to kill is the second mountain lord of profound Yang Mountain. If you kill him, you will be our enemy, and all of us will never let you off. However, if you release him, you'll be our most honored guest." "Are you trying to threaten me?" Yang Kai arched his brow. Mao Zhe impassively replied, "I'm just speaking the truth. Why do you keep spouting nonsense? My only goal here is to kill." Yang Kai suddenly roared and gripped his spear, surging his world force into it. Yun Fei Bai widened his eyes, and before he could react, his head exploded. The headless corpse convulsed as blood spurted out from his neck before collapsing to the ground. Geng Qing and Zhou Ye were stunned. Their second brother was killed right in front of them. Although Mao Zhe had come to their aid, Yun Fei Bai's head still exploded and he died a horrible death. It had been thousands of years since they met, and it never crossed their minds that they would part ways for good on this day. At that instant, they still couldn't believe what had just happened. This place was just several hundred kilometers away from profound Yang Mountain. They were practically home. All of a sudden, they started to suspect that Yang Kai had deliberately decided to intercept them here, otherwise, he could have chosen another, more convenient location. The only reason he would do this, though, was to lure the head mountain lord out of profound Yang Mountain. As they turned their heads, they saw Mao Zhi sporting a livid expression. His narrowed eyes gleamed with a dangerous glow as he ordered coldly, "Kill!" Martial Peak, Chapter 4401, Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. Certainly, Mao Zhi couldn't tolerate the fact that the second mountain lord was killed right in front of him just outside of profound Yang Mountain. If he put up with this, he would lose all face. Therefore, right after Yun Fei Bai was killed, Mao Zhi immediately attacked Yang Kai. Zhou Ye and Geng Qin came to their senses, and as their eyes turned bloodshot, they clenched their teeth and charged towards their enemy from both sides. Yang Kai guffawed, "Good. Let's fight." Without backing down, he lifted his spear and dashed towards the three of them. In an instant, a series of clanging sounds were heard as they fell into a fierce melee. All of them were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, and as their world forces collided, the entire shadowless cave heaven fell into turmoil. People from profound Yang Mountain looked in the direction of the battle with horrified expressions. As the four figures flew around in the air, the lights of their divine abilities blossomed. It was as though both parties were determined to completely destroy the other. However, Yang Kai seemed to be on the losing side. Previously, the reason he was able to fight against three people on his own was that Yun Fei Bai and the others were restricted in their movements. Yun Fei Bai was severely wounded to begin with, and in order to protect him, Zhou Ye and Geng Qin were not able to fully use their powers. Nevertheless, things were different now. Without Yun Fei Bai burdening them, Zhou Ye and Geng Qin had no more constraints and were able to fully utilize their powers. Furthermore, the head mountain lord was significantly stronger than the wounded Yun Fei Bai. As soon as they traded moves, Yang Kai could feel that even though he had merged his small sealed world with his small universe, the richness of his world force was still not comparable to that of the head mountain lord. He indeed lived up to the expectations of a person who was just one step away from the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. However, Yang Kai had no intention of retreating. As a master of the Tao of space, his mobility was vastly superior to others in the same realm. At that moment, the three mountain lords didn't have a way to lock down Yang Kai, so although they could hurt him from time to time, it didn't matter to him given his physical strength and restorative power. The head mountain lord bellowed, "Stop jumping around like a monkey. How disgraceful." Yang Kai ignored him as he swept, stabbed, and slashed with his azure dragon spear. Spear shadows fell on them like rain, and every attack carried a horrifying force. Geng Qin and Zhou Ye were terrified as they didn't dare to directly meet these attacks. After half a day of intense battle, Mao Zhi suddenly furrowed his brow. That was because he realized that as time passed, the young man's strength was steadily increasing. Compared to half a day ago, this young man was significantly stronger. Initially, this young man could only jump around to dodge their attacks, but now he was able to counterattack while defending himself. This kind of tendency became increasingly conspicuous. Mao Zhi couldn't figure out what was going on. In fact, the reason Yang Kai managed to make it to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm was that he had consumed a world fruit. However, be it the Fifth Order or the Sixth Order, he had only just broken through, so he didn't have enough time to solidify his cultivation. He entered the shadowless cave heaven right after he ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, and while the battles with Ma Tianyuan and Yun Fei Bai had slightly stabilized his cultivation, it wasn't complete. Then he cultivated in seclusion to refine a world fruit and ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. He hadn't even solidified his Fifth Order cultivation when he rose to the Sixth Order, so his cultivation was pretty unstable. Nevertheless, the intense battle Yang Kai was presently engaged in was perfect for strengthening his foundation and consolidating his cultivation. This kind of fight was much more effective than simply cultivating in seclusion. It could be said that as time passed, the power he was able to showcase would intensify until he reached his current limit. That was the reason Mao Zhe had this strange feeling. The four figures darted around. One moment they were in the sky, and the next moment they were on the ground, then the same process repeated. Wherever they went, the ground cracked and the sky trembled as their world forces continuously clashed with one another. Zhou Yu's eyes trembled as the figure who was flickering around the three of them shocked her. All of them were in the sixth order open heaven realm, but why was this young man so ridiculously strong? She initially thought that since the head mountain lord had joined them, there was no way this young man could resist. To her surprise, it turned out to be a difficult battle. There were probably over 100 wounds on the young man's figure, and some of his bones must have cracked. Nevertheless, instead of growing weaker, he only became stronger with each passing breath. She also realized that it was getting harder for her to parry his attacks. All of a sudden, Mao Zhe narrowed his eyes and bellowed, "Are you using us in this battle to adapt to your new strength?" After a long fight, he finally figured out that the young man must have just ascended to the sixth order open heaven realm, so he wasn't familiar with his own power yet. That was the reason the young man became stronger as the battle dragged on. Upon that realization, he roared in indignation, "Brat, how dare you!" He was just one step away from the seventh order open heaven realm, so he was practically unmatched in the sixth order open heaven realm. If it weren't because the young man was proficient in the Tao of space, Mao Zhe was confident he could easily defeat him in a one-on-one fight. However, it was never easy dealing with a master of the Tao of space, as it was simply impossible to corner one. This was what made the young man before him so arrogant. After realizing the young man's intention, it was expected that Mao Zhe was infuriated. Yang Kai grinned at him and said, "You're touted to be the strongest cultivator in the shadowless cave heaven, but this is all you've got?" After he finished speaking, he retracted all the spear shadows and fell silent with a solemn expression. Then he yelled, "Golden Crow casts the sun." Following that, a bird was heard cawing while a great sun rose from his back. Gang Qing's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Watch out, big brother. This brat possesses a divine manifestation." "What?" An astounded Mao Zhe looked up, and when he saw the magnificent great sun, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. It was indeed a divine manifestation. A sixth order open heaven realm master was able to cast a divine manifestation. Mao Zhe couldn't believe what he was seeing. While Mao Zhe fell into a dazed state, Yang Kai had integrated himself with the great sun and charged towards the head mountain lord. Mao Zhe immediately retreated. Although he was very close to the seventh order open heaven realm, he wouldn't dare to directly meet a divine manifestation. After all, this was something only high-rank open heaven realm masters were able to use. However, his efforts were futile. He was instantly engulfed in space principles as near-distant horizon infinitely extended the space around him. Water reflects the moon. Yang Kai roared. A full moon appeared out of thin air as it cast its icy glow across the land, causing a chill to shoot up everyone's spine. The sun and the moon appearing together was a miraculous sight. The three mountain lords stared dazedly at the sky where the dazzling great sun and the ice-cold moon rose and set in a seemingly endless cycle. The immense power coming from the swirling cycle seemed to engulf the entire universe. Everything in this world seemed to have been covered by this euro formed from the sun and the moon. As the cycle spun, those present at the scene felt as though they were traveling across time. Coupled with the space principles that Yang Kai continuously surged, it formed into an extremely profound space-time warping effect. It was an entirely new power that Yang Kai had yet to use. A force that could destroy the heavens and shatter the earth came over the three mountain lords, and they immediately surged their world forces to try to defend themselves. Following a deafening boom, a huge halo of light erupted. It was as though the entire world had shattered at that instant. The energies of the spinning sun and the moon exploded and sent shockwaves out across the entire shadowless cave heaven. The forces of scorching heat and bone-piercing cold clashed and formed into an immense destructive power. Everything at the center of the explosion was seemingly wiped from existence. A moment later, a figure, whose clothes were ragged, shot out of the light with a horrified expression. He was none other than the head mountain lord of profound Yang Mountain. As expected of a man just one step away from the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, he was still able to escape alive despite facing such an attack. Nevertheless, his pale face and the blood at the corner of his lips clearly indicated that he was wounded. Presently, he was holding Geng Qing in one hand and Zhouya in the other. Compared to him, Geng Qing and Zhouya were more severely wounded and had passed out. Moreover, their bodies looked like they were being corroded by a strange power that continuously ate away at their vitality. This odd strength was profound and unpredictable, alternating between hot and cold, turning their skin from red to blue randomly. The condition they were in was extremely strange. Still reeling from shock, Mao Zhe took a look in Yang Kai's direction, only to see that the young man had fallen into a dazed state. With the spear in his hand still outstretched, Yang Kai seemed to be lost in his own thoughts while a mysterious light that contained some profound secret swirled around him. Mao Zhe was dumbfounded as he realized that the young man had comprehended something about his grand Tao during this life-and-death battle. If he interrupted Yang Kai now, the latter would surely suffer an immense loss. However, Mao Zhe was too terrified of the attack just now and didn't have the courage to create trouble for Yang Kai. With Geng Qing and Zhouya in his hands, he shot towards profound Yang Mountain and activated its grand array as soon as he was inside. In the center of the battlefield, the chaotic force slowly subsided. Yang Kai stood there silently as he comprehended the explosion of power just now. The Tao of Space was the foundation on which he built his Tao seal, and it could be said that his mastery over the Tao of Space was unrivaled. Nevertheless, when it came to the Tao of Time, he had always been an amateur. After ascending to the open heaven realm, he had his own small universe in his body. There were the manifestations of Golden Crow casts the sun and water reflects the moon in his small universe. The rising and falling of these celestial entities granted him a deeper understanding of the Tao of Time. Both the Tao of Space and Tao of Time were extremely esoteric and abstruse grand Taos. The average person would be extremely fortunate to comprehend even the slightest bit of either of them, let alone master both. It was only thanks to some rare opportunities that Yang Kai managed to achieve this. In fact, he had never thought about merging these two grand Taos into one. It wasn't until he engaged in a life-and-death battle with the three mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain that he gave it a try on a whim. Yang Kai never imagined the results would be so shocking. Space principles and time principles had perfectly blended together through the integration of the Golden Crow casts the sun, water reflects the moon, and near-distant horizon, forming a brand-new divine ability. A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes as he muttered under his breath, "Let's call it Sun and Moon Divine Wheel." The Sun and Moon Divine Wheel wasn't complete yet, and had plenty of room for improvement. Nevertheless, this divine ability contained an entirely new power, something akin to space-time strength that combined both space principles and time principles. However, it wasn't the right time to think about this. Yang Kai raised his gaze and looked at profound Yang Mountain. The three mountain lords had returned to profound Yang Mountain, and presently, the Grand Array was activated in full defensive mode. Many people were seen moving around as they got ready to face a formidable enemy. Yang Kai snorted and placed his Azure Dragon Spear over his shoulder before striding towards profound Yang Mountain. With a grin, he called out, "Do you think you're safe hiding behind this thin wall? Since you dared harm my proprietress, I'll destroy your entire sect today." Martial Peak, Chapter 4402, Lifting a Mountain. Seeing that Yang Kai was coming over, Mao Zhe, who was standing on a peak of profound Yang Mountain, bellowed, "Don't go too far, boy." He had returned to his home territory and activated the Grand Array, but Yang Kai still pursued them as though he was determined to destroy them, which infuriated him. Prior to this day, Mao Zhe had never expected that someone in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm would be able to defeat him. Furthermore, it was in a 3-on-1 fight in his favor. He had joined forces with Gongqing and Zhouya earlier, but after the battle, the two of them became injured and passed out while he was scared out of his wits. Where does this brat come from? 1 month ago, second brother said he was just a 5th order open heaven realm master. Since he was in a rush earlier, Mao Zhe didn't have the chance to ask about what had happened. There was no way a 5th order open heaven realm master could break through to the 6th order in just 1 month and showcase such horrifying power. If Mao Zhe knew that the other party was so formidable, he would have been more polite. However, now, those from Profound Yang Mountain had fallen out with him, and even the second mountain lord was killed. It had turned into a blood feud that could never be resolved. In just a moment, Yang Kai arrived at Profound Yang Mountain and saw a thick light barrier surrounding it. Thrusting his spear into the light barrier caused a dent to form, but it soon recovered. After probing it lightly, Yang Kai nodded. Although the grand array here wasn't as profound as his own 9 heavenly layers, it was still quite extraordinary. After all, Profound Yang Mountain had been around in the shadowless cave heaven for over 10,000 years. Their heritage, which had been accumulated over the years, couldn't be underestimated. Nevertheless, since Yang Kai had arrived at this place, he would not back down easily. Then, he looked up at Mao Zhe, who was staring coldly at him atop the main peak, and grinned. The smile was so eerie that Mao Zhe felt his chest tightening. "What is that brat trying to do?" Mao Zhe muttered with a frown. Before he could figure it out, he heard the young man yelling, "Dragon! Transformation!" A deafening dragon roar was heard, then a gigantic golden dragon head manifested behind Yang Kai's back before disappearing into his body. Following that, a series of cracking sounds were heard. As the sounds rang out, the gazes of those on Profound Yang Mountain slowly lifted and filled with horror. They were rooted to the spot as they witnessed the small figure of a man rapidly transform into an enormous monster. The creature was covered in dragon scales and his hands had turned into razor-sharp dragon claws. The dragon tail behind him swung heavily, and the dragon horns on his forehead looked as though they were made from pure gold. His whiskers flapped in the air, and as he breathed, the entire world seemed to pale. If this 4,000-meter-long creature wasn't intimidating enough, the colossal spear in his claws was capable of freezing everyone's heart. Yang Kai's Azure Dragon Spear was now a 4,000 meters long weapon, matching his own length as it gleamed with a terrifying glow. As rich dragon pressure permeated the air, those on Profound Yang Mountain found it hard to breathe even though they had the protection of the Grand Array. "Dragon Clan!" Mao Zhe exclaimed as his pupils contracted to the size of needles. "Impossible!" Yang Kai shook his head as the scorching breath he puffed out seemed able to burn a hole in space. As he raised his gigantic spear, he roared in a thunderous voice, "Taste my spear!" He bluntly pushed his spear forward, whereupon a gale brought up all the sand and stones around him. The cultivators on Profound Yang Mountain screamed, panicked, and ran about randomly. Not daring to be negligent, Mao Zhe quickly fished out the array jade and focused the Grand Array's power to defend against the strike. The long spear fell heavily on the Grand Array's light barrier like it was a giant tree. Following a loud boom, a deep indent was formed on the light barrier as its glow flickered wildly. Yang Kai roared and exerted more force with his hands, but he was still unable to penetrate the Grand Array. The horrifying shockwave coming through the Grand Array shook the entire Profound Yang Mountain, causing many cultivators to fall to the ground. Some of the weaker cultivators even started bleeding, looking quite battered. A moment later, the light barrier bounced back, pushing Yang Kai away as he was forced backwards several hundred meters. As he arched his brow, Yang Kai praised, "Truly incredible." The heritage accumulated for over thousands of years by Profound Yang Mountain was indeed extraordinary. The Grand Array was so sturdy that Yang Kai wasn't able to break it with one strike. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes as he stepped forward in an imposing manner. Mao Zhe widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Junior brother, please stop. We can talk this out." Yang Kai cackled wildly, "There's nothing to talk about between us." Then he heavily struck the light barrier once more. Following that, Some people were heard grunting. In one of the array nodes, 3 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, who assisted Mao Zhe in maintaining the Grand Array, sprayed out mouthfuls of blood as their auras withered. It was apparent that they were injured by the horrifying force coming through the barrier. Mao Zhe looked at them and felt his chest tightening. Then, he turned to gaze at Yang Kai, and upon seeing that the latter was preparing to strike again, he said through gritted teeth, "Junior brother, the shadowless cave heaven is only this big. Don't go too far lest we meet again in the future as enemies." Yang Kai snorted and roared, "Why must I worry about the future? Today I will destroy Profound Yang Mountain and sacrifice all of you to my spear. We won't ever see each other again." Mao Zhe was so exasperated that he almost spat blood, but there was nothing he could say to refute him. Following a series of strikes, the Open Heaven Realm Masters, who assisted in running the Grand Array in its several array nodes, all became injured as their auras dimmed. Some of them had even passed out already. A resentful Mao Zhe had the urge to go out and fight Yang Kai to the death, but he didn't have the guts to do so seeing as the other party was so imposing. They were defeated earlier even though the 3 mountain lords had joined forces. Now that Geng Qing and Zhou Ye had passed out and he himself was injured, there was no way he could be a match for Yang Kai on his own. Mao Zhe let out a sigh, then performed different hand seals to mobilize the Grand Array's power. Now, he could only sacrifice some of the outer peaks by shrinking the protection range of the Grand Array. Only by doing so would he stand a chance to ward off the other party's horrifying attacks. Following a strike, the light barrier broke apart as Yang Kai continued pushing his spear forward and jabbed into a peak, which caused it to shake and almost collapse. Yang Kai took a glance with his cold-looking eyes and realized that some of the peaks were no longer in the protection range of the Grand Array. Only a small area in the center was still protected by the light barrier. Upon seeing that, he knew that Mao Zhe must have given up on the outer peaks to protect the center. By doing so, not only would Mao Zhe consume less energy, but he could also focus the Grand Array's power to better fend off Yang Kai's attacks. Yang Kai snorted, and then his dragon pressure permeated the air as though it had materialized, which caused the surrounding space to become extremely heavy. On the peaks that were completely exposed, the cultivators from Profound Yang Mountain shivered like quails without a home in the winter. All of their eyes were filled with horror as they watched the behemoth approach them. Yang Kai directly swept his spear across one of the peaks. As the cultivators shrieked, a terrifying world force surged and broke the peak into halves. Stones rolled down what was left of the mountain as the peak crumbled, plunging its inhabitants into turmoil. Standing in the center of the Grand Array, Mao Zhe widened his eyes with fury. Profound Yang Mountain was the foundation he had built in the shadowless cave heaven. It was also one of the safest places in the shadowless cave heaven from the astral wind. If this place was destroyed, Profound Yang Mountain would cease to exist. Without this shelter, no one would stay there and obey his orders. Hong long long. Star. More peaks collapsed. Yang Kai's arrival was no different from a doomsday for them. He kept on destroying the peaks with a power that could destroy the heavens and shatter the earth. The peaks that were exposed outside of the Grand Array were soon turned into ruins. Just when Yang Kai was about to sweep his spear across the last peak, he stopped as his gaze fell upon a certain figure. She was a woman who was standing still and silently gaping at him. Instead of feeling terrified about her imminent death, though, she looked as though she was about to be liberated. "It's her." At first glance, Yang Kai could recognize that she was the one who had secretly looked for him and gave him the directions that led to the proprietress' whereabouts. At that time, he speculated that she must have been forced to become Yun Fei Bai's plaything for reasons that were beyond her control. That was the reason she secretly gave Yang Kai a hand. It was thanks to the directions in the jade slip that he was able to find the proprietress and the others. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai moved towards the peak and thrust his spear into the ground before his giant figure turned blurry and disappeared beneath the mountain. The people inside the Grand Array gazed at Yang Kai as they had no idea what he was up to now. All of a sudden, the mountain started trembling, as though an immense force was coming from beneath it. Mao Zhe narrowed his eyes as he thought of a possibility. The next moment, as all of them widened their eyes in disbelief, the mountain slowly rose into the air. Beneath the mountain was a gigantic creature whose nostrils puffed out a scorching breath as he hoisted the mountain on his hunched back. Following a great roar, the figure straightened up. All of them couldn't believe their eyes while Mao's pupils contracted. This man actually lifted a mountain. What kind of horrifying power was required to do that? Although mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters could easily showcase immense power, they had to use the world force in their small universes to achieve that. Rarely anyone in the entire 3,000 worlds was able to literally lift a mountain like this one using solely physical strength. At the very least, it was the first time Mao Zhe saw someone capable of this. Following that, Yang Kai shook the mountain and roared, "All you ants crawling on this mountain, scram!" The cultivators on the mountain started falling and crashed to the ground. The quiet woman who was originally standing on the peak happened to fall down in front of Yang Kai, who gently then let out a breath and sent her over 100 kilometers away before she lightly landed on the ground. Hong! Yang Kai shuffled towards the center of profound Yang Mountain. With every step he took, the ground shook violently. Hong hong hong. His movements were initially slow, as every step he took would leave a huge mark on the ground. However, after several steps, he started running in light steps as his figure bent forward a little. Inside the Grand Array, Mao Zhe had his expression change drastically as he bellowed, "Activate the Grand Array's full might now." Martial Peak, Chapter 4403, No More Profound Yang Mountain. As soon as Mao Zhe gave this order, he heard Yang Kai roaring as the latter hurled the mountain, which was on his back, at the Grand Array. The expansive shadow blocked the light out of everyone's sight. Those from profound Yang Mountain immediately focused the Grand Array's power to defend. A loud boom rang out as the mountain crashed into the Grand Array and formed a huge dent on it. The light barrier kept flickering as though it would shatter at any moment. Following that, Yang Kai brought down his spear on the Grand Array and worsened the dent in the light barrier. Mao Zhe roared, "Do you really want to kill us all, brat? Do you think this monarch is afraid of you?" Yang Kai had crossed his bottom line by appearing determined to wipe out profound Yang Mountain. "Come then." Yang Kai pushed out his spear, "Fight with me if you have the gall." Mao Zhe was so infuriated that he looked like a volcano that was about to erupt. Hong! As the ground shook, the light barrier appeared dimmer than before. The horrifying force coming through the air caused the cultivators on profound Yang Mountain to turn pale and stagger. Spear shadows poured down on the Grand Array like rain and caused it to flicker even more wildly. Mao Zhe was terrified to learn that even though he had shrunk the protection range to consolidate the Spirit Array's power, it was still nearly impossible to fend off the other party's violent attacks. Under such a bombardment, it would only take half an hour before the Grand Array of profound Yang Mountain was destroyed. Mao Zhe reckoned that he had to make a move now. It would be too late by the time the Grand Array was shattered. Having made up his mind, he said through clenched teeth, "Come with me and kill this brat. Whoever can behead him, this monarch will promote to the position of 5th Mountain Lord of profound Yang Mountain." Upon finishing his words, he flung away the array jade and charged out towards Yang Kai. Many cultivators followed him closely. Although they were wary of Yang Kai's strength, they were tempted by Mao Zhe's promise. Since Mao Zhe had made such a declaration in public, he wouldn't go back on his word. If one of them was lucky enough to kill this gigantic monster, that person would really become the 5th Mountain Lord. As they flew into the air, those from profound Yang Mountain were totally united at this moment. Before they even arrived, the lights of their secret techniques and artifacts started blossoming. All the attacks contained the world forces of these Open Heaven Realm Masters as they bombarded Yang Kai. Ignoring this barrage, Yang Kai swept his several thousand meters long spear through the air, seemingly cutting space in half. As he aimed at the area with most people, he yelled, "How dare mere ants act so impudent in front of this king?" The spear's might was overwhelming. The clever ones had quickly dodged it while the sluggish ones got struck in midair and directly exploded into blood mist, leaving no trace of their existence behind. Following the attack, those from profound Yang Mountain started backing down. As they looked at the blood rain pouring down from the sky, they were no longer as hot-headed as before. Hong hong hong. The wave of secret techniques and artifact attacks peppered Yang Kai, causing him to stagger backwards. Although a 4,000-meter-long dragon was intimidating, being so large made it nearly impossible for Yang Kai to dodge incoming attacks. All of those attacks were powerful secret techniques sent out by Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, other than the divine abilities of the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that could slightly harm him, the rest of these attacks were essentially negated by Yang Kai's dragon scales. Even the attacks from Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't damage his foundation, as they were only capable of leaving some small flesh wounds. It was a well-known fact that dragons had superb defense. Yang Kai stepped forward while kicking the peaks in front of him, sweeping his spear across the mountains below. At that instant, there wasn't even a single person in a radius of several kilometers around him. Wherever he went, the cultivators from profound Yang Mountain would immediately flee. Mao Zhe was infuriated as he attempted to boost morale once more, but his efforts yielded no results. Yang Kai turned his head and extended his claw towards him as he said with a grin, "There will be no more profound Yang Mountain in the shadowless cave heaven from today onwards." As space principles undulated, the claw ignored space and distance and directly grasped Mao Zhe. Yang Kai exerted more force with his hand, and a series of cracking sounds were heard coming from his palm. Nevertheless, the next moment, an immense force exploded inside his fist. Then, Yang Kai felt excruciating pain as a bloody hole was formed on the back of his hand, out of which a ray of light shot. It was Mao Zhe who was formerly grasped in his claw. As his dragon blood dripped onto the ground, Yang Kai looked down and saw a huge hole in his claw, one through which he could see the ground below. However, it didn't bother him one bit as he swung his hand and roared in a thunderous voice, "Good, you indeed live up to your reputation as the strongest master in the shadowless cave heaven." It was impossible for an average master to break through Yang Kai's flesh, but Mao Zhe had easily done just that. Otherwise, he couldn't have gotten rid of his restriction. As Yang Kai took a deep breath, his chest started bulging as it was filled with air. Right after Mao Zhe got out of the death grip, he shot towards Yang Kai. As his world force surged, he rapidly formed a set of hand seals and sent out a powerful divine ability towards him. However, when he saw Yang Kai's posture, Mao Zhe felt his chest tightening. Sensing an impending crisis, he immediately dodged. Fire dragons? Flaming breath. As Yang Kai roared, he spat out a jet of black flames. As the scorching fire shot from his mouth, it burned down the sky and ground without distinction. As Golden Crow's true fire permeated the area, Mao Zhe's divine ability was vaporized. In an instant, the remaining spirit peaks of profound Yang Mountain were engulfed in Golden Crow's true fire. Under the scorching heat, the peaks started melting into lava. Yang Kai swung his head around as the fire coming from his mouth swept out. Many of the cultivators who were unable to dodge it were burned and fell from the sky shrieking. Mao Zhe immediately retreated and narrowly escaped from the Golden Crow's true fire. He hadn't forgotten about the unconscious Gongqing and Zhouya as he held them in his hands. It took Yang Kai a moment before he stopped spitting fire as his chest shrank back down to normal size. With a scornful gaze, he looked up at Mao Zhe, who was floating in midair. Mao Zhe felt his heart sinking as he watched the dark flame burning through the mountains. He knew that after this battle, profound Yang Mountain would be completely destroyed. Just like what Yang Kai had said, there would be no profound Yang Mountain in the shadowless cave heaven from today onwards. He narrowed his eyes and wondered what kind of monster his second brother had offended. Not only was his second brother killed, but profound Yang Mountain was also destroyed alongside him. Yang Kai lifted his spear and pointed at Mao Zhe. His message was clear. "Come fight with me." Mao Zhe looked down at him, then took a glance at the unconscious Gongqing and Zhouya. After taking a deep breath, he shouted, "This monarch shall never forget what has happened here today, and will one day settle accounts with you." Following that, his figure started fading. Yang Kai bellowed, Do you think you can run away? He thrust out his spear and penetrated Mao Zhe's figure, but he felt like he had struck nothing but air. Mao Zhe remained looking dispassionately at Yang Kai as his figure shattered and vanished into thin air. Yang Kai immediately released his divine sense and frowned, for he was unable to locate Mao Zhe, as though the latter had disappeared from this world. He shook his head and remarked, "How strange." In fact, he was fully aware that as a seasoned Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Mao Zhe must have some trump cards that could save his life. If he was determined to flee, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to stop him despite being a master of the Tao of Space. With that said, Yang Kai had achieved his goal through this battle. He managed to kill Yunfei Bai while the latter was fleeing and even destroyed Profound Yang Mountain. It could be said that he had gotten revenge on the proprietress' behalf. The figures around him gaped at him in horror. They were the surviving survivors of Profound Yang Mountain. Since the head mountain lord had fled, they were now at a crossroads. Certainly, they wouldn't have the guts to go against Yang Kai. Even the head mountain lord was defeated, so how were they supposed to be a match for him? However, where else could they go? Profound Yang Mountain was where their foundation was. Presently, the Dark Golden Crow's true fire was still burning through everything, so they didn't know what to do even though they wanted to put out the flames. When Yang Kai shot a cold glance at them, they became horrified and subconsciously stepped backwards, worrying that this guy might slaughter them to the last. Fortunately, Yang Kai only snorted as his humongous figure shrunk and returned to his human form. With his spear resting on his shoulder, he shook his head and declared, "He fled just because he can't beat me. What a useless guy." Then he leapt into the air and disappeared into the distance. It wasn't until Yang Kai's aura was completely out of their perception range that these surviving cultivators from Profound Yang Mountain let out a sigh of relief, as though they had just escaped from death's door. As they exchanged glances, they had no idea what to do now. Meanwhile, Yang Kai landed on a spot that was 100 kilometers away. With Azure Dragon's spear over his shoulder, he squatted on a certain hill. There was a woman standing silently nearby. Noticing the movements, she looked up and met with Yang Kai's eyes, whereupon she subconsciously took a few steps back. As she pressed her lips together, she saluted Yang Kai in an elegant manner. "Yunfei Bai is dead," Yang Kai said. The woman never responded to him, as though she was born mute. "Many thanks for your direction some time ago," Yang Kai said and got up. Then he swung his spear and jabbed it into the ground. "If it weren't for you, I couldn't have easily found my proprietress." "That was the least I could do," the woman replied gently. "Where do you want to go?" Yang Kai asked as he looked in Profound Yang Mountain's direction. "That place is destroyed, so can't go back anymore." The woman seemed lost. After giving it a thought, she shook her head. "I'm not going back, and I don't know where I can go." Yang Kai suggested by saying, "There's astral wind in the shadowless cave heaven, so if you don't look for a safe place, your small universe will collapse one day, costing you your life. Since Profound Yang Mountain is gone for good, you can either go to Unrivaled Guild or Twin Spirit Island. I'd suggest that you go to Twin Spirit Island because I'll be staying there for the time being. If you go there, just tell them my name. Right? My name is Yang Kai." Then he leapt into the air and headed straight to Twin Spirit Island. The woman remained on the spot for a while before she saluted in the direction Yang Kai had left. Then she turned around and headed in a different direction. Martial Peak, Chapter 4404, that Yang Kai is back. It took Yang Kai one day to return to Twin Spirit Island, but before he even landed, the fog faltered and revealed a passageway as a figure came forward and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Senior Yang." The person was the Open Heaven Realm Master who greeted the proprietress previously. He must be stationed here following the Island Master's order. He had also seen Yang Kai showcasing his might just outside of Twin Spirit Island some time ago, so he admired the young man's power greatly. In response, Yang Kai nodded. The man continued, "The Island Masters have said that you can enter as soon as you return." The Island Masters are truly thoughtful. Not long after Yang Kai stepped into the fog, he turned around and asked, "Where's my proprietress?" The person replied respectfully, Don't worry, Senior. Madame Lan is recuperating in a secret room, so she should be fine. After you enter the island, someone will lead you to her current residence. Young Kai nodded and shuffled inside. Upon entering Twin Spirit Island, he immediately caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance. The island was as beautiful and refreshing as a spring day, which was a stark contrast to the desolateness of the outside world. An innocent-looking woman was awaiting Yang Kai. Upon seeing him, she saluted him and led him to the proprietress' room. A while later, Yang Kai stopped in his tracks in the deepest part of a bamboo forest on Twin Spirit Island. There were some simple-looking bamboo huts here and the place was pretty serene, so it was indeed suitable for recuperation. Chef and accountant were seated with their legs crossed just outside one of the bamboo huts. Upon hearing the noise, they opened their eyes and looked up. When they realized that it was Yang Kai, they became elated and got to their feet. Yang Kai waved his hand to motion for the woman to leave, then he shuffled forward and took a glance at the bamboo hut that was covered in a barrier before asking in a small voice, "How is proprietress?" Both of them shook their heads. Chef said, "She started recuperating in seclusion right after she came here. We don't know how she's doing." Accountant shot a glance at Yang Kai with his usual hollow-looking eyes. "Are you injured?" Certainly, Yang Kai couldn't be completely unharmed after a battle with profound Yang Mountain. Besides the fact that the back of his hand was burst through by Wuxia, he was also struck by the divine abilities and secret techniques of many Open Heaven Realm masters. However, since he had a sturdy physique, these injuries didn't matter to him. "I'm fine." Yang Kai shook his head. What was that strange artifact armor she wore? Although the armor was powerful, it had some serious drawbacks. The proprietress couldn't even recognize Yang Kai and had attacked him as a result of the wild monster chi the armor gave off. If he hadn't used the soul-warming lotus at the most critical moment to restore clarity to her mind, she wouldn't have easily come to her senses. After a sigh, Chef replied, "We don't know what it is, but proprietress calls it the blood monster battle dress. We have no idea where she obtained it, nor had we seen her use it prior to that battle. It was a first for us too." Yang Kai frowned. "That's a terrible thing. She shouldn't ever use it again." Chef replied, "You can try convincing her when she comes out. Let's see if she'll listen to you." Then he thought of something and gazed at him doubtfully. "By the way, how did you go from the 5th order to the 6th order in just 1 month? Moreover, hadn't you just ascended to the 5th order?" Accountant gazed at him with suspicion as well. When Yang Kai previously showcased his 6th order Open Heaven Realm might, even Chef and accountant were flabbergasted, not to mention Yun Fei Bai and the others. They thought that they were mistaken, but Yang Kai had indeed defeated Yun Fei Bai and the other mountain lords, a feat only possible due to him being in the 6th order. Upon inspection now, they could confirm that Yang Kai's aura was really that of a 6th order Open Heaven Realm master. Certainly, Yang Kai didn't think there was a need to hide anything from them, so after giving it a thought, he asked, "Have you ever heard of world fruits?" In one of the palaces on Twin Spirit Island, Hua Yong clenched a communication bead in his hand as a myriad of expressions came over him. When Shu Mudan saw that, she asked in puzzlement, "What happened, husband?" Hua Yong replied, "Yang Kai is back." Shu Mudan asked with a smile, "So what if he's back? Why do you look so apprehensive?" Hua Yong explained, he had said that he was going to Profound Yang Mountain, but now he's back barely a few days later. So, did he actually go to Profound Yang Mountain? Shu Mudan said, "Whether he went to Profound Yang Mountain or not has nothing to do with us, does it?" Hua Yong burst into laughter. "My wife, people always say that a woman will become foolish when she's pregnant, but I didn't believe it. However, when I see you now, I think there's some truth to the saying." Shu Mudan glared at him in a charming manner. Hua Yong coughed and went on to say, "He previously vowed that he was going to Profound Yang Mountain, but it is the most powerful great force in the shadowless cave heaven, and Head Mountain Lord Wuxia is just 1 step away from the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Furthermore, Wuxia has a lot of formidable subordinates working for him. If Yang Kai really went over there, How could he have come back safely? He didn't go there, then, Shu Mudan remarked. Hua Yong fell silent. If Yang Kai had really gone to Profound Yang Mountain and then returned safely, his power would be horrifying. Shu Mudan suggested by saying, "You can just send someone to Profound Yang Mountain to find out what happened. It'll only take a few days to make a round trip." Upon hearing that, Hua Yong nodded. "You're right, my wife." Shu Mudan glowered at him. "Who is the foolish one here?" "It's me. It's me." Hua Yong put on a fawning smile. Then he ordered one of his subordinates to head to Profound Yang Mountain to investigate whether there were any traces of recent battle. If Yang Kai really went to Profound Yang Mountain, he would have engaged in a fight with Mao Zhe, so there must be some traces left. After putting away the communication bead, he said, "My wife, please follow me to meet Yang Kai." Regardless of whether he went to Profound Yang Mountain or not, the power he showcased is more than enough for us to be wary. Since there's also Lan Yu Rua, I'm worried that Twin Spirit Island will not be the same again. Upon finishing his words, he let out a sigh, for he wasn't sure whether this kind of change was a blessing or a curse. Both Yang Kai and Lan Yu Rua were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. If they joined Twin Spirit Island, they would definitely become the third and the fourth island masters, which would strengthen their collective power. By then, those from Twin Spirit Island wouldn't have to be afraid of Profound Yang Mountain and Unrivaled Guild anymore. However, if Yang Kai and Lan Yu Rua weren't willing to live under the rules of others and insisted on becoming the head and the second island masters, the couple would have no choice but to give in to their demands. The couple had been married for a long time, so Shu Mudan immediately knew what was on her husband's mind when she saw him sigh. Then, she draped her arm around his and comforted him by saying, "You don't have to worry about it, husband. We've had some contact with Madame Lan, and it's obvious that she's a reasonable woman. I believe that even if she joins us, she won't make any rude demands." Hua Yong still said worriedly, "I hope so." Outside the bamboo forest, Chef asked in disbelief, "You consumed a mid-rank world fruit? It's a precious item that can make a mid-rank Open Heaven realm master directly ascend to the next order. It's rumored that a high-rank world fruit can even allow a high-rank Open Heaven realm master directly reach the next order." Accountant lamented, "It's no wonder that you can make it to the Sixth Order in 1 month. You were previously unconscious, so I guess you were refining the medicinal efficacies of the mid-rank world fruit instead of recuperating. Am I right?" Yang Kai nodded. Chef's eyes seemed to be glowing as he rubbed his palms together and put on a fawning smile. "Do you have more mid-rank world fruits?" "Nope." Yang Kai spread his palms. "I only obtained 3 mid-rank world fruits in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Yu He and Lu Shui respectively had 1, then I consumed the last one." The smile on Chef's face froze as he landed a slap on his thigh in exasperation. How wasteful! Lu Shui was just a 4th Order Open Heaven realm master. Why did you let her have it? Yang Kai explained, "We were faced with a formidable enemy at that time. If she hadn't broken through, I would have been killed. I had no other choice." Chef widened his eyes as he appeared to be heartbroken. After giving it a thought, Accountant said, "No wonder He was able to reach the 6th Order so soon. It's because she had consumed a world fruit. Some people are coming." The three of them immediately stopped talking and looked outside the bamboo forest. A moment later, 2 figures came into their sights. They were the island masters of Twin Spirit Island. The trio hurriedly greeted the couple. Hua Yong came over with a smile and cupped his fists. "You're back, little brother Yang." "And I just returned." Yang Kai saluted him. "I was worried about my proprietress, so I rushed over to check on her instead of visiting you two. Please pardon my lack of etiquette." Hua Yong said with a smile, "What are you talking about, little brother? Madame Lan is injured, so it's only natural for you to be worried about her. I don't mind this kind of formality. In fact, I'm truly honored that all of you are my guests on Twin Spirit Island." After a small talk, all of them took a seat. Hua Yong asked, "Did you just come back from Profound Yang Mountain, little brother?" Yang Kai nodded, "That's right." Hua Yong's brow twitched, but he still asked nonchalantly, "How was it?" After pondering on it for a moment, Yang Kai replied with a solemn expression, "Maozhe was truly strong, so it wasn't easy to deal with him." A glint flashed through Hua Yong's eyes as he said with a smile, "Maozhe has been in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm for a long time. If it weren't because resources in the Shadowless Cave Heaven were so scarce, he would have ascended to the Seventh Order by now. When my wife and I arrived at the Shadowless Cave Heaven back then, we exchanged pointers with him and realized that he was truly formidable. Many years have passed, so his strength must have only increased." Yang Kai nodded. The Open Heaven realm really requires much accumulation over a long period of time. Then, he turned to look at Shu Mudan's belly and put on a smile. "It seems that you'll soon give birth to your child, madam." Shu Mudan gently stroked her belly and replied with a smile, "It's still too early. Perhaps it'll take me another year or two." Huh! Yang Kai was shocked. "I thought that pregnancy only lasts for 10 months. The size of her belly suggested that she would soon give birth, so why would it take her a year or two?" Shu Mudan explained smilingly, "That is only the case for commoners or weaker cultivators, junior brother Yang. Given my cultivation, it isn't so easy for me to bear a child. In order to give my child the best possible future, I have to build a solid foundation in my belly for the child. Therefore, pregnancy lasts much longer." Hua Yong said with a smile, "This child has been in her stomach for over 3 years already." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai, chef, and accountant were dumbfounded. Martial Peak, Chapter 4405, A Shocked Hua Yong. Although Yang Kai and the others were powerful mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, they had never come across a pregnant Open Heaven Realm Master prior to this, so it was expected that they knew nothing about it. As they gazed at Shu Mudan's bulging belly, they tooted in amazement. After a bit of a chat, Hua Yong and Shu Mudan left. Before that, Yang Kai and the others were told that some people were standing guard outside the bamboo forest, so they could just tell them if they had any requests. Yang Kai thanked them and personally saw the couple off. Nothing major happened in the following days. The proprietress was still recuperating while Yang Kai had gained immense benefits as a result of the great battle he fought some time ago, so he needed time to sort through them. The Sun and Moon Divine will especially needed some improvement, which couldn't be achieved in just a day or two. Chef and accountant had to recuperate as well. Therefore, all of them remained silent in the bamboo forest. A few days later, the proprietress stepped out of her room. The 3 of them, who were standing guard outside, immediately opened their eyes and gazed at the second floor, only to see a charming proprietress standing there, looking down at them with a smile. All of them were elated as Chef exclaimed, "You're awake, proprietress." The proprietress beckoned to them, "Come up." Upon finishing her words, she turned around and stepped into the room. The trio made a beeline for the bamboo hut and went upstairs before staring at the proprietress with concern. Yang Kai suddenly frowned and said, "Proprietress, the monster chi around you." She was still evidently shrouded in monster chi, which was the same as the aura exuded from the blood monster battle dress that she wore previously. Although it was now significantly weaker, it couldn't be underestimated. The proprietress explained, "It'll take me a long time before I can dispel this monster chi entirely, but I'm fine now. It was thanks to you that I was saved." If Yang Kai hadn't used the soul-warming lotus to cleanse her knowledge sea, she would have ended up in a horrible state. She could have been transformed by the monster chi and become a real monster who had lost all sense of self. After she finished speaking, she furrowed her brow and looked doubtfully at Yang Kai. "Why are you in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm now?" Chef hurriedly replied, "Proprietress, let me explain. This brat had some world fruits." Upon hearing his explanation, the proprietress figured everything out and nodded, "You had quite the opportunity there." Then, she recalled that Yang Kai had previously obtained some innate open heaven pills born in the universe furnace in the blood monster cave heaven. She couldn't help but be amazed at Yang Kai's luck, for he was always able to obtain things that were rarely seen in the world. Furthermore, the soul-warming lotus was still inside her body. She wondered where he found this kind of supreme treasure. However, since he had consumed a mid-rank world fruit and ascended to the 6th order, it had slightly made up for her regrets. Yang Kai was originally a 5th order open heaven realm master, so his limit in the future would be the 7th order. After consuming the mid-rank world fruit though, his limit would be the 8th order. If he had a chance to obtain a good enough amount of innate open heaven pills, he would then have hope of ascending to the 9th order. With that said, once the universe furnace appeared, it would lead to a period of turmoil, so it wasn't easy to snatch such pills. After returning the soul-warming lotus to Yang Kai, the proprietress said, "Follow me to meet the island masters of Twin Spirit Island later. We'll probably be staying here for a long time. Since this is their territory, we have to show them due respect." Yes, the three of them replied respectfully. In the main hall of Twin Spirit Island, Hua Yong was seated on the master's seat as he widened his eyes in disbelief while an equally shocked Shu Mudan was seated just beside him. In front of them was a 5th order open heaven realm master who was reporting his findings to them. The open heaven realm master was the subordinate that Hua Yong had sent to find out what had happened in profound Yang Mountain a few days ago. Upon his return on this day, he immediately reported to Hua Yong what he had discovered. However, Hua Yong found it hard to believe what his subordinate was telling him. "You say that profound Yang Mountain is now engulfed in pitch-black flames, all of its spirit peaks are destroyed, and the ground has been cleaved apart? It's been completely destroyed?" I couldn't believe it either, but that was indeed what I saw. The 5th order open heaven realm master replied with his head hung low. The traces of an epic battle are everywhere around profound Yang Mountain. There are also some remnant fluctuations of world forces. Yun Fei Bai is dead? Hua Yong asked again, and even Mao Zhe fled after he was defeated. I didn't see it, but that was what I heard. Where did you hear this news from? Hua Yong inquired in shock. The 5th order open heaven realm master replied, "It was the people from profound Yang Mountain who told me about it. After profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, those open heaven realm masters had nowhere to go. Some of them left with the mountain lords, and no one knows where they are now. Others didn't know what to do next. When I arrived to investigate the situation, they saw me and came over to express their willingness to join Twin Spirit Island. I heard the news from them." "Where are those people now?" Hua Yong asked. "I wouldn't dare to make a decision, so I told them to wait outside the island as I had to report the matter to you both, island masters. They await your decision now." "Tell them to come in," Hua Yong ordered. The person nodded and dashed out of the hall. A moment later, he led 7 people into the main hall. The strength of these people varied from the 3rd order to the 5th order. Upon entering the hall, they appeared apprehensive and afraid. Hua Yong found them to be familiar, so he reckoned that they were indeed from profound Yang Mountain. The shadowless cave heaven was only so big, and the 3 great forces had coexisted in this place for thousands of years, so even though Hua Yong didn't know their names, he had at least seen some of these people before. The person at the front was an elderly man in the 5th order open heaven realm. He stepped forward and cupped his fist at Hua Yong and Shu Mudan. "Zhang Shun greets the island masters." "You are Zhang Shun?" Hua Yong asked. The elderly man nodded his head. "Yes. I will ask you some questions, so you'd better answer me honestly. If you dare to lie to me, you know what the consequences are." Hua Yong bellowed with a solemn expression. Zhang Shun hurriedly replied, "Please ask me right away, Island Master Hua. This old master will definitely tell you everything he knows without the slightest omission or deception." Hua Yong nodded gently and questioned, "Is Yun Fei Bai dead or alive?" Zhang Shun said, "The 2nd Mountain Lord. I'm sorry. Yun Fei Bai is dead. He was killed by a young man wielding a spear. His head exploded. As for what the young man's name is, this old master has no idea." "Are you serious?" Hua Yong widened his eyes as he felt a chill running down his spine. Yun Fei Bai was the 2nd Mountain Lord of profound Yang Mountain. Just like Hua Yong, he was a powerful 6th order open heaven realm master, so how could he be killed just like that? This old master saw it with his own eyes. As Zhang Shun spoke, he couldn't help but shudder as though he recalled something terrifying. What about the other mountain lords of Profound Yang Mountain? Hua Yong asked again. Zhang Shun shook his head. After Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, the head mountain lord disappeared with the unconscious third and fourth mountain lord. This old master has no idea where they are and how they're doing. Tell me what you saw that day in detail. Not daring to be negligent, Zhang Shun immediately narrated everything he saw back then. When Hua Yong heard that Yang Kai had intercepted Yun Fei Bai and the others just outside of Profound Yang Mountain, he widened his eyes in disbelief, thinking that a madman had arrived in the shadowless cave heaven. How did the young man have the guts to do such a thing on his own? He had single-handedly dealt with the mountain lords and eventually killed Yun Fei Bai. Even the head mountain lord was unable to stop him in time. In the following battle, even Mao Zhe was no match for him as he had to return to Profound Yang Mountain and take advantage of the Grand Array, seemingly not daring to meet the young man head-on again. Nevertheless, the relentless young man turned into a 4,000-meter-long dragon and even lifted a mountain which he smashed onto Profound Yang Mountain until they were unable to resist. In the end, the young man turned dragon spat out Golden Crow's true fire and burned the entire Profound Yang Mountain to the ground. After the head mountain lord went missing, the young man then nonchalantly left. Zhang Shun was pretty articulate, so he was able to retell what had happened in a vivid and descriptive manner. As Hua Yong listened to him, he couldn't help but visualize the epic battle. After Zhang Shun finished speaking, the main hall fell into dead silence. A dazed Hua Yong remained seated as a myriad of expressions came over him. Upon Yang Kai's return a few days ago, he had indirectly asked him what happened in Profound Yang Mountain. At the mention of Mao Zhe, Yang Kai only said that the head mountain lord was worthy of his reputation. Therefore, Hua Yong thought that Yang Kai's trip to Profound Yang Mountain was unfruitful, but he hadn't expected that the outcome was actually the opposite. Yang Kai had killed the second mountain lord, injured the remaining mountain lords, and even destroyed Profound Yang Mountain. So, what did he mean when he praised Mao Zhe for being strong? Hua Yong couldn't help but think that a great change was about to happen in the shadowless cave heaven. Over thousands of years, even though there had been some grudges between the three great forces in the shadowless cave heaven, they were able to coexist peacefully. That was mainly because resources in this place were scarce, so no one was willing to get into unnecessary fights. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had tacitly remained at peace with one another. Therefore, even though there were only 2 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on Twin Spirit Island, which meant that they were the weakest among the three great forces, they were still able to exist for such a long time. That was because in order to swallow Twin Spirit Island, Profound Yang Mountain or Unrivaled Guild would have to pay a hefty price, and the rewards might not even be worth it. However, now, even a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yun Fei Bai was killed while the injured Mao Zhe had gone missing. There was practically no one in the shadowless cave heaven that was a match for Yang Kai. Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, and given the power Yang Kai had showcased, both Unrivaled Guild and Twin Spirit Island wouldn't be able to resist him. The young man was able to single-handedly turn things upside down in the shadowless cave heaven. If Yang Kai had the intention, he could easily become the overlord of the shadowless cave heaven. Unless all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the shadowless cave heaven joined forces, no one would be able to stop him. Zhang Shun wondered what was on Hua Yong's mind as the latter's expression repeatedly changed, so he called out in a gentle voice, "Island Master Hua." It was then Hua Yong's gaze refocused. Zhang Shun said, "Island Master Hua, please show us mercy. Now that Profound Yang Mountain has been destroyed, we have become homeless. If you can accept us, we will pledge to be loyal to you both until death." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4406, I don't think it's appropriate. We're willing to be loyal to you until death. All of them pledged in unison. Usually, if these people asked to join Twin Spirit Island, Hua Yong would have been elated. There had never been a change in the status quo in the shadowless cave heaven over the years. The cultivators from the three great forces would never hop to a different one. Therefore, in order to strengthen one's great force, they had to wait for newcomers to come into the shadowless cave heaven and immediately lure them in. For example, as soon as Yang Kai arrived, he came across Ma Tianyuan, who right away tried to recruit him. Although the powers of these people in the hall varied as they were in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th order, they were all still open heaven realm masters in the end. Hence, they could increase Twin Spirit Island's overall strength. With that said, there were rarely any newcomers in the shadowless cave heaven. There would usually only be a newcomer every 8 to 10 years. That was the reason there were only such a small number of cultivators in the shadowless cave heaven. Zhang Shun and the others wanted to join Twin Spirit Island, but Huayong didn't feel pleased one bit as he was still reeling from the shock of the fact that Profound Yang Mountain had been destroyed, Yun Fei Bai was killed, and Mao Zhe was injured. If he was previously wary of Yang Kai and Lan Yurua, he was now terrified of them. Furthermore, Yang Kai had some grudges against those from Profound Yang Mountain. If Huayong accepted these people, would Yang Kai be displeased? The worries in Huayong's mind made him feel apprehensive. Seeing as a myriad of expressions came over Huayong, Shu Mudan knew what was on his mind, so she called out gently, "Husband." It was then Huayong came to his senses and took a glance at Zhang Shun and the others before waving his hand, "Have a rest first." He didn't express whether he agreed to let Zhang Shun and the others join Twin Spirit Island. The 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master nodded and led the worried Zhang Shun and the others out of the hall. While Huayong was still anxious, someone rushed into the hall and cupped his fist. "Island Masters, Madame Lan wishes to meet you to thank you for allowing her to stay." "What?" Huayong stood straight up. "Madame Lan is coming? Is she on her own? Or is she coming with her subordinates?" The man had no idea why the island master appeared so alarmed, but he still replied honestly, "Madame Lan has her 3 subordinates with her." Huayong's face stiffened. Yang Kai alone was terrifying enough, and now Lan Yurua was coming as well. Shu Mudan asked, "Why do you look so anxious, husband?" Although Yang Kai is a powerful man with incredible methods, we have never offended him. In fact, we've given him a hand. He probably won't harm us. There was a bitter smile on Huayong's face as he replied, "I understand what you mean, but you're fully aware of the situation in the shadowless cave heaven. No one has ever left this place before. If Lan Yurua and Yang Kai stay on Twin Spirit Island, there won't be a problem in the short term. However, will they still be willing to act as subordinates in the future?" Shu Mudan said with a frown, "Perhaps you're overthinking, husband." Huayong shook his head, "I think we have to put our guard up." His anxiety infected Shu Mudan as she said worriedly, "What should we do then? Are we not going to meet them? They're already here on Twin Spirit Island, so it's not like we can avoid meeting them forever." Huayong knitted his brows for a moment before he gritted his teeth. "I guess we have to play it by ear and find out their intentions first. We'll have to give up our positions to them." He sighed. Then, he waved his hand and told his subordinate to welcome Madame Lan in before taking a seat. A moment later, the proprietress led Yang Kai and the others into the hall while Huayong and Shu Mudan rose from their seats. After they greeted one another, they sat down. Huayong asked with concern, "Your injuries were fairly serious, madam. But now you look glowing. It's obvious that you're on the mend." The proprietress replied with a smile, "Many thanks for your concern, Island Master Hua. My injuries have stabilized, so I just need some time to recuperate." Huayong said smilingly, "Although Twin Spirit Island isn't big, it is quite peaceful. You can just stay here to recuperate." The proprietress smiled faintly, "I'm worried that will bother you both." Shu Mudan shook her head, "There's no need to be so formal with us, Madame Lan. There are rarely visitors on Twin Spirit Island. We're honored to have you here." Both of them were women, so they had some common interests and soon entered into a jovial chat. Huayong stole glances at Yang Kai from time to time and realized that the latter remained standing silently behind Lan Yurua as though he was really just a subordinate. He was shocked as he wondered how charismatic Lan Yurua must be that someone like Yang Kai was willing to work under her. They didn't look like a couple either, so a romantic relationship seemed unlikely. It seemed that Lan Yuro was the leader, so as long as Hua Yong could appease her, things would be easier. After they chatted for a bit, Hua Yong suddenly asked, "What are your future plans, Madame Lan?" Upon hearing that, the proprietress put on a bitter smile. "To be honest with you, Island Master Hua, it has only been a year since this mistress arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, so I know little about this place. Now, I just want to recuperate, so I don't have any plans yet." Hua Yong probed, "If you're fine with it, why don't you join Twin Spirit Island? There are only a small number of safe places in the shadowless cave heaven, and Twin Spirit Island is one of them. By staying here, you'll be safe from the astral wind." The reason the proprietress brought chef and accountant to Twin Spirit Island was precisely for security's sake. At that time, Yang Kai was unconscious, and she was unable to deal with Yun Fei by Geng Qing and Zhou Ya on her own. Therefore, she wanted to seek refuge in Twin Spirit Island. Although Hua Yong didn't immediately accept her, she had expressed her intention to join before, so now that Hua Yong mentioned it again, she would appear capricious if she turned him down. Before coming to this place, the proprietress had already pondered on this matter. Therefore, upon hearing Hua Yong's words, she smiled and nodded. "Many thanks, Island Master Hua. This mistress is more than happy to join Twin Spirit Island." Hua Yong guffawed. "It's wonderful that you're willing to join Twin Spirit Island. Just like my wife and I, you are a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so we'd like to appoint you to be the 3rd Island Master." Just when the proprietress was about to agree to it, Yang Kai, who had remained silent for a long time, suddenly said, "I don't think it's appropriate." Hua Yong's face stiffened as his smile froze. Shu Mudan was also anxious as she stared fixedly at Yang Kai. The proprietress kept a faint smile on her face, but she didn't ask why Yang Kai turned them down. He must have his own reason for saying that. After a gulp, Hua Yong stared at Yang Kai and asked, "What do you mean, Brother Yang?" He called Yang Kai little brother the last time they met, but now it was Brother Yang. Apparently, Yang Kai's status in his mind had changed over the past few days, but no one cared about that small detail at the moment. Yang Kai replied with a smile. "Twin Spirit Island got its name because there are 2 similar-looking islands. In that case, there should only be 2 island masters. Why is there a need for a 3rd island master?" Upon hearing that, Hua Yong felt his heart sinking as he asked in a bitter voice, "What do you think we should do about it then, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai batted his eyes, wondering why this man even asked such a question. As their eyes met, Hua Yong looked away and gazed at his wife's bulging belly, then he let out a long sigh. "Good. Since you have such an intention, Brother Yang, we'll grant your wish. I hope that you'll give us a place to stay on this island, considering that my wife is still pregnant." His words puzzled Yang Kai. A befuddled proprietress stared at Hua Yong and asked, "What do you mean, Island Master Hua?" The furious Hua Yong thought that they were trying to usurp his great force, and now they were even taunting him like this? Since Yang Kai had said that there shouldn't be a 3rd island master, he apparently didn't want to be under anyone. Hua Yong wasn't a match for him, and he had to take care of his wife and unborn child, so he had no choice but to give in. While he remained silent, Yang Kai suddenly realized something and asked with a frown, "Are you misunderstanding something, Island Master Hua?" A dejected Hua Yong stared at him and questioned, "What do you think I've misunderstood, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai burst into laughter. "Are you thinking that since I've said there should only be 2 island masters on Twin Spirit Island, it means proprietress and I want to take over your positions?" Hua Yong balled up his fists. "Isn't that what you meant?" It was then that chef and accountant realized what was going on. As they exchanged glances, they smiled helplessly. Yang Kai shook his head. "You're overthinking things, Island Master Hua. This Yang doesn't have such an intention. By saying that there should only be 2 island masters, I mean the proprietress is not going to join Twin Spirit Island, nor will she become the 3rd island master. It's not what you think." "You're not going to join Twin Spirit Island?" Hua Yong widened his eyes. Yang Kai said, "This Yang just hopes that you'll give us a place to stay while we look for the exit of the shadowless cave heaven. After all, we won't be staying here forever." An embarrassed Hua Yong blushed heavily. He couldn't be blamed for having such a misunderstanding, for he had always worried that the arrival of Yang Kai and Lan Yu Ruo would change the current affairs in Twin Spirit Island. That was why he was overthinking. Furthermore, Yang Kai's words were pretty ambiguous, which naturally aroused some suspicions. Now, Hua Yong finally realized that he was reading too much into things. However, he was still a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, so he was able to regain his composure quickly as he said with a solemn expression, "Are you going to look for the exit of the shadowless cave heaven, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai nodded. Hua Yong sighed and explained, "It's not that I want to discourage you, but I'm worried that no exit to the shadowless cave heaven exists. It has been over 10,000 years since we arrived in this place, and the head mountain lord of profound Yang Mountain Maozhe and the 3 chiefs of unrivaled guild have been around for about as long. If there really was an exit, we would have discovered it by now." "That's right. We've been looking for the exit for countless years, but we haven't found a clue yet," Shu Mudan said. "There's no harm in trying," Yang Kai smiled faintly. Hua Yong bit his tongue when he saw the young man's expression and nodded. "Since you're so determined, this Hua will stop dissuading you." In fact, he had met many people like Yang Kai before. Every newcomer to the shadowless cave heaven was determined to find the exit at first, but after several tens to hundreds of years, they would lose hope and accept their fate. "If you can really find the exit, please bring my wife and I with you when you depart." Hua Yong cupped his fists with a serious expression. Yang Kai nodded. "If I can find the exit, and both of you are willing to leave with us, we can take care of one another on the road." Martial Peak, Chapter 4407, Cultivating in the Open Heaven Realm. "I shall offer my thanks in advance then." Hua Yong put on a smile. "If you're fine with it, I'll give you the bamboo forest that you've been staying in and assign some people to tend to your needs." The proprietress nodded. "Many thanks, Island Master Hua." Hua Yong took a glance at Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, if you ever decide to join Twin Spirit Island one day, we'll be more than willing to give you the positions of Head Island Master and Second Island Master." It wasn't certain whether he was sincere or not, so Yang Kai didn't respond to him. Yang Kai didn't have the heart to join Twin Spirit Island to begin with. The reason he had arrived at the shadowless cave heaven was to bring the proprietress out of this place, so he wasn't willing to stay here for long. Moreover, he was a newcomer who hadn't gained a footing, so even if Hua Yong and Shu Mudan were willing to give up their positions, it wasn't like Yang Kai had the necessary authority to lead this great force. What's more, although others couldn't find the exit of the shadowless cave heaven, it didn't mean he couldn't. After all, Yang Kai had found his way into this place, unlike others who had accidentally fallen into it. The proprietress was still troubled by the residual monster chi in her body, so she needed a quiet place to recuperate, hence, the 4 of them soon left. As Hua Yong watched them leave, he breathed a sigh of relief. Now, it seemed that Yang Kai and Lan Yu Ruo didn't have the intention of taking over his great force, which allowed him to set his mind at ease. However, this was only temporary. Just like what he had said to his wife earlier, there wouldn't be a problem in the short term. Nevertheless, a long time later, once Yang Kai and Lan Yu Ruo realized that there really wasn't a way to leave the shadowless cave heaven, they might develop some ill intentions. Then, he suddenly became energized as he said, "My wife, it's the chance for us to strengthen our power." A puzzled Shu Mudan inquired, "You mean Mao Zhe and the others are missing, and profound Yang Mountain has been destroyed, so there are a lot of people who have lost their place to stay. In the entire shadowless cave heaven, only Twin Spirit Island and Unrivaled Guild can take them in. Those from Unrivaled Guild might not be aware of the situation yet, so we should take action quickly." Following that, he turned around and told his subordinate to bring Zhang Shun and the others over. After a jovial chat, he directly agreed to let these people join Twin Spirit Island. Zhang Shun and the others had nowhere to go, so they were feeling apprehensive. Upon hearing Hua Yong's words, they were ecstatic. Then, Hua Yong ordered them to invite their friends and family as he welcomed them to join Twin Spirit Island as well. Zhang Shun and the others were grateful and soon left Twin Spirit Island to look for their friends from profound Yang Mountain. Upon their persuasion, many of the cultivators from profound Yang Mountain were soon absorbed into Twin Spirit Island, which significantly increased their power. Inside the bamboo forest, the proprietress was recuperating in seclusion while chef and accountant had respectively selected a bamboo hut to cultivate. Both of them had ascended to the open heaven realm right after the blood monster cave heaven collapsed. Strictly speaking, it had only been a short time since they achieved an ascension, so they needed a large amount of time to solidify their cultivations. That was the case for Yang Kai as well. He had to consume a lot of open heaven pills to strengthen the heritage of his small universe. While cultivating, he also studied his new sun and moon divine wheel in an attempt to improve it. Since his venture into the cultivation world, Yang Kai had rarely cultivated in seclusion, for he didn't need to do so much in the past. In fact, the speed at which he traversed the martial Tao was extraordinarily quick. Every time he broke through, it would only take him a short time before he would take another step forward. Therefore, he didn't have to cultivate in seclusion to refine various resources like what the other cultivators did. The speed at which he cultivated was rapid to begin with, so if he just sat there and cultivated in seclusion, it would actually destabilize his foundation. Therefore, every time he achieved a breakthrough, he would go out and get into fights to solidify his realm. However, the open heaven realm was different. When a cultivator reached this realm, he or she would need a lot of patience. It took time to strengthen the heritage of one's small universe. It was expected that Yang Kai wasn't used to this. He had attempted to refine open heaven pills when he was a 5th order open heaven realm master, and the rate of consumption was shocking. Now that he was a 6th order open heaven realm master, he realized that he needed even more open heaven pills, and the results were not even as good as before. Hence, he decided to refine some resources and realized that it was much more useful than refining open heaven pills alone. It was only now that Yang Kai realized why open heaven realm masters were still crazy about procuring resources of different orders, especially the resources that matched their own order. Refining these resources was significantly more efficient than refining open heaven pills. Yang Kai initially didn't have a lot of resources with him because his previous spoils were all given to Bian Yuqing. Those in Voidland required a lot of resources after all. Now, however, he had the resources he had snatched from Ti Zhang and the other ambushers. The contents of the space rings of 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters were mind-boggling, as there were countless materials of different orders inside, even including some high-rank ones. However, half a month later, Yang Kai suddenly stopped cultivating and frowned as though he was pondering on something. A moment later, he got to his feet and headed to the adjacent bamboo hut, then knocked on the barrier lightly. Soon, the barrier disappeared and Yang Kai stepped inside and went upstairs. Presently, Chef was seated on the ground with his legs crossed as he looked doubtfully at him. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai took a seat in front of him and said with a solemn expression, "I'd like to ask you something." Chef extended his hand to motion for him to ask right away. It was then that Yang Kai told him about his cultivation process over the past 15 days. Then he frowned. "Although it's not conspicuous, I have a feeling that something is wrong. If I keep on cultivating like this, I feel something terrible will happen to me." A speechless Chef shot him a glance. "Although I have no idea what resources you've been refining, it seems you haven't been trying to harmonize your yin, yang, and 5 elements." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai arched his brow with a humble expression. After a sigh, Chef explained, "You rushed to ascend to the open heaven realm, then you immediately entered the shadowless cave heaven, so it makes sense that no one told you about what you had to take note of after you broke through. Fortunately, you've realized the problem early, so it's not too late to correct it." A shocked Yang Kai asked, "So, there's really something wrong with my cultivation?" "It's a minor problem." Chef waved his hand to motion for him to be at ease. "The small universes of open heaven realm masters are formed from condensing the yin, yang, and the 5 elements, then splitting heaven and earth apart in our bodies. The reason open heaven pills are able to strengthen our small universes is that these pills also contain a balance of yin, yang, and the 5 element powers. It could be said that every open heaven pill has a bit of world force in it. Once you consume open heaven pills, you're essentially refining the world force in it. That's how you can fortify your heritage. Yang Kai nodded his head to indicate he understood. Open heaven pills are refined by alchemists, so they contain some readily available world force. However, raw materials are different. Refining a fifth-order fire element material only adds fire element power to your small universe. Since that's the case, you'll have to refine the other 6 elements to balance your yin, yang, and 5 elements again. Only by maintaining this kind of balance can you increase your world force and improve your cultivation. Then, Chef shot him a glance, you only refined materials from 1 or 2 elements instead of all of them, right? It was then Yang Kai realized what had gone wrong. I see. He had a feeling that there was something wrong with his cultivation method, but he was unable to figure out what it was. Upon hearing Chef's explanation, he now understood. Just like what Chef had said, he didn't try to harmonize yin, yang, and the 5 elements, which caused an imbalance in his small universe. There wouldn't be a problem in the short term, but if he didn't correct this issue, it would eventually destabilize his small universe. Once that happened, it would have serious consequences and take much effort to fix. So, when we refine cultivation materials, we should do so after collecting a complete set. It's the ideal way, but you can also try to collect those materials while refining one of them. However, you have to make sure that the entire set is in the same order. Chef paused for a moment. You're familiar with the water barrel theory of the open heaven realm, right? Yang Kai replied, the shortest plank in the barrel is what decides the order an open heaven realm master can reach directly. That's right. Chef nodded. The water in the barrel is like the heritage of our small universe. Cultivating in the open heaven realm is akin to increasing the height of the barrel. All 7 planks have to be heightened at the same time. Just one of them won't do. Yang Kai cupped his fists with a solemn expression. Many thanks for your teachings. Chef grinned. It was the proprietress who taught me all this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known about it either. You've suffered a setback because no one taught you, that's all. Yang Kai nodded. His decision to ascend to the open heaven realm was rushed, so no one was around to teach him what to do after he succeeded, and he was left trying to figure things out on his own. Chef went on to say, after making it to the open heaven realm, it's time to slowly build up your small universe. As he spoke, he patted his rounded belly. If you manage it well, you'll become powerful, and vice versa, which is also why there's a huge gap in power between open heaven realm masters even in the same order. In order to increase the heritage of your small universe, you can either refine open heaven pills, materials of different orders, or other sources of world force that match your own. Either way, this all takes a long time. You're now a 6th order open heaven realm master, so you're able to refine mid-rank materials up to and including 6th order ones. Given the current heritage of your small universe, you're still unable to refine high-rank materials. With that said, the higher the order of a material, the more useful it'll be to you. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. He had experimented over the past 15 days by refining materials of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th order. Given his 6th order cultivation, he was able to refine all these materials quickly. The benefits of 3rd order materials were almost negligible. 4th order materials were slightly better, while the 5th order ones were much better. He hadn't tried to refine a 6th order material, so he had no idea how effective it would be. Nevertheless, he reckoned that it would be terrific. Although he had snatched the space rings of 4 high-rank open heaven masters and obtained some high-rank materials, he was still unable to collect a complete set of 6th order materials. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been forced to ascend to the 5th order at that time. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4408, Searching for a Way Out. After returning from Chef's place, Yang Kai immediately attempted to harmonize his yin, yang, and 5 elements in order to get rid of the hidden dangers in his small universe. He had ample resources with him, so he didn't need to be thrifty. As he refined a lot of 5th order materials, not only had the heritage of his small universe improved, but his 6th order open heaven realm cultivation had also been solidified. While refining these materials, he didn't forget to improve his comprehension of his sun and moon divine wheel. However, since this divine ability involved an entirely new space-time strength, he had no idea where to start. Therefore, he could use a wisp of his consciousness to study the movements of the celestial entities and the passing of time in his small universe in the hope that he would be able to comprehend something out of it. 2 months later, Yang Kai stepped out of his bamboo hut. The proprietress was still recuperating. She was left with some serious backlash from using the blood monster battle dress, so it wasn't easy to dispel the monster chi in her body. On the other hand, chef and accountant were cultivating, so Yang Kai decided not to bother them. After leaving a jade slip behind, he dashed out of the bamboo forest. It had been 3 months since he arrived in the shadowless cave heaven. Now that his 6th order open heaven realm cultivation had been sufficiently fortified, it was time he searched for a way out. Yang Kai had to return to Void Land to take charge of everything. On top of that, Yu He and Bai Qi must be worried about him. However, before he tried to look for the exit, he had to visit Hua Yong and Shu Mudan. They had been around in the shadowless cave heaven for over 10,000 years, so they must be aware of everything in this place. Perhaps they could give him some useful hints. Hua Yong hospitably greeted Yang Kai in the reception hall. During this period of time, Twin Spirit Island had accepted a lot of open heaven realm masters from profound Yang Mountain, which greatly strengthened them. As the island master, Hua Yong appeared to be glowing. "Are you going to look for a way out, Brother Yang?" Hua Yong appeared solemn upon hearing Yang Kai's intention. Yang Kai nodded. "Since we can enter the shadowless cave heaven, we must be able to leave as well. I'm going to look for the exit. Do you happen to have any clues, Island Master Hua?" Hua Yong was quite eager to see Yang Kai leave. The young man was horrendously powerful and had destroyed profound Yang Mountain. The fact that he was staying on Twin Spirit Island was a potential concern. Moreover, if Yang Kai could really find a way out, it would be beneficial to Hua Yong as well. Therefore, upon hearing Yang Kai's intentions, he didn't attempt to stop him. After giving it a thought, Hua Yong suddenly dipped his finger into his tea and drew a circle on the table. Yang Kai looked doubtfully at him. Hua Yong pointed at the table and said, "If this table is the entire shadowless cave heaven, this circle represents the region the 3 great forces are able to operate. Well, there are only 2 great forces now." Yang Kai took a glance and pondered on it. "You mean you haven't fully explored the entire shadowless cave heaven?" Hua Yong shook his head. "It's impossible to explore the entire shadowless cave heaven." He pointed at the center of the circle and said, "It takes half a month to go from this place to the edge of the circle. Basically, the astral wind will appear once every month. Therefore, once you reach the edge of the circle, you have to hurry back, otherwise, you won't have a place to hide when the astral wind strikes, which will destabilize your small universe." Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Kai nodded. In that case, with their respective headquarters as the centers, the people from the 3 great forces can only move around in a range that they can go back and forth in 1 month. "That's right." Hua Yong bowed his head. "Once, many years ago, the 3 great forces cooperated and mobilized all of our subordinates to look for a potential exit. Unfortunately, we were unable to find anything within the range that we could reach. It will likely be extremely difficult for you to look for the exit." There were many people in the 3 great forces and they had been trying for years but still couldn't find a clue about how to leave. It had only been a few months since Yang Kai arrived in this place, so it was impossible that he could do something that the 3 great forces couldn't after millennia of trying. On the other hand, Yang Kai's eyes seemed to be glowing. In that case, the exit might just be outside this circle. The other cultivators could only move around within the circle, or else they would be harmed by the astral wind. However, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of it at all. If the exit was really in a place that was outside the circle, he would be able to find it sooner or later. Hua Yong said, Mao Zhe thought the same thing. He even hypothesized that the source of the astral wind might be where an exit could be found. Why would he say that? Yang Kai asked in puzzlement. Hua Yong replied, he suspected that the astral wind isn't native to the shadowless cave heaven and instead comes from the outside world. Therefore, the place where the astral wind comes from must have a passageway that leads to the outside world. Perhaps he's right. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. If that's really the case, there won't be any hope for us. Hua Yong smiled helplessly. Can anyone resist the astral wind and reach the exit? Even if the person can leave the shadowless cave heaven, no one can guarantee he won't fall into the source of the astral wind. By then, he won't be able to save himself. His worries were not unfounded. If Mao Zhe's speculation was right, once a person left the shadowless cave heaven, they would immediately fall into the origin of the astral wind. The wind that was coming from the outside world was already horrifying enough, so its source would definitely be even more terrible. However, while others were unable to bear the astral wind, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of it. After giving it a thought, he asked, "Do you happen to know the direction the astral wind comes from?" Although Yang Kai had experienced the astral wind several times now, he had never paid attention to the direction it came from. An astounded Hua Yong gazed at him and asked, "Are you going to search in that direction, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai replied, "I have to give it a try since the exit might just be over there." Hua Yong stared at him in stunned shock for a time before a look of admiration filled his face. "You're a pretty audacious man. Since you're so determined, I won't dissuade you. However, once you leave Twin Spirit Island, you'd better be careful of the astral wind. Once the wind rises, you have to look for a place to avoid it." Yang Kai nodded. After the direction was pointed out to him by Hua Yong, he turned around and left. Hua Yong saw him off and wished him success, then he watched the young man disappear in the direction he had pointed out. A glint flashed through his eyes as he shook his head. There was no doubt that Yang Kai's venture wouldn't be fruitful. Although he was powerful, there was no way he could resist the astral wind. It could be expected that he would return in a month or two looking battered and defeated. After leaving Twin Spirit Island, Yang Kai headed in the direction Hua Yong had pointed out at full speed. More than 10 days later, Yang Kai stopped in his tracks and sensed his surroundings, then he became ecstatic. That was because the wind was blowing towards him. He was certain he was outside of the circle Hua Yong had drawn after more than 10 days of moving forward. After all, he was a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master who was also a Master of the Tao of Space, so he was much faster than the average Open Heaven Realm Master. Presently, he was worried that he might be heading in the wrong direction as he didn't have a way of fixing his bearings. Since the wind was blowing at his face though, he could trace it back to its source. A moment later, the wind became stronger. Yang Kai could clearly feel that the astral wind had directly entered his small universe as it swept his world force away and began wearing down his heritage. In the next instant, a gigantic ancient tree appeared behind Yang Kai. The tree crown was so vast that it was as though it could cover the entire sky. As the branches hung low, a burst of vitality filled the air and the astral wind was immediately blocked outside of the tree's range. Yang Kai still had no idea why his towering evergreen divine manifestation was able to block the astral wind, but he speculated that the wood element power he had condensed from the immortal tree was simply powerful enough to ward it off. That was the reason he had the confidence to leave Twin Spirit Island. Other cultivators could only move around in a range that would take them half a month to return to their headquarters from, or else they would be harmed by the astral wind. However, Yang Kai was immune to it. When the astral wind came, he just had to use his towering evergreen to fend it off. After identifying the right direction, Yang Kai flew against the wind, the manifestation of the gigantic tree hovering behind him. 1 hour later, the astral wind stopped as all the noise died down. Yang Kai, who was moving at full speed, stopped in his tracks and looked ahead. That was because 3 rays of light suddenly rose from a hill on the horizon and dashed into the distance. They happened to be heading in the same direction as him. Yang Kai was shocked as he hadn't expected to come across anyone here. It was said that the cultivators from the 3 great forces couldn't come out this far, so supposedly, there shouldn't be anyone in this place. After all, there was nowhere in this region that could ward off the astral wind, so it must have affected these 3 people just now. As Yang Kai stared intently in their direction, he suddenly burst into laughter. So it's them. Did they decide to take such a big risk? The three rays of light were actually the mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain, Mao Zhi, Gongqing, and Zhouya. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai realized that it wasn't surprising that they were here. Since profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, they had nowhere else to go. They obviously wouldn't go to Twin Spirit Island as the proprietress and Yang Kai were there, so they would only embarrass themselves if they did. It was impossible for Unrivaled Guild to accept them as well. Although there were 3 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Unrivaled Guild, Mao Zhi and the others also numbered 3. If they were accepted, conflicts would arise in Unrivaled Guild. Mao Zhi wasn't known for being unreasonable and ruthless, but he also had his pride, so the 3 chiefs would be worried that Mao Zhi would covet their great force. Since these 2 places wouldn't welcome them, Mao Zhi and the others really had nowhere to go. Hua Yong had said that Mao Zhi was the one who suggested that the origin of the astral wind was probably an exit to this place. Since there were no other safe places in the shadowless cave heaven, it was only reasonable that Mao Zhi would take a risk and go against the wind to look for the way out. Nevertheless, Yang Kai had never expected to bump into them here. He never intended to hunt them down, as the reason he destroyed Profound Yang Mountain some time ago was simply to get revenge for the proprietress. Since Profound Yang Mountain was gone, Mao Zhi and the others had become as pitiful as stray dogs, and there wasn't a need for Yang Kai to add insult to injury. However, since they were heading in the same direction, they would meet up sooner or later. Half a day later, Mao Zhi and the others seemed to have noticed something as they looked behind them. Zhouya's eyes trembled when she looked back, then she exclaimed, "There's someone following us, big brother." A stunned Mao Zhi turned his head, then he widened his eyes and gritted his teeth. "It's Yang Kai." Martial Peak, Chapter 4409, Would you believe me? When Mao Zhi accidentally fell into the shadowless cave heaven back then, Profound Yang Mountain was the first place he landed on. It had been 10,000 years since then. Profound Yang Mountain wasn't expansive, as there were only about 10 or so peaks, but over the years he had managed to grow it into the largest great force in the shadowless cave heaven, and he had a lot of top cultivators who worked for him. Profound Yang Mountain was practically his foundation in the shadowless cave heaven. It didn't matter that some of his subordinates were injured or killed, as that would only mean a loss in power. However, the fact that Profound Yang Mountain was razed to the ground basically meant that his foundation was ruined, which meant that it would be hard for him to survive in the hostile environment in the shadowless cave heaven. The culprit of all his misery was the young man named Yang Kai. Therefore, it was expected that he was incensed when he saw him again. His eyes seemed able to spit fire as his murderous intent surged. He appeared eager to swallow Yang Kai alive as he watched the young man approach. Gongqing and Zhouya were also alarmed as they quickly surged their world force and readied themselves for a fight. They had experienced Yang Kai's horrifying power before. Prior to that, they believed that Mao Zhi was at the peak of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. Unless he was faced with an Open Heaven Realm Master in the Seventh Order or above, he was basically peerless. However, after the battle on Profound Yang Mountain, they realized there was always a mountain beyond the mountains. It was inconceivable that there was such a terrifying Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the world. In that battle, they were knocked out before it even climaxed. When they awakened, they were no longer on Profound Yang Mountain. Furthermore, Mao Zhi broke it to them that Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, so it wasn't inhabitable anymore. Then, Mao Zhi led them to Unrivaled Guild in an attempt to join that great force. They had no other choice. In the shadowless cave heaven, only the headquarters of the 3 great forces were safe from the astral wind. In order to survive in this place, they had to join one of the great forces. Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, and they couldn't possibly go to Twin Spirit Island. Hence, they were only left with Unrivaled Guild. Nevertheless, the 3 chiefs didn't seem to have the intention of accepting them, as they mocked them explicitly. Infuriated, the 3 of them turned around and left. Since they had nowhere to go, they could only take the risk and look for the possible exit of the shadowless cave heaven. At the time, Mao Zhi had said it was better to risk it all for a chance to survive than to allow the astral wind to slowly grind them to death. However, They couldn't believe that Yang Kai had relentlessly pursued them all the way here to hunt them down. That was the reason they felt humiliated and incensed. What a coincidence! How are you three? Yang Kai landed about 1,000 meters from the trio with a friendly smile on his face. With a dark expression, Mao Zhe questioned, "Are you determined to kill us ruthlessly? In that case, let's fight. Although this monarch isn't a match for you, it won't be easy for you to kill me either." Yang Kai gazed at him with a tilted head. "Do you think I'm here to kill you all, head mountain lord?" Mao Zhe snorted, "Are you not?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "No. Yun Fei Bai offended and humiliated my proprietress, so he only had himself to blame that he was killed. The reason I destroyed Profound Yang Mountain was that I was angered. To me, the moment Profound Yang Mountain was ruined, the accounts between us were settled. Of course, if you want to seek revenge, I don't mind spending some time dealing with you. Let's see if you're capable of doing that." Mao Zhe sported a grim expression but didn't respond. Apparently, he didn't believe him. Zhouya asked, "Since you're not hunting us down, what are you doing here, then? Don't tell me you're here to take in the view." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I believe we're here for the same reason." Geng Qing was startled for a moment before he asked, "Are you also looking for the exit to the shadowless cave heaven?" Yang Kai replied, "Island Master Hua told me the head mountain lord had a speculation that the source of the astral wind was an exit to the outside world, so it might be possible to find it if one travels against the wind." As he spoke, he took a glance at Mao Zhe. Upon hearing that, Mao Zhe snorted, and it was this monarch who came up with this view. However, no one can prove whether it's true. We'll find out by looking for the origin of the astral wind. Yang Kai shrugged smilingly at them. "Do you want to work with me?" Mao Zhe sported an odd expression as he asked, "You want to work with us?" "Why not?" Yang Kai arched his brow. "In fact, there isn't a blood feud between us unless you want to avenge Yun Fei Bai's death. We'll put aside the death of my second brother for now. You destroyed Profound Yang Mountain, which practically left us homeless in the shadowless cave heaven. This feud is absolutely irreconcilable, so what right do you have to work with us?" Mao Zhe sneered. Yang Kai shrugged. "Since you've said so, I won't force you to agree to it. However, I hope that you won't be begging for my help later." Upon finishing his words, he shot a meaningful glance at Mao Zhe. The head mountain lord scoffed. "Ridiculous. What would this monarch have to beg you for?" Yang Kai nodded. "I hope you can keep that tough attitude when the time comes. Don't make me look down on you. See you soon." Then he took a step forward as his figure vanished. When Mao Zhe and the others came to their senses, he was already far away in the distance. There was a solemn expression on Geng Qing's face as he remarked, "The Tao of space is indeed extraordinary." Just now, he was unable to figure out how Yang Kai disappeared. He would be unable to fend him off if Yang Kai decided to launch a sneak attack on him using a space secret technique, since the latter was also a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Zhouya frowned. "I can't believe he's looking for an exit as well. Is he sick of living?" The reason the three of them had fallen into such a state was that they had no other choice, since there was nowhere in the shadowless cave heaven that they could call home. Unless they found the exit and left this place, they would be killed by the astral wind sooner or later. However, it was puzzling that Yang Kai was also trying to search for the exit when he already had a shelter. His action suggested that he wasn't lying, as he was truly going against the wind. A myriad of expressions came over Mao Zhe as he looked in the direction Yang Kai had disappeared. Although he wasn't certain whether Yang Kai's words were true, he reckoned that the latter really didn't have the intention of fighting with them. Otherwise, the young man wouldn't have been so polite just now. "He happens to be ahead of us, so we'll just use him to find the path for us." A glint flashed through Mao Zhe's eyes as he waved his hand. "Follow him." When he initially heard Yun Fei Bai mention that Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space, Mao Zhe had the intention of capturing Yang Kai and making use of his expertise to look for the exit. However, things eventually got out of hand. Yun Fei Bai was killed, Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, and the three of them had to flee in embarrassment. Now that Yang Kai was leading the way, they could simply follow him and make use of his skill to find the exit. With this plan in mind, they kept a distance of 100 kilometers behind Yang Kai, paying close attention to him. The Shadowless Cave Heaven was a universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after his death. Supposedly, there should be some kind of inheritance of the Shadowless Divine Monarch in this place. Although it might not be as ample as the one in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, it shouldn't be so destitute. However, the arrival of the astral wind once a month meant that even if there were any resources left behind, they would have lost their spirituality and turned into dust over the years. After all, the astral wind was so eerie that even 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to resist it. So far, Yang Kai hadn't discovered anything useful. Wherever he went, all he could see was barren land as the entire world was infused with death chi. From time to time, he would stop to observe his surroundings for a moment before continuing his journey. Mao Zhe and the others followed him closely, but they had no idea what he was trying to do. They also tried to look into the places Yang Kai had stopped, but they couldn't find anything of interest. As time passed, Mao Zhe and the others began to grow anxious. The astral wind would appear once a month, and they had previously endured it once, which caused huge losses to their small universes. If they couldn't find the exit before the astral wind struck again, they would suffer even greater losses. A few days later, the three of them stood in the void as they silently observed the figure on a barren peak that was a few kilometers away. An impatient Zhouya asked, "He's been standing there for half a day. What is he trying to do?" Although Yang Kai had stopped in some places from time to time, it was the first time he remained stationary for such a long time. Mao Zhe stared intently at Yang Kai and observed every change in his expression, then he excitedly said, "Perhaps he has discovered something." Upon hearing that, Zhouya and Gongqing were thrilled as they looked in Yang Kai's direction with nervous but hopeful gazes. It would be a good thing for them if Yang Kai could find the exit. In that case, they would be able to leave this accursed place. There came a moment when Yang Kai let out a breath and opened his eyes, then he gazed at the three of them with a smile. "Head Mountain Lord, what if I say I've found the exit? Would you believe me?" Mao Zhe became excited. "Are you serious?" Yang Kai pointed at the space in front of him and declared, "It's right here." Mao Zhe immediately released his divine sense to scan the area, but a long time later he shook his head. "This monarch can't detect anything, so I don't know if I should believe you or not." Yang Kai guffawed. "It's simple to prove if I'm telling the truth." After he finished speaking, space principles around him surged as he performed a set of hand seals. All of a sudden, Mao Zhe had a bad premonition as he exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai flashed a grin at him. "Take a guess." Mao Zhe yelled, "Stop him." As he spoke, he charged forward and surged his world force before pushing out his palm at Yang Kai. Too late. Yang Kai roared as he jabbed his hands into the void and stomped his foot on the ground. "Open!" A cracking sound was heard as though something had snapped. The three of them were dumbfounded as they saw a crack appearing in the void above the peak. The horrifying sound of a gale reverberated as the astral wind came rushing through the void crack that was forcefully opened. "It's the astral wind!" Mao Zhe's expression changed drastically. Martial Peak, Chapter 4410, What do you want? A void crack suddenly appeared above the barren peak, and through the crack came the violent astral wind. Mao Zhe was both surprised and shocked. He was surprised because his speculation was right. The origin of the astral wind was really where the exit was. The astral wind didn't belong in the shadowless cave heaven to begin with. Instead, it blew into this place from the outside world. Perhaps they could leave the shadowless cave heaven by going past the crack. However, he was shocked because it was the first time he saw such an intense astral wind. He had lived in the shadowless cave heaven for about 10,000 years, but it was the first time he came across such a violent gale. On second thought, though, it wasn't so surprising. This place was considered the source of the astral wind, so it was expected that the gale here was fiercer than other parts of the shadowless cave heaven. Mao Zhe could clearly feel the astral wind gusting into his small universe, bringing his world force away and undermining his heritage. All of his vitality weltered, and it was as though his bones had softened. "You're insane." Mao Zhe glared at Yang Kai in a way as though he wanted to eat him alive. "Even if you want to die, don't drag us down with you." While he reproached the young man, he kept looking for somewhere that could fend off the astral wind. Unfortunately, there wasn't such a place within his sight. The astral wind seemed to have filled the entire universe, and no place was safe. Yang Kai, however, was just standing in front of the void crack. There was an ancient tree behind him that exuded vibrant vitality. He was engulfed in the low-hanging branches, and as the astral wind gusted through the canopy, the branches swayed lightly, but the man inside wasn't bothered one bit. He just stared silently at the three of them who looked like they were on pins and needles. Mao Zhe swept a glance over the ancient tree, then his pupils contracted as he shouted, "You're able to fend off the astral wind." "What's so hard about that?" Yang Kai put on a faint smile. "That's impossible," Mao Zhe growled. Although he wasn't willing to believe it, what he was seeing wasn't fake. Yang Kai was just standing outside of the wind source. Supposedly, he would be more severely affected than the others. However, the reality was that within the ancient tree's range, the astral wind was warded off as though it was blocked by an invisible force. That's the reason he's so confident. A realization dawned upon Mao Zhe. Just now, he doubted why Yang Kai had come all the way here to look for the exit instead of staying on Twin Spirit Island. After all, the astral wind would strike once a month, and every strike could cause immense losses to a cultivator's small universe. Nevertheless, it now seemed that Yang Kai wasn't afraid of the astral wind. At that instant, he recalled that Yang Kai had told him to keep it up and he must never beg him for help. The young man was clearly waiting to embarrass him. Mao Zhe was so infuriated that his murderous intent surged and he roared, "Kill!" Upon finishing his words, he charged towards Yang Kai. Without hesitation, Zhou Ye and Geng Qing followed right behind him. The three mountain lords had joined forces again as they pounced on the young man in an imposing manner. They had previously done that on Profound Yang Mountain, but they were eventually defeated by Yang Kai. It wasn't that they were weak. It was because Mao Zhe believed that he was the strongest cultivator in the shadowless cave heaven that he underestimated Yang Kai. Once a mistake was made, it was hard for him to turn things around. After the incident, he gave it a thought and reckoned that if he hadn't been negligent, things wouldn't have ended up in such a terrible state. Regardless of how powerful Yang Kai was, he hadn't reached the high-rank Open Heaven realm. He was just a 6th-order Open Heaven realm master. Given the harsh lesson previously, Mao Zhe wouldn't dare to lower his guard now, therefore he went all out from the start. His 6th-order Open Heaven realm aura shook the world as he attacked. When Yang Kai, who was standing outside the void crack, saw that the mountain lords were as ferocious as tigers, he merely shook his head and before the three of them could strike him, he directly disappeared from the spot. Mao Zhe almost sprayed out a mouthful of blood with exasperation. He was ready to strike, but his target had gone missing all of a sudden, which made him feel like he had punched a pile of cotton. It was expected that he was vexed. Turning his head, he saw Yang Kai standing just more than 10 kilometers away and staring silently at them. "Big brother." Geng Qing awaited his order. After a brief moment of hesitation, Mao Zhe said through gritted teeth, "Go." Then, he directly plunged into the void crack and disappeared. Seeing that, Geng Qing and Zhou Ye hurriedly followed him. "They're pretty resolute." Yang Kai watched them leave and nodded gently. As the astral wind devastated the surroundings, the three of them were losing their strength with each passing breath. If this dragged on, it could cause their small universes to collapse. Rather than getting tangled up with Yang Kai, they figured it was better to look for the exit through the wind source. As long as they could get out of the wind source, they would be able to leave the shadowless cave heaven and obtain their freedom. However, it wasn't an easy feat to leave. Yang Kai looked silently at the void crack he had torn apart with a meaningful grin on his face as the relentless astral wind caused the branches of the ancient tree behind him to sway. After just 10 breaths of time, 3 figures shot out of the void crack, looking battered with unstable auras. They were Mao Zhe and the others who had entered the crack just now. In just 10 breaths of time, their auras had dropped significantly. It was apparent that they had suffered some huge losses. Presently, they all looked horrified as though they were being pursued by some kind of hideous beast. In quick steps, they ran as far away as possible from the void crack and disappeared over the horizon. Before they vanished from sight, Mao Zhe glared at Yang Kai and snarled, "This monarch will never forget what you've done to me and will get even with you one day." Yang Kai put on a faint smile and nonchalantly chased after them. Mao Zhe and the others thought that they would just stay as far away from the wind source as possible, but regardless of how far they went, they were still unable to get rid of the astral wind's harassment. What made them even more incensed was the fact that Yang Kai was calmly following them, and they were unable to get rid of him. He didn't attempt to attack them as he just gazed at them from afar as though he was watching a good show. 2 hours later, Zhouya screamed with a pale face, "Something is wrong, big brother." Mao Zhe's expression was so cold that it was as though one could scrape a layer of frost off his face. Certainly, he had also realized that something was off. Usually, the astral wind would only last for about an hour before it stopped, but now it had far exceeded its normal duration. After giving it a thought, he realized that the cause of the astral wind this time was that Yang Kai had torn the void apart and exposed the wind source. If the void crack wasn't closed, the wind source wouldn't disappear. Therefore, they were unable to draw on their past experiences to make a judgment. However, under the influence of the astral wind, the heritages of their small universes were draining away at a steady pace. There would come a moment when their cultivation regressed, or their small universes might even fall apart directly. 1 hour later, the astral wind still didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon, and Zhouya appeared to be in a desperate state. Gang Qing took a glance at the relentless Yang Kai and said through clenched teeth, "Why don't we fight it out with him, big brother?" There was a bitter smile on Mao Zhe's face as he shook his head. "We're no longer a match for him." If they were still in peak condition, they could have joined forces and fought against Yang Kai. However, presently, their strengths had plummeted significantly, so how were they supposed to defeat him? They were unable to flee either. If Yang Kai had the intention, he could wait for their strength to drop further and easily kill them off. He didn't even need to make a move actually, for it would only take 3 to 5 days before the 3 of them were killed by the astral wind. All of a sudden, Mao Zhe stopped in his tracks and turned around. As he stared at the approaching Yang Kai, he questioned in a grim voice, "What do you want?" Yang Kai stopped and hovered in midair. The branches of the ancient tree behind him hung low, and his stable aura suggested that he hadn't even been affected by the astral wind one bit in the past 3 hours. He looked condescendingly at Mao Zhe and asked, "You're an intelligent man, head mountain lord, so why is there a need to ask the obvious?" Mao Zhe asked, "You've torn space apart and exposed the wind source. Now, the entire shadowless cave heaven will be devastated by the astral wind. What benefits would that bring you?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I just wanted to see if I could break through the void and connect to the outside world. Exposing the wind source was just an accident." Mao Zhe scoffed. "Even if that's true, what are you trying to achieve by following us but not attacking? I hope you're not going to tell me that you want to collect our corpses." Yang Kai sneered, "I don't have such a distasteful hobby." Mao Zhe's face fell as he took a glance at the tree behind the young man. "Do you want us to submit to you then?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I'm just trying to give you all a chance to survive. In this situation, you're going to lose your lives if you don't submit to me. I believe no one is willing to lose their life when there is another option, including you all. Why would you turn me down when there's a chance to survive?" Mao Zhe said through clenched teeth, "This monarch has lived for a long time and has killed countless people before. Do you think I fear death?" Yang Kai rubbed his palms together. "I admire the fact that you're not afraid of death, head mountain lord. You're truly valiant. If you insist on dying today, I won't stop you. After you pass away, I'll help you find a proper place and bury your corpse. However, sometimes simply dying isn't the worst fate a man can face. Seeing the cultivation you've accumulated over millennia slowly being scraped away, all your hopes, dreams, and aspirations taken from you piece by piece. Now that sounds like a fate worse than death. Mao Zhe's expression darkened when he heard that. Just like what Yang Kai had said, life or death already didn't matter to someone like Mao Zhe. He had lived for a long time and killed innumerable people in the past. He could accept it if he were to die in battle. However, seeing his life's work slowly taken from him, the heritage of his small universe shaved off one piece at a time while being powerless to resist, it was simply intolerable. It was just like seeing a thief barging into his house, taking away all his property and burning his home down while he was forced to watch. The whole point of cultivation was to traverse one's martial Dao. No one could tolerate the notion of their cultivation being stolen from them. Geng Qing's face was livid as he shuddered in rage and unwillingness. It was as though he could imagine himself perishing into nothingness. Zhou Ye pressed her lips together and her eyes were filled with fear and anxiety. Yang Kai extended his hand and said, "I truly admire the fact that you're so calm in the face of death. Since you're determined to die, I will stop persuading you. All of you may set off on your journey to the Yellow Springs now." He appeared ready to watch them slowly perish on their own. Martial Peak, Chapter 44:11, Subduing 3 Mountains. The astral wind never stopped as the entire shadowless cave heaven was devastated by the sandstorm it kicked up. 2 parties silently confronted each other. While Yang Kai was calm and collected, a myriad of expressions came over the 3 mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain. "Big brother," Zhou Ye called out gently. Mao Zhe turned to look at her, and as their eyes met, he couldn't help but recall the moments they had spent together in the past. The coldness on his face slowly melted away. After a sigh, he gazed at Yang Kai and asked, "Will you ensure our safety if we submit to you?" Yang Kai arched his brow. "Not only can I ensure your safety, but I can also bring you out of the shadowless cave heaven." Mao Zhe shook his head. "How do I know if your divine manifestation is able to protect others as well?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "It's easy. Just come over and give it a try if you don't believe me." Mao Zhe nodded. "I'll do that then." After he finished speaking, he was ready to charge towards Yang Kai. Geng Qing immediately stopped him. "I'll do it, big brother." Before Mao Zhe could object to it, he had already gone on ahead. Apparently, he was worried that Yang Kai might harm Mao Zhe, so he decided to give it a try in his stead. In the blink of an eye, Geng Qing had already reached Yang Kai, who didn't stop him and even opened a gap in the towering evergreen's protection to let him come in. Geng Qing remained vigilant while standing beside Yang Kai. As he looked up at the tree crown and observed the low-hanging branches, his expression was soon transformed by shock. Standing in the protection range of this ancient tree, he couldn't feel the slightest harassment from the astral wind. Besides that, the ample vitality around him soothed his body and mind, and his fatigued figure seemed to have been rejuvenated in an instant. He had never seen or heard of such a divine manifestation before. More than 10 breaths later, he dashed out of the protection range. Before that, he took a glance at Yang Kai with a conflicted gaze. Upon his return, he secretly spoke to Mao Zhe and narrated what he had gone through just now. As Mao Zhe listened to him, he narrowed his eyes. A moment later, Mao Zhe let out a sigh. "Fine. We have nowhere else to go in shadowless cave heaven. If you're able to bring us out of this place, we're willing to submit to you." If he could leave this place, he would have a chance to ascend to the 7th order, which was greatly tempting. Yang Kai rubbed his palms together and said, "Head Mountain Lord is a straightforward and flexible man. However, how do I know if it's not just an empty promise? Since you've made such a decision, I hope you'll give me some assurance. I don't wish for you to betray me one day. After all, we haven't really been on good terms." Mao Zhe snorted. "What kind of assurance do you want? Do you want us to make a heart demon oath?" "There's no need for that." Yang Kai grinned at him and summoned an ancient-looking book. "You just have to use your blood essence to write your names in here." Mao Zhe's expression changed. "What's this?" "The loyalty list." As Yang Kai spoke, he tossed the book at Mao Zhe. After taking it, Mao Zhe opened it and realized there were only 9 pages in the loyalty list. A person named Shin Tianfei was on the first page, He was on the second page, and some Yun Xinghua was on the third page. The rest of the pages were blank. As he scanned the loyalty list with his divine sense, Mao Zhe realized that the book contained a mysterious power. Although he was a sixth-order open heaven realm master, he was still unable to see through it. The thin book felt extremely heavy in his hands, as though it weighed as much as a mountain. He looked up at Yang Kai and asked, "What's the use of this thing?" Yang Kai replied honestly, "Once you leave your name on it, your life will come under my control." Mao Zhe's expression changed. Geng Qing bellowed, "Brat, don't go too far." The three of them were sixth-order open heaven realm masters. If Yang Kai's words were true, they would essentially become his slaves by leaving their names in this book. He'd rather die than be humiliated in such a way. Yang Kai dispassionately said, "You can decide whether you want to leave your names on it or not. I won't force you. However, what I can tell you is that if you're willing to leave your names there, I'll bring you out of the shadowless cave heaven and return you to the 3,000 worlds. If you're not willing to do that, it's fine as well. If we have a chance to get along with one another in the future, you'll find out what I'm really like." Mao Zhe suddenly asked, "What are the cultivations of these three people?" Yang Kai was startled for a moment before he realized that the other person was talking about the people on the loyalty list. Then he replied, "Two of them are in the fourth order and the remaining one is in the fifth order." Mao Zhe nodded. "The people on the loyalty list must have some grudges with you. You were not willing to let them off, but you didn't want to kill them either, so you made them leave their names on the list so they would work for you." "Correct." "Good." Mao Zhe nodded, then he put a finger into his mouth and bit it to squeeze out his blood essence. After that, he turned to page 4 of the book and wrote down his name. "Big brother." Geng Qing and Zhou Yu were flabbergasted. Once he left his name there, he would never be able to resist Yang Kai again. After leaving his name on page 4, Mao Zhe tossed the book at Geng Qing and replied, "Rather than waiting for death here, we should seize the chance to live." In the meantime, he secretly spoke to the two of them. "I've heard about the loyalty list before. It was made by a high-rank open heaven realm master named Loyalty Demon using the blood and flesh of Xieji. It can be used to enslave open heaven realm masters, but only those below the high rank." Although he had already heard about the loyalty list, he didn't let his emotions show on his face when Yang Kai mentioned the book's name. He was at the peak of the sixth-order open heaven realm, and if he hadn't been trapped in the shadowless cave heaven where there was a lack of resources, he would have ascended to the seventh-order open heaven realm a long time ago. If he could return to the outside world, he could gather enough resources and shake off the book's control in no time. That was the reason he didn't even hesitate to leave his name on the book. Geng Qing and Zhou Yu were excited upon hearing Mao Zhe's intention but still pretended to know nothing as Geng Qing said through clenched teeth, "Since you've made such a decision, big brother, I'll follow suit." Then he squeezed out his blood essence and put down his name before passing the book to Zhou Yu. A moment later, Zhou Yu left her name on page 6. Yang Kai extended his hand and retrieved the book, then flashed a smile at them. "Wise people will submit to the circumstances. I'm glad that you've made such a decision. I'm sorry for offending you some time ago. From now on, we're all one family." Mao Zhe replied in a muffled voice, "You didn't offend us. It was just that we had different stances." Yang Kai opened up his towering evergreen and beckoned to them. "The wind is strong outside. Please come in here and follow me to seal the void crack." The three of them exchanged glances and dashed towards Yang Kai. Upon entering the protection range of the ancient tree, they realized that the astral wind was completely shut out. Zhou Yu couldn't help but let out a breath with a relieved look on her face. Mao Zhe's expression turned milder as he examined the branches and fell into his thoughts. "Your wood element divine manifestation is simply incredible, Brother Yang. What's the order of your wood element power?" After giving it a thought, Yang Kai replied, "I don't know what order it is either actually, but it's a high-rank one at least." He had no idea what the order of the immortal tree was, but upon hearing that, Mao Zhe thought that he simply wasn't willing to tell him the truth, so he stopped asking. "A high-rank power?" Mao Zhe exclaimed. Your foundation is indeed solid since you had the guts to condense a high-rank power. I saw you using a fire element divine manifestation and a water element divine ability that are also of the high rank. Did you intend to directly ascend to the high-rank open heaven realm? Yang Kai replied with a smile. That was indeed my original plan, but an accident happened so I only ended up in the mid-rank open heaven realm. Mao Zhe's brow twitched as he was horrified deep down inside. He couldn't believe that someone was ambitious enough to plan to directly ascend to the high-rank open heaven realm. Although Yang Kai didn't make it in the end, the foundation he had built wouldn't be wasted. That was the reason he was able to defeat Mao Zhe even though both of them were in the sixth order open heaven realm. As they casually chatted, they headed towards the wind source. They arrived at their destination in just 4 hours. The void crack where the wind source was located was torn apart by Yang Kai using space principles. Supposedly, it would slowly heal under the influence of the local world principles. However, the astral wind was extremely abrasive and the principles in the shadowless cave heaven were already somewhat broken, so the crack didn't seem to be showing signs of healing. The crack was still around even though half a day had passed. Standing in front of the crack, Yang Kai manipulated his space principles and pushed out his palms. As space principles undulated, the crack slowly healed wherever his palms moved over. After an hour, Yang Kai finally managed to close the crack and the astral wind disappeared. Next, he put away his towering evergreen and frowned before falling into his thoughts. Mao Zhe and the others had suffered immense losses, so they immediately sat on the ground with their legs crossed. Following that, they fished out piles of open heaven pills and various other resources to refine them in order to make up for the losses in their small universes. Yang Kai didn't have to do this, so he found a place nearby and started doing his own things. Half a day later, Mao Zhe opened his eyes and saw a newly created array. Yang Kai appeared busy, but he wasn't certain what he was doing. Although Mao Zhe was unresigned and resentful of the young man, he wouldn't let his emotions show on his face as he had left his name on the loyalty list. Hence, he went over and asked curiously, "What are you doing, Brother Yang? Do you need my help?" "There's no need for that. It's almost done." Yang Kai waved his hand. After observing it for a moment, Mao Zhe finally realized what the young man was doing and asked, "Are you building a space array?" Yang Kai nodded. "It takes more than 10 days to come here from Twin Spirit Island. It'll be much easier with a space array around." "Are you going back to Twin Spirit Island?" Yang Kai replied with a smile. "The reason I came to the shadowless cave heaven was to look for my companions. Since I've found them as well as the exit, we'd better leave this place sooner rather than later. The environment in the shadowless cave heaven is far too hostile." Martial Peak, Chapter 44:12, No Regrets in Life. Upon hearing Yang Kai's words, Mao Zhe set his mind at ease. Since Yang Kai was ready to bring the people from Twin Spirit Island over, he should have the confidence to achieve his goal, otherwise, he wouldn't have taken such a huge risk. "Are you all coming to Twin Spirit Island with me? Or are you going to wait for me here?" Yang Kai asked. After pondering on it for a moment, Mao Zhe asked, "According to the regular pattern, the astral wind will strike again in 10 days. Will you be able to come back here in 10 days, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't think so." It would take him more than 10 days to arrive at Twin Spirit Island, so there was no way he could return to this place before the wind came. Moreover, he would have to spend some time on Twin Spirit Island. "We're going with you then," Mao Zhe decided. They would have Yang Kai's protection by following him while they would be powerless to resist the wind if they stayed here. Since an agreement had been reached, they immediately set off on their journey towards Twin Spirit Island. They didn't speak to each other on the road, and 10 days later, the astral wind indeed struck again. Yang Kai used his towering evergreen to ensure everyone's safety. Although the three of them had experienced it before, they were still awestruck by the divine manifestation. A few days later, they finally arrived at Twin Spirit Island. After a message was sent out, the fog around the island separated and Yang Kai led the 3 mountain lords towards the bamboo forest where the proprietress and the others resided. When the person who was guarding the grand array, saw Mao Zhe and the others, he was shocked and immediately reported it to Hua Yong. As Yang Kai shuffled into the bamboo forest with the three of them, chef and accountant, who were cultivating, were astounded. Upon leaving their huts to have a look, they were startled. "Where's proprietress?" Yang Kai asked. "She's still cultivating in seclusion," chef replied, then pulled Yang Kai away and pointed in the direction of Mao Zhe and the others. "What's going on? Why have they come here with you?" Yang Kai took a glance at the three of them and explained, "They were captivated by my charm, so they've surrendered to me. Now, they have to obey my command." Chef shot him a dry glance as he apparently didn't believe him. "I'm going to meet proprietress," Yang Kai said, then headed to the bamboo hut where she resided. Chef, accountant, and the three mountain lords exchanged glances. Standing outside the hut, Yang Kai raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. He only opened the door and entered the place upon getting her response. Outside the bamboo forest, Hua Yong was covered in cold sweat as he dashed forward alongside Shu Mudan. They both appeared worried. When he was told that Yang Kai had returned to Twin Spirit Island with the three mountain lords of Profound Yang Mountain, he didn't believe his subordinate at first. After all, Yang Kai had previously burned down Profound Yang Mountain and killed the second mountain lord Yun Fei Bai. That was a blood feud that was practically irreconcilable. It would be a miracle if they didn't fight the moment they met, so how was it possible that they had come back together? However, since the subordinate swore that he had seen it with his own eyes, Hua Yong had no choice but to believe him and rushed over to look into the matter. What's Yang Kai trying to achieve? Hua Yong was befuddled. Previously, Yang Kai said he was going to look for the exit of the shadowless cave heaven, but he returned with Mao Zhe and the others after just 1 month. Was he going to make a move on Twin Spirit Island? Had he come to any agreement with Mao Zhe and the others? Hua Yong couldn't help but let his thoughts run wild. When he reached the bamboo forest and saw those people who seemed to be in a confrontation, he narrowed his eyes and called out, "Head Mountain Lord Mao." Shu Mudan's face stiffened as she put up her guard. Mao Zhe turned to look at Hua Yong and cupped his fist, "Island Master Hua." Hua Yong gulped with difficulty as he wasn't certain what he was about to face. Regardless, he still stepped forward and said in a bitter voice, "You should have informed us that you were coming to Twin Spirit Island, Head Mountain Lord Mao. It's rather impolite of us to not at least welcome you at our doors." Despite his polite tone, he was practically implying that Mao Zhe was too disrespectful by coming to his territory without informing him. Although Hua Yong was timid, he wasn't a pushover. Mao Zhe said impassively, "We have nowhere to go. Since Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, I'm no longer the head mountain lord. It wasn't this Mao's intention to come to Twin Spirit Island. We were merely following Sir Yang." Sir Yang? Hua Yong was stunned, wondering who the person was that Mao Zhe was talking about. Just then, Yang Kai's voice was heard coming from the hut. "You're here, Island Master Hua. Please come up together with your wife. I need to tell you something." Upon hearing that, Hua Yong darted his gaze between the hut and Mao Zhe in puzzlement. Since he was unable to figure anything out, he gave a signal to Shu Mudan to tell her to be careful, then strode towards the hut with a frown. After entering the place, they saw Yang Kai and Lan Yuruo seated across from each other as they seemed to be having a chat. When the latter pair saw the couple, they quickly rose from the chairs. Upon saluting one another, everyone took a seat. An anxious Hua Yong asked, "What's going on with Head Mountain Lord Mao and the others, Brother Yang? I heard that they came here with you." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Relax, Island Master Hua. They've indeed come here with me, but they don't have any ill intentions against Twin Spirit Island." Hua Yong fell silent with a grim expression. Although he had allowed Yang Kai to come and go from Twin Spirit Island as he pleased, it didn't mean the young man could bring Mao Zhe and the other mountain lords with him. However, since he wasn't a match for Yang Kai to begin with, Hua Yong decided to keep his mouth shut. Upon seeing his expression, the proprietress comforted him by saying, "Island Master Hua, just so you know, Mao Zhe and the others have submitted to Yang Kai. Without his order, they won't make any rash moves." "They've submitted to him?" Hua Yong's brow twitched. He had the urge to ask Lan Yurua whether she even understood what she was talking about. However, when he recalled that Maozhi had called Yang Kai Sir Yang, he couldn't help but fall into a state of disbelief. Let's not talk about them just now. Yang Kai waved his hand. I'd like to talk about leaving the shadowless cave heaven. A shocked Hua Yong lifted his head. Have you found the exit, Brother Yang? Shu Mudan couldn't help but cover her mouth and gaze at Yang Kai in shock. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai nodded. I found the exit. Just like what Maozhi speculated, the origin of the astral wind is the passageway that's connected to the outside world. By moving past it, we'll be able to leave the shadowless cave heaven. You went to the source of the astral wind? Hua Yong exclaimed. Yang Kai nodded in response. After giving it a thought, Shu Mudan spoke. The astral wind suddenly struck again for no reason more than 10 days ago, and it lasted for about half a day. It's different from the regular pattern. Yang Kai explained, that's because I tore the space around the source of the astral wind apart and opened a passageway to it. Shu Mudan exclaimed. Disbelief was written all over Hua Yong's face as he said, in just 1 month, Brother Yang has achieved something that we haven't been able to do for over 10,000 years. A humble Yang Kai replied, luck played a big part in it. An excited Hua Yong said, since you've found the exit, do you have the confidence to leave this place? Yang Kai said, I was about to talk about this very issue, Island Master Hua. It's not hard to leave this place, but the problem is what we will face after leaving shadowless cave heaven. Hua Yong furrowed his brow. What do you think we'll face, Brother Yang? Have you forgotten about what you've told me before? Yang Kai stared at him. After giving it a thought, Hua Yong replied, we'll probably fall into the source of the astral wind after leaving the shadowless cave heaven. It must be very dangerous there. Yang Kai nodded, that's right. Once we leave the shadowless cave heaven, we'll fall into the origin of the astral wind. I have no idea how dangerous it will be. To be honest with you, I have a way of fending off the astral wind. At the very least, the astral wind gusting into the shadowless cave heaven doesn't bother me at all. However, I don't know what will happen after we fall into the astral wind source. Hua Yong was shocked upon hearing this. It was only now that he understood the reason Yang Kai had the confidence to leave Twin Spirit Island and look for the exit. It was no wonder that Yang Kai's aura didn't seem to have been affected one bit even though the astral wind had struck twice over the last month. He actually had a way to defend against it. After a moment of silence, Hua Yong asked, are you going to leave the shadowless cave heaven, Brother Yang? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Many thanks to both of you for taking care of us. If you want, you can come with us, and I'll do my best to take care of you. Of course, I welcome the rest of the people from Twin Spirit Island if they want to leave as well. I'm also going to inform those from Unrivaled Guild about it. Unrivaled Guild? Hua Yong looked doubtfully at him. Are you friends with them? Yang Kai shook his head. No. However, we will have greater strength with more people accompanying us. We don't know what will happen after we leave the shadowless cave heaven, so I'm willing to bring those who want to come with me. Hua Yong bowed his head. I admire how righteous and just Brother Yang is. Island Master Hua is too kind. It's the least I can do. Shu Mudan, who had remained silent all along, suddenly asked, the origin of the astral wind must be extremely dangerous. Do you have the confidence to move past it, Senior Brother Yang? After giving it a thought, Yang Kai replied with a serious expression, I cannot give you an affirmative reply since I have no idea what the situation is like on the other side. Even if it's a path of certain death, do you still insist on leaving the shadowless cave heaven? Yang Kai said with a smile, life is not a clear path laid out before us. I don't strive for everything to be perfect, only to not have any regrets. Rather than remaining trapped here forever, I'm willing to give it a try. Shu Mudan became startled for a moment before she pressed her lips together and nodded, I understand. Hua Yong said, this is a serious matter, so I cannot make a decision in a short time. Please give us a few days to sleep on it, Brother Yang. Yang Kai replied with a smile, Proprietress still needs another month or so to recover, so we won't be leaving so soon. You can tell me about it after you make a decision. Many thanks. Hua Yong cupped his fists, then he rose from the chair and left with Shu Mudan. Upon reaching the door, he suddenly turned around. This is a serious matter, Brother Yang, so I hope you won't break it to the rest of the people on Twin Spirit Island for now. Martial Peak, Chapter 44:13, Unrivaled Guild. Yang Kai's expression changed when he heard that, then he replied with a smile, Don't worry, Island Master Hua. You have full control over the affairs in Twin Spirit Island. I won't interfere. It was then Hua Yong thanked him and left the place. After the couple was gone, the proprietress said with a smile, He's pretty cautious. He must be worried that his subordinates will start having other ideas if the news is leaked. It can't be helped. Yang Kai could understand. If word got out that he was able to bring some people out of Shadowless Cave Heaven, many of those from Twin Spirit Island would be tempted to join him. If Hua Yong and Shu Mudan decided to stay in the end, but Yang Kai brought most of their people away, the power of Twin Spirit Island would be greatly weakened. It was expected that Hua Yong didn't want the news to be leaked so soon, and he was able to set his mind at ease since Yang Kai had given him the assurance. Are you really going to inform those from Unrivaled Guild about this? The proprietress asked. Yang Kai nodded. They're all pitiful people, so I don't mind lending them a hand. It's up to them whether they'll believe me or not. The proprietress paused before nodding as well. Give me a month. If it's just like what you've said, we're going to face a lot of trouble after leaving the Shadowless Cave Heaven, so I should restore my full strength before we depart. Of course. A moment later, Yang Kai stepped out of the bamboo hut. The people outside the hut were still staring at one another, so Yang Kai directly wedged into the spot between both parties before turning to look at Mao Zhe. I'm going to Unrivaled Guild. Mao Zhe retracted his gaze and frowned. Why are you going there? I'm going to ask them whether they want to leave Shadowless Cave Heaven. I don't mind bringing them with me. Gung Qing widened his eyes. You want to bring those from Unrivaled Guild with you? What's wrong with that? After a moment of silence, Gung Qing shook his head. There's no problem. If possible, he wouldn't want those from Unrivaled Guild to tag along. After Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, the three of them headed to Unrivaled Guild in an attempt to seek shelter, but the three chiefs had no qualms about mocking them, which was why they eventually left in exasperation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken such a huge risk to look for the exit. Gung Qing naturally wished for those from Unrivaled Guild to be trapped inside the Shadowless Cave Heaven forever. However, since Yang Kai had made a decision, he wasn't in any place to object to it. Technically, the three of them were now Yang Kai's subordinates as their lives were under his control. They didn't have the right to change his mind. You'll come with me, Zhouya? I don't know where Unrivaled Guild is after all. Yang Kai gazed at her. Zhouya looked inquisitively at Mao Zhe, who then said, Since Sir has given the order, you should go with him. It was then Zhouya nodded gently. Yang Kai swept a dispassionate glance over Mao Zhe before shuffling forward. After leaving Twin Spirit Island, Zhouya led the way and headed to Unrivaled Guild. While they were on the road, Zhouya asked, Sir, you're already so powerful at such a young age. I'm sure you're from one of the cave heavens or paradises. Yang Kai shot her a glance and said, Did Mao Zhe tell you to inquire about my background? Zhouya's face stiffened as she forced a smile. Don't get me wrong, sir. I'm just curious. Since you're not willing to tell me, please just ignore my question. She tucked her hair behind her ear and revealed her alluring profile and her snow-white skin. You'll find out about my background after we leave this place. Even if I tell you about it now, you probably won't believe me. Zhouya replied with her head hung low. Over the years, she had always been in an important position. As the fourth mountain lord of Profound Yang Mountain, she was famous throughout the Shadowless Cave Heaven. Now that she had become someone else's servant who had lost control over her own life, she wasn't used to it. The three mountain lords speculated that Yang Kai was a core disciple nurtured by one of the cave heavens or paradises. Otherwise, he couldn't have possessed a power that was in the same order. Furthermore, The fact that Yang Kai had refined so many high-rank materials strengthened their beliefs. Unrivaled Guild was pretty far away from Twin Spirit Island, so it took them 5 days to arrive at their destination. Upon their arrival, Zhouya said, "We'll soon reach the headquarters of Unrivaled Guild. You must act carefully, sir." Yang Kai looked up but couldn't see anything unusual. Suppressing the doubt in his heart, he continued following Zhouya as they moved forward. In just a moment, they saw a smooth-looking cliff, which was so flat that it was as though it was cut using a knife. There was a protruded rock in the middle that served as a platform. Zhouya and Yang Kai landed on the platform, then she pointed at the wall. "This is the headquarters of Unrivaled Guild." Yang Kai released his divine sense and realized that there was a barrier in front of the wall of this platform. There must be some space behind the wall. "Inform them of our arrival," Yang Kai ordered. Zhouya nodded, then she performed a hand seal and pressed both her hands against the wall, whereupon a layer of visible ripples spread around. A moment later, rumbling sounds were heard coming from behind the wall. A passage was revealed in the flat wall, then more than 100 people flooded out of it. There were 3 bald men, whose figures were built like bulls, at the front. What surprised Yang Kai was that the 3 of them looked identical. They were apparently triplets. The auras of the 3 of them suggested that they were in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Needless to say, they were the 3 chiefs of Unrivaled Guild. Yang Kai tooted in amazement. Over the years, he had met quite a number of twins, but it was the first time he came across triplets. What was especially rare was that these 3 burly brothers had all ascended to the 6th Order. It was no wonder that Unrivaled Guild was able to face off against Profound Yang Mountain, as the brothers were in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Furthermore, since they were triplets, they probably had some kind of innate connection. It wouldn't be surprising if they had cultivated a combined attack technique. If both parties got into a scuffle, Mao Zhu on his own wouldn't be a match for them. Now, it seemed that among the 3 great forces in the shadowless cave heaven, Twin Spirit Island was indeed the weakest. Besides the fact that they only had 2 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters on their side, their collective power was also no match for the other 2 great forces. The reason they had survived until this day was that the environment in the shadowless cave heaven was truly hostile, as the resources were scarce. Among the 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters, unless there was a great blood feud, they wouldn't easily get into a fight, as once they were exhausted or injured, it would be hard for them to recuperate. As soon as the brothers appeared, Zhouya gently spoke to Yang Kai. "Sir, they're the 3 chiefs of Unrivaled Guild. Their names are Shan, Chiu, and Yu. As for who is who, I can't really tell." A speechless Yang Kai swept a glance over the brothers and realized he couldn't tell them apart either. The brothers were fierce upon their appearance, but when they saw Zhouya, their eyes seemed to be glowing. One of them called out, "I was just wondering who had the guts to knock on our door." "It's you, beautiful little girl." Another person said smilingly, "What's wrong? Have you changed your mind and decided to be our wife?" The last person said, "That's great. We'll marry you today and let you know what it's like to be a bride." Zhouya was so exasperated that she started flushing, then she said through gritted teeth, "Stop spouting nonsense, you ugly men. I'll never be your wife." The first person who spoke stroked his bald head and sported a ferocious expression. "Beautiful girl, since you're not willing to be our wife, why are you even here? Are you sick of living? We don't mind granting your wish, as we're adept at torturing women." The second person glanced at Yang Kai and tooted, "Who is this pretty boy? I've never seen him before." The last person remarked, "He must be this woman's lover." Just then, a person rushed over and spoke to the brothers with a horrified expression. Since the downfall of Profound Yang Mountain, the survivors had either gone to Twin Spirit Island or Unrivaled Guild. Presently, some of the people standing behind the brothers were originally from Profound Yang Mountain, so they could immediately recognize Yang Kai. At that instant, they started trembling in fear, wondering if he wasn't happy with destroying Profound Yang Mountain alone. Had he come all the way here to ruin Unrivaled Guild? Upon hearing the subordinate's words, The three brothers stiffened and gazed at Yang Kai with widened eyes. They examined the young man as though they were trying to look into his soul. One of them suddenly said in a small voice, "That's Yang Kai? I thought he'd look mighty. With more muscles. It's surprising that he has such thin arms." The second brother nodded. "Don't be negligent, third brother. You can't judge a book by its cover. This person really doesn't seem ordinary." "Why do you think so, big brother?" "He doesn't even flinch when facing the three of us, so he's definitely not an average cultivator." "You're right, big brother. But why is he here?" The third brother asked in puzzlement. "I don't think he's well-meaning. I heard that it hasn't been a long time since this person arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, but he has already destroyed profound Yang Mountain. I'm worried that he has the intention of ruling over this place." "He wants to rule over this place? Over our dead bodies?" "That's right. We're united against anyone who dares to invade our territory. Let's get ready to fight, big brother. I'm worried that we're no match for him. I heard that he had barged into profound Yang Mountain and severely wounded Mao Zhe. Although the three of us can join forces to defeat Mao Zhe, I don't think we'd be able to achieve what he's done. It proves that he's just a bit more powerful than us. We'll just give it a try to find out whether we're a match for him. Why don't we just summon our trump cards later to make sure that he won't have enough time to respond?" The brothers gathered together as they stared at Yang Kai and discussed their tactics out loud. Yang Kai's brow twitched as he turned to look at Zhouya, who lowered her head and secretly spoke. These guys seem to have been born dim-witted. A speechless Yang Kai wondered how they even ascended to the sixth order open heaven realm. With that said, they obviously had extraordinary aptitudes. Presently, the brothers seemed to be in a conflict as they were arguing about who would make the first move. Their faces had reddened as they were agitated. Yang Kai coughed into his fist, then cupped his fist at them. "Greetings, three chiefs. My name is Yang Kai. I'm sorry for the sudden visit. What are your names?" The three of them immediately stopped arguing. One of them loudly patted his own chest. "My name is Shan." The second person said, "I'm Chiu." The third person said in a grim voice, "You." Martial Peak, Chapter 44:14, Hua Yong's Hesitation. Yang Kai gazed seriously at them in an attempt to connect their faces to their names, but his effort was in vain. Not only did these burly men look alike, but their demeanors and voices were also similar. More importantly, their auras were almost identical. Perhaps even their own mother wouldn't be able to tell them apart. Yang Kai decided to give up as he said, "Please don't get me wrong. This Yang has no ill intentions against unrivaled guild. I also don't intend to rule over the shadowless cave heaven like what you were worrying about." You exclaimed, "He heard our conversation, big brother." A hint of ruthlessness flashed through Chiu's face. "We'd better make a move first, or else we'll be at a disadvantage, big brother." Shan widened his eyes in shock as he puffed out a scorching breath through his nostrils. As he glared at Yang Kai, his gaze became increasingly ferocious. Faced with the imminent danger, Yang Kai took some steps backwards and raised his hands. "Wait a moment. I don't intend to go against the three of you, nor am I here to fight. I've come all the way here to tell you that I've found the exit of this shadowless cave heaven, and I'm going to leave in 1 month. If you want, you can come with me. If not, I'm not going to force you." Yang Kai found it hard to deal with these three. Before coming to this place, he had imagined various circumstances when he met the three chiefs of unrivaled guild, but he hadn't expected that it would turn out this way. "You found the exit?" Shan was startled as the ruthlessness in his eyes went away. "Yes." Yang Kai bowed his head. "Why should we believe you?" Distrust was written all over Yu's face as he gazed at Yang Kai. "We've been looking for the exit for thousands of years, but to no avail. How did you even find it?" "I have my methods." Yang Kai shook his head. "As for how I found it, I can't really tell you. However, Zhouya was with me at that time. If you don't believe me, you can ask her about it." In an instant, the three brothers shifted their attention to Zhouya. Zhouya frowned, apparently not willing to talk to them, but she still nodded her head in the end. Sir Yang is not lying to you. He has really found the exit of the shadowless cave heaven. The reason we've come all the way here is to inform you about it. The doubt of the brothers evaporated as they appeared ecstatic. He's really found the exit. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. It seemed that these guys were truly dim-witted as they readily believed Zhou Ye's words. Nevertheless, it saved him a lot of trouble, so he just went with it. The brothers could barely contain their excitement while the cultivators from Unrivaled Guild looked at Yang Kai with fervent gazes. No one was willing to stay in the shadowless cave heaven if they had a chance to leave. Resources in this damned place were scarce, so they had no future if they stayed here. Many of them had been stuck in this place for thousands of years. Due to the astral wind, Ma Tianyuan's cultivation had dropped from the 6th order to the 5th order, so he was rather pitiful. Many of them were indeed tempted by Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai said, "Just so you know, even though I've found the exit, we might come across some trouble if we want to leave. There might be some unforeseeable danger." Sher Shan stroked his bald head and stared at Yang Kai. "We have nothing to do with one another. Since you've found the exit, you could have left on your own. Why have you come over to inform us? Do you have any ulterior motive?" Sher Qiu and Sher Yu immediately gazed vigilantly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai burst into laughter. "What ulterior motive could I have? Just like what I've said, even though I've found the exit, there might be some danger ahead. Therefore, having more people to help is a good thing. If you're willing to come with me, I may need your assistance when the time comes." Upon hearing his explanation, the brothers understood his intentions. "I'm going to leave the shadowless cave heaven in 1 month. If you want to come with me, you can look for me in Twin Spirit Island before then. I'll be staying there during this period of time." Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai cupped his fist and left with Zhou Ye. The reason he had come over was to inform the 3 chiefs about his plan. Since he had achieved his goal, he didn't remain. These 3 were truly dim-witted, so it might do more harm than good if he talked any further. The brothers were rooted to the spot as they watched Yang Kai leave. Behind them, the Open Heaven Realm Masters exchanged glances. Meanwhile, in a luxuriously decorated room on Twin Spirit Island, Hua Yong was drinking on his own. A series of footsteps were heard coming from behind him, then a warm body pressed against his head. A pair of slender hands were placed on his forehead as the woman gently massaged him. Hua Yong closed his eyes and rested his head against his wife's belly. He could clearly feel the fetal movements coming through the skin. As he took a whiff of the pleasant fragrance, his mind was slowly soothed. "Are you in a dilemma, husband?" Shu Mu Dan asked gently. "Yes." Hua Yong sighed. "It's too difficult to make a decision, my wife." Yang Kai had put him in a really tight spot. Before his arrival, Hua Yong and his wife had stayed in the shadowless cave heaven for about 10,000 years. Although the environment was hostile, their lives had been quite peaceful. However, in just a few days, Yang Kai had basically turned this place upside down. Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, and only 3 of the 4 great mountain lords were left. Moreover, those 3 had become Yang Kai's subordinates. On top of that, Yang Kai found the shadowless cave heaven's exit, which the cultivators in this place were unable to do for thousands of years. Certainly, Hua Yong wanted to leave the shadowless cave heaven as well. They practically had no future in this place. However, it took a lot of courage and determination if they wanted to leave. Others had no idea what they could face after going past the exit, but Hua Yong was fully aware of it. After all, Yang Kai had explained the situation to him already. Upon moving past the exit, they would probably fall into the source of the astral wind, which was a death trap. The astral wind coming into the shadowless cave heaven was already so violent, so Hua Yong couldn't imagine what would happen if they really fell into its source. Although he was a 6th order Open Heaven Realm Master, it wouldn't take long before his small universe was worn away entirely. Shu Mu Dan said gently, "Sir Yang has said that he has a way to defend against the astral wind, hasn't he?" Hua Yong replied, "Yes, but he's going to bring a lot of people with him. Lan Yu Ruo Mauj and the others are going with him. If we also join them, are you sure he will have enough power to protect all of us?" Moreover, he has left to inform unrivaled guild about it. Once the news is leaked, many people will be tempted to leave with him. Shu Mudan said, since he has made such a decision, he probably has the power to do it. Hua Yong shook his head. I'm worried that an accident might happen. Shu Mudan flashed a smile at him. Since you find it hard to make a decision, why don't we think about what will happen if we stay? If we stay? Hua Yong narrowed his eyes. Shu Mudan went on to say, if we stay here, we'll probably become the sole rulers of the shadowless cave heaven. Mao Zhe and the others are definitely leaving, and now Sir Yang has left for unrivaled guild. I believe those three brothers won't be able to resist such a temptation, so they'll most likely tag along. By then, we will be the only two sixth-order open heaven realm masters in the shadowless cave heaven. Hua Yong's gaze brightened as he listened to his wife. If that was the case, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing to stay. Shu Mudan continued to say, afterwards, we can consolidate the forces in the shadowless cave heaven. There won't be three great forces anymore. Only Twin Spirit Island will be left. You're right. Hua Yong repeatedly nodded as he could barely contain his joy. Shu Mudan then continued, Lina will be born in a year or two. Given our capabilities, we definitely can raise him well. However, resources in the shadowless cave heaven are scarce, and the situation has been exacerbated since the three great forces have basically dug up every last usable resource over the years. We can't be certain about Linner's aptitude, but it obviously won't be too weak. Nevertheless, how far can he go without resources? The world energy in the shadowless cave heaven is poor to begin with, so perhaps he'll be able to reach the Origin King realm or the Tao Source realm. At any rate, he can never make it to the open heaven realm, which means his life will be pretty short. After he dies of old age, we'll have to personally bury him. As Hua Yong listened to her speak up until now, he couldn't help but shudder. Then, he turned around and pressed his hands against her belly as though he was trying to protect his child. He gazed at his wife and said, Please don't say such terrifying things. Shu Mudan just stared silently at him. As their eyes met, Hua Yong finally realized his wife's intention. You're trying to persuade me to leave, aren't you? Shu Mudan shook her head. Since this mistress is married to you, I will follow you forever and will support whatever decisions you make. If you want to stay in this place, I'll stay here with you. If you want to leave, I'll follow. However, we have a child now, so I hope that you'll think about his future too. As she spoke, she lovingly stroked her belly. A hesitant Hua Yong said, But the origin of the astral wind. Shu Mudan said, Since Sir Yang is determined to leave, he must have the confidence to achieve his goal. He wouldn't have taken such a huge risk if there was no chance of survival. No one is willing to throw their life away for nothing. Hua Yong furrowed his brows for a moment before he said, Please let me sleep on it. Shu Mudan nodded gently, Please don't feel burdened in any way. I'll support you no matter what. A moved Hua Yong took her hands. There was nothing else he would ask for since he already had a wife like her. After she was gone, Hua Yong drained another few bottles of wine and became a bit tipsy. Upon making a decision, he told his subordinate to immediately inform him when Yang Kai returned. The subordinate nodded and withdrew. About 5 days later, Yang Kai returned to Twin Spirit Island and started arranging a space array in the bamboo forest. The proprietress needed a month or so to fully heal from the backlash from wearing the blood monster battle dress, so Yang Kai used this time productively. Since there was already a space array in front of the exit, arranging one here allowed him to move around easily. While he was busy, someone informed him that Hua Yong was inviting him to a banquet. Marshall Peak, Chapter 44:15, Joining Voidland. In the main hall, Hua Yong and Yang Kai were seated as a group of curvaceous ladies danced in front of them. This sight was pretty rare as no one in Shadowless Cave Heaven was below the Open Heaven realm. That was because anyone who wasn't in the Open Heaven realm wasn't allowed to enter. In other words, the ladies who were dancing were all Open Heaven realm masters. Although they were in the low rank, they were still Open Heaven realm masters. Only in a special environment such as the Shadowless Cave Heaven would these ladies put down their pride and dignity to survive in such a way. In the outside world, even the cave heavens and paradises wouldn't let open heaven realm masters do such a thing. As the melodic music sounded, the hourglass figures danced elegantly. These ladies, who were of different styles of beauty, tried their best to showcase their advantages and seduce Yang Kai. They heard that Yang Kai had single-handedly destroyed profound Yang Mountain, and even the 3 mountain lords had become his subordinates. If Yang Kai were interested in them and willing to protect them, they would be able to enjoy a great life. To the side, Hua Yong observed Yang Kai and realized that even though the young man was enjoying the show, he didn't show any lust towards these women. While Hua Yong was disappointed, he admired the fact that Yang Kai didn't seem to indulge in such amorous hobbies, which was a rare quality. After 3 rounds of wine, Hua Yong waved his hand to motion for the ladies to leave. Yang Kai put down his wine cup and gazed at the older man. "Do you have anything you need me to do, Island Master Hua?" Hua Yong must have a reason for inviting him to a banquet. Yang Kai speculated that it was about leaving the shadowless cave heaven, but he wasn't certain what he was up to. A horrified Hua Yong replied, "I wouldn't dare, Brother Yang. You're a powerful man who single-handedly destroyed profound Yang Mountain and subdued Maozhi. This Hua can never achieve what you've done. I wouldn't dare to tell you to do anything. There are just some questions I'd like to ask you." Yang Kai motioned for him to ask. After measuring his words, Hua Yong asked, "Which cave heaven or paradise are you from, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai couldn't believe that Hua Yong had this kind of speculation as well. Zhouye had previously asked him about it, which should be an order from Maozhi. It was only now that he realized Hua Yong shared the same sentiment. Nevertheless, it wasn't surprising. He had showcased a power that was much greater than those in the same order. To most people, only an elite from one of the cave heavens or paradises was capable of doing that. Yang Kai shook his head with a helpless smile. "That would be a misunderstanding, Island Master Hua. This Yang is just a rogue cultivator. I'm not from one of the cave heavens or paradises." Hua Yong exclaimed, "No way." He couldn't believe that Yang Kai could be so powerful if the latter wasn't from one of the cave heavens or paradises. Yang Kai said, "It's true." Hua Yong gasped as he increasingly admired the young man. Yang Kai was already so mighty when he wasn't from one of the cave heavens or paradises. Would he have been even more formidable had he come from one of those? After a moment of hesitation, Hua Yong asked, "Are you without any foundation in the outside world, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai replied honestly, "I've founded a force called Voidland and now serve as its lord." Upon hearing that, Hua Yong became relieved, thinking that the young man had a base at the very least. Although Voidland sounded like the name of a second-class great force, it was expected as Yang Kai was a mid-rank open heaven realm master. Hua Yong couldn't help reminiscing about the past. "Before coming to the shadowless cave heaven, my wife and I had a territory in the outside world as well, but 10,000 years have passed. That place has probably been occupied by someone else by now." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "What is there to worry about since you're still alive? Both of you are in the 6th order open heaven realm. If you leave shadowless cave heaven, you can occupy any spirit province and rise again." Hua Yong shook his head. "This Hua is old now, so I'm not as ambitious as when I was young. Now, I just hope to look for a peaceful place so that my wife and I can nurture our child together." All of a sudden, he rose from the chair and cupped his fist at Yang Kai with a solemn expression. "Brother Yang, this Hua has an impolite request." Yang Kai quickly stood up and replied, "Please don't be overly formal with me, Island Master Hua. Please tell me right away." Hua Yong said, "My wife and I would like to join your Voidland. Are you willing to accept us? This Hua will be grateful if you do." Yang Kai's expression changed. "You want to join Voidland?" Hua Yong said, "Do you not accept any outsiders?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "That's not it. It's just that it's only been slightly more than 10 years since Voidland was established, so its foundation is rather weak." He paused for a moment. "If you don't mind my place being small, this Yang is more than willing to welcome you." An ecstatic Hua Yong said, "We're more than grateful that you're willing to accept us so that we'll have a place to stay." Why would we even mind it? Following that, he swung his sleeves and cupped his fists with a serious expression, "Sect Master." Yang Kai took his hands and said with a smile, "You're being too formal again, Elder Hua." "Elder?" Hua Yong arched his brow. Yang Kai explained, "Since both of you are in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, you'll be the elders after you join Void Land." An elated Hua Yong said, "Many thanks, Sect Master. This Hua will definitely do everything he can to contribute to Void Land." Certainly, Yang Kai didn't think this old man was sincere. Hua Yong didn't even know where Void Land was, so why would he really do everything he could for the sect? Yang Kai never took his words seriously. Still, just like that, Void Land had 2 new Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, which was why Yang Kai was excited. Even though Hua Yong had his own considerations, and he might not even be sincere about joining Void Land, they would be a part of the sect after they were given the brand of Void Land. If Void Land really fell into danger in the future, the couple would be pretty useful. Since they were one family now, Hua Yong became increasingly passionate as he invited Yang Kai to take a seat and filled his cup again. Meanwhile, he attempted to find out more about Void Land. Upon learning that there were 2 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, more than 10 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and about 300 people in the Fourth Order and below, Hua Yong was astounded. A second-class great force like that could be considered extraordinary by having this kind of heritage. It could be said that Void Land was at the peak among the second-class great forces. He couldn't figure out how a great force that was founded just a decade ago grew to be so formidable. With that said, he was relieved that Void Land was strong. He and his wife were going to join Void Land after leaving the Shadowless Cave Heaven, so with such a strong sect as their support, they would be more confident when dealing with any affairs in the outside world. After they drank for a bit more, Yang Kai retired to his room. Hua Yong probingly asked whether Yang Kai wanted the ladies who danced earlier to serve him in bed, but the latter rejected it outright. He stopped mentioning it as he saw him off and cupped his fist. "Sect Master, I'll inform the people from Twin Spirit Island about this tomorrow so they can decide whether they want to leave. When the time comes to leave the Shadowless Cave Heaven, my wife and I will follow you. Please take care of us then." Yang Kai nodded. "Don't worry, Elder Hua." After Yang Kai was gone, Hua Yong breathed a sigh of relief, then he shuffled towards his bedroom to tell his wife about what had happened. As Yang Kai recalled the incident earlier while heading towards the bamboo forest, he couldn't help smiling. He was indeed surprised that Hua Yong asked to join Void Land all of a sudden. However, if he were in his shoes, he would have made the same decision. Hua Yong had decided to leave the Shadowless Cave Heaven with Yang Kai, but he was worried that he wouldn't be able to protect his wife and himself after falling into the source of the astral wind. By then, their lives would hinge on Yang Kai. With Yang Kai's protection, they probably would be safe. Nevertheless, if Yang Kai didn't protect them, they were bound for death. Now that they had joined Void Land though, Yang Kai had to ensure their safety since he was now their sect master. With this connection between them, the couple could follow Yang Kai with peace of mind. Otherwise, they wouldn't have easily sided with any great force since they were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. However, since Hua Yong had agreed to it, a lot of people would tag along as many of those from Twin Spirit Island would want to leave together. It wasn't certain whether those from Unrivaled Guild would want to come, but Yang Kai wasn't bothered either way. Upon returning to the bamboo forest, Yang Kai started getting busy. Half a day later, the space array was completed. He gave it a try and confirmed that he could easily reach the exit. Now that everything was prepared, he just had to wait for the proprietress to recover before they set off. Life was peaceful for the following days as Yang Kai refined open heaven pills and resources to strengthen the heritage and world force of his small universe. Just like what Chef had said, when a cultivator reached the open heaven realm, he had to manage his small universe seriously. Accumulation took a painfully long time, so it wasn't easy to ascend to the next order. A few days later, Hua Yong rushed to the bamboo forest and reported, "Sect Master, the 3 brothers from Unrivaled Guild have come over with a group of people and shouted that they want to see you." A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes. As he recalled the three burly men, his face twitched slightly. Are they here to fight, or do they want to leave with me? They didn't say anything. Hua Yong shook his head. They just wanted to meet you and mention that you were the one who told them to come here. They look quite fierce, so I think they're probably up to no good. A headache came over Yang Kai as he said, let's meet them. He was the one who told them to come here, so he couldn't keep hiding from them. At that instant he regretted informing those three about it. He should have let them perish in this place on their own. If they really left, they would surely create trouble in the outside world sooner or later. After leaving Twin Spirit Island, Yang Kai saw the brothers standing outside the island with a group of Open Heaven Realm Masters behind them. Upon seeing Yang Kai, the brothers immediately glared at him. One of them bellowed, Yang Kai, all of us are here now. When are we setting off? A speechless Yang Kai gazed at them and asked, are you all leaving Shadowless Cave Heaven with me? Of course. Another person yelled impatiently, otherwise, why would we have come all the way here? The third person demanded, cut the crap. Let's leave now. Yang Kai's face twitched even harder than before as he explained, there might be some unforeseeable danger. If you're not careful, you might lose your lives. Will you all please think it through? All of a sudden, he didn't feel like bringing these brothers with him anymore. Marshall Peak, Chapter 44:16, Setting Off. What's there to think through? The first brother who spoke yelled, since there's a chance to leave, why wouldn't we seize it? Do we really have to wait for death here? The three of them were simple-minded and straightforward, so it wasn't surprising that they were so resolute in their actions. Yang Kai had just informed them about it some time ago, but they really called the roll and came over. It had to be noted that they were not friends to begin with, nor had they come into contact prior to the previous meeting. Most people would have some doubts. Hua Yong had to join Voidland before he had the audacity to leave with Yang Kai, otherwise, he would never be able to set his mind at ease. More than 100 people from Unrivaled Guild had arrived. These people were standing behind the brothers as they stared at Yang Kai with fervent and fawning gazes. Certainly, not everyone from Unrivaled Guild had come. Some people were still in doubt, so they had decided to stay. With that said, 100 cultivators was a lot of people. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai said, we can't leave now. Please calm down and wait for me here for some time. We'll only set off when everything is prepared. Then, he turned to look at Hua Yong. Please help settle them down. This matter was giving Hua Yong a headache, but he still replied, yes. Then he welcomed those from Unrivaled Guild into the island. Although Shirshan and the others were displeased, Yang Kai had the final say in this matter. Since he wasn't leaving yet, none of them could set off. After they entered Twin Spirit Island, Hua Yong welcomed them with a banquet. At that moment, noise filled the island. Prior to this, Hua Yong already had a conversation with his confidants and informed them that he was leaving with Yang Kai. He had even joined Voidland. These people could decide whether they wanted to leave. However, Hua Yong only had a small number of confidants, so the news wasn't leaked yet. Since those from Unrivaled Guild had arrived, however, basically everyone was aware of it now. At that instant, those from Twin Spirit Island were tempted. As the days went by, Shirshan and the others would visit Yang Kai from time to time and urge him to depart. A frustrated Yang Kai told Mao Zhe and the others to keep guard outside the bamboo forest so that no one could disturb the proprietress. After 1 month, the barrier outside the bamboo hut dissipated as the proprietress stepped out. Yang Kai, chef and accountant, who had been waiting outside, turned to look at her. When they saw that her skin was glowing and her aura was stable, which meant that she had gotten rid of the lingering monster chi, they heaved a collective sigh of relief. In the Shadowless Cave Heaven, the proprietress and the others had endured the astral wind many times before, which inevitably caused some losses to their small universes. However, as long as their foundations were not damaged, they could make up for the losses sooner or later, so it was no big deal. After Yang Kai told the proprietress about what was going on in Twin Spirit Island, she sported a worried expression. Can you protect so many people on your own? Based on what you've said, there are probably more than 200 people who will be tagging along. There won't be a problem if the wind in the origin of the astral wind isn't too strong. However, if it's significantly more violent, it might be hard for me to fend it off entirely. Yang Kai gave it a thought. I have the 6 Fated Paths bag that can store some people. He had obtained the 6 Fated Paths bag from Su Huang. As for how the artifact was made, he had no idea. Nevertheless, the space inside the bag was expandable, so it was pretty amazing. More importantly, it could also accommodate Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, regardless of how incredible the bag was, there must be a limit. Previously, Yang Kai had only kept a small number of Open Heaven Realm Masters inside it, so he had no idea what the limit was. The proprietress sighed. Unfortunately, there's no high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master with us. The small universe of such a person can accommodate a lot of people and help share your burden. The small universe of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master had fully materialized, so it could accommodate living creatures. Anyone could enter it as long as their order wasn't higher than that of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. In other words, any 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could keep people in the 7th Order and below inside his or her small universe. When Yang Kai arrived at the outer universe in the past, he came across the Fire Spirit Land Protector Venerable Duan Hai from Seven Wonders Land, who led him to a portal, behind which was a universe. Now, it was apparent to Yang Kai that it wasn't Duan Hai's small universe. That was because Duan Hai was only in the 4th Order, so his small universe couldn't accommodate living creatures. What he saw at that time was probably a divine ability cast by Duan Hai or the projection of his small universe. However, Yang Kai and the others were too weak in the past, so they were not able to judge. Hence, they thought that it was Duan Hai's small universe. Although Yang Kai was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, his small universe was different from those of other Open Heaven Realm Masters. That was because his small universe could accommodate living creatures since he had merged it with his small sealed world. However, a high-rank cultivator wouldn't usually keep anyone inside their small universe because there was a huge risk associated with doing so. If an ill-intentioned person caused some damage inside their small universe, the owner would suffer an immense loss. One would only let someone enter their small universe if they had complete trust in that person. After a brief discussion, Yang Kai sent a message to Hua Yong, who replied promptly. Since all of those from Twin Spirit Island and Unrivaled Guild were ready, they could set off at any moment. Following that, Yang Kai told them to gather together in the bamboo forest. Just a while later, a large group of people marched into the bamboo forest. These 200+ people were divided into 2 groups. One of the groups was from Twin Spirit Island and was led by Hua Yong and Shu Mudan. The other group was from Unrivaled Guild, which was led by the Shi brothers. The couple shuffled forward and saluted Yang Kai. Then Hua Yong said, "Sect Master, everyone from Twin Spirit Island is ready. The people who are willing to leave are all here." Yang Kai swept a glance over the people behind him and nodded. When Mao Zhao and the others, who were standing behind Yang Kai, heard how Hua Yong addressed him, their expressions changed slightly as they fell into their own thoughts. The Shi brothers had grown impatient after waiting these past few days, so at this moment, one of them urged Yang Kai in a loud voice, "When are we setting off? Why are you always dawdling?" Yang Kai gazed at them with a smile. "We're ready to go now." The brothers were elated as one of them said with a smile, "Good, good. We don't have to keep waiting anymore." As Yang Kai swept a glance over the crowd, he said, "Many of you are from different forces, and there might be some grudges between you. However, since you've decided to leave with me, I hope you'll set those grudges aside and work with one another. If anyone dares to pull any dirty tricks or sow discord on the road, I'll teach them a lesson regardless of who they are. Even though I've found the exit of Shadowless Cave Heaven and I have the confidence to leave this place, we might come across some unforeseeable danger during the process. We might lose our lives at any moment, so if you're not willing to take the risk, you'd better stay here so that you won't regret it later." Everyone stared at him in silence, but no one left. Just then, Hua Yong cupped his fist and said, "We'll obey your orders, Sect Master. If anyone dares to jeopardize our plan, this Hua will not let them off." Yang Kai nodded gently. If everyone is prepared, we'll set off now. Then he turned around and led them to the space array he had built before sending a signal to Wuxia and the others, "You go over first and get prepared." Wuxia and the others stepped into the space array in silence, whereupon Yang Kai pushed his space principles and activated the array. After a light flashed, Wuxia and the others were gone. Upon seeing that Wuxia and the others were safely sent over, these people set their minds at ease. The space array that Yang Kai had built was neither big nor small, so 6 people could be sent over at a time. It took Yang Kai about an hour before he delivered all 200 or so people over. After Yang Kai stepped into the array, a light flashed through it as the world around him started spinning. When his vision refocused, he was already standing in front of the wind source. More than 200 people were already there as they looked around. Upon seeing Yang Kai, they immediately shifted their attention to him. Yang Kai pointed at a particular spot in front of him and said, "The exit is right there. I'll tear the space apart later and bring all of you out. However, since this place is connected to the outside world, the astral wind is just outside of here. After the crack appears, the astral wind will also come gusting in." Many of them gasped and appeared horrified. Basically, everyone in the shadowless cave heaven had experienced the brutality of the astral wind before. No one could ward it off. That was the reason they were terrified the moment they heard that the astral wind would come in through the crack. It was only now that they figured out what kind of danger Yang Kai was referring to earlier. If they wanted to leave, they would have to face the astral wind. "I will do my best to protect all of you. However, since there are many of us here, I might not be able to take care of everyone. As such, I'd like the weaker cultivators to enter my 6 faded paths bag to lighten the burden." As Yang Kai spoke, he summoned the 6 faded paths bag and briefly talked about its abilities. At that moment, many people exchanged glances as they fell into a dilemma. The 6 faded paths bag was indeed amazing as it could accommodate open heaven realm masters. However, once they entered the bag, they would lose control over their own lives. If the bag was destroyed, the people inside it would instantly be killed without a chance to resist. However, they were not in any position to object now. Yang Kai was only one man, and since so many people were tagging along now, some of them had to enter the bag to lighten the load. Hua Yong and the Shi brothers directly told the weaker cultivators to enter the bag. Although they were reluctant, they had no other choice. With the bag in his hand, Yang Kai stored people inside it one after another, mostly those in the 2nd order and the 3rd order. After putting about 100 people inside, Yang Kai finally realized that the bag had reached its limit. If he kept stuffing more people inside it, there was a risk of the bag exploding. That was why he stopped. Nevertheless, now, he also had a vague judgment of the bag's limit. The number of people the bag could keep seemed to have something to do with cultivation. If the people being kept inside the bag were strong, the artifact could only accommodate a small number. If they were all mid-rank open heaven realm masters, the bag could probably only keep 20 or so people inside. Martial Peak, Chapter 44:17, Wind Spirit. Half of the 200 people were gone, which greatly alleviated Yang Kai's burden. The rest of the people who were outside were all in the 3rd order open heaven realm and above. If they really came across any danger upon leaving the shadowless cave heaven, these people would be able to help. Since everything was ready, Yang Kai walked up to the spot where he previously tore space apart. Then, he turned his head and nodded to motion for them to be careful. As space principles undulated, Yang Kai performed different hand seals and then shouted, "Open!" The sound of something cracking was heard, then a void crack suddenly appeared and rapidly expanded. The moment the void crack appeared, the astral wind started gusting in, which caused the expressions of these people to change drastically. Yang Kai immediately used his towering evergreen, and as an emerald light expanded, the gigantic tree crown seemed to cover the entire sky. Its branches hung low and engulfed the 100 or so people. Standing within the range of this wood element divine manifestation, everyone could feel a surge of vitality around them, and their minds were immediately soothed. All of their anxiety was gone as they looked up and tooted in amazement. It was the first time Hua Yong saw this divine manifestation, And as he listened to the howling wind and looked around, he muttered in disbelief, "The wind really got blocked out." Standing under this humongous tree, he realized that he wasn't harassed by the astral wind one bit. It was even safer than when he was on Twin Spirit Island. He was both shocked and excited, thinking that he had made the right decision to leave with Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai had such a divine manifestation, he could ensure their safety while navigating through the astral wind. If Hua Yong had chosen to stay, besides the fact that the shadowless cave heaven might collapse one day, his unborn child would also be unable to cultivate properly, thus making his future bleak. Just like his wife had said, they would have to personally bury their child one day. Mao Zhe and the others had experienced this before, so they immediately stood beside Yang Kai the moment he activated Towering Evergreen. "Let's go!" Yang Kai shouted, then charged towards the void crack. The other cultivators didn't hesitate to follow him as they made sure they were always within the tree's protection range. The void crack that Yang Kai had torn apart was huge. After all, more than 100 people had to cross it, so a small crack wouldn't serve its purpose. As soon as they left the shadowless cave heaven, they felt that time and space were disturbed. An even more violent astral wind came at them from all directions, which caused the branches of the great tree to sway. Yang Kai's expression changed as he finally realized why Mao Zhe and the others previously returned so soon after they moved past the crack. They had indeed fallen into the source of the astral wind after leaving the shadowless cave heaven. The wind here was even more violent than the one gusting into the shadowless cave heaven. In such an environment, even sixth-order open heaven realm masters like Mao Zhe and the others would soon lose their lives as their small universes broke apart. Yang Kai found it hard to sustain his towering evergreen as the branches shook wildly, and these cultivators were worried that the divine ability would be broken. By then, all of them would be exposed to the gale. Fortunately, even though the tree swayed, the divine manifestation remained stable. Yang Kai turned around and manipulated space principles once again to seal the void crack. Some people had decided to stay in the shadowless cave heaven, so if he didn't repair the crack, the astral wind would continue blowing indefinitely. By then, the people who stayed would be doomed. After Yang Kai was finished, he realized that everyone was staring at him. They had finally left the shadowless cave heaven, but just like what was expected, they had indeed fallen into the source of the astral wind. Only by leaving this region would they stand a chance to survive. No one knew which direction they should head. Yang Kai released his divine sense, but it was immediately shredded by the astral wind after it left Towering Evergreen's range, giving him a headache since he was unable to scan the surroundings. Gritting his teeth, he simply led these people in a random direction. It wasn't like the source of the astral wind was boundless, so as long as they kept moving forward in the same direction, they would eventually escape. The fierce gale caused everyone to be anxious. It felt terrible to have their lives hanging by a thread. As Yang Kai sustained his towering evergreen, his energy left his body like the water discharged from a dam. He felt fortunate that he had put more than 100 people inside the 6 Fated Paths bag, otherwise, he would have consumed even more energy. The branches hanging from the ancient tree shook violently as though they would be gone with the wind at any moment. However, they still steadfastly blocked the astral wind out. After they moved forward for a bit, Yang Kai's expression changed suddenly. The proprietress was just beside him, and upon seeing his expression, she quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "There's something over there." Yang Kai stared intently ahead with his dark gaze as though he was trying to see through the gale. However, the endless wind had even caused space to warp, so he was unable to see anything. His words made everyone stiff. Hua Yong asked, "Perhaps only high-rank open heaven realm masters are able to resist this violent wind. What could it be that's lurking in the wind?" There was absolutely no living creature in the world that could live in this gale. However, Yang Kai wouldn't lie to them in this situation. What's more, he was protecting everyone with his wood element divine manifestation, so he was more sensitive to the surroundings than all of them. "I have no idea." Yang Kai shook his head with a solemn expression, then yelled, "It's coming." Right after he finished speaking, His expression changed drastically as he turned to look in a particular direction. Over there, a hole was torn in the protective shield of his towering evergreen. Even though he was trying his best to repair the tear, a visible wisp of green smoke still snuck in through it. Following that, the green smoke contorted and turned into a translucent human-shaped creature with 4 limbs, but its height was only half of the average human adult. There were no facial features on its face, which was eerily flat. "A wind spirit!" the proprietress exclaimed. "The astral wind has nurtured a wind spirit. Stay on guard, everyone." All of them immediately raised their defenses. Before anyone could react, the wind spirit directly snuck into the body of the cultivator nearest to it and disappeared. The cultivator was in the 4th order open heaven realm and soon began screaming as the aura coming from his body fluctuated unstably. The people around him leaped away in shock. The 4th order open heaven realm master yelled in horror, "It's inside my small universe. Save me!" Hua Yong bellowed, "No one can help you since the wind spirit is inside your body, only you can save yourself. Don't panic. Focus on using your world force to drive it out." Upon hearing that, the man hurriedly did as he was told. However, his cultivation was too weak. It wasn't certain what the wind spirit was doing in his small universe, but everyone could feel his aura plunging rapidly. In just over 10 breaths of time, his aura dropped from the 4th order to the 3rd order, then the 2nd order and eventually the 1st order. "Help me!" the man wailed as his aura flickered. Right after this final cry, he suddenly grunted and exploded into a blood mist. The people around him were instantly covered in blood. His small universe collapsed. Mao Zhe's pupils contracted. A 4th order open heaven realm master had lost all his world force in such a short time, so it was only natural that his small universe would be critically destabilized. The moment his small universe came apart, he died a horrible death. No one could resist the astral wind as it could sneak into an open heaven realm master's small universe and wear away their heritage. Now, it seemed that this wind spirit was significantly more powerful than the astral wind. After the man was killed, the green wind spirit reappeared. It had apparently shot out of the dead person's small universe. Then, the green smoke moved and charged towards another cultivator. Mao Zhe directly used a divine ability which struck the wind spirit. He was a 6th order open heaven realm master, so his methods were naturally formidable. However, since he was surrounded by so many people in such close quarters, he was rather restricted in his movements. Nevertheless, the power of this divine ability was not to be underestimated. The immense force caused the wind spirit to pause. As though the wind spirit was infuriated, it abandoned its target and dashed towards Mao Zhe instead. Mao Zhe's expression changed, but he was unable to dodge the wind spirit in such a place, so he had no choice but to continue using his divine abilities to force back the creature. At the same time, Geng Qing and Zhou Ye made a move together. Since 3 6th order open heaven realm masters had joined forces, they were able to hold the wind spirit at bay. Despite that, they weren't able to destroy the wind spirit, which was strange. The proprietress suddenly yelled, "Don't use your world force. This thing can absorb it to strengthen itself." Mao Zhe examined the creature with narrowed eyes and realized that the wind spirit's color had become darker than when it first appeared, and it had also become more agile. The proprietress was right to say that the wind spirit was able to absorb all kinds of world force to strengthen itself. The creature had just dived into a 4th order open heaven realm master's small universe, which caused his aura to plunge and his small universe to collapse. It seemed that the creature really was becoming stronger after it fed on the 4th order open heaven realm master's heritage. However, how was an open heaven realm master supposed to fight without using their world force? An open heaven realm master was only an open heaven realm master because they could use world force. The foundation of an open heaven realm master's power was the world force in their small universe. If they couldn't use world force, they were no different from a toothless tiger. Seeing that the wind spirit was charging towards him, Mao Zhe respectively grasped Zhou Ye and Geng Qing with his hands before he fled backwards. Nevertheless, There was nowhere else they could go as they soon reached the edge of towering evergreen's protection. If they moved any further, they would be exposed to the astral wind directly. At the most critical moment, a whip broke through the air and wrapped itself around the wind spirit. Following a thunderous noise, the whip tightened itself, which caused the wind spirit to fall apart. But soon, the wind spirit took shape again. However, the strike allowed everyone to see a glimmer of hope. The proprietress, who was holding the whip, yelled, "Use your artifacts." Although an Open Heaven Realm Master had to activate their world force to use their artifact, the attack of an artifact itself wasn't composed purely of world force. It was also mixed with the artifact's own power, which could apparently not be absorbed by the wind spirit. The proprietress was just giving it a try, so it surprised her that she actually found the solution right away. Martial Peak, Chapter 44:18, Enter My Small Universe. At that instant, lights of different colors flickered. The Open Heaven Realm Masters summoned their artifacts and attacked the wind spirit. The violent fluctuations of energy were chaotic as all sorts of elements surged out. The wind spirit was extremely agile and it could easily dodge most of the attacks. On the other hand, many of the cultivators were accidentally hurt since they were all crammed together. With that said, some of the attacks still struck the wind spirit. Every strike could make its figure fall apart, but it would soon reform. However, its color became increasingly dimmer. Seeing that, Hua Yong yelled, "Hang in there and don't panic. As long as we're united, we don't have to be afraid of this wind spirit." He wasn't boasting wildly. Even though the wind spirit born in this place was eerie as it could kill a fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Master in a short time, there were many Open Heaven Realm Masters around, including 9 in the 6th order. If they couldn't even deal with a single wind spirit, they should just give up and let it kill them. The powers of the artifacts continuously blossomed and the wind spirit had become so dim that it was almost transparent. Just when it was about to be destroyed, a crack suddenly appeared on its flat face as though it had opened its mouth and it released a fierce howl. No one knew what this wind spirit was doing, but they still put up their guard with solemn expressions. Although the wind was heard howling, it didn't appear to be intimidating or lethal at all. However, Yang Kai's expression changed drastically as he said, "Stay alert. We might be in trouble." "What?" Hua Yong turned his head to ask, then his pupils contracted. In the meantime, cracks that were caused by a mysterious force started appearing around the protection range of the towering evergreen. Puffs of green smoke snuck in through the cracks, then contorted and turned into odd-looking creatures. Just like the wind spirit they had seen previously, these things had limbs but not facial features. Their faces were flat in an eerie way. Some of them looked like tigers, wolves, and some other animals. The creatures that had barged in were all wind spirits. It was just that they were of different forms and there were more than 10 of them. Everyone felt a crawling sensation on their scalp. Just one wind spirit was enough to give them a headache as over 100 Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to kill it in a short time. Just when they were starting to see a glimmer of hope though, more of these wind spirits rushed in. Apparently, the wind spirit was calling out to its companions just now by making that howling sound. Many appeared to be in despair. As soon as these wind spirits took shape, they started flying around. The cultivators exclaimed and tried to avoid them, but there was nowhere they could go. In just a moment, these wind spirits snuck into the bodies of over 10 cultivators and disappeared. These people widened their eyes in horror as they were desperate to fight for a chance to survive. They madly pushed their world force in an attempt to force these wind spirits out of their small universes, but their efforts proved futile. Many of them called out desperately for help. The 9 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sported solemn expressions. None of them could have expected that they would come across this kind of danger after leaving Shadowless Cave Heaven with Yang Kai, including Yang Kai himself. He thought that after leaving Shadowless Cave Heaven, the biggest risk he would face would be a more intense astral wind. With his towering evergreen though, he was confident he could ensure their safety. However, it never crossed his mind that wind spirits existed in the astral wind source. Even his towering evergreen was unable to block them out. Right in front of everyone's eyes, the auras of these people plunged. Just like the deceased Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from earlier, the heritages of their small universes were swallowed by the wind spirits and their orders plummeted. Their small universes trembled and then collapsed. In just over 10 breaths of time, explosive sounds started ringing out. These people subsequently exploded into blood mists, leaving no traces behind. One of these deceased Open Heaven Realm Masters was even in the Fifth Order, which was why Chef and Accountant gulped with pale faces. Both of them were in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm, so had any of the wind spirits snuck into their bodies, they would have ended up like these people. Then, the wind spirits appeared again. It was obvious that their colors had become deeper, which was thanks to the fact that they had just swallowed the heritages of those Open Heaven Realm Masters' small universes. People who were still alive immediately leaped away with vigilance. Just one wind spirit could make this place descend into chaos, so how were they supposed to deal with a dozen of them? Many of them regretted not getting into Yang Kai's 6 Fated Paths bag earlier. When Yang Kai fished out the bag in an attempt to keep some people inside it, many of them were reluctant. After all, once they entered the bag, they would lose control over their own lives. Eventually, it was Hua Yong and the Shi brothers who dealt with the situation. Now, it seemed that the bag was the safest place to be. Yang Kai glared at the wind spirits as he had the urge to summon his Azure Dragon Spear and kill all of them with it. However, he was now in the astral wind source, and he had to sustain the towering evergreen while looking for a way out, so he was incapable of helping to deal with these creatures. Fortunately, when the wind spirit struck again, everyone was better prepared. Things were much better now as they could temporarily ward off the wind spirits. Nevertheless, as they used their artifacts, the violent forces fluctuated, which made it difficult for Yang Kai to sustain his towering evergreen. However, their defenses weren't impenetrable. Just a moment later, some of the wind spirits broke through the bombardment and rushed towards the cultivators before sneaking into their small universes. These unfortunate cultivators appeared to have lost all hope. They had seen how their companions died a horrible death in front of them, so they could imagine what it would be like. Proprietress! Chef's chubby figure suddenly shook as he turned to look at the proprietress with a helpless smile. The proprietress' pupils contracted as she exclaimed, "Chef!" An anxious accountant gazed at Chef in disbelief. Just now, a wind spirit circled around Chef and snuck into his body from behind when no one was aware of it. Chef parted his lips in an attempt to say something. Despite having countless things to say, he eventually condensed everything into 2 sentences. "It was my greatest honor to have met you, proprietress. Many thanks for taking care of me over the years." After he finished speaking, he appeared relieved. The proprietress charged towards Chef and pressed her hand against his dantian before madly surging her own world force power in an attempt to force the wind spirit out. However, the wind spirit had already snuck into his small universe, so she was unable to target it. Chef shook his head as his aura plunged. Just then, Yang Kai suddenly extended his hand and yelled, "Come here, Chef." Chef turned his head, but before he could react, he felt a force engulfing him. The next moment, the world around him started spinning, and then he arrived at a very strange world. In this world, the moon was hanging in the sky as it cast its eerie glow on everything. Besides the refreshing air, this place was filled with dense world force. Where is this place? Chef was dumbfounded. Then he soon realized in shock that a puff of green smoke billowed out of his body and turned into a snake. The wind spirit then hissed. Chef widened his eyes as he couldn't believe that the wind spirit had actually voluntarily left his body. As the wind spirit hissed, Chef could clearly feel that the world force in this world was being madly devoured by the creature. At the same time, it was also growing quickly. Under the towering evergreen, Yang Kai grunted and staggered with a pale expression. Since Chef was in trouble, there was no way he would sit back and do nothing. Left with no choice, he decided to put Chef into his small universe, thinking that he could deal with the wind spirit after that. However, he was stunned to see that the wind spirit had left Chef's body and entered his small universe instead. Yang Kai wasn't certain about the reason behind it, but he reckoned that his small universe was probably more attractive to the wind spirit. The next moment his speculation was proven right. He had exposed some of his aura just now when he opened up his small universe to keep Chef inside it. The remaining wind spirits of different forms halted and turned to face Yang Kai. Even the wind spirits that had previously snuck into those cultivators left their bodies now. Since these wind spirits didn't have facial features, they were supposedly not able to see. However, at this moment, Yang Kai could clearly feel that they were staring at him as though they were drooling over a delicious dish. These cultivators were both shocked and stunned at the turn of events. They had no idea what Yang Kai had done so that he could attract the attention of all wind spirits. Shwa shwa shwa. The wind spirits turned into green streaks and charged towards Yang Kai in the next instant. Flustered, the proprietress exclaimed, "Watch out, Yang Kai!" She then rushed over in an attempt to fend off those wind spirits for him. Mauser and the others frowned as they dashed forward. Their names were on the loyalty list, so if anything happened to Yang Kai, they would be doomed as well. "Let them come!" Yang Kai bellowed. The proprietress stopped in her tracks and stared dazedly at him as though she was asking what he was trying to do. Unfortunately, Yang Kai didn't have time to explain anything. Faced with these wind spirits, he opened his small universe wide. As his aura was exposed, these wind spirits became excited and hastened their pace. These puffs of green smoke then penetrated Yang Kai's body and disappeared instantly. Yang Kai's figure shook, and then he checked on his small universe and realized that the dozen or so wind spirits of different forms were madly absorbing his heritage to strengthen themselves. Meanwhile, Chef was trembling nearby. "Proprietress, Mauge, enter my small universe and help me deal with them." As Yang Kai spoke, he extended his hands to them. The proprietress lowered her defenses and allowed his strength to engulf her. She disappeared the next moment. At the same time, Mauge and the other mountain lords also vanished. When the four of them came to their senses, they realized that they were in a different world. Looking up, they saw the wind spirits wolfing down the world force around them while Chef stood rooted to the spot. Marshall Peak, Chapter 44:19, out. "What the?" Mauge exclaimed and looked around. He had a speculation, but he found it hard to believe it. "It's my small universe. Rather than letting these wind spirits make a scene outside, I thought it would be better to just trap them here. I'll cordon off the area around here, so please help me restrain them for now. I'll handle them when I'm free." Yang Kai's voice reverberated from all around. Not only was Mauger in disbelief, but Geng Qing and Zhouye were also astounded. They couldn't believe that they were in Yang Kai's small universe. Common sense dictated that only when an open heaven realm master reached the high rank would their small universe be able to fully materialize and accommodate living creatures. Yang Kai was only a 6th order open heaven realm master, so how did he manage to achieve it? They couldn't wrap their heads around it, as this went against the knowledge that was deeply imprinted in their minds. Nevertheless, as Mauge felt the density of the world force around him, he finally understood why he wasn't a match for Yang Kai even though both of them were in the 6th order. The heritage in Yang Kai's small universe was clearly richer than his own. As he looked up at the bright moon, he realized that the celestial entity seemed to contain a power that could freeze his soul. He was astounded, thinking that it was probably a high-rank element power. Although he was now a 6th order open heaven realm master, he had only reached the 5th order directly when he achieved an ascension in the past. In other words, his limit would be the 7th order in the future, which was why he craved this kind of power. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, they felt a force cordoning off the space around them. Apparently, Yang Kai had sealed this region so that the wind spirits wouldn't be able to cause too much damage to his small universe. However, his effort would be futile if there was no one around to tie down the wind spirits, as the seal would be broken through sooner or later if they were left alone. That was the reason Yang Kai decided to put the proprietress and the others into his small universe. He was trying to make use of their powers to stall for time. Presently, he had to bring everyone out of the astral wind source as soon as possible, so he didn't have time to deal with the wind spirits for now. Although it was difficult for 4 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters to confront more than 10 wind spirits, it wasn't Yang Kai's intention to have them kill the odd-looking creatures. He just wanted them to distract them so that the wind spirits wouldn't run rampant, hence, there shouldn't be any problem. Upon learning Yang Kai's plan, the proprietress made the first move. The whip in her hand coiled around the wind spirits like it was a dragon before ripping them apart. She was trying to attract their attention so that they wouldn't be able to concentrate on swallowing the heritage in Yang Kai's small universe. Seeing that, Mao Zhe and the others quickly made a move as well. Yang Kai felt that his small universe had descended into chaos, which made it hard for him to focus. There was a bitter smile on his face as he finally realized why people always said even a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't easily let others enter their small universe, for that would be a terrible experience. No one would let someone else go into their small universe unless they wholeheartedly trusted that person, as any slight disturbance would cause damage to their small universe. Under Yang Kai's towering evergreen, these people looked around in horror. Of the more than 100 Open Heaven Realm Masters, 20 or so had lost their lives in a short time. It could be said that they had suffered an immense loss. Moreover, the eerie wind spirits had all dived into Yang Kai's body, which made them feel worried. It had to be noted that Yang Kai was the key to their survival. If anything happened to him, all of them would be exposed to the astral wind source. With the towering evergreen around, they would be safe from the harassment of the astral wind. However, without this wood element divine manifestation, no one had the confidence to survive here for long. Therefore, all of them turned to look at Yang Kai, who seemed fine even though he sported a solemn expression. Hua Yong asked with concern, "Sect Master, those wind spirits?" Yang Kai replied in a muffled voice, "They're inside my small universe. Mao Zhe and the others are dealing with them. We have to leave this place quickly." Then he continued leading the crowd forward. They followed him closely, ensuring that they were always within the protection range of the divine manifestation. On the road, they came across several more wind spirits that broke through the defense of towering evergreen and caused a ruckus. Yang Kai used the same trick and sent these wind spirits inside his small universe. The proprietress and the others already found it hard to deal with the dozen or so original wind spirits, so the situation only exacerbated when more were let in. There were even times when they were almost attacked and invaded by the wind spirits. Left with no choice, Yang Kai sent Hua Yong and Shu Mudan into his small universe so that they could help. The movements in his small universe thus became even more violent. Yang Kai could feel his blood weltering while his aura was extremely unstable. As his head kept buzzing, he had a feeling that he would suffer from cultivation dissonance at any moment. Time seemed to pass by even more slowly at this moment. Accountant, who had been standing guard beside Yang Kai, suddenly exclaimed, "You're hurt." He could see that blood was leaking from Yang Kai's 7 orifices, and his eyes were horrifyingly red. Yang Kai grunted as he couldn't even spare the focus to respond. He silently charged forward while exerting more force to sustain his towering evergreen to fend off the howling astral wind. Each breath that passed felt like an hour, but at a certain point, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the pressure around him was gone and the towering evergreen's protection, which was suppressed by the astral wind earlier, abruptly expanded. An energized Yang Kai shouted, "We're out of the source." Everyone was elated as they looked around. However, as the green branches hung so low, they were still engulfed in an emerald light, making it impossible to see outside clearly. With that said, they were aware that the wind, which had haunted them for a seemingly long time, finally stopped howling. They had really left the astral wind source. At that instant, all of them started cheering. To be safe, Yang Kai didn't immediately retract his towering evergreen, sustaining it as he continued charging forward for another incense stick worth of time. Following that, he released his divine sense, and upon making sure that they were safe, he withdrew the wood element divine manifestation. As the light dissipated, the others released their divine senses and realized that they had landed on a shattered spirit province, which was about 100 square kilometers. It was absolutely desolate, while all around was only an endless void. "Please stand guard for me," Yang Kai hurriedly said to the Shi brothers as he sat down cross-legged. Then, he emptied his mind and sunk his consciousness into his small universe. The Shi brothers still hadn't figured out what was going on or where they were, but upon hearing Yang Kai's words, they immediately surrounded him and raised their vigilance. At this moment, they were not certain whether they had really left the shadowless cave heaven and returned to the 3,000 worlds, so they reckoned that they had to ensure Yang Kai's safety. The battle inside Yang Kai's small universe was fierce. 6 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and about 20 Wind Spirits were locked in combat. As these people flew around, the powers of their artifacts blossomed. Although Yang Kai had cordoned off this battlefield, the wild energy fluctuations still caused his small universe to shake and rumble. The 6 of them were elated when they saw Yang Kai's figure appear. The proprietress said, "Yang Kai, it's too hard to deal with these wind spirits. We're unable to destroy them." When the first wind spirit appeared, it took all 100 or so Open Heaven Realm Masters attacking it for some time for its color to simply become dim, to say nothing of the fact that there were so many wind spirits now. Furthermore, they were now inside Yang Kai's small universe, so they didn't dare to release too much of their power. They were now even more restricted in their movements than previously. "I know. Let me handle the rest. Many thanks for all you've done." As Yang Kai spoke, he extended his finger, whereupon a portal appeared in his small universe, beyond which was the aura of the outside world. Mao Zhe asked with a frown, "Will you be all right on your own?" Yang Kai replied, "I have no idea, but I have to give it a try. Right now I'm restricted since all of you are here, so please leave this place first." After a moment of silence, Mao Zhe sent a signal to Geng Qing and Zhouya, then the 3 of them shot out through the crack together, followed by Hua Yong and Shu Mudan. A worried proprietress gazed at Yang Kai and parted her lips. Before she could speak though, Yang Kai said with a smile, "Don't worry, proprietress. Even if I can't kill them, I'll still be able to expel them." The others were unable to force these wind spirits out once they were invaded because their small universes were still ethereal. On the other hand, Yang Kai's small universe was corporeal, so if it came down to it, he could simply cut out part of his territory and expel it. Although his foundation would be damaged by doing this, it was better than waiting for death. "Be careful and don't push yourself too hard," proprietress stated in a solemn voice, then turned around and left through the portal. After closing the portal, Yang Kai stared silently at the wind spirits and said through clenched teeth, "I bet all of you have been having fun, haven't you?" The wind spirits apparently couldn't understand him, and without the restraint of the proprietress and the others, they immediately started swallowing the heritage of his small universe again. Yang Kai could clearly feel that the power of his small universe was rapidly streaming into these wind spirits. Although he had cordoned off this area, he was still unable to stop them from absorbing his heritage. Honestly speaking, Yang Kai still had no idea what these wind spirits really were. He speculated that they were born in the astral wind source and simply followed their instincts to swallow up world force. They probably didn't even have sentience. Yang Kai couldn't let these creatures continue wreaking havoc in his small universe. The longer they stayed, the greater the loss he would suffer, so with a thought, he yelled, "Water reflects the moon." The moon in the sky immediately shone brightly and cast its glow on everything below. A layer of frost was instantly seen on the figures of these wind spirits, as though they were covered in white clothes. Yang Kai was ecstatic since his water element divine ability seemed to be working. Just now, he was worried that his element powers wouldn't be useful against these wind spirits, but now he could set his mind at ease. As the frost expanded, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the speed at which the world force was draining had slowed. The wind spirits instinctively felt that something was off. They were originally wolfing down the small universe's heritage, but they were now staring up at the moon in the sky. The next instant, their figures shook to break free of the frost, then they pounced at the moon. The howling of wind was heard coming from their mouths, which threw Yang Kai's small universe into turmoil. Martial Peak, Chapter 44:20, It's a divine ability. The closer the wind spirits got to the moon, the colder they felt. Showered in the moonlight, they found themselves becoming increasingly sluggish as the frost on their figures thickened. Despite that, they still wouldn't back down, so Yang Kai had to watch as the wind spirits crept closer to the moon. The moon in Yang Kai's small universe was the manifestation of his water element divine ability, which was somewhere between illusory and real. He wasn't certain what would happen if these wind spirits managed to reach it. He wouldn't dare to take the risk. Seeing as water reflects the moon was unable to stop these wind spirits, he decided to use his first divine manifestation and bellowed, "Golden Crow casts the sun." The moon suddenly sank beyond the horizon, and as the golden crow cawed, a great sun leapt into the sky, a three-legged exotic bird flying around it gaily. The icy cold power was instantly replaced by a scorching heat. The wind spirits hadn't managed to stop their advance when the golden crow's true fire was spit out from the sun. Then, a series of strange sizzling sounds were heard. As these wind spirits continued to howl, their figures were completely engulfed in the black golden crow's true fire. Golden Crow's true fire was said to be able to burn down everything in existence, and it seemed these wind spirits weren't an exception. Seeing that, Yang Kai was ecstatic. He could see that the 20 or so wind spirits had turned into fireballs, and as the Golden Crow's true fire continued to burn, dark smoke started billowing from their flaming figures. Yang Kai frowned as he instinctively felt that the dark smoke was a terrible thing. This was his small universe, so he was able to detect the slightest anomaly, and the dark smoke made him feel like he had eaten some rancid food. Realizing the ferocity of Golden Crow casts the sun, the wind spirits instinctively tried to flee. However, since they were now covered in Golden Crow's true fire, how were they supposed to get rid of it? Moreover, Yang Kai had cordoned off the space around this area, so regardless of how hard they tried to break through the seal, they were unable to escape the Golden Crow's true fire. Yang Kai pushed his power to strengthen his Golden Crow cast the sun. More dark smoke billowed from these wind spirits, and as that happened, they became dimmer and dimmer. The very first wind spirit was previously besieged by over 100 open heaven realm masters, so it was much weaker from the start. Quickly being burned down by the Golden Crow's true fire, it soon fell apart and vanished into thin air. Yang Kai arched his brow because as the wind spirit evaporated, he felt a stream of world force surging into his small universe, which helped make up for some of the damage done to his heritage. What's going on? Yang Kai wondered but didn't have time to ponder on this issue as he had to continuously sustain Golden Crow casts the sun. At the same time, he exerted more force to fortify the seal so that these wind spirits wouldn't be able to cause further damage to his small universe. Golden Crow casts the sun was immensely powerful, and given Yang Kai's current cultivation, he was even able to cause a certain degree of damage to a high-rank cultivator using it. Therefore, the average open heaven realm master wouldn't be able to persevere for long under the influence of this divine manifestation. With that said, these wind spirits were clearly pretty tough. The great sun in the sky continued to burn them, and although Yang Kai could feel that they were getting weakened by the moment and believed that they would eventually fall apart like the first wind spirit, that would still take some time. 2 days later, Yang Kai, who had been paying close attention to the wind spirits, suddenly shifted his attention to one of them. Just then, following a muffled boom, the almost transparent wind spirit exploded into nothingness. Just like what happened previously, right after the wind spirit disappeared, a stream of pure world force flooded into his small universe. Pung pung pung. More wind spirits popped as half of them soon disappeared. More world force gushed into Yang Kai's small universe like a raging storm, leaving him in a state of disbelief. 1 day later, the last wind spirit was finally burned to death by the Golden Crow's true fire. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief when he saw its figure coming apart. More than 20 wind spirits had been destroyed, and after they disappeared, they left behind a lot of world force. What was more precious was that the world force was without any impurities. In other words, anyone could absorb it and turn it into their own capital immediately. Initially, the heritage of Yang Kai's small universe was severely damaged because of those wind spirits. However, now, not only had the losses been made up for, but he had also gained some benefits. Yang Kai didn't immediately leave his small universe. Instead, he emptied his mind and used his small universe to refine the world force left behind by the deceased wind spirits in order to strengthen his heritage. Time went by slowly. More than 10 days later, on the Shattered Spirit Province, Hua Yong, who had been paying close attention to Yang Kai, suddenly called out, "Sect Master is waking up." Since Yang Kai brought them to this Shattered Spirit Province half a month ago, he had been seated there without moving a muscle. All of them could see that he had lured the wind spirits into his own small universe, but no one knew what happened next. They had experienced the eeriness and power of the wind spirits, so it was expected that the proprietress and the others were worried. Upon hearing Hua Yong's words, the proprietress immediately turned to look at Yang Kai and realized that he was indeed slowly opening his eyes. Before she could ask anything, Yang Kai suddenly let out a puff of dark smoke through his mouth. Shocked, the proprietress hurriedly released her divine sense, but she couldn't identify what the dark smoke was. It seemed to carry a hint of the wind spirit's auras, but it didn't entirely feel like it either. In reality, this dark smoke was the same dark smoke released by the wind spirits when they were burned by the Golden Crow's true fire. Yang Kai had no idea what it was, but he instinctively felt that it would do him more harm than good if he kept it in his small universe. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had been trying to refine the world force left behind by the deceased wind spirits and come up with a way to get rid of the dark smoke. Now, his efforts finally yielded some results. In the end, it was his small universe, so he could easily detect any anomalies, allowing him to disperse the dark smoke with only some effort. "I'm sorry to make you all wait for such a long time." Yang Kai got to his feet and said. The proprietress asked with concern, "How are you?" "I'm fine." Yang Kai shook his head. In fact, not only was he fine, but he had also attained some immense benefits. It wasn't certain what those wind spirits were, but after they were destroyed by the Golden Crow's true fire, they significantly bolstered his strength. Yang Kai could clearly feel that the heritage of his small universe had increased significantly, possibly as much as 100 years of dedicated cultivation would bring him. He was more than satisfied with this pleasant surprise. The proprietress was still doubtful, but upon seeing that his skin was glowing and his aura had become more stable than before, she relaxed slightly. All of a sudden, Yang Kai turned to look in a particular direction and narrowed his eyes, then exclaimed, "What is that?" He could see that there was a gigantic tornado that appeared to be several tens of thousands of kilometers wide in the distance. As the tornado swirled around, warping the space surrounding it slightly. The sight was quite terrifying. The proprietress walked up to him and looked in the same direction before explaining, "That's the astral wind source." A shocked Yang Kai couldn't believe that he had actually left such a place some time ago, much less that those eerie wind spirits could actually be born in such a place. The wind. Yang Kai frowned and fell into his thoughts. For some reason, he could feel a strange and mysterious domain within the tornado. "It's a divine ability," the proprietress said. Yang Kai gazed at her in shock. The proprietress went on to say in a bitter voice, "Trust me. Before you woke up, we had been observing it for quite some time and came to the conclusion that it was once some kind of divine ability." Yang Kai felt his throat turning dry. A divine ability? Does that mean someone cast it? Mao Zhe took a step forward and said with a bitter smile, "Perhaps it's a divine ability left behind by a great ancient expert. Although countless years have passed, it's still as powerful as ever." Yang Kai widened his mouth in disbelief, but the truth was right in front of his eyes, so he had to accept it. He wouldn't have figured it out if the proprietress hadn't pointed it out. Upon hearing her words though, he could indeed see that it was a divine ability cast by someone in an unknown time. However, it continued to exist until this day. The divine ability happened to be located just outside of the Shadowless Cave Heaven's exit. Therefore, right after they left the Shadowless Cave Heaven, they fell into the region this divine ability covered. It seemed to be targeted at the small universes of Open Heaven Realm Masters. If one wasn't careful enough, the astral wind would sneak into their body and wipe away their heritage. This astral wind wasn't the same as the one that gusted into the Shadowless Cave Heaven. Instead, it was a tornado that would endlessly devastate a person's small universe. Yang Kai wouldn't dare to think about what would happen if a person was struck by such a divine ability. If such a tornado ravaged his small universe, he reckoned that he couldn't persevere for more than 10 breaths. The divine ability never subsided, and as time passed, eerie wind spirits were born from it. Judging from what happened after the death of those wind spirits, Yang Kai reckoned that the world force brought away by the astral wind didn't just disappear. Instead, it was brought back to the tornado. Those wind spirits were probably hybrids of the world force and the divine abilities domain. Over the years, countless open heaven realm masters had accidentally fallen into the tornado and passed away. Their world forces were all devoured by the wind spirits. The shadowless cave heaven was a universe cave heaven left behind by a deceased 8th Order open heaven realm master, so it wasn't supposed to be so desolate. However, due to the astral wind's harassment that took place once a month, the world force was continuously lost. Furthermore, basically all the open heaven realm masters were affected by the astral wind in the shadowless cave heaven. The world force was snatched and brought back to this tornado as it became the nutrients for the wind spirits. Therefore, it could be said that every wind spirit contained very ample world force. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4421, Return to Shattered Heaven's Star City. Yang Kai had gained tremendous benefits by destroying those wind spirits and obtaining their world force. As he looked silently at the tornado, he couldn't help but wonder how many more wind spirits there were inside it. The ones he had come across were certainly not all of them. If he rushed into the tornado and lured more wind spirits into his body, he could save a lot of time on cultivation. In that case, he would be able to ascend to the 7th Order open heaven realm sooner. Although there was only a difference of 1 order between the 7th Order and the 6th Order, it was like the gap between the heavens and earth. The former was in the high rank while the latter was in the mid-rank, so they were not comparable at all. Others might be wary of the astral wind, but Yang Kai was able to ward it off, and with his previous experiences, he could handle those wind spirits with ease. Nevertheless, he soon gave up on that idea. This couldn't be helped as his strength had increased too quickly recently. Back then, he was forced to ascend to the 5th Order open heaven realm, then 1 month later, he made it to the 6th Order by consuming a world fruit. If he still rushed into making an attempt to reach the 7th Order open heaven realm, it might cause his small universe to become unstable. After all, the open heaven realm was a process where one had to build up and manage their small universe gradually. Sometimes advancing too quickly was a bad thing. He reckoned that when he was ready one day, he could still come back here and lure those wind spirits into his small universe in an attempt to ascend to the 7th Order open heaven realm. At the thought of this, Yang Kai set his mind at ease. "Where are we now?" Yang Kai asked. The proprietress replied, "We're in the shattered heaven, but I don't know our exact location." Yang Kai nodded gently, thinking that the shattered heaven indeed lived up to its bad reputation. Before coming here, he had heard that this place was paved with danger. He had previously seen some ferocious artifacts that had gained sentience, and now there was this divine ability that had persisted across countless eons. No one knew how much more danger they would bump into. If they were not careful enough, they would lose their lives here. Yang Kai fished out a universe chart he had bought in the Shattered Heaven Star City, but he soon realized that he still couldn't identify their location. Left with no choice, he said, "I guess we're lost for now. We can only play it by ear." No one objected to the suggestion. Regardless of where this was, it was better than staying in the shadowless cave heaven. They had never expected that they would be able to leave the shadowless cave heaven in their lifetime, after all. Yang Kai then fished out the 6 Fated Paths bag and released the 100+ people he had previously kept inside it. After a brief discussion among the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they headed in a particular direction. They came across a lot of danger on the road, most of which did not come with a warning. Although the 10 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been vigilant, they still suffered damage on several occasions. More than 200 cultivators had left the shadowless cave heaven with Yang Kai. 20 or so were killed by the wind spirits, and half a year later, only roughly 140 people were left. Other than the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were still fine, basically everyone else had suffered some degree of injury. This just went to show how dangerous the Shattered Heaven was. Over the past 6 months, the group did not just travel in the same direction. Instead, they would change course from time to time. Unfortunately, after such a long time had passed, they still hadn't encountered anyone, which made it impossible for them to identify their location. Another 6 months later, Yang Kai, who was in the lead, suddenly looked in a particular direction for a moment. Then he became elated and exclaimed, "There's movement over there." Upon finishing his words, he charged forward. The people behind him became energized as well and hurriedly followed after him. A moment later, they saw some flashes of light in front of their eyes and felt some energy fluctuations coming from up ahead. Apparently, some people were fighting. As they got closer, Yang Kai realized that there were 2 Open Heaven Realm Masters engaged in a life-and-death battle. It wasn't certain why they got into a scuffle, but the battle was quite intense. Both of these 2 were powerful 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It wasn't certain how long the battle had lasted, but their auras were pretty weak and they were practically covered in wounds and blood. While they were trying to hack each other to death though, the 2 men sensed something and turned to look at Yang Kai. The next moment, their expressions changed drastically as they separated and drew back. A short time later, Yang Kai stopped in a spot that wasn't far away from them. When the 2 men saw the group of people behind Yang Kai, they sported solemn expressions. As they exchanged glances, they subconsciously moved closer to one another. Regardless of the cultivation of these people, they couldn't possibly go up against so many on their own. Although they were just fighting a life-and-death battle earlier, they were at least familiar with one another. Compared to these strangers, they would rather trust the party they knew. Noticing their vigilance and hostility, Yang Kai put on a friendly smile and cupped his fist. "Please excuse us. We just happened to pass by this place, and we mean no harm." The man on the left shot Yang Kai a glance with distrust, then asked with a frown, "What do you want?" Yang Kai replied, "We were previously trapped inside a perilous place, and it took us years before we finally managed to escape. Unfortunately, we've become lost so we don't know how to get to the Shattered Heaven Star City. Would you be so kind as to point the way for us?" The 2 men were astounded as they were wondering why such a large group of people had approached them all of a sudden, but it turned out that these people were just looking for directions. The man who spoke earlier pointed in a particular direction and said, "If you want to head to the Star City, move in that direction. You'll reach it in half a month." Yang Kai looked in the same direction and nodded gently, "Many thanks. Sorry for disturbing you." Following that, he flew off in the direction the man had pointed out, followed by the rest of the group which soon disappeared into the distance. The 2 men, who were engaged in an intense battle just a moment ago, traded glances, feeling at a loss. After this farce, they were no longer determined to kill each other. Furthermore, they were equally matched to begin with, so if they kept on fighting, both parties would end up severely wounded at best. Now that they had been interrupted, they no longer had the heart to keep fighting. After cursing at one another, they turned into rays of light and charged in different directions. Meanwhile, Yang Kai and the others were moving in the direction they were pointed at full speed. As expected, the further they went, the more cultivators they came across. These people had obviously just left the Shattered Heaven Star City. Regardless of who they were though, these people would always run away when they saw such a large group of Open Heaven Realm Masters approaching. Countless people were killed or robbed in Shattered Heaven every day. If a person was killed in this place, no one would seek justice for them. Half a month later, the Shattered Heaven Star City came into sight. The people behind Yang Kai started cheering. The Shi brothers were especially loud. When these cultivators saw the Star City, their eyes became reddened and moist, as though they had just been reborn. Previously, they had accidentally fallen into the shadowless cave heaven, and they thought that they would never be able to leave. It never crossed their minds that they would have a chance to return to the 3,000 worlds one day. Many of their companions had lost their lives along the way here, so it felt amazing to have come back alive. Soon they charged into the Star City. As they watched the cultivators who were moving around, the stalls on the streets, and the disorderly buildings, they felt a sense of cordiality. The sight before their eyes was never seen in the shadowless cave heaven after all. Even Mao Zhe and the other mountain lords were moved. Then they checked into an inn and had a bath to wash away the dirt on their bodies. Following that, Hua Yong took out some money to hold a banquet for the companions who had left the shadowless cave heaven together. At that instant, the inn's lobby was crammed with people. Over 140 people were divided among more than 10 tables. Yang Kai and the other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were seated together while the rest of them crowded around with their friends as they chatted and drank. The place was bustling with noise. Meanwhile, many Open Heaven Realm Masters, in groups or as individuals, came over and proposed a toast to Yang Kai, thanking him for helping them to escape the shadowless cave heaven and return to the 3,000 worlds. An easygoing Yang Kai didn't turn down anyone and soon became tipsy. A while later, Hua Yong asked the Shi brothers, "What are your future plans?" Presently, Shi Shan was gnawing on the thigh of some kind of roast beast, and his lips were covered in grease, so upon hearing Hua Yong's question, he took a large swig of alcohol and asked back, "What do you mean?" Hua Yong said with a helpless smile, "Since you've left the shadowless cave heaven, you'll need to look for a place to stay. It's not like you'll just keep wandering around, right?" The Shi brothers were astounded upon hearing that as they traded glances for a moment. Then, Shi Shan scratched his head and said, "That's right. What should we do next?" Shi Qiu said in a muffled voice, "You're the big brother, so I'll listen to you." On the side, Shi Yu nodded repeatedly. Shi Shan batted his eyes, then looked smilingly at Hua Yong. "What about you two? What are your plans?" Hua Yong replied with a smile, "My wife and I joined Voidland, and thanks to the sect Master Yang, we've been promoted to the position of elders." Then he took a glance at Mao Zhe. "Brother Mao and them should have done the same." "You decided to join Voidland?" Shi Shan stared at Mao Zhe in shock. A silent Mao Zhe sported a wry smile. As a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he wouldn't have joined Voidland if he wasn't restricted by the loyalty list. Even if he willingly decided to join, he was supposed to be an elder just like Hua Yong, but now, they were just Yang Kai's subordinates and couldn't even control whether they lived or died. They were practically servants. Hua Yong promptly said to the Shi brothers, "We all owe the sect master a life-saving grace. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have a chance to leave the shadowless cave heaven. Since we've now gained a second chance at life, we should repay his favor. We all occupied different territories in the shadowless cave heaven. However, since we've left, why don't you also join Voidland? Given our friendship over the years, we can take care of each other in the future. What do you think?" The Shi brothers fell silent upon hearing that. A moment later, Shi Qiu said in a small voice, "Big brother, why don't we join Voidland as well?" Shi Shan furrowed his brow. "If we join Sect Master Yang's great force, we'll be under his control. What if he doesn't allow us to drink wine and eat meat? It certainly doesn't feel as great as having our own territory." Shi Yu dipped his head. "Big brother is right." Shi Shan said, "We can join forces and venture into the outside world. I don't believe we'll fare poorly. It's better than getting bossed around by someone else. When we manage to make a name for ourselves, we can do whatever we want." Martial Peak, Chapter 4422, Voidland's Yang Kai has come. Their voices were neither loud nor small, so the Open Heaven Realm Masters at the scene were able to hear them. Seeing that the brothers were not willing to join Voidland, Hua Yong was ready to keep persuading them when Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him. "Just let the Shi brothers do whatever they want. This Yang wishes all the best for your future." Shi Shan gazed at Yang Kai with a grin. "We'll venture into the outside world for now. If we really can't make a name for ourselves, we'll come join you." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Good. The doors of Voidland are always open for you." These Sixth Order brothers were triplets who had mastered a profound combination technique. When they joined forces, they would be far more powerful than an ordinary Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If they could join Voidland, the Great Force's collective power would increase tremendously. With that said, before Yang Kai even left the shadowless cave heaven, he had subdued the 3 mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain, and then Hua Yong and Shu Mudan requested to join Voidland. It could be said that he had gained some handsome benefits by acquiring 5 more 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters for Voidland. Since the Shi brothers were not willing to work under him, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't force them. Then, Yang Kai looked around and declared openly, "If any one of you is willing to join Voidland, this Yang will welcome you. If you have somewhere else to go, this Yang will wish you all the best. Since we've overcome a great life or death crisis together and finally left the shadowless cave heaven together, we're practically friends now. If you're willing to join Voidland, this Yang will not mistreat you." Then he picked up his cup and continued, "This Yang will propose a toast to all of you. Let's drink to all our futures." Following that, these Open Heaven Realm Masters rose from the chairs and picked up their cups, their gazes filled with gratitude and admiration. When they were done with the wine in their cups, they took a seat again as the lobby once again became bustling. After finishing up the ample meal, they returned to their own rooms and took some rest. However, Yang Kai was unable to get any sleep as some people would knock on his door and express their willingness to join Voidland from time to time. These cultivators had been trapped inside the shadowless cave heaven for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Although they had returned to the outside world, most had no place to go. They were grateful that Yang Kai had brought them out of the shadowless cave heaven, and since he was the sect master of Voidland, they were more than happy to side with him. Just like what Yang Kai had said, they had experienced life and death moments together, so they knew they would not be mistreated. Furthermore, the 3 mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain and the island masters of Twin Spirit Island had joined Voidland, so regardless of what Voidland was like in the past, it would have a bright future since so many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters belonged to it now. Yang Kai didn't turn anyone down who came into his room as he happily agreed to let them join. Voidland was unlike other great forces as it was founded not long ago, so they didn't have enough time to nurture their own young cultivators. What's more, it was hard for the people from the shadowless cave heaven to join other great forces as their loyalty wasn't guaranteed. However, since Voidland was in the midst of rapid development, Yang Kai desperately needed more masters to help support it. It wouldn't be too late to think about other issues when everything was settled in Voidland. Looking at it from another perspective, the cultivators who joined now could grow with Voidland, and as time passed, they would eventually develop a sense of belonging so their loyalty wouldn't be an issue in the long run. 2 days later, the Shi brothers bid Yang Kai farewell. Since they had decided to venture into the outside world, they wouldn't want to stay here too long. They had loitered in the desolate shadowless cave heaven for far too long, so they yearned to explore the wonders of the outside world. When Yang Kai saw them off, he realized that the Shi brothers had many of the people from Unrivaled Guild with them. There were also some people who were originally from profound Yang Mountain. The Shi brothers had been the chiefs of Unrivaled Guild for many years, so although they were rather muscle-brained, they were indeed powerful and had their own charisma. Since they did have some influence, it was expected that some people were willing to follow them. As for the people who were originally from profound Yang Mountain, they were probably wary of Mao Zhe and the other mountain lords. After all, following profound Yang Mountain's demise, they immediately sided with the other 2 great forces, which practically meant that they had abandoned their old leaders. Now that Mao Zhe and the others had joined Voidland, these people didn't have the nerve to side with Yang Kai, so they had no choice but to leave with the Shi brothers. About half of the over 140 people left, so roughly 70 remained. Yang Kai wasn't in a rush to leave the Shattered Heaven Star City though, and instead cultivated in this place for half a month. Although the Shattered Heaven Star City was dilapidated, it was also filled with good things. Countless cultivators moved around this place every day, and many of them were able to bring back rare resources from the depths of the Shattered Heaven. Yang Kai initially intended to buy some cultivation resources, but his attempts were ultimately in vain. This couldn't be helped as the things in this place were quite expensive, almost 2 times the average price in the outside world. More importantly, he couldn't find the things he really needed. Since he was now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the fastest way for him to cultivate was to refine 6th Order materials. After his conversation with Chef some time ago, Yang Kai learned that he had to refine full sets of materials to properly increase the heritage of his small universe. He had more than enough materials for the 5 elements, but he lacked 6th Order Yin-Yang materials as these things were truly rare. As for 5th Order materials, he didn't need to buy them. With the gourd vine in Voidland, complete sets of Yin, Yang, and 5-element materials were produced every month, so the supply was basically infinite. Half a month later, a ship departed from the Shattered Heavens Star City. The ship was bought by Yang Kai, and while its defensive and offensive strength weren't particularly outstanding, it was pretty spacious as it could comfortably accommodate 200 people, so the 70 or so aboard had more than enough space to move around. Since the route had been mapped out, someone just needed to drive the ship forward while Yang Kai found a room and cultivated in seclusion. The view in the void alternated between surreal and desolate as time went by slowly. 1 month later, the ship suddenly shook. Hua Yong knocked on the door and said, "Sect Master, we've arrived at the first destination according to your plan." "We've arrived?" That was quick. Yang Kai opened his eyes and left the room. After nodding at Hua Yong, he walked towards the deck. He looked into the distance and saw a spirit province that was full of world energy hovering in the void. A thick layer of fog surrounded the spirit province, and one could faintly see some beautiful buildings and splendid mountains through the mist. Some figures left the cabin as Mao Zhe and the other mountain lords stood behind Yang Kai and looked into the distance. Mao Zhe narrowed his eyes and asked, "Is this void land?" Although the place looked average, it had the scale and ambience of a second-class great force. With that said, it wasn't very impressive. "It's not void land." Yang Kai shook his head. Mao Zhe was confused. What was this place if it wasn't void land? He had just left the shadowless cave heaven, so he was unable to identify the location without a universe chart. As they spoke, the proprietress led chef and accountant to the deck. Hearing the noise, Yang Kai turned around and walked over. "Why are you here, proprietress?" The proprietress shot him a glance and frowned. "What are you trying to do?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "You know full well what I'm trying to do." The proprietress furrowed her brows and parted her lips. "I was just spouting nonsense since I was infuriated at that time. Many years have passed, so let's just put it behind us." Yang Kai shook his head. "Although many years have passed, you'll be restricted by your oath if it is not resolved, meaning you won't be able to make it to the high-rank open heaven realm in your lifetime." He paused for a moment, then asked, "Are you worried that there will be too many casualties?" She said with a conflicted expression before she sighed, "There must be some innocence. Once a war breaks out, many people will lose their lives." After a moment of silence, Yang Kai said, "I'll try to limit the casualties then." Seeing that she was about to keep dissuading him, he cut her off by saying, "Your heart demon oath must be resolved. Furthermore, when Heavenly Sword Union made things difficult for me in the past, they also participated. Since they have the guts to invade Void Land, they must be ready to pay the price." Seeing that he was determined, the proprietress let out a sigh and stopped trying to dissuade him. On the other hand, chef and accountant rolled up their sleeves as they realized Yang Kai's intention. Hua Yong and the others were puzzled, not knowing what they were talking about. Mao Zhe secretly spoke to Hua Yong, who replied, "I have no idea either. We've come to this place according to the route that Sect Master mapped out. The place in front of us is apparently called Boundless Altar." A glint flashed through Mao Zhe's eyes as he darted his gaze between Yang Kai and Boundless Altar. At the same time, he paid a silent tribute to those from Boundless Altar for a moment. The people from Boundless Altar must have offended this walking disaster, otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't have directly come all the way here after leaving the shadowless cave heaven. Boundless Altar was doomed. A top second-class great force was usually managed by 1 or 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at most. However, there wasn't a lack of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on this ship as there were 7 of them in total. No second-class great force in the world was able to go up against such a lineup. As they spoke, the ship continued moving towards the Spirit Province. In just 1 hour, they arrived at the periphery of the Spirit Province. As they got closer, they could see the view in the Spirit Province clearer. They saw that many people were moving around in Boundless Altar. Rays of light could be seen flying between the magnificent spirit peaks. There were also a lot of exotic beasts that flew through the air. The ship was neither small nor big, but as it navigated through the void, it was still pretty conspicuous. The guards around Boundless Altar had noticed the ship some time ago, and seeing that it was directly coming at them, they immediately sent a message to their higher-ups. Soon, a figure shot out from one of the spirit peaks in Boundless Altar. Hovering within the coverage of the Grand Array, he looked intently into the sky. What came into his sight shocked him, for he could see a lot of people on the ship. Due to the distance and the fact that these people weren't releasing their auras, he wasn't able to discern their cultivations. However, he had a feeling that those people were ill-intentioned. Hence, he bellowed, "This is Boundless Altar. Who goes there?" His loud voice reverberated across the void. The ship didn't seem to have any intention to stop and simply charged towards Boundless Altar. The person's expression changed. As a beam of light flashed across his fingers, he sent a message to some people. The next moment, the Grand Array lit up. With a dispassionate expression, Yang Kai lifted his hand and forcefully brought it down. Seeing that, Hua Yong and the others immediately made a move as well. In an instant, a crack appeared in the Grand Array around Boundless Altar and the ship directly flew inside. On the deck, Yang Kai's clothes flapped in the wind as he shouted, "Voidland's Yang Kai has come." Martial Peak, Chapter 44-23, Two Choices. Yang Kai's thunderous voice spread across the entire Boundless Altar. In an instant, the world shook as countless eyes looked in the direction where the voice came from. Most of the cultivators in Boundless Altar were puzzled as they had never heard of Voidland or Yang Kai before. That was because they were weak and they had rarely stepped out of Boundless Altar. Despite that, they could still clearly sense the hostility in the person's voice, so they leaped into the air and charged in a particular direction. On the other hand, a small number of people had their expressions change drastically as their gazes were filled with horror. Although Voidland wasn't a household name as it wasn't comparable to the cave heavens and paradises, it was still a rising star in recent years. This great force was rising at an unprecedented speed. The long-lost legendary Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills were found in the star city of that great force, which drew the attention of other great forces from all over the 3,000 worlds. Before that, the 100 Sects Alliance, led by Heavenly Sword Union, invaded Voidland, but after the battle, the Alliance was defeated, and even the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, was executed on the battlefield. More importantly, Boundless Altar was a part of that alliance, and they had suffered immense losses. Great Elder Ling Chunqiu and a number of other Open Heaven Realm Masters were killed in Voidland, leaving no corpses behind. Initially, Boundless Altar and Voidland had no contact with one another. After all, they were separated by several great territories, and they had no relationships of any kind. However, since the incident of the 100 Sects Alliance, grudges had been formed between both parties. Certainly, those from Boundless Altar were heartbroken at the fact that Ling Chunqiu and the others were killed. Even though Boundless Altar was considered a second-class great force, its heritage was weak. A fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master was an important pillar in their great force, so Ling Chunqiu's death did have some negative impact on Boundless Altar. Nevertheless, there was nothing they could do about it. The idea of avenging Ling Chunqiu's death never crossed their minds as the 100 Sects Alliance was defeated and nearly wiped out, so how could Boundless Altar achieve anything on its own? Rather than them looking for revenge, they had to consider themselves lucky if the other party didn't come seeking trouble. It could be said that all the great forces that besieged Voidland at that time shared the same sentiment. Recently, they had been hiding inside their great forces and doing their own things as they were afraid that those from Voidland would retaliate against them one day. Those from Boundless Altar had never expected that Yang Kai would arrive at their great force and directly break their Grand Array. Boundless Altar was considered a well-established second-class great force with a few tens of thousands of years of heritage. Supposedly, its grand array shouldn't be so fragile to be broken with only one move. The reason this was happening was that none of them had expected that there was such a reckless person in the world who would directly barge into their headquarters without even giving a warning. The grand array wasn't even fully activated when a crack was opened in it, which allowed Voidland's ship to enter. Furthermore, 5 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had made a move at the same time, so regardless of how sturdy the grand array of Boundless Altar was, it could never endure the bombardment from so many powerful masters. Even if it was fully operational, it would only have been a matter of time before it was destroyed. Even the 9 heavenly layers was broken through once, to say nothing of the fact that the grand array in this place was significantly weaker than the 9 heavenly layers. After moving through the crack, the ship silently hovered in the air with Yang Kai standing on the deck and looking down coldly at those below. The person who came from the Spirit Peak turned pale and stared solemnly at Yang Kai as he asked, "Are you Voidland's sect Master Yang?" Yang Kai looked condescendingly at him, "Who are you?" The person cupped his fist and replied in a bitter voice, "Altar Master of Boundless Altar, Yuchi Cheng Zhou. Please forgive me for not greeting your excellency earlier as I was unaware of your arrival." Yang Kai arched his brow. "You're the Altar Master of Boundless Altar?" Yuchi Cheng Zhou dipped his head, "Yes." Yang Kai sized him up, and judging from the faint fluctuations coming from his body, he should be a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai thought that Boundless Altar was pretty weak as the Altar Master was only a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Since the increase in his strength, the height of Yang Kai's vision had also grown significantly. Before going to the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he was still immensely pressured when he was faced with a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. When he was returning to the Star Boundary back then, he was completely powerless to resist someone like Heihe. In the end, he had to use a precious mid-rank world fruit to help Lu Shui ascend from the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm to the 5th Order so that she would have the power to fight back against Heihe and eventually subdue him. Now, he was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who had defeated Mao Zhe, a peak 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Numerous 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were also killed by him before. Therefore, Yang Kai's attitude was now different when he was faced with someone like Yuchi Cheng Zhou. It had only been a short time since he arrived in the 3,000 worlds, and he hadn't come into contact with a lot of great forces, so he wasn't aware that this was actually the norm amongst second-class great forces. According to the classification of great forces in the 3,000 worlds, any place with mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters assuming command could claim to be second-class. If a sect had several 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, their heritage could be considered impressive. Some of the second-class great forces only had 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters leading them. Although they were also second-class great forces, they didn't have the scale and power to match. Such great forces were actually found everywhere. After sweeping a glance over Yuchi Cheng Zhou, Yang Kai asked, "Do you know an old fart named Ling Chunqiu?" Upon hearing that, Yuchi Cheng Zhou sported a bitter expression, knowing that his biggest fear had come to haunt him. When he heard Yang Kai mentioning his great force earlier, he knew that he was in trouble. It was apparent that those from Voidland were here to retaliate against them. Therefore, at the mention of Ling Chunqiu, he knew that his speculation was right. He couldn't help but secretly curse at Ling Chunqiu for offending Voidland for no reason. Heavenly Sword Union's Kong Feng had some ulterior motive for heading to Voidland, so it wasn't necessary for Ling Chunqiu to butt into that affair. Boundless Altar had nothing to do with Heavenly Sword Union to begin with, so they didn't need to join forces with the latter. Now that Yang Kai had stormed into Boundless Altar, how were they supposed to deal with him? Yuchi Cheng Zhou said in a helpless voice, "To be honest with you, Sect Master Yang, Ling Chunqiu is the great elder of Boundless Altar. He left with some people a few years ago, and he has gone missing since then. Why did you mention him all of a sudden? Have you come across him somewhere?" It wasn't like he could say he had no idea who Ling Chunqiu was. As the great elder, Ling Chunqiu held an important position in the sect. It would be insincere if he said he didn't know him, Now, he could only try to separate Boundless Altar from the feud so that they would be able to avoid calamity. As for avenging Ling Chunqiu's death, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. He had seen the people on the ship making a move earlier. There were 5 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so they could easily destroy the entire Boundless Altar. He went missing? Yang Kai sneered. Is that really the case? Yuqi Chengzhou's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he nodded. I wouldn't dare to lie to you, Sect Master Yang. Please understand. As they spoke, the cultivators from Boundless Altar were flying over from different directions. They still had no idea what was going on when they stood behind Yuqi Chengzhou. However, upon seeing that the Altar Master was quite anxious, they realized that they were in a perilous situation, so they sported solemn expressions. Yang Kai stared seriously at Yuqi Chengzhou for a moment before he nodded gently. I'll take your word for it. Since you don't know where Ling Chunqiu is, I'll tell you now. That old dog brought some people to invade Voidland, and he was killed by me for his transgression. Yuqi Chengzhou pretended to be shocked as he exclaimed, why would he do something so foolish? Yang Kai stared at him and felt disgusted, thinking that the Altar Master could indeed put on a good show. A frustrated Yuqi Chengzhou said, the Great Elder was old, and he sometimes made rash decisions. A few years ago, he was pretty dejected over something, so he decided to go out and travel. He hasn't returned since then. We all thought that he was cultivating in seclusion somewhere, but we never expected that he had made such a huge mistake. Following that, he bowed deeply at Yang Kai. Please forgive him, Sect Master Yang. He has paid the ultimate price for the mistake since he was killed. I hope you will not try to settle accounts with him now. There was a devious smile on Yang Kai's face as he said, why would I settle accounts with a dead person? Yuqi Chengzhou's expression changed. Yang Kai's words suggested that he was going to settle accounts with those who were living instead. Knowing that the crisis was unavoidable, Yuqi Chengzhou secretly sighed and cupped his fist. Regardless of his reasons, Ling Chunqiu was the Great Elder of Boundless Altar. As he has offended Sect Master Yang and Voidland, we'll have to bear some responsibility. Since you've come all the way here, we're willing to pay a price in the hope of appeasing your wrath. Please give us a chance to live. After he finished speaking, the people behind him appeared vexed. No one would feel pleased when they had to act so subservient in their own headquarters. However, none of them dared to express their fury. The Altar Master's obsequious behavior suggested the other party was too formidable. If they got into a conflict, Boundless Altar would suffer a huge loss. It's surprising to know that you're such a sensible person, Altar Master Yuqi. Yang Kai looked meaningfully at him. He was initially filled with murderous intent as he was ready to help the proprietress vent her anger here, but was rendered almost speechless by Yuqi Chengzhou's eloquence. Since the other party was acting so polite, his murderous intent subsided. With a lowered gaze, Yang Kai fell silent for a moment before declaring, since you're willing to offer some compensation, Altar Master Yuqi, we can certainly talk it out. Yuqi Chengzhou breathed a sigh of relief. What demands do you have, Sect Master Yang? Yang Kai replied dispassionately, when the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, I declared in front of Ling Chunqiu and all others present to hear that not only would I kill them, but I would also wipe out the sects behind them, down to the last chicken and dog. He had indeed said such a thing to both Ling Chunqiu and Qi Jin at that time. The expressions of Yuqi Chengzhou and the cultivators from Boundless Altar changed drastically upon hearing that. Yang Kai's cold voice went on to reverberate as he continued, this king initially intended to honor those words. However, since you're such a reasonable man, this king will give you 2 choices. Do you want me to destroy the sect or kill everyone here? Was there a difference between the 2 options? It seemed that this matter couldn't be resolved peacefully. Yuqi Chengzhou sported a dark expression as he said in a grim voice, Sect Master Yang, we're willing to appease you, so why do you insist on acting ruthlessly? Yang Kai snorted, when the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, no one forced you all to join. Since you've committed the act, you must pay the price. One's mistakes must be paid for in kind. Martial Peak, Chapter 44-24. a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Yuchi Chengzhou said after a sigh, I'm the altar master of Boundless Altar. I'm already embarrassed that I'm not able to make the sect thrive, but the foundation of several tens of thousands of years cannot be destroyed on my watch. If you're so relentless, Sect Master Yang, don't blame us for offending you. You're courting death. Yang Kai's eyes were filled with coldness. You're fully aware that all of you can't go up against this king. Hua Yong, who was standing behind him, wore a menacing expression. He had just joined Voidland, so he desperately needed a chance to prove his worth. If a battle broke out, he would be the first to charge forward. Yuchi Chengzhou said in a grim voice, everyone dies eventually, the only difference is how soon it happens. Since the Great Elder made a mistake, we can't blame you for coming over to hold us accountable. However, there are no cowards in Boundless Altar. We shall live and die together with Boundless Altar. The cultivators behind him appeared incensed as they shouted, live and die together with Boundless Altar. Following some whooshing sounds, the auras of these open heaven realm masters spread around as the world forces undulated. A moved Yang Kai swept a glance over these cultivators and secretly sighed. Was this the heritage of a sect that had been in existence for several tens of thousands of years? Although they were lacking in strength, their sense of belonging and loyalty to their sect was far greater than those of younger great forces. Even though these people were all aware that they would lose their lives in this battle, they still refused to back down. Many appeared terrified, but no one was willing to take a step back. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Since you've made such a decision, this king will stop persuading you. On the road to the Yellow Springs, at least you won't be lonely. He was determined to destroy Boundless Altar as this was related to the proprietress Heart Demon Oath, so there was no turning back. Although he respected their loyalty to their sect, that wouldn't stop him from demolishing Boundless Altar. Anyone who stood in the way of his martial Tao would be killed. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai raised his hand and was about to order his people to attack when suddenly he turned to stare at the deepest part of Boundless Altar and exclaimed. Mao Zhe and the others also sensed something as they looked in the same direction. A powerful aura seemed to have awakened in that place. Although the aura was only faintly exposed, it revealed that the owner was extraordinary. There was actually a sixth-order open heaven realm master in Boundless Altar. The revelation surprised Yang Kai. When he saw that Yuchi Chengzhou was only in the fifth-order open heaven realm, he thought that Boundless Altar was pretty weak. It wasn't until this moment that he realized he had underestimated the heritage of a sect that had been in existence for over 10,000 years. It wasn't that they didn't have a sixth-order open heaven realm master. The person just didn't want to reveal himself. If it weren't for Yang Kai and his group preparing to make their move, this person wouldn't have exposed himself at all. The ample aura suggested that the person's cultivation was truly incredible. Upon sensing the aura, Yuchi Chengzhou and the others looked in that direction and exclaimed, Old Ancestor. Just then, an old voice was heard coming from that direction. It seemed that he hadn't spoken for a long time, so his voice sounded hoarse. Little friend, will you please listen to this old master first? Yang Kai gazed in that direction as a glint flashed through his eyes. It was as though he was able to see across space and find out the person's whereabouts. Then, he said impassively, Is there any advice you'd like to give me, old sir? The person replied, I wouldn't dare to give you any advice. I just hope that you'll come here and have a talk with me, little friend. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai nodded, and then he turned his head and ordered, All of you, wait for me here. A worried Hua Yong said, Sect Master, do you want me to go with you? There's no need for that. Yang Kai waved his hand and took a step forward. After he left the ship, his figure flickered and disappeared. All of them looked in the direction where the old voice came from. Yuchi Chengzhou and the others appeared ardent, as though they were hoping that their old ancestor would be able to solve this issue for them. Mao Yu, who had remained silent for a long time, suddenly said, This old sir from your sect is about to ascend to the seventh-order open heaven realm, right? He too was at the peak of the sixth-order open heaven realm as he was just one step away from the seventh order. therefore he was especially sensitive to this person's aura. However, he had suffered some losses in the shadowless cave heaven some time ago. Although he had returned to the 3,000 worlds, it would take him a long time before he could restore his lost strength. Yuqi Chengzhou replied, "Old ancestor has been cultivating in seclusion for 800 years. I have no idea about his current cultivation." Mao Zhi sneered, "Do you think your old ancestor can make him leave?" Yuqi Chengzhou turned to look at Mao Zhi, who then snorted, "You're too naive." He didn't explain anything after finishing his words. No one could understand how horrendous Yang Kai was until they fought him head-on. Before coming across Yang Kai, Mao Zhi believed that no one under the high-rank open heaven realm was a match for him. There might be a small number of people who were as powerful as he was at most. After all, he was already at the peak of the sixth order open heaven realm. Nevertheless, after one encounter with Yang Kai, he realized that there was always someone out there who was stronger. That guy was no different from a monster, as he had condensed numerous high-rank elements. Although Yang Kai was just a sixth-order open heaven realm master, Mao Zhi speculated that his power was actually approaching the seventh order. He wasn't certain about the power of this old ancestor from Boundless Altar, but he was sure that this old man was no match for Yang Kai. He was at the peak of the sixth-order open heaven realm, but he had suffered a loss at Yang Kai's hands. Now that another person of the same caliber was about to experience the same, Mao Zhi couldn't help but take pleasure in the other party's misfortune. If he was the only one who had suffered from this kind of setback, it would be too sad. No one knew what Yang Kai and Boundless Altar's old ancestor talked about, and they couldn't even detect any energy fluctuations coming from them, but 2 hours later, a figure shot out from the deepest part of Boundless Altar. The person was clad in a gray robe that matched his hair and beard. With his sixth-order open heaven realm aura, it was apparent that he was Boundless Altar's old ancestor. Yuqi Chengzhou and the others flew over as they cupped their fists as they bowed, "Old ancestor." The old ancestor took a glance at them and declared, "All of you, order the disciples to pack up now. We will leave within 1 hour." "Old ancestor." Yuqi Chengzhou's pupils contracted as he couldn't believe what he had just heard, but when he caught a glimpse of the blood at the corner of the old ancestor's mouth, he exclaimed, "You're injured?" The old ancestor wasn't willing to delve into this topic as he simply waved his hand, "Do it now." Certainly, Yuqi Chengzhou wouldn't dare to disobey. After taking a glance at the place where the old ancestor cultivated in seclusion, he clenched his teeth and cupped his fist, "Yes." Then the order was passed on to everyone. Soon, the entire Boundless Altar was bustling with noise as the disciples quickly packed up as many things as they could. 1 hour later, thousands of Boundless Altar's members gathered together in the same place. Many of them hadn't figured out what was going on. They just heard that a person named Yang Kai from a force called Voidland suddenly barged into their home, and then they were ordered to leave. The old ancestor swept a glance over Boundless Altar's foundation that had stood strong for several tens of thousands of years. Although he was reluctant, he still turned his head and cupped his fist at Hua Yong and the others. "Please tell your sect master that this old master has complied with his demand and hope he gives us a chance to survive." Hua Yong nodded his head. "Don't worry. My sect master is a righteous person who won't kill others unnecessarily." It was then that the old ancestor nodded and cupped his fist again. "Farewell." Then he turned around and led the thousands of Boundless Altar's members to leap into the sky, soon disappearing. The open heaven realm masters aboard Yang Kai's ship exchanged puzzled glances. They initially thought that a battle was inevitable. Many of them had even rolled up their sleeves as they wanted to prove their worth to Yang Kai. It never crossed their minds that the matter would be settled in such a way. They wondered what Yang Kai had discussed with or done to Boundless Altar's old ancestor that made the latter easily give up his sect's foundation. Although they had no idea what had happened, they were certain that the old ancestor had suffered a loss at Yang Kai's hands. Outside Boundless Altar, Yuqi Chengzhou and the others appeared humiliated as they followed behind their old ancestor. Although there were many people, none of them said anything, which made the atmosphere quite gloomy. All of a sudden, the old ancestor, who was leading the way, sprayed out a mouthful of blood which quickly boiled and evaporated in a horrifying display. Old ancestor! Yuchi Chengzhou quickly flew over. The old ancestor waved his hand with a dejected expression. It's true that there will always be young and talented people to replace the old. Such power at such a young age. Incredible! An embarrassed Yuchi Chengzhou said, "Forgive this junior for being so useless, dragging old ancestor into this mess. Our 10,000 years foundation was lost at my hands. Please punish me." The old ancestor shook his head. "It's not your fault. Moreover, as long as the people of Boundless Altar still live, our inheritance will never truly be lost. There are countless spirit provinces in the 3,000 worlds, so why should we worry about not rising again?" Yuchi Chengzhou felt crestfallen as the old ancestor consoled him. The old ancestor took a deep breath to suppress the weltering vitality in his chest, then asked, "What is the background of Void Land? Why do they hold a grudge against us?" Yuchi Chengzhou then reported to him the incident of the 100 Sects Alliance invading Voidland. The second elder provided some additional information once the sect master was finished. "Old ancestor, I heard Great Elder mention that he held some grudges against a woman named Lan Yurua. At that time, he joined forces with the leader of Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin, and ambushed that woman. The reason he took part in that alliance was that Voidland has some kind of close relationship with Lan Yurua. He was trying to lure them out so that he could destroy them once and for all." Golden Rainbow Province? Old ancestor arched his brow upon hearing that. "Yes." The second elder bowed his head. Yuchi Chengzhou said, "It seems that those from Voidland are trying to settle accounts. That's why they invaded Boundless Altar today. I guess Golden Rainbow Province won't be able to avoid this calamity either." A glint flashed through the old ancestor's eyes as he said, "Get someone to head to Golden Rainbow Province and tell them what happened here today." A shocked Yuchi Chengzhou said, "Old ancestor, we're neither family or friends with Golden Rainbow Province, so why should we inform them about it?" It wasn't that he wanted to take pleasure in Golden Rainbow Province's pending misfortune. He just didn't find it necessary to inform them about it. Those from Voidland were determined to destroy Boundless Altar, and this old master is too weak to repel them. However, perhaps there are others who can teach them a lesson in our place. The fact that Boundless Altar was destroyed was definitely an irresolvable blood feud. However, he was unable to get his revenge since he wasn't strong enough. He had no choice but to remain silent about it. Nevertheless, he wouldn't mind seeing those from Voidland suffer some losses or even lose some lives. Martial Peak, Chapter 4425. Rumors are a terrifying thing. Since the old ancestor had given the order, they wouldn't dare to disobey him despite the fact that they were puzzled. The second elder offered to do it and left the team before heading towards Golden Rainbow Province. The other party might not believe them if the messenger wasn't of some importance, and since Great Elder Ling Chunqiu had lost his life in Voidland, the second elder was the best suited to do this job. After taking a look in the direction of the sect's foundation, the old ancestor heaved a sigh. If he'd known such a calamity would befall Boundless Altar, he would have broken through to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm sooner in order to save their inheritance. However, it was too late now. Everyone from Boundless Altar was now gone, leaving only the dozens of Open Heaven realm masters that came with Yang Kai behind in the spacious Spirit Province. They hadn't been able to detect any movements coming from Yang Kai since he went over to meet with Boundless Altar's old ancestor. However, these 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters could sense that his aura was stable and he didn't show any signs of injuries, so there was nothing to worry about. They reckoned that they could settle down in Boundless Altar for now since this place was beautiful and full of world energy. Although all the valuable items were gone, the buildings were naturally immovable, so they found some places to stay as they cultivated and waited patiently. 2 months later, a roar was heard coming from the deepest part of Boundless Altar, one so thunderous that the entire sky shook. All of them turned to look in that direction. Mao Zhe narrowed his eyes as he could clearly sense the joy in Yang Kai's heart through the resounding roar, as though the latter had gained some kind of immense enlightenment. More importantly, Yang Kai's cultivation seemed to have improved. That revelation stunned Mao Zedong. As a sixth-order open heaven realm master himself, he knew that it was extremely difficult to take a step forward in this order, so how was it possible that Yang Kai had grown significantly in such a short time? Was he really a monster? Mao Zedong wasn't aware that when they were passing through the tornado divine ability back then, Yang Kai lured the wind spirits into his body and killed them, which greatly nourished his small universe and saved him over 100 years of secluded cultivation. When he met up with Boundless Altar's old ancestor, even though they didn't engage in a life-and-death battle, they had exchanged some moves. Despite the fact that the old ancestor had used all his power, he was still injured by Yang Kai. If this wasn't the case, he wouldn't have ordered the disciples of Boundless Altar to evacuate. The reason the old ancestor decided to back down was that he realized he was no match for Yang Kai. He wasn't even able to defeat Yang Kai, to say nothing of the fact that the latter had brought more sixth-order open heaven realm masters with him. If it came down to a fight, everyone from Boundless Altar would die. The fact that he was able to leave with his disciples safely was already the best possible outcome. When they traded moves at that time, Yang Kai suddenly comprehended something, which was why he hurriedly started cultivating in seclusion, and it wasn't until this moment that he finished. In fact, Yang Kai's cultivation hadn't increased a lot. After all, it had only been a short time since he ascended to the sixth-order open heaven realm, and coupled with the fact that he had been nourished by the world forces left behind by the deceased wind spirits, his own heritage was already quite rich. The reason Mao Zedong felt this way was that Yang Kai's sixth-order aura had become increasingly stable. Upon seeing that Yang Kai had left the place where he cultivated in seclusion, everyone went over and greeted him. Sect Master! Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan cupped their fists. Yang Kai nodded gently and swept a glance over them before ordering, "Destroy this place." Upon receiving the order, all of them began using their divine abilities. Several tens of thousands of years of inheritance had been accumulated in this beautiful spirit province as over the millennia, countless open heaven realm masters had passed away in this place. After their deaths, their small universes fell apart and their world forces were partially absorbed by Boundless Altar to strengthen its own heritage. It was a shame to just destroy it like this. However, since Yang Kai had given the order, they had to obey. It wasn't difficult to demolish a place no one was defending. Dozens of open heaven realm masters joined forces and turned Boundless Altar into a shattered spirit province in just 2 hours. On the deck, Yang Kai stood beside the proprietress as they watched the sight in silence. The proprietress remained silent, and it wasn't until a long time later that she sighed. She wasn't a ruthless person. Although she had a fiery temperament, she still couldn't bear to see a spirit province being destroyed just because of her oath from back then. At that time, she was truly incensed because Bai Qi was disturbed while ascending to the open heaven realm, almost dying as a result. That was the reason she made such a heart demon oath against Ling Chunqiu and Qi Jin. Now that she was restricted by the oath, she had to fulfill it if she wanted to make it to the seventh order open heaven realm. Fortunately, the way Yang Kai settled the issue was as peaceful as possible as he didn't injure any innocent people in the process, which was acceptable. She could never have expected that the little shop hand she forcefully brought back to First Inn in the past would so quickly become such a successful master. Not only had he saved her from the shadowless cave heaven, but he also owned void land and commanded many powerful cultivators. It only took Yang Kai a couple of decades to achieve things that would normally take others thousands or even tens of thousands of years to do. Hua Yong returned with the other cultivators as he cupped his fist and reported, "Sect Master, Boundless Altar is gone for good." Yang Kai nodded, "Let's go." Since Boundless Altar was destroyed, his next destination would be Golden Rainbow Province. As the ship accelerated, it turned into a ray of red light and shot towards the nearest territory gate. The proprietress suddenly said, "The old ancestor from Boundless Altar could have ascended to the seventh order before now." Yang Kai was spacing out when he heard that, then he frowned and nodded, "I agree." If she hadn't pointed it out, he wouldn't have pondered on this issue. It was apparent to him that the old ancestor was at the very peak of the sixth order and was about to ascend to the seventh order open heaven realm. Although Boundless Altar was just a second-class great force, they should have enough resources to support the old ancestors' ascension given their years of accumulation. However, the fact was that the old man had been stuck at the peak of the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm all this time. Perhaps he wasn't confident enough? Or, perhaps he lost the drive to continue striving forward due to his old age, so he wouldn't dare to give it a try? Yang Kai pondered. The old ancestor was indeed quite aged, and his vitality was clearly declining. He was no longer in the prime years to attempt an ascension to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. The ascension from the Sixth Order to the Seventh Order was equivalent to the process of rebirth. Once the person succeeded, their strength would increase tremendously. However, one mistake would cost them their life. No one would easily attempt a breakthrough if they weren't confident enough. That might be so, the proprietress said impassively, but another reason might be that he wasn't willing to reach the Seventh Order. A curious Yang Kai asked, "What do you mean? Don't cultivators always aspire to achieve greater heights? Since he is able to do so, why isn't he willing to take that step forward?" To the side, Mao Zhe's expression changed as he gazed at the proprietress and asked in horror, "Could the rumors be true?" "What rumors?" Yang Kai asked inquisitively. Mao Zhe furrowed his brow. "Sir, have you ever thought about why there isn't even a single high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master in all the second-class Great Forces? According to the classifications of Great Forces in the 3,000 worlds, a Great Force with even one mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master would be considered second-class, and a Great Force with high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would theoretically be first-class. Since this is how the Great Forces are classified, many second-class Great Forces should eventually become first-class given enough time. That's because, after millennia of accumulation, some people must be able to make it to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. Yang Kai's expression changed as he nodded. "You have a point." Although the second-class Great Forces were not comparable to the Cave Heavens and Paradises in terms of their heritages, at least some of them had to have been able to nurture disciples who directly broke through to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. For example, Zhou Yi, whose body was taken over by Black Crow Divine Monarch when Yang Kai came across him in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, came from a second-class Great Force, Great Thousand Bloodland. After Black Crow Divine Monarch took over his body, he used it as a base and ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. In other words, Zhou Yi was supposedly able to make it to the Fifth Order himself. Given enough aptitude and opportunities, he should have been able to ascend to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm someday. Once he did, Great Thousand Bloodland would become a first-class Great Force. As time passed, it might even become a part of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Over the years, Zhou Yi was certainly not the only one who was nurtured in Great Thousand Bloodland. Over their entire history, Great Thousand Bloodland must have raised tens of thousands of disciples, of which at least a handful should have similar aptitude to Zhou Yi. However, in the end, Great Thousand Bloodland remained a second-class Great Force as they didn't have a single high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. The other top second-class Great Forces should be in similar situations. Where were the core disciples that had directly made it to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm over the years then? It was impossible that no one had managed to ascend to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. Questions naturally arose when they looked at the issue from this perspective. The proprietress took a glance at Mao Zhe and asked, "What kind of rumors did you hear?" With a dark expression, Mao Zhe replied, "In order to sustain their statuses in the 3,000 worlds, those from the Cave Heavens and Paradises would make a move once anyone outside their own ranks tried to reach the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. They would either nip the crisis in the bud or force that new high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master to join their great forces so that they can strictly supervise them." The expressions of Hua Yong and the others changed drastically when they heard that, and Hua Yong anxiously asked, "Are you serious?" He and his wife were both in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, so it was just a matter of time before they tried to reach the Seventh Order. If Mao Zhe's words were true, they would have to think twice about reaching the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. Otherwise, those Cave Heavens and Paradises might target them when they achieved an ascension. Mao Zhe shook his head. "It's just a rumor I heard. I have no idea whether it's true." If the rumors were true, it would explain why there wasn't even a single high-rank open heaven realm master in all the second-class great forces in the entire 3,000 worlds. It wasn't that no one was capable of ascending to the seventh order, but rather that once they broke through, they would be brought back to the cave heavens and paradises to be put under strict supervision. The old ancestor from Boundless Altar certainly had the resources to reach the seventh order open heaven realm, but he still wasn't willing to do so. Perhaps that was what he was worried about as well. Yang Kai's face fell as Mao Zhe's words reminded him of his own experience. He was targeted back then because he was trying to directly ascend to the seventh order open heaven realm. In the end, he was forced to become a fifth order open heaven realm master. It was only then that Ti Zheng and the others let him off. The cave heavens and paradises would never allow him to directly ascend to the seventh order open heaven realm as they suppressed him at all costs. However, the idea that they would also stifle the cultivators who made it to the seventh order open heaven realm through years of accumulation was absolutely intolerable. Rumors are a terrifying thing indeed. The proprietress shook her head with a helpless smile. I've heard such rumors as well, and many people believe them to be true. They're not. Mao Zhe frowned. Of course not. The proprietress shook her head. Although the cave heavens and paradises could be overbearing sometimes, they can't control everything and everyone in this world. They would appear far too petty if they would even butt into such affairs. How could such short-sighted and narrow-minded people ever become truly powerful and respected? Marshall Peak, Chapter 44-26, He really came. As a shopkeeper of First Inn, the proprietress had a lot of connections, and she was adept at gathering information. Moreover, First Inn was the property of an elder from Xianyuan Cave Heaven named Si Tu Kong, so it was related to the aforementioned Cave Heaven. Therefore, she definitely knew better than most people about this kind of information. Since she had said it wasn't the case, it must be the truth. Although the rumors are false, the reason those sixth-order open heaven realm masters from the second-class great forces are not willing to ascend to the seventh-order open heaven realm does have something to do with the cave heavens and paradises. As for the exact reason, the proprietress shook her head and fell silent, apparently unwilling to disclose anything more. Mao Zhe and the others exchanged glances as they felt like they were on tenterhooks. However, since the proprietress wasn't willing to explain anything, they were not in any place to force her. In any case, the sixth-order open heaven realm masters at the scene were worried about ascending to the seventh-order open heaven realm in the future. The proprietress' words suggested that it might not be a good thing to reach the seventh-order open heaven realm. The heritages of those second-class great forces are not as simple as they seem either, as their inheritances stretch back for many millennia. If they're faced with a crisis that would destroy their sex, they might just display a power that is unimaginable under normal circumstances. The proprietress turned to look at Yang Kai. Although Golden Rainbow Province isn't famous now, they have existed for far longer than Boundless Altar. Several tens of thousands of years ago, Golden Rainbow Province had a heritage that was approaching that of the 72 paradises. However, they slowly declined for some reason. Yang Kai was astounded. I can't believe Golden Rainbow Province was so powerful in the past. If they were approaching the level of the 72 paradises in the past, they should have been able to raise multiple high-rank open heaven realm masters. When a person reached the high-rank open heaven realm, they could easily live for several tens of thousands of years. It wasn't certain what happened to Golden Rainbow Province that led to their downfall, but now, even the former lord of Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin, was only in the fifth-order open heaven realm. With that said, what happened in Boundless Altar should serve as a warning to Yang Kai. His encounter in Boundless Altar made him realize that these long-time great forces might have some hidden powers, so he should never let his guard down. Otherwise, he was bound to suffer a setback. The proprietress said with a smile, these great forces must have some capital in order to gain a footing in the 3,000 worlds. Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar are the epitomes of such great forces. You must not be so reckless when you go about your business in the outside world. Don't oppress any second-class great forces you please, for some of them might be concealing high-rank open heaven realm masters. A shocked Yang Kai asked, If a second-class Great Force has a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, wouldn't that make it first class? The proprietress shook her head. It doesn't work that way. When people mention first-class Great Forces, they're talking about the cave heavens and paradises. Those that are under cave heavens and paradises cannot be considered first class. A solemn Yang Kai said, "Got it." He looked in Golden Rainbow Province's direction and wondered how much heritage they had. The ship continued moving forward. Yang Kai had been to Golden Rainbow territory once before, when Bai Qi was about to ascend to the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm. The proprietress brought him and Bai Qi to this great territory, and it was in this place that they were besieged by Qi Jin, Ling Chunqiu, and the others. Bai Qi was disturbed during his breakthrough and almost lost his life as a result. The reason the proprietress brought Yang Kai to that place was to let him observe the process of ascending to the Open Heaven Realm so that he could gain some experience from it. At that time, he had only condensed his wood and fire element powers, but now he was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Master. Things had changed greatly even though not long had passed. Faced with the siege of those Open Heaven Realm Masters, Yang Kai, an Emperor Realm cultivator back then, was unable to do anything. In the end, he had to use one of Mie Meng's golden feathers to kill a Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, thus alleviating some of the proprietress burden. Now that he was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master though, a Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was no different from an ant in his eyes. Although Golden Rainbow Province sounded like a third-class Great Force, it was second-class in reality. It was just that they had been in existence for a long time, so they didn't want to bother changing their name. Golden Rainbow Province was undoubtedly the ruler of Golden Rainbow Territory. Just like the status of Voidland in Void Territory, Golden Rainbow Province was in charge of more than 10 third-class Great Forces and dozens of universe worlds of different sizes in this great territory. An expansive spirit province was hovering in the void, and its natural landscape was as beautiful as a painting. There were some light barriers around the spirit province that reflected the view around the void, and in front of every light barrier stood a Golden Rainbow Province disciple that was staring out intently as though they were waiting for something. All of a sudden, a ship appeared right in front of a certain light barrier as the vessel charged towards Golden Rainbow Province. The disciple responsible for guarding the light barrier straightened up and performed different hand seals as the reflection of the light barrier magnified before his eyes. Soon, the figures on the deck clearly came into his sight. After making out the appearance of a particular man, the disciple yelled, "He really came." Just then Yang Kai, who was standing on the deck, turned to look in a direction and snorted before pushing out his palm. The power of the palm seemed able to move both time and space in silence. The light barrier in front of Golden Rainbow Province that reflected the ship broke apart in an instant. The Open Heaven Realm Master, who was guarding the light barrier, was sent flying away as though he had been struck by lightning. He sprayed out a mouthful of blood, then got to his feet with difficulty. His expression had been transformed by horror. Void spying secret technique was a method used by those from Golden Rainbow Province to monitor their surroundings. It was supposed to be silent and impossible to detect. However, the other party had noticed his observation and even harmed him by pushing out his palm from afar. It had to be noted that it would still take the ship 2 or more hours before it reached Golden Rainbow Province. The person on the ship was clearly extraordinarily powerful since he was able to send the force of his palm across such a vast distance. Given the disciple's cultivation, he was probably as fragile as an ant in front of that person. Not daring to be negligent, he immediately sent a message to the higher-ups. On the deck, Yang Kai lowered his gaze and fell into his thoughts. They seemed to be monitoring the surroundings from every angle in Golden Rainbow Province. Are they guarding against someone? He had a feeling that something was off, but he wasn't able to put his finger on it. On a certain spirit peak in Golden Rainbow Province, the new leader Chang Chi Shui abruptly opened his eyes as a glint flashed through his gaze. Then he said, "That person is here. The very survival of Golden Rainbow Province hinges on all of us. Fellow brothers, I hope you'll be united with me to fend off our enemies." The previous leader of Golden Rainbow Province was Qi Jin. However, just like Ling Chunqiu, he was killed in Voidland. Since he was dead, those from Golden Rainbow Province had to elect a new leader. Just like Qi Jin, Chang Qi Shui was also a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, one of the remaining 3 in Golden Rainbow Province. As Chang Qi Shui spoke, 2 grunts of agreement came from the void. Left and right protectors, come with me to greet our guests. Chang Qi Shui rose from where he was sitting, and then 2 rays of light shot from 2 different peaks and stood behind him. They were the 2 protectors of Golden Rainbow Province who were both 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. All 3 5th Order Masters of Golden Rainbow Province were present, which went to show how highly they regarded these visitors. With that said, it wasn't like they could take the visitors lightly. About 1 month ago, Boundless Altar's 2nd Elder unexpectedly came to visit them. Thinking that the other party might have some serious matters to discuss, Chang Qi Shui personally greeted him. Then he heard a piece of terrible news from the 2nd Elder. Boundless Altar was destroyed, and its thousands of disciples were now homeless. What was worse, Golden Rainbow Province was probably next. Chang Qi Shui was flabbergasted, but upon some probing he learned that it was the doing of Voidland's Yang Kai. The previous leader Qi Jin had followed the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, to invade Voidland. Everyone in Golden Rainbow Province was aware of that fact. In the end, Qi Jin was killed in battle, along with all the disciples and elders who went with him. There were not a lot of 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Golden Rainbow Province to begin with, and Qi Jin was the strongest among them, but he was killed mercilessly. It could be said that the battle had caused immense losses to Golden Rainbow Province. Recently, they had been staying in Golden Rainbow territory. In fact, they had thought about avenging the former leader's death. Regardless of what the grudges were between Qi Jin and Voidland or who was in the wrong, those from Golden Rainbow Province couldn't pretend that nothing had happened since their leader was killed. However, they could only remain silent since they were not powerful enough to seek revenge. It never crossed their minds that those from Voidland would be so relentless as to launch an attack on Boundless Altar and force all of its members to flee. According to Boundless Altar's 2nd Elder, Yang Kai had only brought with him about 70 people. Despite that, they were all in the Open Heaven Realm, and there were 6 or 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Such a lineup was truly terrifying. Upon hearing the 2nd Elder's words, Chang Qi Shui felt his heart sinking as a coldness came over his entire figure. There were only 3 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Golden Rainbow Province, but they were now faced with 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? How were they supposed to survive? The 2 parties weren't even on the same level. When their enemies knocked on their door, Golden Rainbow Province would be destroyed with ease. After the 2nd Elder from Boundless Altar revealed the information to them, he left in a hurry. On the other hand, Chang Qi Shui and the other elders of Golden Rainbow Province felt like they were on pins and needles. If the 2nd Elder's words were true, Yang Kai would never let Golden Rainbow Province off. It was just a matter of time before he arrived at their sect. None of them could come up with any solution, as in the face of absolute power, all plots were meaningless. In the end, they decided to report the matter to their old ancestor, who had been cultivating in seclusion for a long time, so that she could make a decision. The old ancestor was a supreme being in Golden Rainbow Province. However, since she had been cultivating in seclusion for nearly 3,000 years, other than a small number of elders, most weren't even aware she existed. Chang Qi Shui had met the old ancestor once when he was an Emperor Realm Junior in the past, and had never seen her since. He wasn't even sure whether the old ancestor was still alive or not. Nevertheless, before the old ancestor entered seclusion back then, she was already a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. 3,000 years had passed, so she was probably very close to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Given her cultivation, she might be able to force those from Voidland back. Chang Qi Shui paid a visit to the old ancestor, who was in a restricted area of Golden Rainbow Province. However, he wasn't able to meet her and could only speak to her from a distance. Upon hearing his report, the old ancestor told him to leave. Before that, she assured Chang Qi Shui that their sect would be fine. she would make sure that their enemies wouldn't leave alive should they have the guts to appear. Changqi Shui set his mind at ease upon getting such assurances, as he speculated that the old ancestor must have ascended to the seventh order. If not, the old ancestor wouldn't have said such a thing. It had to be noted that many sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland were coming, so unless there was a seventh-order Open Heaven Realm Master around, it would be impossible for them to repel the enemy. Martial Peak, Chapter 4427, Seeking Justice. On a magnificent spirit peak stood Changqi Shui as he looked into the distance. Soon, a ship from the void came into his sight as the vessel charged towards him. "They're here!" He bellowed and raised his hand. "Start the array." Upon receiving the order, the cultivators of Golden Rainbow Province, who were well prepared, activated the Grand Array as layers of light barriers lit up around the Spirit Province. In the blink of an eye, 8 barriers had been formed. Golden Rainbow Province had been in existence longer than Boundless Altar, and at the peak of their power, they were approaching the strength of the 72 Paradises. Although many of the top cultivators were gone since their downfall, they still had a significant inheritance built up over the eons. Their strength was manifested in the Grand Array that had just been activated. The layers of light barriers appeared extremely sturdy as they surrounded Golden Rainbow Province. It was as though they were able to withstand the most violent storms in the world. The strength of a great force's heritage was evident in 2 aspects. One of them was the power of their Grand Array. The more ample their heritage was, the more powerful the Grand Array would be. Secondly, it was the support their disciples would get when ascending to the Open Heaven Realm. The Open Heaven Realm Masters of every great force, if possible, would return to their sect before their predestined time of death. After they died, their small universes would collapse, and their world force would partially assimilate into the sect, which was how their heritage was strengthened. The small universe of a cultivator was full of the traces of their grand Tao, the essence of their entire martial Tao. This kind of Tao essence would also permeate the place alongside their world force and remain in the sect. If any disciples in the future comprehended the same kind of grand Tao as their ancestors, they would be able to obtain part of this inheritance and enhance their chances of ascending to the Open Heaven Realm. For these 2 reasons, any great force in the world was extremely concerned about the accumulation of heritage in their own headquarters. The heritage of Golden Rainbow Province was truly extraordinary, as it had been gathered and built up over tens of thousands of years. Although the Grand Array wasn't as abstruse as Voidland's 9 heavenly layers, in terms of pure defensive strength it was equal to, if not better than, the latter. After all, it had only been a short time since Voidland was founded. The predecessor, Seven Wonders Land, was also a second-class great force, but it was at best average among second-class forces. Even though its heritage had been accumulated over many years, it wasn't comparable to that of Golden Rainbow Province. When the heritage of Voidland became ampler after thousands to tens of thousands of years, the power of 9 heavenly layers would be significantly strengthened. Therefore, despite knowing that about 7 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and dozens of Masters below the Sixth Order from Voidland had arrived, Changqi Shui still had the confidence to fend them off. Besides the promise from the old ancestor, he still had the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province. They might not have as many Open Heaven Realm Masters as those from Voidland, but they had the power to fight since the Grand Array was in place. On the ship's deck, Yang Kai gazed silently at the Spirit Province, which was protected by a glistening Grand Array, and snorted, "So they've been waiting for us." Earlier, he felt that something was off when he noticed that those from Golden Rainbow Province were monitoring their surroundings, as he wondered who the people were that they were wary of. It wasn't until this moment that he found out those from Golden Rainbow Province were guarding against him and his companions. How did those from Golden Rainbow Province find out that Yang Kai was coming, thus allowing them to get prepared in advance? The only explanation was that someone from Boundless Altar had come over to warn them. Yang Kai snorted. "Do they think they'll be safe by hiding behind their Grand Array?" Voidland's 9 heavenly layers weren't able to persevere for long when they were besieged previously, let alone the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province. At that time, The 100 Sects Alliance seemed to have many people on their side, but there were only a small number of top masters among them. The Open Heaven Realm masters behind Yang Kai were much stronger on average than those from the Alliance. In just a moment, the ship reached a spot that wasn't far away from the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province. Atop the deck, Yang Kai looked through the Grand Array and saw that the natural landscape in the Spirit Province was as beautiful as a painting. They did have an extraordinary heritage. On the highest spirit peak stood 3 figures as they looked silently in Yang Kai's direction. The person at the front was a muscular and decent-looking man. As their eyes met, this man yelled, "Who are you?" "Voidland's Yang Kai." Yang Kai replied and shot him a glance. "Who are you?" "Golden Rainbow Province's Changqi Shui." The man at the front replied before asking, "Why have you come all the way here to Golden Rainbow Province, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai looked down at him and said, "The previous leader of Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin, invaded Voidland for no reason. This king is here to seek justice from your noble sect." Changqi Shui frowned. "What kind of justice are you seeking, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai grinned at him, "An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Since you all tried to exterminate my sect before, I am here to return the favor in kind." Changqi Shui's face fell as he bellowed, "Stop boasting shamelessly, Brother Yang. Do you think we are pushovers? Although we may be weak now, it doesn't mean you can oppress us as you please. Qi Jin offended you, and he only has himself to blame that he was killed in Voidland. When we learned of this matter, we allowed the matter to drop and have no intention of avenging him. However, if anyone dares to invade our sect, all of us from Golden Rainbow Province will fight with you until our death." Yang Kai gazed dispassionately at him and said, "The reason this king has come all the way here is to destroy your sect, but I'm not interested in unnecessary killing. However, if you dare to resist, many innocents won't be able to see the sunrise tomorrow, so please think twice." Changqi Shui roared, "None of the disciples from Golden Rainbow Province is a coward. If you're really concerned about the potential loss of innocent lives, leave now, and the grudges between us will be considered settled. However, if you remain obstinate, you are the ones who will end up in a horrible state." Yang Kai bared his fangs. "It seems that you're determined to struggle until death. Do you really think your Grand Array can stop this king? Well, you'll have to try to find out." Yang Kai nodded. "I'll grant your wish, then. I hope you'll remain obstinate until the very end. Don't wail in pain while you die later." Then, Yang Kai raised his hand and swung it down as he coldly ordered, "Kill." The cultivators on the deck had been waiting for this moment. Previously, they were prepared to prove their worth in Boundless Altar. Since they had decided to join Voidland, they had to prove to Yang Kai that they were valuable to the sect. Unfortunately, there wasn't any conflict in Boundless Altar as Yang Kai managed to settle the issue without taking any lives. As a result, none of them had a chance to showcase their capabilities. Certainly, they hoped to see those from Golden Rainbow Province remain stubborn. Following Yang Kai's order, the dozens of Open Heaven Realm masters on the ship turned into rays of light and took a plunge. The next moment, countless divine abilities struck the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province, causing the light barriers to flicker as ripples spread across its surface. The sight was truly horrifying. On the Spirit Peak, Changqi Shui turned pale as he could feel the energy fluctuations coming from his enemies. The second elder from Boundless Altar was right to say that there were 7 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland, which made Changqi Shui feel jealous. Golden Rainbow Province only had 1 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the old ancestor who had been cultivating in seclusion for 3,000 years. On the other hand, those from Voidland could easily deploy 7 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Both parties were not equally matched at all. Fortunately, they had the Grand Array in place. If these attacks actually struck the Spirit Province, none of them could have warded off their enemies. Many of them would have been injured or killed for even trying to resist. Loud booms were continuously heard as the violent attacks landed on the Grand Array, which caused the entire Golden Rainbow Province to tremble. The disciples turned ashen as they looked up at the sky in horror. The disciples who were in charge of the Grand Array were madly pouring their strength into it to keep it operating. All of them knew that once the Grand Array was broken through, they would be killed ruthlessly. Only by keeping the Grand Array running could they hope to fend off the enemies. However, regardless of how sturdy the defense was, it couldn't possibly endure a constant bombardment of attacks. Back then, after Grandmaster Wuliang was done arranging the 9 heavenly layers, he passed the array jade to Yang Kai and told him that the array was solid enough to endure the attacks of 10 mid-rank open heaven realm masters for several days. The mid-rank open heaven realm masters he was talking about should be in the 6th order, just below the 7th order. In fact, when the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, the 9 heavenly layers actually didn't last for long. It wasn't that Grandmaster Wuliang's calculations were wrong. Instead, it was because they didn't have enough energy supply. On another note, Yang Kai had the intention of luring the enemies into the sect, so he intentionally opened up the Grand Array. If even the 9 heavenly layers wasn't invincible, there was no way the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province could last for a long time either. In just a quarter hour, the first of the 8 light barriers broke apart, which caused a commotion in Golden Rainbow Province as the disciples became apprehensive. The myriad of divine abilities continued to blossom as the Open Heaven Realm Masters on Yang Kai's side had no reservation when it came to casting their attacks. Chang Chi Shui was anxious as he kept looking in the direction where the old ancestor cultivated. At this rate, it would only take half a day before the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province was destroyed. If the old ancestor still hadn't appeared by then, they wouldn't be able to stave off these ferocious people on their own, which would be as good as giving up and dying. However, despite the fact that the Grand Array was under attack, no movements could be felt coming from the old ancestor's place. Chang Chi Shui was unable to figure out the old ancestor's intention, nor did he have any idea about what she was waiting for. He felt like he was standing on pins and needles. There was nothing else he could do other than urge the disciples to keep the Grand Array running. Another quarter hour later, the 2nd layer of light barriers came apart, followed by the 3rd and the 4th layers of light barriers. Seeing that there was only one barrier left, Chang Chi Shui decided to stop defending passively and ordered, "Change the array." Upon receiving the order, the disciples who were in charge of the Grand Array activated their powers to make a shift happen in the array. In an instant, the wind gusted and the water rose. The entire Golden Rainbow Province was suddenly shrouded in a thick layer of mist, allowing no one to see through it. A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes as he snorted, "How dare you show off this kind of paltry trick in front of this king? Come with me." After he finished speaking, Yang Kai led the way and charged forward, followed by dozens of people who soon disappeared into the mist. Martial Peak, Chapter 44-28, Li Luo Shui. They were unable to see clearly in the mist, and even their divine senses were greatly restricted. Also, there seemed to be a great danger lurking in the mist, waiting to burst out. Rumbling sounds were suddenly heard as a world-shaking force undulated. The force far surpassed the 5th order open heaven realm and reached the 6th order in scale. Other than the old ancestor who had been in seclusion for a long time, Golden Rainbow Province didn't have 6th order open heaven realm masters. The reason they were able to unleash such an attack was that they had made use of the Grand Array. Exclamations were heard as some of the cultivators from Voidland, who were inside the mist, were struck. Some of the low-rank open heaven realm masters were instantly killed due to negligence. As the Grand Array's power blossomed, Yang Kai sported a solemn expression and released his divine sense. The next instant, his expression changed drastically as he yelled, "There are some weird creatures in the mist. Be careful." He could detect that there were a lot of tiny insects hiding in the mist that were not visible to the eye. While they were unsuspecting, these insects snuck into their bodies through the pores and began draining their blood essence. As Yang Kai spoke, he surged his Golden Crow's true fire. In an instant, a layer of black flame started burning around his figure as though he had turned into a fireball, illuminating a radius of 1,000 meters around himself. Crackling sounds were continuously heard as the Golden Crow's true fire burned the tiny insects in the mist. Yang Kai flew forward, and wherever he went, the insects were instantly killed. However, due to the fact that his divine sense had been restricted, he was unable to find out the enemy's whereabouts. At the same time, he had to be careful not to accidentally hurt his companions, so his movements were rather restricted. It wasn't until this moment that he had a taste of what the 100 Sects Alliance went through when they barged into the bewildering array of 9 heavenly layers, and it was certainly awful. Although the grand array of Golden Rainbow Province wasn't as abstruse as the 9 heavenly layers, there were indeed some similarities. A second-class great force like Golden Rainbow Province was able to ward off Yang Kai's powerful subordinates using their accumulated heritage. In the entire 3,000 worlds, basically every great force had their own grand array. Now, Yang Kai realized if he rashly decided to invade a sect's headquarters, he might still suffer a setback even though there was a huge gap in power between both parties. The reason he was able to easily take down Boundless Altar some time ago was that they were unprepared for what was about to befall them. Before they could even activate their grand array, Yang Kai had broken through it and barged into the sect. If Boundless Altar had prepared in advance and activated their grand array, there would have been an intense battle. Rumbling sounds were continuously heard as more people shrieked, and it wasn't certain whether it was the enemies or Yang Kai's subordinates who were screaming. Yang Kai was incensed as he had come with a large group of Open Heaven Realm Masters in an imposing manner. If he wasn't even able to take down Golden Rainbow Province, he would become a laughingstock in the future. As he shook his figure, the golden crow was heard cawing. A great sun leapt into the sky from behind him with a 3-legged exotic bird seeming flying around within it. In an instant, a dazzling sun hung above the sky of Golden Rainbow Province. Regardless of how thick the mist was, it was unable to block out the sunlight. Under the scorching sunlight, the mist instantly evaporated, and the tiny insects hidden within were all killed. Golden Crow casts the sun was a divine manifestation that Yang Kai had comprehended that was extremely powerful. In order not to accidentally hurt his companions, he was unable to fully activate its power, therefore he had been careful when using it. Despite that, after the mist dissipated, many of his subordinates were seen with reddened faces, and their skin that was exposed to the air was covered in blisters. The weaker cultivators were more severely affected, while cultivators in the 4th Order Open Heaven realm and above were less impacted. With the mist gone, they were able to see their enemies clearly. Certainly, Mao Jia and the others, who were quite frustrated already, wouldn't miss this opportunity and instantly charged towards the exposed array nodes. Soon, people were heard shrieking as the disciples of Golden Rainbow Province, who were in charge of the array nodes, were completely powerless to stop Mao Jia and the others and were directly killed. In just over 10 breaths of time, the grand array of Golden Rainbow Province was completely destroyed. On the main spirit peak, Changqi Shui shuddered in fear as though he had been struck by lightning. He watched as the disciples were slaughtered, but there was nothing he could do to help them. He let out a sigh, thinking that Golden Rainbow Province would be destroyed on this day if the old ancestors still didn't appear. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had retracted Golden Crow casts the sun as he stared coldly at Changqi Shui, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Without moving his figure, he raised his hand and pushed out his palm towards Changqi Shui. He had given the other party a chance. If those from Golden Rainbow Province gave up on resisting like those from Boundless Altar had done, he wouldn't have decided to kill them ruthlessly. Since they were still so obstinate though, they only had themselves to blame. Faced with the pressure from a 6th Order's Open Heaven Realm Master, Changqi Shui was forced to lower his figure as he felt the aura of death engulfing him. Just then, Yang Kai suddenly narrowed his eyes and balled up his fist instead as he summoned his Azure Dragon Spear and then thrust it out. Before the spear even reached Changqi Shui, a slender hand abruptly appeared in front of him like a phantom. The fingers curled up, then nonchalantly flicked at the spear 3 times. An immense force burst forth and Yang Kai felt as though a mountain had crashed into his spear. He almost lost grip of his weapon as his figure shook and moved backwards. His face had also turned pale. At the same time, Mao Jia and the others noticed this and looked over in the direction where the slender hand appeared. There a woman with a delicate brow and long hair that hung over her shoulders appeared. Her purple dress with a belt around the waist fluttered in the wind. She looked like she was about 28 years old, which was the prime age for a woman. Her peaks were tall and her waist was slender. If they came across such a woman somewhere else, they would have thought that she was a young woman who had just come of age. However, presently, this woman was exuding an aura that no one could ignore. That was the aura of a high-rank open heaven realm master. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, a 7th order open heaven realm master. Other than a 7th order open heaven realm master, no one else could so easily ward off his attack, and the woman's aura proved his point. There was no doubt that she was a newly advanced 7th order open heaven realm master. Yang Kai had previously gone through such a stage. After he ascended to the 5th order open heaven realm, he was unable to curb his aura since his cultivation hadn't stabilized yet. This young woman was in exactly the same situation. Mao Zhe and the others sported solemn expressions as they exchanged glances in disbelief. It was inconceivable that Golden Rainbow Province had a 7th order open heaven realm master with them. They wouldn't have believed it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. At that instant, they felt their hearts sinking. Although she was clearly a newly promoted 7th order master, she was still a high-rank open heaven realm master. High rank and mid-rank were two completely different realms. It could be said that the gap between them was like the difference between the heavens and earth. On the other hand, Chang Chi Shui had just escaped from death's door as he fell into a dazed state for a moment. Then, he snapped out of his trance and widened his eyes before falling on one knee. With an excited expression he said, 37th Sect Master of Golden Rainbow Province, Chang Chi Shui, greets Martial Ancestor Li. The person before his eyes was old ancestor Li Luo Shui, who started cultivating in seclusion 3,000 years ago. The disciples of Golden Rainbow Province were dumbfounded. They initially had no idea who this young woman was, but upon hearing the sect master's words, they were shocked to learn that she was their old ancestor. It never crossed their mind that Golden Rainbow Province had such a powerful master. At that instant, they were all energized as they fell on their knees and shouted, "Greetings, martial ancestor." Many men secretly examined the woman and thought that not only was the old ancestor alluring, but she also had an intoxicating figure. They couldn't help but admire her, thinking that they could die with no regrets should such a woman actually become interested in them. Without even turning her head, Li Luo Shui darted her gaze around and scanned the surroundings, then sighed, "I can't believe Golden Rainbow Province has declined so much." An embarrassed Chang Chi Shui apologized, "I'm sorry for disappointing you, martial ancestor. I'm truly useless." Li Luo Shui scoffed, "All of you are indeed useless. Not only have you squandered away the heritage of our ancestors, but you also can't even repel the enemies at our gates. Disgraceful." Chang Chi Shui was covered in cold sweat as he almost fell on all fours. Although the old ancestor looked like a sweet young girl, she clearly had no qualms about fiercely reprimanding them. "I suppose I can't blame it all on you though. Get up," Li Luo Shui replied. "Yes," Chang Chi Shui answered before slowly getting to his feet. As he hid behind Li Luo Shui, he looked in Yang Kai's direction as a sense of resentment flashed through his eyes, then he reported, "Martial ancestor, it's these people who are trying to destroy our sect." Li Luo Shui shot a dispassionate glance at Yang Kai, then said, 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 15 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It's no wonder that you can't stave them off. Yang Kai stared at the young woman and asked, "What's your name?" Li Luo Shui replied impassively, "What point is there announcing this queen's name to a dead man?" Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was amused. "You're pretty arrogant, aren't you? Do you think you can definitely defeat us just because you're a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master?" Li Luo Shui replied, "Isn't that the case? You won't understand the difference between the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm and the 6th Order until you experience it yourself." Yang Kai asked, "Judging from your aura, you've just ascended to the 7th Order. I wonder how much strength you can actually use?" Li Luo Shui let out a breath as her chest heaved. All of you are bound for death since you've forced me to ascend to the seventh order. If you don't want to suffer, kill yourselves now. When this queen makes a move, I'll make you beg for death. Shameless boasting. Yang Kai yelled and pointed his spear forward. I have never killed a seventh order open heaven realm master before. I guess I'll give it a try today. Li Luo Shui shot him a cold glance. It's the first time I've come across someone as reckless as you are. Enough nonsense. Taste my spear. Yang Kai bellowed and thrust out his weapon. He had no reservations as he infused all his strength into the spear. A thunderous dragon roar reverberated across the sky. A dazzling light glistened from the tip of the azure dragon spear, and as the dragon pressure erupted, a great dragon seemed to have come to life as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws. At that instant, the entire world seemed to have paled as the spear became the only thing that shone brightly. Martial Peak, Chapter 4429, Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law. The light of the spear expanded. Faced with the attack, Li Luo Shui bellowed, Impudence! She raised her hand and pushed out her palm at Yang Kai. A seventh-order open heaven force fluctuated around her slender hand as it filled Yang Kai's vision. The world seemed to have disappeared as all he could see was her palm. He stiffened and squirmed as he instinctively felt a great sense of danger. It was the first time he directly battled against a high-rank open heaven realm master. Although he had witnessed battles between high-rank open heaven realm masters several times before, he never actively participated in any of them. Be it the war when the 100 Sects Alliance besieged Voidland or Zhu Jiuyin's battle against 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters outside the shadowless cave heaven, he was only a spectator. Although Yang Kai was able to feel the formidableness of high-rank open heaven realm masters at those times, it was too far beyond him to truly understand. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the huge gap between the mid-rank and high-rank open heaven realms. Faced with this palm, Yang Kai felt as though he had turned into an ant and that there was no way he could dodge. With a great roar, he thrust out his spear even harder, causing it to give off a terrifying radiance. Violent explosions were heard as a horrifying force spread out. A pale Yang Kai was sent flying away while Li Luo Shui remained on the spot, her figure only shaking slightly. When she looked down at her hand, she saw a tinge of redness in the center of her palm. Although the wound soon healed, she couldn't believe that the other party was able to harm her during the exchange of moves just now. This was inconceivable to her. She had ascended to her current realm from the peak of the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, so she was fully aware of just how much strength a 6th Order master should be able to exert. Initially, she thought that she could easily kill this arrogant boy, but the situation turned out far different from what she had imagined. Just like Yang Kai had said, she was a newly promoted 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so the power she could use was limited. On the other hand, the enemy was quite intimidating as they had 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 15 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Facing such a force, she might not be able to save Golden Rainbow Province. She initially intended to kill one of the enemy's 6th Order Masters first to deter and intimidate the others, but it turned out that not only could the other party escape from her strike, but he even had the power to counterattack. The young man's capabilities were beyond her wildest imagination, and at that moment, she sported a solemn expression. On the other hand, after Yang Kai was forced backwards for some distance, he managed to stabilize himself. He didn't even bother to wipe away the golden blood at the corner of his mouth as he looked down condescendingly at Li Luo Shui and sneered, "Is this all you, a 7th Order Master, has to show?" Back then, when the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, other than using the 9 heavenly layers to kill Kong Feng, Yang Kai could only stand back and watch. When Zhu Jiuyin battled against 4 masters outside of the shadowless cave heaven, he could only watch the intense battle from the sidelines. However, at this moment, he finally had the right to fight a high-rank open heaven realm master. This right meant a lot to him, as it signified a huge leap forward in his martial Tao. He no longer felt as powerless as he was in the past. At this moment, Yang Kai felt fortunate that he didn't insist on directly ascending to the high rank, which was practically impossible. Only the strength within one's own grasp could be considered real. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yang Kai pointed his spear at Li Luo Shui and roared coldly, "Kill!" As space principles undulated, he instantly appeared in front of her and forcefully thrust out his spear. At the same time, Mao Zhi, Gongqing, Zhouya, Huayong, Shumudan, and the proprietress all made a move as they sent out their own divine abilities at Li Luo Shui. 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters surrounded Li Luo Shui like moths to a flame, not only recklessly charging her, but also ensuring that she wouldn't be able to escape. In an instant, the entire Golden Rainbow Province shook and the world itself paled. Horrifying forces reverberated across the sky, causing the ground to crack and spirit peaks to crumble. Chang Chi Shui and the others had already fled since they were unable to interfere in this kind of fight. Turning their heads, they saw that the old ancestor was surrounded by many figures as the lights of divine abilities dazzled their eyes. The energy fluctuations caused Chang Chi Shui, a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, to tremble. He secretly prayed that their martial ancestor would be able to kill all the enemies, otherwise Golden Rainbow Province would be doomed on this day. Just then, he heard someone yelling at him, "Go to hell." Turning his head, he saw a fatty who looked like a chef coming at him with a kitchen knife in his hand. The man was clad in an apron with a giant slaughter character emblazoned on him. The fatty was accompanied by a man with drooping eyes who was holding a golden abacus. While he was flying over, he fiddled with the beads which soon shot forward. Every bead seemed to contain a terrifying force behind it. A flustered Chang Chi Shui immediately met the enemy head-on with the left and right protectors. However, there was a huge gap in power between both parties. Golden Rainbow Province only had 3 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side while the enemy had 15 Open Heaven Realm Masters in the same order as them. These 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't dare to take part in the battle against Li Luo Shui, so they decided to pinch the soft persimmons instead. Ma Tianyuan, chef, and accountant engaged the 3 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Golden Rainbow Province while the rest plunged into the sect and launched a bloody massacre. Soon, the ground was covered in corpses and blood formed rivers across the land. Although Chang Chi Shui was incensed, there was nothing he could do to help them. Horrifying forces spread around and caused the spirit peaks to explode as the 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters engaged in an intense battle against the 7th Order Master. From time to time, someone would grunt in pain before they were sent flying away, spraying out a mouthful of blood in midair. Li Luo Shui was a new 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master whose realm was still not stable, but despite that, the 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could only force a draw in the battle against her while Yang Kai alone had to bear half of the pressure. Yang Kai couldn't help but think that the high-rank Open Heaven realm was indeed a completely different realm from the mid-rank. Li Luo Shui was already so powerful even though she had only just achieved an ascension. When she managed to stabilize her realm and accumulated some heritage, how much more power would she be able to exert? How formidable must Zhu Jiaoyin be since she was able to deal with 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on her own outside of the Shadowless Cave Heaven back then? It had to be noted that the 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from that time were unlike Li Luo Shui. All of them ascended to the 7th Order a long time ago, so they were certainly much stronger than Li Luo Shui currently was. Since a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was already so strong, what about the 8th Order or a 9th Order? When Li Luo Shui saw that many of the disciples from Golden Rainbow Province were either killed or critically injured, and that the sect had descended into chaos, her alluring face contorted into a hideous expression. Her moves became increasingly powerful, as though she was adapting to her current realm. However, even though she was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she found it extremely difficult to kill any of her opponents. The leading young man was a master of the Tao of Space, and his strength far surpassed the other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. He had practically borne half of her attacks. If it weren't for this young man, Li Luo Shui had the confidence to kill the rest in short order. After just half an hour of combat, Yang Kai and everyone on his side was injured, but Li Luo Shui wasn't in any better condition. She no longer looked like a sweet young woman as presently, her hair was a mess and she was covered in sweat. Just then, someone was heard screaming. Chang Chi Shui and the others were pushed over the edge by chef, accountant, and Ma Tianyuan and had no choice but to cry out, "Martial ancestor, save us." Right after Chang Chi Shui shouted, chef slashed across his neck with his knife and sent his head flying away. Blood started spurting out of his neck like a fountain. Realizing that they were unable to turn things around, the left and right protectors tried to flee, but they didn't have a chance to do so. Accountant shot the beads from his abacus at them from all directions and formed countless holes in their figures. Ma Tianyuan promptly made a move and beheaded the two of them. The 3 fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Golden Rainbow Province were all killed while the other Open Heaven Realm Masters had basically been wiped out beforehand. Countless others below the Open Heaven Realm were either dead or dying. The entire Golden Rainbow Province was no different from a living hell, and the Spirit Province where the sect was located was beginning to crumble and crack. Li Luo Shui shouted through clenched teeth, "All of you must die today." All of a sudden, her curvy figure shook as an invisible force spread out with her as the center. Yang Kai and the others who had surrounded her were sent flying away as they were caught off guard. Yang Kai's pupils contracted when he saw what was happening as he felt his chest tightening. That was because Li Luo Shui's black hair and clothes flapped in the air even though there wasn't a trail of wind, as though an invisible force was infusing into her petite figure from all directions. At the same time, her aura seemed to be rising rapidly. Yang Kai was flabbergasted as he had no idea what was going on. It was difficult to deal with this woman to begin with, as 7 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to take her down. However, it now seemed that her strength was rapidly increasing all of a sudden. Right then, the proprietress exclaimed, "Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law. What in the world is that?" Yang Kai asked in shock. The proprietress' words suggested that she realized what Li Luo Shui was doing. There was no time for any explanation, so the proprietress simply sent him a wisp of her divine sense that contained all the information he needed to know. Soon, Yang Kai learned what this Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law was. Strictly speaking, it was a forbidden technique. An 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master named Azure Void Divine Monarch had created this technique many years ago. Using his own body as a refining furnace, he drew the heritage of his sect's headquarters into his body and forcefully increased his strength with this forbidden technique. The headquarters of every great force contained a heritage that had been accumulated over thousands, if not tens of thousands of years. This heritage was the inheritance left behind in the headquarters by the Open Heaven Realm Masters who passed away over the millennia for its future disciples. However, this kind of heritage could also be absorbed and refined. It was a painfully long process for an Open Heaven Realm Master to increase their strength through the refinement of Open Heaven pills, cultivation resources, or the world force of a universe world. Regardless of what method they used, the goal was to strengthen the world force of their small universe, thus allowing them to wield greater force. The heritage within the headquarters of a great force could be absorbed and refined in a similar manner. Nevertheless, no one would do that usually. Firstly, it would weaken the sect's heritage, thus causing some instability to their own great force. Secondly, it was basically impossible for this heritage to match with their small universe. Absorbing this heritage forcefully was basically like drinking poison to slake one's thirst. Martial Peak, Chapter 4430, The Forbidden Technique's Power. In the entire 3,000 worlds, practically every headquarters of every great force contained a complicated heritage. That was because the Open Heaven Realm Masters who passed away over the years allowed their world force to assimilate into their own sects. The Grand Tao that every Open Heaven Realm Master comprehended was different, so the traces of those Grand Taos were distinct as well. As such, the heritage of a great force was usually not only immense but also complex. If an Open Heaven Realm Master rashly absorbed and refined the heritage, it would do more harm than good. However, back then, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master named Azure Void Divine Monarch developed this technique to forcefully draw the heritage into his body in order to significantly increase his strength for a short time. Nevertheless, there was a huge downside to this technique. Although the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law could help an Open Heaven Realm Master obtain an incredible amount of power in a short time, they had to purge this heritage soon after. Otherwise, it would affect their foundation and the purity of their small universe. If one didn't purge this added heritage, the impurities in their small universe would cause their cultivation to plunge. In the worst case, their small universe would destabilize and crumble, costing one their life. That was the reason the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law was a forbidden technique. This technique was widely known among Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, no one was willing to use this forbidden technique unless their sex survival was at stake. That was because it was akin to gambling their lives away. It was apparent that Golden Rainbow Province was at a life-or-death moment. Li Luo Shui was resolute as she decided to damage her own foundation just to use the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law to repel the invaders. Li Luo Shui, who was already a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was seen with her aura rising rapidly. It could also clearly be felt that a mysterious force was penetrating her petite figure from all parts of Golden Rainbow Province. With the infusion of this force, she seemed to have merged with Golden Rainbow Province. Her aura was so imposing that no one would dare to directly gaze at her. In short order, Li Luo Shui's aura completely changed, as though she had transformed into an entirely different person. As she opened her eyes, a glint flashed through her gaze. She stared coldly at Yang Kai and the others before saying through clenched teeth, "All of you must die today for daring to invade my Golden Rainbow Province." As she performed different hand seals, she sent out divine abilities right at the 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai lifted his spear to parry the attacks, but his figure shook as he felt a tremendous force coming right at him. As though an entire world had crashed into him, the bones in his arms were instantly dislocated. He was sent flying away while the vitality in his chest weltered. At the same time, he sprayed out a mouthful of golden blood in midair. Meanwhile, the rest of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters became injured and spat blood. Li Luo Shui, having used the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law, seemed able to exert a force that was 2 times greater than what she could previously. The power of her divine abilities had also been greatly augmented. Faced with her attacks, the 7 felt as though they were unable to counterattack, and all they could do was wait for death. Mao Zhe's gaze was transformed by horror and he had the intention to flee. Faced with such a formidable enemy, he would be doomed if he stayed. However, when he turned his head, he saw Yang Kai charging forward again. He secretly cursed at the man before he too dashed forward alongside Geng Qing and Zhou Ya. They had left their names on the loyalty list, so Yang Kai had total control over their lives. Regardless of how reluctant they were, they had to fight alongside him, for if anything happened to Yang Kai, the 3 of them would suffer as well. On the other hand, Hua Yong and Shu Mudan were more reserved. Firstly, they were not restricted by the loyalty list. Secondly, Shu Mudan was pregnant, so she couldn't take part in an intense battle lest her child is affected. The couple only helped their companions out by casting their divine abilities at Li Luo Shui from afar. The proprietress was naturally giving it her best as she and Yang Kai wove back and forth to get closer to Li Luo Shui. The force around Li Luo Shui surged as she remained on the same spot. Faced with the bombardment of attacks, she could easily ward them off by simply raising her hands. She no longer looked as flustered as before. The Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law had pushed her power to an unimaginable level in a short time, allowing her to not only fend off the incoming attacks, but also counterattack at the same time, drawing grunts of pain from Yang Kai and the others. As time passed, Yang Kai and the others became covered in blood, looking completely battered. Judging from the current situation, these 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were obviously no match for Li Luo Shui, and it was just a matter of time before they were defeated and killed by her. However, Li Luo Shui no longer appeared calm as her expression grew anxious. This couldn't be helped though, as she was running out of time. The Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law had allowed her power to increase significantly in a short time, but she could not ignore the downsides of this technique. This infusion of power was no different from poison to any open heaven realm master. The longer this kind of state persisted, the more unstable her small universe would become, and the more difficult it would be to expel all the impurities in the future and stabilize her cultivation. Therefore, she had to kill all her enemies and end the battle in the shortest time possible. The longer this dragged on, the worse her situation would become. When her small universe became unstable, she would lose the power to fight completely and suddenly be at the mercy of Yang Kai and the others. She repeatedly attempted to kill one of them to achieve a breakthrough, but she was always stopped by Yang Kai. The young man was an expert in the Tao of space whose skills were also phenomenal. The way he flitted about like a fly annoyed her to no end. By now, she clearly realized that the young man was the strongest among these sixth-order open heaven realm masters, but he was also the most difficult to deal with. If it weren't for him, she would have killed everyone else a long time ago without having to resort to such drastic measures. She felt resentful as she targeted most of her attacks at Yang Kai, who had no choice but to try his best to defend himself and dodge, causing deep wounds to appear on his figure. There was no such thing as impenetrable defense in the world though. There came a moment when Li Luoshui's eyes lit up as she saw an opening Yang Kai exposed and pushed out her palm as she bellowed, "Die!" Yang Kai had just stabilized his figure when he was faced with this attack. It seemed that there was no way he could dodge, so he had to fight. Realizing this, Yang Kai's figure stood firm and raised his spear to intercept the palm. At the same time, he roared, "Golden Crow casts the sun." A great sun suddenly leaped into the sky from behind him. It was so dazzling that the entire Golden Rainbow province was painted gold. There seemed to be a three-legged exotic bird playing around in the great sun, cawing loudly for all to hear. A black flame burned at the tip of Azure Dragon's spear, as though it was able to extinguish everything in the world. Upon sensing the great sun's power, Li Luoshui narrowed her eyes and exclaimed, "A divine manifestation?" She felt her chest tightening. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that a sixth-order open heaven realm master was able to use a divine manifestation. Even though she was a seventh-order master now, she was still far from comprehending her own divine manifestation. How was a sixth-order open heaven realm master able to use one then? Regardless, the sight before her eyes forced her to acknowledge reality. Faced with this spear, Li Luoshui halted her movement for a moment before she channeled even more force into her strike. If she missed this chance, it would probably take a long time before Yang Kai made such a mistake again, and time was the one thing she didn't have, so she decided that even if she was injured in return, she had to kill this little bastard with this one strike. As long as she could kill him, the rest wouldn't be a threat to her. Following a loud boom, Li Luoshui was sent flying away while Yang Kai was also forced backwards. Using his divine manifestation Golden Crow casts the sun, Yang Kai, a sixth-order open heaven realm master, traded moves with Li Luoshui, who had used the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law, with difficulty. Before Li Luoshui could stabilize herself, the proprietress and the others had already pounced on her. She hurriedly dodged their attacks as she looked in Yang Kai's direction with glee, thinking that the brat's corpse must have exploded into nothingness upon impact. The next moment, though, she widened her eyes in disbelief. That was because, unlike her imagination, the boy wasn't vaporized like she expected. Although he was covered in blood and shrouded in a layer of blood mist, he was still alive. What's more, the great sun hanging in the sky was as dazzling as ever. Why is this brat so resilient? Li Luoshui's eyes shrank. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was still reeling from the shock. If it weren't for his half-dragon body, he would have been killed just now. The Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law was truly horrifying, as it could allow a person's power to increase tremendously in such a short time. Presently, the small universe in his body was in turmoil as he had apparently been impacted by Li Luoshui's attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood and opened his bloodshot eyes before looking in Li Luoshui's direction. The next instant, he performed a hand seal and yelled with a hideous expression, "Water reflects the moon." A cold-looking full moon suddenly appeared alongside the great sun. The moon cast its glow on the ground and brought with it endless coldness. It was a miraculous sight to behold as the sun and the moon hung in the sky at the same time. The sensations of cold and hot mingled, which made it impossible for them to identify whether it was day or night. Mao Zhe felt his chest tightening as his heart clenched in fear. He had previously seen the sight of the sun and the moon appearing together on profound Yang Mountain the day his sect was destroyed. He couldn't believe that he was seeing the same sight again. Then he quickly sent a message to Gengqing and Zhouya before they leaped away at the speed of lightning. While his allies were hurriedly retreating, Yang Kai's voice reverberated across the world, "Sun and Moon Divine Wheel." The sun and the moon began to rotate in an endless cycle above his head, kicking up a storm that shook the world itself. Space and time principles blended into a single entity and formed into a mysterious space-time strength. While the sun and the moon spun about, time warped wildly and it felt as though only a breath had passed, but at the same time it was like millions of years had gone by. Besides time, space had also become strange. Those who seemed close by suddenly appeared in the distance, though they still looked as though they were standing right in front of their eyes. Everyone's senses became incredibly distorted. The sun and moon divine wheel spiraled across the sky of Golden Rainbow Province as it slammed towards Li Luoshui. She sported a solemn expression and roared. Not daring to have any reservations, she gathered all her strength while performing a set of profound hand seals with her slender hands. Countless powerful divine abilities were cast at sun and moon divine wheel in an attempt to block its advance. Everyone seemed to be seeing hallucinations as the sight before their eyes shattered while the rumbling sounds were so thunderous that it pained their eardrums. Martial Peak, Chapter 4431, Forcing Back a Seventh Order. The violent movements subsided as everyone's warped perceptions slowly returned to normal. All of them were horrified when they looked up as Golden Rainbow Province had literally exploded. The Spirit Province had shattered into countless pieces which now drifted about randomly in the void, together with broken corpses which were scattered about here and there. Golden Rainbow Province was thoroughly destroyed. Without the protection of the Grand Array, the Spirit Province with several tens of thousands of years of inheritance was unable to withstand the fierce battle. Innumerable disciples from Golden Rainbow Province were either killed or injured. Only a small number of people survived the brutality of the sun and moon divine wheel's impact, not because they were stronger than the rest, but simply because they were luckier. On one of the broken pieces stood Li Luoshui as she fell into a dazed state. At this moment, this Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master was battered, and her hair was a mess. Although she had successfully parried the sun and moon divine wheel, she wasn't unharmed. She found it extremely difficult to deal with the eerie space-time strength that was now corroding her physique and small universe. On the other hand, Yang Kai was panting heavily. He felt as though all his energy had been sucked out of him, and his small universe had never been emptier. Although the sun and moon divine wheel was powerful, he hadn't fully mastered this new space-time strength, which was why he wasn't able to control how much force he wanted to exert. The consumption of energy just to use the divine ability was terrifying. However, even though he had used his most powerful divine ability, he was still unable to kill Li Luoshui, which went to show that the gap between the Sixth Order and Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm was indeed too wide to close. Still, holding his spear in one hand, he pointed at Li Luoshui and drew a deep breath. As his chest bulged, he bellowed, "Come!" Her hair flapped in the air as she looked in Yang Kai's direction with a gaze filled with murderous intent. Before she could even make a move though, her expression changed. Following that, her aura became extremely unstable as her face alternated between pale and livid. Li Luoshui sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and as if struck by lightning, she staggered backwards as a chaotic world force started exuding from her petite figure. With a vicious-looking gaze, she shot a glare at Yang Kai as though she was trying to imprint the man's face in the deepest part of her mind before she snarled through blood-soaked clenched teeth. "This queen will never forget what you've done to her today, and swears she will seek revenge." Right after she finished speaking, more blood streamed out of her mouth. Then she moved and dashed into the distance. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai bellowed and attempted to chase after her. He certainly knew that he had to kill this enemy to avoid future calamity. Li Luo Shui was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so if she wasn't killed today, she would become a huge threat in the future. However, after taking a few steps forward, he staggered and almost lost his balance. He felt a burning sensation in his chest which made it hard for him to breathe. His small universe was in turmoil, making it impossible for him to focus. Stabbing his spear into the ground, Yang Kai looked up, but quickly realized that Li Luo Shui was nowhere to be found. Unresigned, he pounded his fist on the ground. The proprietress dashed towards him and supported his weight before asking worriedly, "How are you?" Yang Kai's aura was extremely unstable. Unable to speak, he just shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Then, he quickly sat down with his legs crossed and emptied his mind in an attempt to stabilize his small universe. Mao Zhe and the others took a glance at him before letting out a breath of relief. The battle today had been extremely dangerous. They had never expected that they would have to directly face a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and even engage in a life-and-death battle with her one day. More amazingly, all of the participants had survived even though they were severely injured. With that said, all this was thanks to Yang Kai. If he hadn't borne most of the attacks from Li Luo Shui, a number of them would have been critically injured or even died. The outcome was acceptable. It had to be noted that the person they faced wasn't an ordinary 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. She was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who had used the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law inside her sect's headquarters. It was more difficult to deal with such a person than an average 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, as the power she was able to unleash was simply horrifying. In the end, Li Luo Shui fled from the scene. It wasn't because she was wary of Yang Kai's strength, but rather because something had gone wrong with her small universe. The Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law had a very serious backlash. Although she was able to increase her power significantly for a short time following the infusion of an immense force, she would also be left with an unimaginable potential danger, as this was a heterogeneous force. While they were in an intense battle, the mixed world force continuously assaulted her small universe, which eventually made her lose the power to fight. If she forcefully kept exerting her strength, her small universe would completely destabilize. By then, without the need for anyone else to make a move, she would lose her life following the explosion of her small universe. At the thought of this, Mao Zhe felt extremely fortunate. If Li Luo Shui hadn't suffered from the backlash of the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law at that moment, all of them at the scene would have been killed except for Yang Kai, who might have been able to escape since he was a master of the Tao of Space. Li Luo Shui probably wouldn't be able to get her revenge anytime soon either, since she had to deal with the backlash of the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law. Unless she could completely get rid of the impurities left in her small universe due to using this forbidden technique, she wouldn't appear again. Such a process might take her a few years, several dozen years, or even a few hundred years to complete depending on the extent of the damage. These 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sat down in different places and focused on recuperation. Yang Kai was the most severely wounded in the battle, and after he used his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, he was on his last legs as his small universe descended into chaos. Meanwhile, Chef and Accountant led the others to clean up the battlefield. The Spirit Province, where Golden Rainbow Province was located, was shattered, and all enemy Open Heaven Realm Masters were killed. As for the remaining disciples, they were either dead or injured, with the survivors having no idea where they should go. Chef and the others didn't make things difficult for them, as these people were merely disciples with weak cultivations, so there wasn't a need to kill them. They simply allowed these people to flee. Time went by pretty quickly as Yang Kai remained seated for an entire year. It took him half a year before he managed to stabilize his small universe this time. It was only now that he realized just how critical the small universe was to an open heaven realm master. The small universe was the source of power and the foundation of an open heaven realm master. Everything about the small universe was closely related to the cultivator's grand Tao. It took him another half a year to recover to his peak. 1 year after Yang Kai sat down to recuperate, he finally opened his eyes. He remained seated on one of the broken pieces of Spirit Province and looked around to see the proprietress and the others were seated nearby, cultivating in silence. Noticing some movement, the proprietress opened her eyes and took a glance over at him. As their eyes met, she put on a faint smile. "You're finally awake." Yang Kai nodded and got to his feet. After looking around, he realized that the people who had left the shadowless cave heaven with him were still around, and the ship was anchored a short distance away. Maozi and the others opened their eyes as well. Their injuries were less severe than Yang Kai's, so it only took them a few months to fully recover, then they just waited for Yang Kai to awaken. Yang Kai briefly asked about the battle that took place a year ago and learned that some of the low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on his side were killed by the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province when they were stuck in the mist. Life could be fragile at times, and there was nothing he could do except pay a silent tribute to them. Although some of the low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were killed, Yang Kai had gained tremendous benefits after the battle. While Yang Kai was recuperating back then, Chef and the others were responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. The entire Golden Rainbow Province was destroyed in the struggle, but besides Li Luo Shui, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and some other weaker Open Heaven Realm Masters who had fled early on, the rest were all killed. Only the inheritance of Golden Rainbow Province that had been accumulated over a long time was left behind. It could be said that they had obtained the entire inheritance of Golden Rainbow Province. Although Golden Rainbow Province was just a second-class great force, they were pretty wealthy as they had been in existence for a long time. Chef and the others collected all the items and sorted them out before putting them into different space rings, which were then given to Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't intend to keep all these items for himself, of course, so after the ship departed from the Spirit Province, he distributed rewards to everyone based on the contributions they had made. Naturally, all these Open Heaven Realm Masters were elated. They were used to a life of destitution in the shadowless cave heaven where they had to be extremely frugal with each and every Open Heaven pill, not to mention cultivation resources of different orders. Everything was scarce in the shadowless cave heaven. Now, all of them became rich after just one battle, which was why they were ecstatic. Their admiration and respect for Yang Kai had grown significantly since he was generous enough to distribute such rewards to them. The ship moved forward in silence as it passed through different territory gates. Yang Kai didn't step out of his room as he focused on cultivating in retreat. One day, though, upon receiving a message from the proprietress, he dashed towards the deck. On the deck, the proprietress was leaning against the railing while Chef and Accountant were standing behind her in a respectful manner. Sensing Yang Kai's arrival, she turned her head and flashed a smile at him. "Are you leaving, proprietress?" Yang Kai was reluctant to part ways with her, but she had just sent him a message to tell him that she was going to depart. The proprietress replied, "I'm heading to Thousand Birds Star City. I have to put an end to some issues." "Do you need my help?" Yang Kai asked. Although he had no idea what she was going to do, he reckoned that he could lend her a hand as he was now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The proprietress shook her head. "I'm not going to fight with anyone. What's the point of you tagging along? Just go back to Voidland." Yang Kai asked, "This place is not far away from Voidland. Why don't you pay a visit there? Old Bai must be waiting for you there." "There's no need for that. I believe we'll meet again soon. As for Old Bai, just tell him to stay there when you see him." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai started chuckling. "Old Bai and I will be waiting for you in Voidland, then." The proprietress raised her hand and poked the young man's forehead. "You're now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Will you stop laughing like a fool?" "Yes, yes, yes." Yang Kai quickly straightened his face. "Good, we shall part ways here. Thousand Birds Star City and Voidland are in different directions." Following that, she nonchalantly waved her hand. See you soon. Then she took a step forward and leaped into the void. Chef and accountant grinned at Yang Kai before leaving with her. Standing on the deck, Yang Kai watched as the three of them disappeared into the distance, then he let out a breath. When he headed to the shadowless cave heaven back then, he had never expected that he would return as a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Although he was rushed to achieve an ascension, he didn't regret his decision. As a man, he was faced with all sorts of choices in life. He didn't strive to make his life perfect, he simply strove to never have any regrets. Martial Peak, Chapter 4432, Return. Although Li Luo Shui had fled, the battle wasn't unfruitful. At the very least, through the battle with her, Yang Kai had identified his current limits. He was still significantly weaker than a 7th-order open heaven realm master, even a newly promoted one. When he was faced with Li Luo Shui, he had to join forces with all the other 6th-order open heaven realm masters in order to be able to simply match her. Every move she made contained a terrifying power, and each strike that landed on him caused his vitality to welter and soul to tremble. Furthermore, after Li Luo Shui used the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law, her strength increased tremendously to the point that she was completely capable of killing all of them off if she was given enough time. However, she was forced to flee in the end due to the backlash of that forbidden technique, otherwise, all of them would have died on that day. At the thought of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but be gripped by a lingering fear. If things were just like what the proprietress had said, even second-class great forces like Golden Rainbow Province, which had declined over many years, might have some unimaginable hidden hands. It was true for both Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province, so what about the other great forces? Although it was impossible to find out, these great forces certainly had some top cultivators who had been cultivating in seclusion for a long time. Yang Kai realized that he had to be more careful in the future when it came to matters like these lest he suffered a setback instead. On the highest spirit peak in Voidland, several dozen disciples were seated with their legs crossed inside a palace. There was a galaxy mirror in front of every one of them, and through the reflection on the mirrors they could see the view around Voidland. The void spying technique wasn't an abstruse secret technique, so it was a good method to monitor the surroundings of a great force. Previously, those from Golden Rainbow Province had used this technique to detect Yang Kai's approach, which was why they could get prepared in advance. The development of Voidland had now stabilized following a rapid expansion phase. After the incident where the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, Bian Yuqing decided to build this Heavens Observatory in order to monitor the surroundings of the sect so that they could detect any approaching enemies in advance. There were always several dozen disciples in the Heavens Observatory at any given time to watch the movements around Void territory and detect any potential threats. If there was any emergency, they could immediately contact the Elder Hall, which would then take appropriate action. Presently, besides several dozen disciples, Yu He, a 6th-order cultivator, was also in the Heavens Observatory. Back then, Yang Kai was forced to ascend to the 5th-order open heaven realm in the Shattered Heaven, then he dove into the Shadowless Cave Heaven on his own. Following the closure of the Shadowless Cave Heaven's entrance, Yu He and Bai Qi were unable to go in regardless of how hard they tried. Left with no choice, they could only return to Voidland. Since her return, Yu He had been staying in the Heavens Observatory. She didn't want to leave so that she would find out about Yang Kai's return as soon as it happened. All this while, she had been apprehensive. After all, the Shadowless Cave Heaven was an infamous universe cave heaven, as no one had managed to leave that place prior to Yang Kai's entry. Although Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space, no one could say for certain if he would be able to escape from that place. However, she stopped feeling anxious half a year ago because a piece of news reached Voidland which made her believe that Yang Kai had returned safely. Other than Yu He, Bai Qi had also been staying in the Heavens Observatory. Suddenly, one of the disciples who was responsible for watching a particular direction suddenly rubbed his eyes and looked intently at the galaxy mirror for a moment before he exclaimed, "A ship is coming." Yu He and Bai Qi instantly appeared behind the disciple as they looked at the galaxy mirror. Through the reflection, they could indeed see a ship moving towards Voidland. Voidland wasn't far away from the Star City. Usually, outsiders would directly head to the Star City and only their own people would head towards the headquarters. Recently, no one from Voidland had left, so it was highly probable that Yang Kai was aboard this approaching ship. Yuhi performed a hand seal and shot a ray of light into the galaxy mirror. Soon, the image magnified and allowed them to see the deck clearly. A familiar figure on the deck came into her sight as she exclaimed and covered her lips with her hands. And excited by Chi called out, "He's really back." Following that, Yuhi dashed out of the palace, followed by Chi. Soon, two beams of light shot into the sky as a gap appeared in the Grand Array. The opening of the Grand Array shocked Bian Yuqing, who was handling her official duties. She immediately left her palace and looked up, only to see Yuhi and Chi flying towards the sky. Realizing something, she quickly contacted those from the Heavens Observatory. Soon, she was told that the sect master had returned. She let out a long breath as her chest heaved. The worries in her mind could finally be set down. Voidland was founded by Yang Kai, and the backgrounds of the members were pretty simple. They mainly came from two places. First of all, there were about 600,000 disciples who came from the star boundary. Although there were a lot of them, all of them were weak as there wasn't even one open heaven realm master among their ranks yet. Second, there were a few thousand people from Abundance City from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Although the number of people on their side paled compared to those from the star boundary, almost all the open heaven realm masters in Voidland were from Abundance City. Regardless of which place they were from, Yang Kai was essential to the sect. If anything happened to him, Bian Yuqing wouldn't know how Voidland could continue on. Fortunately, the sect master had returned safely. After giving it a thought, she decided to send a message to everyone. Soon, both Voidland and the Star City became bustling. On the deck, Mao Zhe gazed at the magnificent spirit province ahead and asked with surprise, "Is this Voidland?" "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded his head. "This is Voidland. Does it meet your expectations, Head Mountain Lord?" Mao Zhe replied impassively, "Since I've submitted to you, please don't mention that Head Mountain Lord title again. The three of us ask for nothing else other than to be treated fairly." "Good." Yang Kai put on a faint smile. Mao Zhe and the others were forced to submit to him, and it was apparent that they were unresigned. Certainly, Yang Kai was aware of that. Regardless, as long as the loyalty list was in his hands, Mao Zhe and the others wouldn't be able to cause any trouble, therefore he didn't have to be wary of them. They were Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters after all, so they could play vital roles at critical moments. Moreover, Yang Kai had always been an easygoing and fair-minded man. Chen Tianfei was the first one to leave his name on the loyalty list, and he was never mistreated. On top of that, he was also given the important duty of taking care of the gourd vine. Yang Kai believed that Mao Zhe and the others would change their impression of him as time passed. This spirit province has an extraordinary heritage, and its scenery is splendid. Voidland is indeed amazing, Sect Master. Hua Yong was ecstatic. Before coming to this place, he was worried that the heritage of Voidland might be weak. However, now he realized that this place was truly exceptional. He and his wife had made the right decision to join Voidland. This place was already wonderful to begin with, and with so many Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters joining, its future would be bright. Shu Mudan said in a small voice, "This Grand Array seems to be a little special as well." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "This Grand Array is called the 9 Heavenly Layers. Not only is it powerful, but it also has many different and unpredictable functions. In the past, 100 sects alliance led by Heavenly Sword Union invaded us, but they were all trapped in this Grand Array and most of them were either killed or critically wounded." 9 heavenly layers, Mao Zhe muttered under his breath. He wasn't an expert in the array Dao, but just like Shu Mudan, he could see that this Grand Array was extraordinary, though he couldn't figure out its true power just from observing it. Upon hearing Yang Kai's words, he couldn't help but start having some expectations towards the 9 heavenly layers. Since the Grand Array was able to fend off the 100 sects alliance, it was surely quite powerful. "What is that? It seems so lively," Shu Mudao turned to look in a different direction with a curious gaze. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "That is Void Star City." "It's a star city?" Everyone aboard the ship was shocked as they gazed at the star city. They could see that the place was crammed with people, and countless flight-type artifacts could be seen leaving and entering through the void dock. The sight before their eyes suggested that it was a flourishing star city. Furthermore, the place was much larger than an average star city, clearly marking it as first class. They found it inconceivable that there was a first-class star city belonging to Voidland. They exchanged glances in disbelief as they couldn't figure out why the star city of Voidland was so attractive to foreign cultivators and merchants. It had to be noted that every first-class star city had their own unique characteristics and products that could attract merchants from all over the 3,000 worlds. Voidland must possess an incredible heritage to control such a grand star city. If they were not powerful enough, this kind of profit-making place would have been snatched from them long ago. With such a star city as their support, those from Voidland wouldn't ever have to worry about resources. A glint flashed through Mao's eyes as he realized that he had always underestimated Voidland. He initially thought that Voidland was just an average second-class great force, but the sight before his eyes proved him wrong. Voidland was clearly a peak-level second-class great force. As they were speaking, the fog around Voidland suddenly roiled as though a gigantic creature was about to emerge. The people on the ship became flustered as they secretly circulated their powers to prepare themselves. When they looked up, they saw a gargantuan head appearing from the fog, its eyes as big as stars and its mouth full of enormous fangs, looking like they were capable of swallowing the entire void in one fell swoop. The gigantic head appeared to be moving slowly, but it soon arrived in front of the ship. Compared to the head, the tiny ship looked like a blade of grass before a towering tree. Mao and the others stiffened in horror as though they had been struck by lightning. They did not doubt that if the mouth parted, they would be immediately swallowed. "Oh, it's Yang boy." The mouth parted and spoke in the common human language. On the deck, Yang Kai saluted him and replied, "Many thanks for your concern, Senior." "Oh, you ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm?" The voice sounded again. Yang Kai replied, "I was left with no other choice in that situation." Martial Peak, Chapter 44-33, Shocking. "Good, it's good that you've achieved an ascension so that others will stop bothering you. And enough chatting for now. Come visit me when you're free. The two little ones miss you too." Yang Kai replied respectfully, "I'll pay you a visit when I'm done with everything." The head then retracted as the fog swelled up and covered up any traces of it. Mao and the others felt as though they had just escaped from death's door and their backs were all drenched in cold sweat. "Husband, what was that?" Shu Mudan was pale as she leaned close to Hua Yong, as though she was trying to seek a sense of security. Hua Yong gulped and said hesitantly, "Perhaps it was a turtle's head." Shu Mudan was torn between laughter and tears. Is there such a huge turtle in the world? How gargantuan must his body be since his head was already so big? "Bai Shi," Mao Zhe said in a bitter voice as he looked at Yang Kai. "The divine dragon has 9 sons, and Bai Shi bears a heavy load. I can't believe that Bai Shi belongs to Voidland." Upon hearing that, all of them were flabbergasted. Yang Kai said with a smile, "You're indeed a knowledgeable man, Brother Mao. However, Senior Bai Shi doesn't belong to Voidland per se. Instead, he's carrying Voidland on his back. He had been asleep for countless years, and as time passed, a spirit province formed on his back, which was occupied by the predecessor of Voidland. Fortunately, Senior is a kind and benevolent man who doesn't have the heart to kill, so he has allowed us to remain." The corners of Mao Zhe's brow twitched while Hua Yong gulped and asked in a raucous voice, "Senior Bai Shi carries Voidland on his back." This piece of news was shocking to him. Divine spirits were famous and powerful creatures. Every mature divine spirit was as formidable as a high-rank open heaven realm master. For an ancient divine spirit like Bai Shi, he was probably stronger than the average 8-order open heaven realm master. Since Voidland rested on his back, There was no way Bai Shi would sit back and do nothing should an existential crisis come to the spirit province. In other words, the presence of such a divine spirit was the greatest protection Void Land could have. What puzzled Hua Yong was why Bai Shi was so cordial to Yang Kai. For such a formidable presence like him, he probably had no regard for anyone in the entire 3,000 worlds. On the other hand, a glint flashed through Mao's eyes as he fell into his thoughts. Previously, Yang Kai had used his dragon transformation to destroy profound Yang Mountain, which made Mao believe that he was a member of the Dragon Clan. Now, it was obvious to him that Bai Shi's attitude might have something to do with this. After all, Bai Shi had a Dragon Clan bloodline. Voidland was a magnificent place with an extraordinary heritage, and it was close to a flourishing star city, which ensured that they would never run out of resources. It was also protected by Bai Shi. It was probably the only second-class great force in the entire 3,000 worlds to have all these advantages. Before coming to Voidland, all of them were wondering about what kind of place Voidland was and whether it could accommodate powerful people like them. If the heritage of Voidland was too shallow, it would only hinder the development of their potential as Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, upon their arrival, they realized that Voidland's heritage was truly spectacular. They no longer dared to underestimate this place and instead felt honored because they were now part of Voidland, at least in name. The next moment, a gap appeared in the fog as two figures shot out through it and landed on the deck. A pleasantly surprised He stared fixedly at Yang Kai as she tried her hardest to suppress her excitement and elegantly saluted the man, "Young master." Enough of that. Yang Kai went over to hold her up and patted the back of her hand. "You must have been worried." He shook her head. "I'm glad that you've returned safely." Behind her, Bai Qi looked around, but as the people he was yearning to see were nowhere to be found, he felt his heart sinking and asked anxiously, "Where are Proprietress and the others?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Don't worry, Proprietress and the others have returned as well. We parted ways halfway through because she had to head to Thousand Birds Star City." Thousand Birds Star City? Bai Qi's expression turned milder when he heard that. He no longer felt apprehensive upon learning that the Proprietress and the others had returned safely. They were not around merely because they had parted ways with Yang Kai on the road here. Then he quickly said, "I'll go there now. Proprietress told me to tell you to wait for her here. I'm guessing she'll be coming over soon," Yang Kai shouted at his back. "I can't wait that long." Without turning his head, Bai Qi turned into a beam of light and shot into the distance. He could never set his mind at ease before seeing with his own eyes that the Proprietress was safe. Seeing that Bai Qi was determined to leave, a helpless Yang Kai decided not to stop him and just watched him go. On the deck, Mao Zhe and the others curiously examined He. They had heard the woman call Yang Kai young master just now, but they were unable to discern her cultivation since her aura was fully withdrawn. However, they had a feeling that she was in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm at the very least. Perhaps she was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master just like them. It was inconceivable that a woman with such cultivation would call Yang Kai young master. They couldn't help but grow curious about Yang Kai's background and suspected that he might have a powerful backer. "Let's go in for now," Yang Kai ordered. Then the ship continued moving towards Voidland. The Grand Array had been opened as the disciples were fully aware of what was going on. No one would dare to stop the sect master from returning. Before the ship even landed, Yang Kai, who was on the deck, saw a lot of people gathering together below. The person at the front was none other than the second manager of Voidland, Bian Yuqing. Soon, the ship landed and Yang Kai led the others to leap off the vessel. The people who had gathered and had been waiting for quite some time bowed in unison and shouted, "Welcome back, Sect Master." "Get up." Yang Kai lifted his hand. "We're all one family here, so there's no need for such formalities." He swept a glance over them and realized that all the cultivators in the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm and above from Voidland had gathered behind Bian Yuqing. Even Mo Mei, who was stationed in the Star City, had returned. All of them straightened up while Bian Yuqing kept a faint smile on her face. Just when she was about to say something, A phantom-like figure abruptly appeared in front of Yang Kai. With her hands on her enchanting hips, she stared calmly at the man. A shocked Yang Kai almost pushed out his fist, but upon realizing who the person was, he took a few steps back with a helpless smile. Senior Zhu. The person was none other than Zhu Jiao-yin. Seeing that she was still in Voidland, Yang Kai was elated. Supposedly, the agreement between them had become invalid since she had escorted him all the way to the Shattered Heaven right before he entered the Shadowless Cave Heaven. In other words, she was no longer Yang Kai's protector and was now free to go wherever she wanted. Some time ago, Yang Kai was still worried that this woman had really left. It wouldn't have mattered if she were to leave alone, but the problem was that Shanqing Luo was cultivating under her now. If Zhu Jiao-yin really left, she would probably take Shanqing Luo with her. By then, Shanqing Luo wouldn't be able to disobey her. Seeing that she had stayed in Voidland, Yang Kai set his mind at ease. After giving it a thought though, he realized that even though she was a powerful divine spirit, she didn't have anywhere else to go other than Voidland in the entire 3,000 worlds. After all, she came from Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and there was nowhere in the outside world that she was familiar with. Rather than wandering around aimlessly, she was better off just staying here. Zhu Jiao-yin snorted. It said that good people don't live long while a scourge lasts 1,000 years. I told you all that this brat wouldn't die, but you wouldn't believe me. Isn't he back now? Bian Yuqing replied with a fawning smile. Yes, yes, yes. You're absolutely right, senior. We've been worried for no reason. Zhu Jiao-yin snorted and shot a disdainful glance at Yang Kai. Then, after sweeping a casual glance over the people behind him, she vanished into thin air. Yang Kai sported a helpless smile and bowed. Good to see you too, senior. Mao Zhe and the others were all stiff as boards as they were soaked in cold sweat once again. They were unable to detect any signs before Zhu Jiao-yin's appearance, and although the woman never released her aura, just a glance from her seemed capable of killing any one of them if she wanted. It was as though they had lost control over their own lives when she stood before them, and they did not doubt that if she wanted one of them dead, they would be. After a gulp, Mao Zhe asked in a hoarse voice, Sir, who was that? Yang Kai placed his palm beside his mouth and said in a small voice, She's a heavenly moon demon spider, Zhu Jiao-yin. That woman is pretty foul-tempered, so you should watch your words when you see her in the future. Audible gasps were instantly heard as they gazed at Yang Kai in disbelief, as though they were trying to figure out if he was joking with them. It was horrifying enough that she was in Voidland, and now a heavenly moon demon spider was also around. Although she was undoubtedly more famous, he was known to be mild-tempered and amiable. Therefore, when they saw she earlier, other than being a little shocked, they weren't too frightened. However, unlike she, the heavenly moon demon spider was known to be a ferocious divine spirit that had no qualms about slaughtering people. All of them felt like crying. When they thought about having to live alongside such a fierce divine spirit, they felt a crawling sensation on their scalps. The consequences would be dreadful if they accidentally offended her in the future. Oh, you dare badmouth this queen behind her back, you smelly brat? Don't even dream about seeing Luo'er for the next 10 years. A voice boomed beside Yang Kai's ears and shocked Mao Zhe and the others. Yang Kai instantly sported a dejected expression. It's a misunderstanding, senior. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. Naturally, Zhu Jiao-yin flat out ignored him. Mao Zhe and the others looked sympathetically at him. Although they had no idea who this Luo was, she should be someone important to him. A crestfallen Yang Kai sighed. I shouldn't have opened my mouth. I was too foolish. Bian Yuqing suppressed her laughter as she tried to change the subject. Who are these people behind you, sect master? Yang Kai took a deep breath to cast away his dejectedness, then introduced them to her. They have left the Shadowless Cave Heaven with me. Since they're willing to join Voidland, we're one family now. The eyes of Bian Yuqing and the others lit up when they heard that. Bian Yuqing was still too weak, so she was unable to determine these people's exact strength. However, Mo Mei and the others could sense that the people behind Yang Kai were all strong. Yang Kai briefly introduced them to each other. On Voidland's side, there was Bian Yuqing, Mo Mei, Yu He, Lu Shui, Peng Duo, Gong Yang Shi, Jin Yuan Lang, Mu Qianxian, and the other high-ranking members. On the Shadowless Cave Heaven side, there was Mao Zhe, Geng Qing, Zhou Ye, Hua Yong, and Shu Mudan. They saluted one another, and although they wouldn't immediately become friendly with each other, it was only a matter of time before they became familiar. For now, they just needed to introduce themselves. Martial Peak, Chapter 4434. I'm not going to meet them. Upon learning that the Emperor Realm Cultivator before their eyes was the person who was in charge of managing all the affairs in Voidland, Mao Zhe and the others were astonished. This would never happen in other great forces. Usually, a person would only be given an important duty only if they were strong enough. Emperor Realm Cultivators were the strongest in universe worlds, but they were nobodies in the 3,000 worlds. In the outer universe, only when a person ascended to the open heaven realm would they gain a footing, but even that depended on their order. However, since the second manager was highly regarded by Yang Kai, she must be a trustworthy person, so they naturally wouldn't dare to be impolite to her. After telling Bian Yuqing to help those from the Shadowless Cave Heaven to settle down, Yang Kai was ready to get some rest. Although he had escaped from the Shadowless Cave Heaven unscathed, there had been quite a number of challenges along the way. He had gained some benefits from there, but he hadn't had time to digest them. Now that he had returned to Voidland, he decided to cultivate in seclusion to fortify the things he had grasped. Before he could leave though, Bian Yuqing reported, "There's one matter that awaits your decision, Sect Master." Yang Kai gazed at her and asked, "What matter?" He usually wouldn't manage the affairs in Voidland and just left everything up to Bian Yuqing's judgment. She would only report the matter to him if there was something she couldn't decide on herself. Bian Yuqing continued, "Many representatives from various great forces are now staying in the Star City, waiting for you to meet with them." "What great forces?" Yang Kai frowned. Bian Yuqing then listed about 40 great forces. Upon hearing these names, Yang Kai was puzzled and asked, "Do we have any cooperation with those great forces? Why do they want to meet me?" Bian Yuqing replied with a smile, "Just so you know, Sect Master, those great forces were the ones that joined forces with Heavenly Sword Union to invade us in the past." Yang Kai became startled for a moment, but upon understanding what was going on, he sneered, "They're pretty good at gathering information." Those great forces had joined Kong Feng's Heavenly Sword Union to invade Voidland previously. Regardless of whether they did so voluntarily or were forced, the grudges between them and Voidland had been formed. The Alliance suffered immense losses in that battle, and the two divine spirits of Voidland subsequently revealed themselves, sending shockwaves out across the 3,000 worlds. After that battle, only a small number of people managed to flee while most of the invaders were killed in Voidland. Upon experiencing the power and heritage of Voidland, those great forces were horrified, and since even Heavenly Sword Union suffered an immense loss, the others naturally wouldn't dare to think about getting revenge. After all, they were the invaders while those from Voidland were forced to defend themselves against them. It wouldn't have mattered if that was all that had happened, however. They could just not come to Voidland again. The 3,000 worlds were expansive, so they could just set the issue aside and ignore it. However, after Yang Kai returned from the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he brought a group of people to destroy Boundless Altar, forcing its thousands of disciples to abandon their foundation and become homeless. Then he demolished Golden Rainbow Province and wiped out almost all of its members. Now, Golden Rainbow Province ceased to exist in the 3,000 worlds. Those great forces, which were once part of the Alliance, were now quite alarmed. Both Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were great forces that had invaded Voidland, but they were now destroyed by Yang Kai. It was apparent that he was trying to settle accounts with them, and his methods shocked these people to their core. Among the 100 great forces, Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were some of the strongest in the Alliance, with barely any of the others being comparable to them. There were a small number of great forces that were more powerful, but only by a slim margin. Since Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were not even able to ward off those from Voidland, how were the other great forces supposed to do that? If they couldn't appease Voidland as soon as possible, the same fate would most likely befall them. Therefore, half a year ago, after the news of the demise of Golden Rainbow Province spread, many great forces sent representatives to Voidland with valuable gifts in the hope that the other party would forgive them. It was because of their arrival that those from Voidland learned that Yang Kai had left the shadowless cave heaven and had made some shocking moves. These great forces were not aware that the reason Yang Kai targeted Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province was that the proprietress had made a heart-demon oath in the past. They believed it was because of the fact that the Alliance had invaded Voidland, which was why they were apprehensive. While waiting in the Star City, they felt like they were sitting on pins and needles all the time, and they practically visited the governor's mansion every 2 to 3 days, which frustrated Mo Mei to no end. "Are you going to meet them, Sect Master?" Bian Yuqing asked cautiously. "No, I'm not going to meet them." Yang Kai waved his hand. He had just returned from outside, so he wasn't in the mood to handle this issue. Just let them stew for now. "Yes," Bian Yuqing replied. Although she was sympathetic towards those great forces, they only had themselves to blame. After seeing Yang Kai off, she turned around and helped Mao Zhe and the others settle in. Upon some probing, she found out that among the people that had come here with the Sect Master, there were 5 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. At that instant, she was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. When Yang Kai introduced them just now, he had only mentioned their names without talking about their cultivation. It wasn't until this moment that Bian Yuqing realized these people were truly powerful. It had to be noted that there were only 2 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland now. By joining Voidland, these 5 people would greatly boost their overall strength. She couldn't help but admire the Sect Master's capabilities. After a trip to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Bi brought back a group of people from Abundance City. Now, upon his return from the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he came home with Mao Zhe and the other top masters. There was no doubt that the heritage of Voidland was on the rise. Even though there were a lot of people in Voidland, the sect was pretty expansive. Since Mao Zhe and the others were powerful, they naturally had to be treated with respect. Everything was settled after they chose spirit peaks they liked to live on. As for their duties in the sect, Yang Kai would have to make the decision. It was not up to Bian Yuqing to make a decision on his behalf. As the second manager, she was fully aware of her boundaries. The news that the sect master of Voidland had returned instantly spread out, which caused a commotion in the Star City. The representatives of the great forces, who had come to this place with gifts, visited the governor's mansion even more frequently. Unfortunately, Mo Mei refused to meet them, which made them anxious as they wondered about the attitude of Voidland towards them. With Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar as examples, they felt anxious to appease Voidland as soon as possible so their sects wouldn't be destroyed. Time went by slowly as Yang Kai remained seated with his legs crossed in his room. While refining various resources to strengthen the heritage in his small universe, he reviewed all the battles he fought since his ascension to the Open Heaven realm in his mind. After he ascended to the Fifth Order, he entered the Shadowless Cave Heaven and immediately engaged in an intense battle with Ma Tianyuan. Then he barged into Profound Yang Mountain and attacked the second Mountain Lord Yunfei Bai. As a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he had the guts to battle against a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master head-on. This was rarely seen in the entire 3,000 worlds, and it was also a precious experience for Yang Kai. Then he broke through to the Sixth Order and fought with the 3 Mountain Lords just outside Twin Spirit Island. Next, he intercepted the Mountain Lords outside Profound Yang Mountain and comprehended the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, which used an entirely new space-time strength. He then went on to destroy Profound Yang Mountain. Upon leaving the Shadowless Cave Heaven, Yang Kai got into trouble in the giant tornado while dealing with the wind spirits. Following that, he barged into Golden Rainbow Province and fought against Li Luo Shui, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, with the help of several 6th Order allies. The epic battles went through his mind as though they had just happened the day before. Yang Kai tried to grasp the experiences he had obtained while reflecting on his failures in order to strengthen himself. This trip had been truly eventful. Not only had he gone from the Emperor realm to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, but the refinement of the world forces within the wind spirits had also saved him at least 100 years of cultivation, which greatly helped stabilize his Sixth Order strength. The experience of dealing with a Seventh Order Open Heaven realm master was valuable as well. The battle allowed Yang Kai to clearly identify his own limits. If he came across a formidable enemy in the future, he would have a better judgment of the gap in strength between them. 3 months later, Yang Kai finally left his room. Compared to 3 months ago, his aura was now much more reserved. Unlike in the past, no one would be able to tell his true strength by just looking at his aura. Then he sent a message to Bian Yuqing to assign some work to her before leaving his palace. When Yang Kai calmly arrived at the main conference hall of Earth Spirit Land in Void Land, which was already filled with people. These people were all in the Fourth Order and above who were the most important members of Void Land. Upon seeing Yang Kai, they rose from the chairs and cupped their fists. "Greetings, Sect Master." Yang Kai raised his hand and brought it down to motion for them to be at ease. Then he moved and instantly appeared in front of the head seat. After adjusting his clothes, he sat down in a dignified manner. He swept a glance over the crowd and soon his gaze fell upon Mauj and the others from the shadowless cave heaven. Smiling, he asked, "Have you all gotten used to living in Void Land?" Mauj replied, "Everything in Void Land is wonderful. Many thanks for your concern, sir." They had slowly learned about the various heritage of Void Land in the past months, so they thought that it wasn't a bad idea to have joined. The abundant resources here would be beneficial to their martial Tao. Furthermore, since 2 divine spirits lived in Void Land, this place certainly could accommodate Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters like them. A grateful Huayong continued, "We had stayed in the shadowless cave heaven for thousands of years, and were extremely lucky to finally leave that place. Second Manager also takes good care of us. We feel fortunate that we were able to join Void Land." Compared to the shadowless cave heaven, the environment in Void Land was essentially paradise. Yang Kai nodded gently, "I'm glad that you've gotten used to living here." Then he gazed at Bian Yuqing, "Second Manager, can you tell me everything that has happened in the sect while I wasn't around?" "Everything has been proceeding smoothly, sir." Bian Yuqing was fully prepared. Upon hearing Yang Kai's question, she immediately reported to him about the important issues that had occurred over the past 2 years in detail. During that period of time, Void Land didn't go through any drastic changes. The only thing that was different was that there were more Open Heaven realm masters now. Many of those from Abundant City were already on the brink of achieving an ascension to begin with. However, due to the various restrictions in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, they were unable to do so. Upon leaving the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Mo Mei and the others were the first batch of people who made it to the Open Heaven realm. Nevertheless, more cultivators from Abundance City awaited an ascension. Over the past 2 years, about 300 people had attempted to break through. Most of them had succeeded, but a small number of people lost their lives due to their failure to make it to the Open Heaven realm. Martial Peak, Chapter 4435, Fulfilling Their Roles. A cultivator had to refine yin, yang, and the 5 elements, then split heaven and earth apart within their body to form a small universe in order to break through to the Open Heaven realm. The process could be said to be extremely dangerous, and regardless of how well prepared one was, one might still lose their life in the attempt. That was what happened to some of the cultivators from Abundant City. The people from Abundant City had been stuck in the Emperor realm for centuries, if not millennia, giving them a long time to solidify their foundations and accumulate strength. The orders of the materials they had refined were definitely within their limits, as they wouldn't refine materials that they wouldn't be able to bear. However, some of them still lost their lives while attempting to achieve ascension. The first batch of people from Abundant City, about 300 of them, all successfully broke through because they each had the assistance of a Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill. However, over the past 2 years since Yang Kai left, more and more people from Abundance City had attempted to reach the open heaven realm. Although Yang Kai had left behind some heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills before heading to the shadowless cave heaven, the supply wasn't sufficient to satisfy the demand. That was the reason some of them ended up falling. With that said, the percentage of those from Abundance City who lost their lives due to their attempts to achieve an ascension was comparatively lower than average. After all, due to the limitations of the environment they used to live in, they had more time for accumulation and preparation. Now, excluding the people brought back by Yang Kai this time, there were about 500 open heaven realm masters in Voidland. If Mao Zhe and the others were included, the number would be about 600. That was a terrifying figure. In terms of the quantity and quality of the open heaven realm masters, Voidland had surpassed 99% of all second-class great forces, though it still wasn't comparable to the cave heavens and paradises. After all, it had only been a short time since Voidland was founded. More time was needed for its heritage to be accumulated. After Bian Yuqin was done with her report, she took her seat, then Mo Mei rose from the chair and briefly talked about the current situation in the Star City. It could be said that the Star City was thriving. That was because they would put one heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill up for auction every 3 months, so the city could attract more and more cultivators from the 3,000 worlds. Even the open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises would appear in the auction house when the time was right. With more traffic came more commerce, causing many resources to flow into the Star City each day, allowing it to grow and develop further. It was a virtuous cycle. The shops in the Star City were all rented out by now, and their businesses were booming. Even the private cave mansions had all been snatched up by the cultivators who now lived or worked in the Star City. Voidland now earned about 100 million open heaven pills every month from the Star City, and the amount was still increasing even now. Mao Zhe and the other newcomers were dumbfounded upon hearing that. There was no doubt that the Star City could be considered first class since it could help Voidland earn 100 million open heaven pills per month. The Star City alone could provide all the resources that those from Voidland would need. It had to be noted that one could buy a lot of things with 100 million open heaven pills. Although it wasn't enough to buy a 7th order material, they could get their hands on several 6th order materials if they were lucky. As time passed, Voidland's wealth would continue to increase. The Star City could be said to be Voidland's cornucopia. With the rise in fame, more cultivators could be seen entering and leaving the Star City. This didn't pose a problem initially as those from the governor's mansion were still able to keep on top of everything. The merchants who did business in the Star City had to pay rent and taxes. Voidland, as the overseer of the Star City, was responsible for making sure that the city and the people were safe. They had to ensure that no fights would take place, and when they did, they had to immediately settle the problems. Only by doing so could they give the cultivators a sense of security and showcase the heritage and competency of Voidland. However, following 2 years of rapid development, the governor's mansion was finding it increasingly hard to manage the city. This couldn't be helped, as the rise in popularity and development of the Star City meant that more and more powerful cultivators would come to visit. The person who could directly sense the changes was Jin Yuan Lang, who was responsible for guarding the Void Dock. Since the reopening of the Voidland Star City, Jin Yuan Lang had been appointed by Yang Kai to guard the Void Dock and inspect the people who entered and left the city. Since he was a 5th order open heaven realm master, he could usually handle most situations that arose. However, 6th order open heaven realm masters were now more commonly seen in the city. As a 5th order open heaven realm master, it was difficult for him to deter 6th order masters if they chose to be unruly. If 2 6th order open heaven realm masters got into a scuffle in the Star City, Mo Mei, who was responsible for managing the city, wouldn't be able to handle it alone. Once such a scenario happened, not only would the city suffer losses, but it would also have a huge impact on Voidland's reputation. This was the issue that had to be settled immediately. Fortunately, Yang Kai had brought back some powerful open heaven realm masters, including several in the 6th order. Hua Yong and Shu Mudan had already requested to join Voidland back on Twin Spirit Island, and Yang Kai had appointed them to be the elders right away. Mao Zhe, Geng Qing, and Zhou Yo were sixth-order open heaven realm masters as well, so they couldn't be undervalued. Following Yang Kai's order, the three of them also joined the Elder Hall. Mao Zhe and the others gladly accepted the appointment. They were restricted by the loyalty list, so their lives were under Yang Kai's control. Strictly speaking, they were just Yang Kai's servants. However, during the time they were together, he had never mistreated them, nor had he exposed the nature of their relationship to anyone, which saved them from any embarrassment. Although they had never said it out loud, they were grateful towards Yang Kai for his discretion. Even if he really wanted to make things difficult for them, they would have no choice but to bear it. Now that they were asked to join the Elder Hall, they were certainly pleased. By becoming the elders in Voidland, they would be on an equal footing with the others apart from Yang Kai and the two divine spirits. More orders were swiftly given, with Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan being assigned to secure the Void Dock. Jin Yuan Lang was still responsible for managing the dock's day-to-day business, and unless he was faced with cultivators that were too difficult to deal with, the couple usually wouldn't have to show up. Mao Zhe and the other former mountain lords would take turns staying in the governor's mansion to assist Mo Mei in managing the Star City. The other fifth-order open heaven realm masters from the shadowless cave heaven were also assigned various jobs in different departments. All of them received the orders one by one. Sect Master, the people who have come to apologize are still waiting. How do you want to deal with them? Bian Yuqing asked. Those people only knew that the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai, had returned. If they found out that more top masters had joined Voidland as well, they would be terrified. Yang Kai would have forgotten about the matter if Bian Yuqing hadn't mentioned it, as he had no reason to remember those nobodies. As a glint flashed through his eyes as he asked, "Has anyone from Heavenly Sword Union arrived?" Bian Yuqing was startled for a moment, then shook her head. "I don't believe so." Yang Kai snorted. The 100 Sects alliance that invaded Voidland was nearly wiped out by him in the end. Other than Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar, which he would never let off, Yang Kai didn't really care about the other great forces, nor did he have the intention to retaliate against them. It would be time-wasting if he really did that, so he reckoned it would be better to just spend his time on cultivation. Furthermore, those great forces were mostly third class, and didn't even have a single mid-rank open heaven realm master overseeing them. It would do more damage to Voidland's reputation and face if they were to oppress such weaklings now. With that said, Yang Kai would never forgive Heavenly Sword Union, which was the mastermind behind the incident. Besides the fact that Heavenly Sword Union led the alliance, they had once again ambushed him while he was heading to the Shattered Heaven to look for the proprietress after he left Void territory. Since those from Heavenly Sword Union had repeatedly provoked Yang Kai, he couldn't be blamed for seeking revenge against them. Make them cough up everything they can before kicking them out, and let them know if they dare to appear in Voidland again, I won't be so forgiving. Yang Kai directly decided the fate of those great forces. Bian Yuqing nodded in agreement. It was apparent that Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to meet those people, so he let her settle the matter. Now, Yang Kai was now a powerful master, and the leader of a peak second-class great force, so it wasn't like just anyone could meet him. It was expected that those great forces would accept the outcome, and they would also have to thank Yang Kai for not destroying them. Also, there was a senior from Inyang Cave Heaven who requested to meet you a few days ago. However, since Sect Master was cultivating in seclusion, I turned her down so that you wouldn't be disturbed. Yang Kai's eyes brightened when he heard that and asked, "Was it Chu Huashang?" Presently, there were two establishments directly owned by Cave Heavens in Void Star City. One of them was the Azura Arena, which was set up by Azura Heaven. This facility was also one of the trademarks of Azura Heaven. The business of the Azura Arena was booming because many young cultivators liked to engage in all-out fights to both train and make a name for themselves. In fact, the Azura Arena was established following a discussion between Yang Kai and a representative from Azura Heaven. Voidland held a large stake in the Azura Arena, which generated an equivalent revenue share from this profitable business. Meanwhile, a Dao temple belonging to Inyang Cave Heaven was also established. Chu Huashang used to be stationed there in the past as its supervisor. Yang Kai met that seductress in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Then, they went through many life and death moments there and in the blood monster cave heaven, eventually growing quite close. After that, she tagged along when Yang Kai headed to the shattered heaven. Although she didn't manage to help much, Yang Kai was still grateful for the solidarity she had shown. This was no small matter. After all, Chu Huashang's identity was a little special as she was a core disciple from one of the 36 cave heavens, so everything she did represented Yin Yang cave heaven. As such, she wasn't able to do whatever she pleased most of the time. However, she still steadfastly followed Yang Kai to oppose Ti Zheng and the others who had laid a trap for Yang Kai. There were two reasons why Azura Heaven had set up an Azura arena in every major star city. First of all, it was to train the disciples of their own sect, and secondly, it was to amass wealth. The disciples of Azura Heaven had to go through life and death battles in order to grow rapidly. Nevertheless, in the 3,000 worlds, there were rarely any places that would allow them to engage in such fierce battles. Therefore, the Azura arenas were their best option. Moreover, these Azura arenas were like a treasure trove for them. The Azura arenas from different star cities each generated massive amounts of revenue for Azura Heaven every year. Yin Yang Cave Heaven had also set up a Dao temple in every major star city. However, they didn't intend to amass wealth or train their disciples in these places. Instead, the existence of these Dao temples was to attract more talented people. The disciples of Yin Yang Cave Heaven were all beautiful women or handsome men, and their core secret arts revolved around forming intimate relationships with the opposite sex. In those Dao temples, their disciples could engage in discourse with talented young people from different parts of the 3,000 worlds and even find suitable life partners, which would then strengthen the sex power. Martial Peak, Chapter 4436, A Man She Entrusted Her Life To. The Dao Temple of Yin Yang Cave Heaven in Void Star City was built under the supervision of Chu Huashang. Therefore, when Yang Kai heard Bian Yuqing mention a senior from Yin Yang Cave Heaven, the first person that came into his mind was that seductress. However, Bian Yuqing shook her head and replied, "It's not Senior Sister Chu. The master of Yin Yang Cave Heaven's Dao Temple is now a different person." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel disappointed. If Chu Huashang was still in the Star City, he would have personally thanked her for what she had done for him. Bian Yuqing asked, "Are you going to meet her, Sect Master?" Yang Kai came to his senses and nodded, "Of course, I have to meet her. Please tell her to come in." If it was someone else, he would have decided whether he wanted to meet her depending on his mood. However, since she was from Yin Yang Cave Heaven, he naturally couldn't turn her down. He could also ask this person about how Chu Huashang was doing. Upon receiving the order, Bian Yuqing immediately sent out a message. Since the meeting was over, everyone in the main hall rose from their seats and left while Yang Kai remained sitting on his own. An incense stick later, Bian Yuqing led someone to enter the hall from outside. Yang Kai looked up and saw that the person behind Bian Yuqing was an alluring woman with an enchanting figure. Her innocent-looking face and clear eyes gave off an ethereal feeling, as though she was unstained by the mortal world. Yang Kai's eyes brightened. He had met many beautiful women before, but he had never seen one such as this lady. His first impression of the woman was that she was clean. It wasn't the cleanliness of her clothes but an indescribable feeling, as though the existence of everything in the world was a blasphemy to her existence. Anyone who saw her would have the urge to protect and care for her. At the same time, his chest tightened as he had a feeling that this woman was more complicated than she seemed. Since the guest had arrived, Yang Kai had to rise from his chair to greet her. Bian Yuqing saluted him. "She's here, Sect Master." Yang Kai nodded gently, upon which Bian Yuqing withdrew. The woman across from him elegantly greeted him, then said softly, "Greetings, Sect Master Yang. This mistress is Su Yingshui." Her pleasant voice tickled his senses. Yang Kai lifted his hand. "There's no need to be too formal with me, Senior Sister Su. Please have a seat." Su Yingshui thanked him with a lowered gaze. Her cheeks were painted with a tinge of redness, and her skin seemed extremely delicate. Yang Kai was unable to sense this woman's cultivation, but that wasn't too surprising seeing how she had no need to release her aura here. Nevertheless, he had a feeling that this woman wasn't any weaker than he was, so she was probably a sixth-order open heaven realm master as well. After the two of them were seated, a servant came over and served them tea. Following a bit of small talk, Yang Kai asked, "Senior Sister Su, what's the nature of your relationship with Senior Sister Chu?" Su Yingshui replied with a smile, "Chu is considered my junior sister on paper." Yang Kai arched his brow. "On paper? What is she to you in reality?" Su Yingshui said with a light smile, "I was the one who raised Chu." Yang Kai was shocked, thinking that the woman before his eyes was like a sister as well as a mother to Chu Huashang. After giving it a thought, he realized that it wasn't so surprising. It had clearly been a long time since Su Yingshui broke through to the open heaven realm, and although Chu Huashang was now a sixth-order master as well, she had only recently become one. When it came to their age, Chu Huashang was probably much younger than Su Yingshui, so it wasn't surprising that she was raised by her. This was pretty common in the 3,000 worlds. Although many fellow brothers and sisters in the same sect were on the same level of seniority, there could be huge gaps in their actual ages. Therefore, some of the senior brothers and sisters were like foster parents to their juniors. Chu always talked about and praised you. Now, I can confirm that you're indeed both handsome and talented. Su Yingshui lifted her alluring eyes and batted her lashes shyly. A reserved Yang Kai replied, "Many thanks for your compliment, Senior Sister Su. May I know where Senior Sister Chu is now?" Su Yingshui sighed and replied, "After making such a huge mistake, she returned to the sect to apologize to the sect master. She's confined now, and she won't be able to leave seclusion for the next 100 years. 100 years? Yang Kai's face fell. Is her punishment related to me? Su Yingshui gazed into his eyes and said, "You seem quite concerned about Chu, Sect Master Yang." Yang Kai replied, "I owe Senior Sister Chu a great favor. Since she's in trouble, I naturally can't turn a blind eye to it." "How are you going to interfere, then?" Su Yingshui looked curiously at him. Yang Kai became startled. "She's right. How am I supposed to interfere? She's confined in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, and she's Su Yingshui's junior sister. This is their internal affair. What right do I have to butt into their business as an outsider?" Su Yingshui went on to say, "Since time immemorial, the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises have always been close allies, and internal disputes that go against our collective interests are strictly forbidden. Since she has made a mistake, she naturally has to be punished." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai finally figured out what had happened. As expected, Chu Huashang's confinement was a result of her helping him. She fought with those from Myriad Demons Heaven and the other great forces outside the Shadowless Cave Heaven, which had tarnished Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's reputation. That was the reason she was given such a harsh punishment. As a core disciple of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, Chu Huashang was fully aware of these rules and also that once she made a move, she would invite trouble to herself, but she did it anyway. Yang Kai had never expected that Chu Huashang's help would land her in such trouble. If he knew it in advance, he wouldn't have let her tag along. Now that she had to be confined for 100 years, he certainly felt guilty. It's just 100 years, so there's nothing to worry about. Chu is now a sixth-order open heaven realm master, so 100 years will pass by in a blink of an eye for her, Su Yingshui said gently. Yang Kai frowned and stared intently at her in silence. 100 years of confinement was indeed not a long time for a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Furthermore, Chu Huashang had just ascended to the sixth order, so she needed time to consolidate her cultivation. The confinement might not actually be a bad thing to her as, after she was set free, she would have completely solidified her new cultivation. With that said, it was still a punishment and Yang Kai was the reason behind it, which was why he felt responsible. However, Su Yingshui didn't seem to take the matter seriously. "Sect Master Yang," she called out gently. Yang Kai came to his senses and gazed at her. "What's wrong, senior sister?" Su Yingxue replied, "To be frank with you, other than meeting you, this mistress is also here to seek your help." Yang Kai extended his hand. "Please speak freely, senior sister. I'll not turn you down as long as I am able to assist." Before Su Yingxue spoke again, she appeared bashful as her cheeks became a shade redder. She lowered her head as her hair hung loose over her chest. Her posture, coupled with her innocent demeanor, could make any man lust after her and have the urge to embrace and become intimate. Yang Kai couldn't move his eyes away from her as he thought that the disciples from Yinyang Cave Heaven were all truly attractive. Unlike how flirtatious and enchanting Chu Huashang was, Su Yingxue's innocence and charm were rarely found in the world. Sect Master Yang, since you're close to Chuer, I suppose you're familiar with some of our sect's traditions, Su Yingxue said gently. Her face was all red by the time she finished speaking. Yang Kai had no idea about the reason behind her bashfulness as he asked curiously, "What traditions are you speaking of?" Su Yingxue appeared to be embarrassed as she fell silent for a moment, then replied, "When the female disciples of Yinyang Cave Heaven reach a certain age and cultivation, we have to look for a suitable partner. That is the reason our Tao temples were built across the 3,000 worlds. The disciples who are stationed at these Tao temples can engage in discourse with talented people from all over to increase their knowledge and cultivation, but it is also a way to seek out appropriate partners." "I'm aware of that." Yang Kai nodded as an idea flashed through his mind. "Do you have your eyes on someone, senior sister?" Su Yingxue nodded her head. Yang Kai said with a smile, "Congratulations are in order, then. I wonder who the young man is that is lucky enough to gain your favor. If you need my help to pass on your word, just tell me right away. I'll invite the man over. If he doesn't want to come, I'll tie him up and bring him here." "There's no need for any invitation." Su Yingxue shook her head. A puzzled Yang Kai asked, "Why is that?" Su Yingxue appeared anxious as she subconsciously played with her hair with her slender finger. Her face had become redder as she said hesitantly, "That is, because the man is right before my eyes." The smile on Yang Kai's face froze, and then his lips pressed into a line as he examined her seriously. A moment later, he said with a faint smile, "That joke isn't funny, senior sister Su." Su Yingxue looked down at her feet and spoke in a voice that was as soft as a whisper, "I'm not making a joke, Sect Master Yang. You're now the Lord of Voidland as well as a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. You are completely qualified to be my partner." Yang Kai gazed at her with narrowed eyes. "Since you're so close to Chu Huashang, you should have heard something about me from her." Su Yingxue nodded. "Chuer told me that she repeatedly wanted you to be her partner, but you had turned her down." Yang Kai nodded. "I value my friendship with senior sister Chu, so I'm not willing to tie her down with false hope. That was the reason I didn't agree to her request. However, senior sister Su, this is the first time we have met, so how could you say such a thing to embarrass both of us?" Su Yingxue looked up at him with a pair of alluring eyes, which looked like two clear springs, and said in an enchanting manner, "Are you not willing to be my partner, Sect Master Yang?" "What do you think?" Yang Kai questioned her instead. Su Yingxue pressed her lips together, then asked, "What if I say that if you agree to it, both Chuer and I will become your partners?" A startled Yang Kai asked, "Is this your idea, or senior sister Chu's?" Since Chu Huashang was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, Su Yingxue was probably in the same order. Both of them were strikingly beautiful, and any man would have to consider himself extremely lucky to obtain the favor of just one of them, not to mention both. Rarely would any man in the world be capable of resisting such a temptation. Su Yingxue replied, "I had a discussion with Chuer before I came to Void Star City. She said that the Lord of Voidland Yang Kai was a righteous man she could entrust her life to. However, since she didn't manage to gain your favor, she told me to come here and give it a try. Therefore, even though this mistress is not familiar with you as it's the first time we have met, I believe Chuer's words. Of course, she will agree to the decision I've made. As long as you agree, Chuer and I will become your partners." Martial Peak, Chapter 4437, A test. Yang Kai couldn't believe that Su Yingxue wanted to be his partner just because of what Chu Huashang had said, so he said after a sigh, I suppose you do have trust in her, senior sister Su. Chua has a keen eye for people. Although I'm older than her, I'm not comparable to her in this regard. Su Yingxue lifted her head as she summoned her courage to look at the man. Are you really going to turn me down, Sect Master Yang? Her bashful expression could arouse any man's pity. Yang Kai took a deep breath and replied with a straight face, It's this Yang's luck to gain the favor of the two of you, but I already have a few wives, so I don't intend to marry more women. Although I thank you for your intentions, I cannot accept them. There are many great men out there, and I'm just one of the countless men in the world. I'm sure the two of you will find your loved ones sooner or later. Su Yingxue stared fixedly at him with her dark gaze, as though she was able to look deeply into his mind and soul to uncover his thoughts. A moment later, she suddenly started convulsing with laughter, which was in stark contrast to her innocent demeanor earlier. She now looked so charming that it was hard for any man in the world to resist her attractiveness. Senior Sister Su? Yang Kai scowled as he couldn't adapt to this sudden transformation. He was secretly shocked that the woman's demeanor could change in such a drastic manner. The Lord of Voidland. I suppose Chua hasn't fallen in love with the wrong guy. Su Yingxue covered her lips and looked smilingly at him. What do you mean, Senior Sister Su? Su Yingxue replied with a faint smile, Yinyang Cave Heaven is one of the 36 cave heavens. Regardless of how immoral we're thought to be, no two female disciples would ever serve the same husband. Outsiders always say that we're lascivious people, but they have no idea how loyal we are to our partners. Yang Kai's face fell. So, what were you trying to achieve? He had a feeling that he had been made a fool of. If he really agreed to it on an impulse just now, he would have been humiliated. However, why was this woman trying to trick him? There were no grudges between them to speak of. Although Chu Huashang had to be confined for 100 years because she helped him, that wasn't enough of a reason for this farce. Chua has made a mistake, and she is being punished with 100 years of imprisonment, but that doesn't really matter. What does matter, however, is that in half a year, there will be a Tao Theory assembly in Yinyang Cave Heaven where many talented young men will come together. The winner will be able to marry Chua after she is discharged from confinement. Yang Kai initially felt vexed because he had been tricked, but all his fury vanished into thin air when he heard these words. Then he asked in shock, Tao Theory assembly? The winner will be able to marry Senior Sister Chu? Was that her idea? Su Yingxue snorted. Since Chua has fallen in love with you, why would she come up with such an absurd idea? It was a decision by the sect master, and she can't disobey. Yang Kai sported a dark expression. Since she is reluctant, why would those from Yinyang Cave Heaven hold such a Tao Theory assembly? Su Yingxue glared at him. Since she has crossed the line, we have to make it up to the other cave heavens and paradises, and this Tao Theory assembly is the result. Do you think she can refuse? Who do you think has caused all this? Yang Kai became startled upon hearing that. We've been sending out invitations since a year ago. However, due to the fact that the 3,000 worlds is expansive, we and the others who will participate need time to prepare. The Tao Theory assembly will take place half a year from now, and regardless of who the winner is, Chua must marry him no matter what. Yang Kai frowned. I thought core disciples of Yinyang Cave Heaven would never marry outsiders. It was difficult to raise a disciple like Chu Huashang. If she was married to an outsider, another sect would reap all the benefits. Hence, for a core disciple like Chu Huashang, the man had to get married into her sect, not the other way round. Su Yingxue replied, She's not going to leave the sect. The man will have to get married into our great force. Upon hearing her clarification, Yang Kai said, I see. Su Yingxue stared at him and said, If you didn't pass my test, I wouldn't have informed you about it. Since you're a righteous man, however, I suppose Chua's eyes haven't failed her, so you have the right to know about it. Yang Kai rose from the chair and cupped his fist with a solemn expression. Many thanks for informing me about this matter, senior sister. After staring fixedly at him for a moment, Su Ying-shui also got up. That's all I have to say. Farewell. I'll see you off. Yang Kai hurriedly followed her. Su Ying-shui didn't turn him down as she continued moving forward. It wasn't until Yang Kai left Voidland with her and saw her heading towards the Star City that he returned. It surprised him that those from Yinyang Cave Heaven were going to hold a Tao Theory assembly to look for a husband for Chu Huashang. However, Su Ying-shui had said that the assembly was being held to make it up to the other cave heavens and paradises. After all, Chu Huashang had violated their rules, so her confinement was probably not enough to appease the various cave heavens and paradises. It wouldn't have mattered if Yang Kai wasn't aware of it, but now that he had found out about it, he naturally couldn't turn a blind eye. Nevertheless, he was in a dilemma as he wasn't sure what to do. If he took part in the Tao Theory assembly, he definitely had to become the winner, which would then mean that he would have to marry Chu Huashang. Chu Huashang's appearance and aptitude undoubtedly stood at the apex of the 3,000 worlds, and hardly any women could surpass her. Certainly, no man could resist such a talented beauty. If Yang Kai had still been single, he would have leapt at the opportunity to marry her. However, he already had several wives, so he wasn't willing to become emotionally entangled with Chu Huashang. Moreover, she was a core disciple of her great force, so those from Yinyang Cave Heaven wouldn't allow her to live with Yang Kai without him joining their force. With that said, he wouldn't be able to set his mind at ease if he didn't at least see her. At that moment, he was unable to make a decision. A moment later, he sent a message to Mo Mei to tell her to ask around in the Star City in order to find out whether things were just like what Su Ying-shui had said. If those from Yinyang Cave Heaven were really going to hold a Tao Theory assembly, there was no way no one was aware of it. The fame of the 36 cave heavens dictated that every move they made would cause a stir in the 3,000 worlds. Half a day later, Mo Mei replied to him from the governor's mansion and informed him that there was really such an event on the horizon. Just like what Su Ying-shui had said, those from Yinyang Cave Heaven had been sending out invitations since a year ago as they were going to hold a Tao Theory assembly in order to look for a partner for Chu Huashang. Any cultivator in the 3,000 worlds could take part in it regardless of their cultivation or age as long as they were below the high-rank open heaven realm. As a result, countless cultivators from different great territories started heading to Yinyang territory. Those who were powerful hoped to become the winner and marry a beautiful lady, while those who were weak were going to watch a good show and gain some life experience. After all, it wasn't every day that one could freely enter Yinyang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai clenched the jade slip, which contained the message, with a frown. The Tao Theory assembly would be held in half a year, but he still couldn't decide whether he should go or not. Then he fished out his universe chart and realized that it would take him half a month to travel from Voidland to Yinyang territory, which wasn't too long a distance. If he decided to go, he would have a few months to prepare. After pondering on it for a moment, he finally made a decision. He had to go to Yinyang Cave Heaven. Chu Huashang was being punished because of him, so there was no way he could just sit back and do nothing. By then, he could look for Chu Huashang and find out about her stance before coming up with any solution. The Star City was the major income source for Voidland, and the popularity of the Star City hinged on its auction house. A Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill would be put up for auction once every 3 months, which was why countless cultivators from different great forces were attracted to this place. There were not many Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills left, as they couldn't even satisfy the needs of their own disciples, which caused some of them to lose their lives while trying to make it to the open heaven realm. Therefore, Yang Kai would have to refine more since he was going to leave again. He still had a lot of the main ingredient required to make these pills, which was world source liquid. He just needed some supplementary ingredients, and since the Star City was now flourishing, he could easily get his hands on them. Therefore, after he gave an order, some people from the Star City immediately started preparing the materials he needed before delivering them to him. It was then he started refining Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. 3 months later, all the adjuvants were used up as he was surrounded by many bottles, which were all filled with Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. Countless cultivators were eager to snatch up the one available Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill whenever it came up for auction, but such pills were now everywhere in Yang Kai's room. It would be interesting to know what others thought if they found out about this. With that said, even though there were a lot of Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills here, there would come a time when they were used up. To Yang Kai and Voidland, every Open Heaven Realm Master was a precious treasure, so every disciple who was going to attempt an ascension had to be given a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill so that no tragedy would happen again. In other great forces, only the best disciples that the sects had high hopes for could get their hands on a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. But in Voidland, anyone who had the right to ascend to the Open Heaven Realm could get such a pill from Bian Yuqing. In the entire 3,000 worlds, only Voidland provided such a benefit. After getting some rest, Yang Kai told Bian Yuqing to come over and store these pills. At the same time, she informed him about a piece of good news: Madame Lan has arrived. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was elated. She's here? When did she arrive? Bian Yuqing replied with a smile, a few days after you started refining pills. She's been here for about 2 months now. Yang Kai quickly asked her about the proprietress location and then headed over to meet her. After leaving Golden Rainbow Province back then, the proprietress said that she was going to Thousand Birds Star City to put an end to some issues. Yang Kai didn't ask her what she was going to do, but she had said that she would pay a visit to Voidland soon. It never crossed his mind that she would come here so quickly. A moment later, he met the proprietress on a certain spirit peak. He was also around as she was having a chat with her. Bai Qi, chef, and accountant, as well as some of the shop hands from First Inn, had also come. Yang Kai could also see that Luo Hai was here. An idea flashed through his mind as the speculation he had made him feel excited. Upon detecting the man's presence, the proprietress shot him a glance with a smile. Smelly brat, you're finally here. Martial Peak, Chapter 4438, Proprietress joins Voidland. Proprietress! Yang Kai walked over and saluted her. Are you all ready to relocate to Void Star City? The proprietress asked with a smile. What do you mean, relocate? Then, Yang Kai was puzzled. Bai Qi said with a smile, proprietress has left First Inn, so she's a free person now. Yang Kai became startled upon hearing that. Initially, when he saw that the proprietress had brought all her usual shop hands with her, he thought that she was going to open a First Inn branch in Void Star City, so it came as a great surprise to hear she had actually left First Inn. We'd like to join Voidland. Will you welcome us? The proprietress looked smilingly at Yang Kai. Of course, Yang Kai hurriedly nodded. Of course I welcome you all. Why wouldn't I? You can even be the Lord of Voidland if you want, proprietress. No thanks. The proprietress rolled her eyes. I've finally relieved myself of old burdens, so why would I take on even heavier responsibilities? Don't even think about it. Yang Kai grinned. What kind of position do you want, then? Just name it. The proprietress shook her head. I'm not going to take up any official position right now. Just prepare a serene place for me as I'm going to enter seclusion soon. Yang Kai turned solemn. Are you going to attempt to break through to the Seventh Order? Since Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were destroyed, her heart demon oath had been resolved as well. Hence, there were no more obstacles in her way to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. However, she had lost some of her heritage in the Shadowless Cave Heaven, so if she wanted to make it to the Seventh Order, she would have to spend some time recovering from those losses. The proprietress nodded with a serious expression. I've been stuck in the Sixth Order for a long time now. It's about time to ascend to the Seventh Order. A worried Yang Kai asked, do you have the confidence to achieve it? Ascending to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm was no laughing matter. Although there was only a difference of 1 order between the Sixth Order and the Seventh Order, she was trying to cross the gulf between the mid-rank and high rank. This was a process of sublimation in the Open Heaven realm, and the risk an Open Heaven realm master had to bear when attempting this was as great as when he or she was first attempting to reach the Open Heaven realm from the Emperor realm. The consequences were deadly if they failed. Many Open Heaven Realm masters had lost their lives during this ascension over the years. For cultivators in this realm, every ascension was a perilous trial. Once they succeeded, they would transform into even more powerful beings. However, once they failed, death was all but certain. I do have some confidence, but when it comes to a matter like this, it is ultimately up to the heavens to decide my fate. The proprietress replied calmly. Yang Kai nodded. Since you've made a decision, I'll say no more. If you need any resources, just tell us right away. He will prepare everything for you. The proprietress replied with a smile. I have all the resources I require prepared already. I've been a shopkeeper of First Inn for centuries, so I've collected some good stuff along the way. That's great. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai fished out a jade bottle and passed it to her. Take this as it might be useful in case of an emergency. The proprietress took a glance at it and realized that the jade bottle looked familiar. Soon she recalled what it was. After Yang Kai left the Blood Monster Cave Heaven back then, he passed her this jade bottle, which contained an innate Open Heaven pill born in the universe furnace. Blood Monster Divine Monarch should have obtained this pill at some point far in the past. This Open Heaven pill was totally different from the ones refined by alchemists and was innumerable times more valuable. Although one Open Heaven pill seemed like nothing compared to the millions that flowed through Void Star City each day, many people would start wars just to try to snatch this single pill if word of its existence got out. At that time, Yang Kai thought that this pill could help the proprietress break through to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, but she turned him down. As long as her heart demon oath wasn't resolved, even an innate Open Heaven pill would be useless to her. Now that she was ready to ascend to the 7th Order, however, this pill was the only thing Yang Kai could offer that could be of some possible help. After giving it a thought, the proprietress took the jade bottle and said with a smile, I'll give it back to you if I don't need it. Yang Kai replied with a straight face, I'll await your good news. Back then, the proprietress directly ascended to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, so her aptitude was truly exceptional. Supposedly, given her aptitude, there shouldn't be a problem when she attempted to rise to the 7th Order. However, she reckoned that she'd better be careful. The proprietress then suddenly asked, Have you heard that there'll be a Tao Theory assembly in Yin Yang Cave Heaven in a few months? You're aware of it? Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai smiled helplessly. First Inn was in the business of gathering information. Basically, everyone was aware of it now, so why would the proprietress not know it? I'm not deaf, so why would I not be aware of such a major event? The proprietress shot him a glare. Chu Huashang is one of the core disciples of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, and she has the right to succeed the sect master in the future. However, since she has made a mistake, she has to make it up to the other cave heavens and paradises. The Tao Theory assembly is the punishment for her. Yang Kai sighed. It's all because of me that senior sister Chu is being punished. On the side, Yuhi asked, Young master, was it because? Yang Kai nodded solemnly. All 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises have always been united, so internal divisions are not permitted. Senior sister Chu broke that taboo. Yuhi exclaimed, What should we do then? Yang Kai said, I'm going to Yin Yang Cave Heaven soon. Then, he gazed at the proprietress in puzzlement. Are there really no grudges between the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises? Why is there even such a taboo? The proprietress explained, there are definitely grudges between them, but they have their own ways of settling such problems. If some of them are killed without anyone knowing about it, no one can say anything. However, since the other cave heavens and paradises know the details of this incident, those from Yin Yang Cave Heaven have to make it up to them. That is the rule. What rubbish rule is that? Yang Kai was incensed. Since you're the cause of it, I suppose you should head to Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Given your current strength, there shouldn't be anyone below the high-rank Open Heaven realm who is your opponent. However, you'd still better be careful. Although the disciples from Yin Yang Cave Heaven would frequently look for suitable partners, a disciple like Chu Huashang is very rare. Many talented people will gather together in this Tao Theory assembly, so the people from the cave heavens and paradises would naturally take part as well. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was startled for a moment. Those from the cave heavens and paradises would join as well? I heard that the partners of the core disciples from Yin Yang Cave Heaven would have to marry into Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Are those cave heavens and paradises willing to let their disciples join another sect? The proprietress replied with a smile. The core disciples are definitely not going to join this Tao Theory assembly. However, the heritages of the cave heavens and paradises are ample. Besides the core disciples, they still have other disciples that could join another sect. The effort will be worthwhile if they can become closer allies with Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai nodded. Although a disciple would have to get married into Yin Yang Cave Heaven, he would not sever ties with his master sect entirely. If his master sect fell into trouble in the future, that disciple and the connection he made would be of some help. There's one thing I'm worried about, proprietress. Yang Kai appeared anxious. What is it? She asked. Yang Kai replied, the cave heavens and paradises were already trying to suppress me before I even ascended to the open heaven realm. Now that I'm an open heaven realm master, would some of them try to kill me if I show up in the outside world? He was already targeted by 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters outside the shadowless cave heaven, and he was just an emperor realm cultivator at that time. Now that he was an open heaven realm master, it was probable that some of them would still want to kill him ruthlessly. Given the heritages of those cave heavens and paradises, it would be easy for them to kill him unless he stayed in Void Land forever. With 2 divine spirits residing in Void Land, the effort to kill him would simply be too great for the reward. To his concerns, the proprietress just said with a smile, the reason they targeted you before your ascension was that they were worried you'd directly make it to the 7th order, and their suppression has yielded some results. In their eyes, you're just a 5th order open heaven realm master, so you're no longer a threat to them. They have already nipped a potential threat in the bud, and a 5th order master is nothing to them. Yang Kai's eyes brightened. In that case, I'm now safer since I've ascended to the open heaven realm. That's right. There won't be any problems then, Yang Kai nodded. After he chatted with the proprietress for a while longer, he bid her farewell. She was going to attempt to break through to the 7th order soon, and no one else could help her with that. The only thing Yang Kai could give her was that innate open heaven pill. This breakthrough would probably take her a long time. After all, she had to make up for the losses she had suffered in the shadowless cave heaven first before she could attempt to reach the 7th order open heaven realm. The Tao Theory Assembly was just 2 months away now, so Yang Kai had to set off immediately. A few days later, he shot into the sky, and as a crack appeared in the grand array, he moved past it and dashed into the void. He was on his own this time. He initially wanted to tag along, but he had turned her down. After all, he was now a 6th order open heaven realm master that was significantly stronger than others in the same order. In the entire 3,000 worlds, only high-rank open heaven realm masters would be a threat to him now. Even if he really came across any danger, he could easily flee since he was on his own. Furthermore, the Tao Theory Assembly was an event to help get Chu Huashang a husband. Yang Kai wasn't even sure how he would handle the issue, so it would be inappropriate if he brought Yuhi with him. The journey was long and the void was dead silent, so Yang Kai just moved forward at lightning speed. On a shattered spirit province just outside the territory gate of Void Territory stood an alluring lady. It seemed that she had been waiting there for a long time. When she finally saw Yang Kai moving past the territory gate, she snorted, I suppose he can still be considered a responsible man. The person was Su Yingshui, who had previously met up with Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai had left Void Territory at this point, he should be heading to join the Tao Theory Assembly. That was the reason she sported a milder expression now. Then, she dashed towards the territory gate and tailed Yang Kai. After leaving the territory gate, she immediately sent a message to someone. Looking up, she could only see a small dot in the distance as Yang Kai was already far away from her. She curved her lips into a smile and muttered, I'll give you one last test. After all, you have no right to marry Chuer if you're too weak. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was looking at the route in his universe chart and heading to the next territory gate. Half a day later, he suddenly lifted his head as he could see a ray of light charging towards him rapidly. Martial Peak, Chapter 4439, A Pleasant Surprise. A figure could faintly be seen in the ray of light. Yang Kai looked up, but before he could make out the person's face, the other party bellowed, "Where do you think you're going, boy?" Right after the person finished speaking, he pushed out his fist with an immense force. World force undulated, even the void trembled slightly. A puzzled Yang Kai had a feeling that the person must have mistaken him for someone else. However, since the other party was about to strike, he was unable to explain himself as he quickly extended his palm to meet the attack. Booming sounds were heard, as the other party acted violently while Yang Kai responded in kind. They exchanged more than 10 moves in just several breaths of time. "Ha!" the person exclaimed, as though he had discovered something strange. Following that, he exerted more force with his hands. If the power he showcased earlier was on par with the Fifth Order, he was now using Sixth Order strength. Yang Kai had never expected that he would randomly come across a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master as soon as he left Void Territory, and for some reason, the other party initially hid his true strength. It wasn't until he sensed Yang Kai's power that he stopped holding back. As a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master himself, Yang Kai certainly wasn't afraid of this stranger, so he surged the power of his small universe as the battle intensified. A moment later, the attacker used a feint before widening the gap between them before raising his hand. "Wait!" Yang Kai abruptly stopped in his tracks and stared coldly at him. It wasn't until this moment that he was able to make out the person's appearance. The other party was a burly man with long dreadlocks, which made him look a bit eccentric. However, judging from the fluctuations of his energy just now, Yang Kai confirmed that he was indeed a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. As their eyes met, the burly man examined Yang Kai and asked, "Are you Liu Pei Yuan?" "No, and I don't know him either." Yang Kai shook his head. "Ah." The man landed a slap on his own forehead, then looked apologetically at Yang Kai and cupped his fist. "I'm so sorry for mistaking you for someone else. This is all a big misunderstanding. Please forgive me." Yang Kai furrowed his brow with displeasure as the other party directly attacked him without verifying his identity first. Although the man didn't have any murderous intent, Yang Kai was still upset. Fortunately, both of them had only made some probing moves, so no one was hurt. Otherwise, the misunderstanding would have turned into something serious. Since Yang Kai was in a rush, he wasn't willing to waste any more time on this man, so he simply nodded and declared, "Since it's a misunderstanding, let's forget it. Farewell." Then he turned around and left. The man shouted from behind, "Farewell, friend." It wasn't until Yang Kai was out of his sight that the man stroked his chin with an amused look. "Interesting." While remaining on the same spot, he fished out a communication bead and sent a message. A moment later, a ray of light came over from afar and stopped beside him. The person was none other than Su Ying-shui. "Did you test him?" she asked. The man nodded, and "How was it?" "Your information is wrong, junior sister." The man scratched his head and looked in the direction Yang Kai had left. "You said that guy ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm. Is he not in the Fifth Order?" Su Ying-shui frowned. Chu Huashang had seen Yang Kai break through in person, and the fact was verified by the elders from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. After all, besides Chu Huashang, there were also 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who had witnessed the incident, so there was no way the information was wrong. "Heh, he's not in the Fifth Order." The man grinned. "That guy is in the Sixth Order." "No way." Su Ying-shui shot him a glare. "Did you intercept the wrong guy?" The man shook his head. "You sent his image to me, so there was no way I was mistaken. I was shocked when I traded moves with him just now. I almost suffered a loss at his hands. The power he had showcased was definitely not in the Fifth Order. Although I didn't use my full strength, he was still able to force a draw. That could only mean that he's in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm." "How is that possible?" Su Yingxue was astounded. According to the information she had obtained, Yang Kai was supposed to be in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. It had only been 2 years since he achieved his ascension, so there was no way he could go from the Fifth Order to the Sixth Order in such a short time. No one in the world could achieve that. The only possibility was that he had ascended to the Sixth Order instead of the Fifth Order at that time. However, that was also impossible. Chu Huashang might conceal the truth for Yang Kai, but there was no way the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters at the scene were mistaken. Isn't this for the best? The man grinned. Although there's only a difference of 1 order, the gap in real strength is enormous. I was initially worried that he would suffer a setback in the Tao Theory Assembly, but now it seems that he has a chance to come out the winner. Although a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master is fairly powerful, such a person is too weak compared to the people who are going to join the Tao Theory Assembly. After giving it a thought, Su Yingxue realized that he was right and nodded gently. It's indeed a pleasant surprise. Since we've given him a test, we should return to the sect now. Let's go, the man said and charged forward, followed by Su Yingxue. Yinyang Cave Heaven was going to hold a Tao Theory Assembly to select a husband for the core disciple Chu Huashang, and they had sent out invitations to many great forces across the 3,000 worlds. Since the event was just around the corner, many flight-type artifacts could be seen heading to Yinyang territory from different great territories. As Yang Kai flew forward, he could see flight-type artifacts of different shapes and sizes rushing towards Yinyang territory. It was the first time Yang Kai was visiting the headquarters of a cave heaven, and he was extremely curious about it. He wanted to see the heritage of one of the top great forces in the 3,000 worlds for himself, so he could understand the difference between Void Land and them. 1 month later, he arrived at a place that was 2 great territories away from Yinyang territory. He could also see more flight-type artifacts as he continued moving forward. Yinyang Cave Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens, which was why it was famous. Since the disciples from those second-class great forces wanted to marry a beautiful lady and form a relationship with Yinyang Cave Heaven, it would be worthwhile even if there were some sacrifices. Therefore, many of the people on the ships were in the 4th Order, the 5th Order, and even the 6th Order. After all, weaker cultivators had no right to take part in the assembly. 2 figures had been tailing Yang Kai. They were Su Yingxue and the burly man, who were both from Yinyang Cave Heaven. At this moment, Su Yingxue finally believed her partner's words. Yang Kai must have been in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. After all, given their cultivation, they still hadn't managed to close the gap with Yang Kai despite chasing him at full speed for an entire month. A 5th Order Open Heaven realm master could never fly as fast as he did. Both of them attempted to surpass Yang Kai, but rather than getting ahead of him, he actually got further away from them instead. They initially could see his figure from afar, but now he was already out of their sight. Just when they were about to enter Yinyang territory, Su Yingxue's expression changed as she fished out a communication bead and had a look. Then she stopped in her tracks and said through clenched teeth, "Despicable." What happened? The man was perplexed as he stopped and looked at her. "See for yourself." Su Yingxue passed the communication bead to the man, who took it and had a look. Soon, he sported a dark expression as he said, "They dare do such a thing?" Su Yingxue snorted. "They're not willing to let any of their 6th Order disciples marry into our sect, so they're using dirty tricks to filter out any potential opponents. Shameless." "Has the sect master said anything?" the man asked in a grim voice. "I have no idea. Let's find out more details first." Su Yingxue shook her head, then took back the communication bead and sent out a message before the pair waited on the spot for a response. A while later, 2 figures rushed towards them from afar and landed in front of them. As they cupped their fists, they saluted, "Greetings, martial uncle, martial aunt." There were 1 man and 1 woman who were both in the 4th Order Open Heaven realm. They appeared intimate, so they were obviously a couple. It was the norm in Yinyang Cave Heaven. Once they found suitable partners and got married, they would go everywhere together. "How's the situation now?" Su Yingxue cut to the chase and asked. The 4th Order Open Heaven realm man replied, All the territory gates leading to Inyang territory have been cordoned off, and all the ships have to be inspected before they're allowed to pass. Whenever they discover a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, they immediately challenge him. What great forces are participating in this blockade? Su Yingshui asked. The man then listed more than 10 cave heavens and paradises, after which he said, "Those are the great forces that have sent their disciples to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly." Su Yingshui snorted, "Seems they've thoroughly thought this out." The Tao Theory Assembly was meant to select a husband for Chu Huashang, with its winner being able to marry her. No high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master would take part in such an assembly, and the Fourth Order was just the threshold. Supposedly, only a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master would stand a chance to be the winner. Regardless of who the person was, he wouldn't have a right to fight for the first place if he wasn't in the Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm. Nevertheless, even Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were valuable to those cave heavens and paradises, so they were not willing to let a disciple marry into Inyang Cave Heaven. They would only allow Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to do that. As such, in order to prevent their own disciples from confronting any Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Tao Theory Assembly, these dozen or so cave heavens and paradises joined forces and cordoned off the territory gates around Inyang territory. Once they discovered any foreign Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they would chase them away. By doing so, they could ensure that the most powerful cultivators who could participate in the Tao Theory Assembly were only in the Fifth Order, which would ease the burden of their own disciples when they joined the competition. Regardless of who the winner would be, their great force would only lose one Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Has the sect master said anything? Su Yingshui asked with a solemn expression. The disciple replied, "Sect master has had a discussion with the representatives of those great forces. However, they haven't really crossed any line as they never killed anyone or forced any participants away. Instead, they'd send Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to exchange moves with the other party so that those people would admit defeat and leave. Since that is the case, Sect Master can't really say anything." Su Yingshui said through clenched teeth, "Exchange moves? How could outside Sixth-Order Masters be comparable to their own? Why don't they chase the Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters away as well? By then, only Fourth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters will take part in the assembly, which is even better for them." The disciple remarked meekly, "Perhaps they want to protect their reputations. They have already humiliated themselves, so why bother?" Su Yingshui was infuriated. The burly man hunched his back as the situation was giving him a headache. If only Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, it would turn into one big joke. Would they really have to allow Chu Huashang to marry a mere Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master?